Chapter 1. The Traveler in the Turmoil. A black silk banner hung from the top of the warship's mast, fluttering in the salty breeze that swept across the side of the vessel. The wooden hull creaking and groaning in rhythm with the wind. Fearless goblin warriors, this is a war of life and death, a protracted struggle that can only be concluded by exterminating those hairless monkeys. Goblin warriors, there shall be no compromise, no weakness, no mercy. Under the great banner of the Second Goblin Empire, eradicate all dissenters and those humans who dare to resist. Let us take up arms and fight. Obliterating the human exiles, rendering their pathetic prophecies to ashes, this world shall ultimately be dominated by the magnificent Second Empire. The main continent belongs to us. Long live the Empire. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Senate. I, Moto Heishui, command you to commence the assault. Upon the tumultuous azure sea, the mana winds stirred the black crescent moon war flag flying from the goblin flagship. Beneath this banner, the deep, mournful howls of scarlet gold fringes flapped in the wind, reminiscent of a fierce beast roaring from within a cage. On the deck of the warship, goblin soldiers stood arranged in formation, adorned in uniform iron-studded leather armor. Their exaggerated spiked helmets gleaming in the harsh sunlight. Moto Heishui, the Earth Goblin commander clad in gilded scale armor, with murderous intent flickering in his yellow eyes, loudly proclaimed the edict jointly issued by the Senate and the Emperor. His inflammatory speech was met with roaring cheers, reflecting the fervent battle spirit in the eyes of the goblin soldiers yearning for merit and honor. Fueled by the fervor of militarism, these soldiers regarded battle as the highest honor. Believing their worth was realized on the battlefield, severing the heads of enemies and soaking their boots in the warm blood of the slain. A supreme accolade for this bloodthirsty army. However, after this impassioned declaration of war, Commander Moto Heishui's mood was not as buoyant as that of his subordinates. His elevated status allowed him access to rather pessimistic whispers. While he was confident in annihilating the enemy, those foes that could be vanquished by blade and sword were not worthy of fear. He understood that the unseen, intangible threats posed an entirely different challenge. The Second Goblin Empire had mobilized numerous fleets to hunt down the remnants of the human luminary dynasty across the seven seas, primarily targeting the human noble exiles who had fled the main continent. Not far off, the colony of Tahuno Island, under the Count of Fulu, was also on this list. The most challenging aspect of the operation was to complete the blockade of the island before the cunning human nobles became aware of the impending danger. Once this task was accomplished, the remaining actions, in Commander Moto Heishui's view, would be straightforward, a mere slaughter. Nestled within the goblin fleet's encirclement, Tahuna Island, with its year-round summer climate, lush coconut groves, and pristine beaches reflecting the azure sky, appeared like a picturesque painting. This remote island, far from the main continent, held no strategic significance, nor was it a vital resource hub. The tropical fruits and scant floating timber meant for export were trivial compared to the countless bountiful islands scattered across the starry ocean. Thus, it could be said that its products were more of a jest than anything else. Had it not been for the recent rapid collapse of the Luminary Dynasty and the ensuing chain reaction, this isolated island would not have been engulfed by the flames of war. The total area of Tahuna Island was roughly equivalent to that of an ordinary city on the main continent. Embraced by warm, turquoise waters along its shores, from a distance, the island appeared as a green leaf suspended in the void, beautiful yet fragile, akin to a mirage that could vanish at any moment. The mana winds, blowing in from the open sea, were habitually referred to by sailors as trade winds, bringing forth an unending stream of merchant fleets. Yet today, the once cherished memories of better times had become mere reminiscences. The port city of Baitong, occupying nearly one-fifth of the island's area, had been transformed into a hellish inferno by the raging flames of war. As goblin vessels dispatched small boats close to the shore, the explosive shells fired from large-caliber mortars scattered death seeds, leaving the fleeing inhabitants no time to extinguish the fires consuming their former homes. This moment, thick black smoke columns spiraled wildly into the sky, resembling a dragon dance with an ominous grandeur. The port city, on the brink of collapse, resembled an anthill that had been abruptly unearthed, with various vessels, from two-masted sailboats to fishing boats and small skiffs, desperately fleeing the port, as everyone sought to escape this land soon to be ravaged by war. However, for the fugitives, achieving their desires was far from simple. They first had to break through the blockade established by the goblin fleet, In this cleansing operation, the Earth Goblin Commander Moto Heishui received orders to eliminate all suspects, indiscriminately slaughtering both human and other racial inhabitants, employing such brutal methods solely to eradicate future threats. Although the ever-defiant Second Goblin Empire publicly dismissed the possibility of prophecies from distant eras materializing into reality, the ominous phrases seemed laden with boundless power, akin to invisible specters haunting the goblins incessantly in the dead of night. These perilous prophecies inevitably instilled dread in the leaders, leaving them drenched in cold sweat. Despite their repeated claims of being fearless warriors, No ruler is devoid of fear of catastrophic prophecies, whether true or false. The mere spread of such news threatened the precarious stability of the Goblin Empire's rule, necessitating decisive action, the most effective method being the eradication of the soil in which these prophecies thrived. As chaos reigned in the port, with people desperately fleeing, a two-masted sailboat, its white sails billowing, mingled among the hundreds of escaping vessels, heading towards the open sea. Though unremarkable in appearance, the materials and craftsmanship of this ship were of the highest caliber. It had been constructed by the former Count of Falu to facilitate the escape of his family when he realized the unfavorable tide of war against the Luminary dynasty. Yet he ultimately never had the opportunity to use it. The silent human sailors, their expressions calm and movement steady, operated the ship with machine-like precision. Soon, this medium-sized merchant vessel found itself at the very forefront of the blockade established by the Goblin fleet. Fire. Sink the target. Leave not a single one behind. With a steely gaze sweeping over the fleeing refugee vessels, Commander Moto Heishui issued orders to his subordinates. The Goblin flagship's mast then hoisted a plain black flag. This particular flag, originally associated with piracy, had since transcended its initial confines. Well understood by nearly all who made their living by the sea, it signified total annihilation. Boom, boom, boom. Ugh, my head hurts so much. Where am I? Amidst the booming cannon fire, the dazed Luo Jindao opened his eyes, feeling the blood vessels in his temples pulsating as if he had been subjected to the loving care of the self-serving Professor Yang. His mind was a tempest of confusion, akin to a stampede of 1,000 wild horses, with discomfort rivaling that of a severe hangover. He even feared he might expire at any moment. Are you all right? You truly frightened me just now. A sudden cool sensation on his forehead eased the excruciating headache tormenting Luo Jindao. Shortly after, he heard a delicate feminine voice beside him, startling him. I'm fine. My head just hurts badly. The woman's voice was melodious and clear, yet the language was entirely foreign to Luo Jindao, indistinguishable from any tongue he had encountered. Strangely, he realized he understood her, instinctively responding in the same language. This bizarre reality sent chills down his spine. What type of supernatural event was this? As Luo Jindao's mind raced, his muscles tensed with anxiety, rendering him unable to utter a coherent sentence. Observing his petrified state, the half-elf beauty, Vina Dabov, knelt beside him once more, pouring sacred oil from a crystal vial into her palm, carefully applying it to the twitching forehead of the young man. Unbeknownst to him, two men stood nearby. One was the ship's doctor, Drake King, and the other, the bosun, Fall Shobei. Both were loyal retainers of the Count of Falu, trusted and relied upon, which is why the old Count entrusted his only son to their care. When Luo Jindao finally managed to relax his sore, stiff muscles and reopened his eyes, he was met with the daunting visages of the two men before him, their fierce appearances startling him. Their faces resembled crabs that had been squashed flat, and the ship's doctor, Drake, with his stout frame likely hinting at dwarven lineage, looked at Luo Jindao with concern. Behind him stood Fall Shobei, whose appearance was even more alarming, resembling a fusion of the legendary warriors Guan Yu and Zhang F. Yatiose. One man's skin was red was one thing, but the density of Drake's bushy beard obscured his nose and eyes, a striking case of ancestral throwback. Moreover, Fall Shobei wore an eye patch, looking strikingly reminiscent of a pirate captain from a black and white film. Who are you? Your ears. Just as Luo Jindao freed himself from the cruel torment of periodic headaches, he opened his eyes to behold two burly figures resembling the legendary guardians of the underworld standing before him. His gaze then shifted to the half-elf beauty, Vina Dabov, who was smiling at him with an enchanting demeanor, prompting an involuntary gasp of surprise from him. Vina, with her cascading, silken, dark green hair measuring at least a meter in length, sported a pair of strikingly pale, pointed ears that protruded from her hair. undeniably captivating. These were not the rounded contours typical of ordinary humans, but rather sharply defined, pointed ears, a clear indication to those familiar with the new world that she had inherited her elven lineage from one of her parents. "Oh, Will, have you hurt your head?" Hearing Luo Jingdao's clearly incoherent question, Vina muttered softly, then turned with a worried expression to discuss someone's peculiar affliction with the short, stout ship's doctor. "Everyone, beware. Enemy ship bombardment." A piercing cry suddenly echoed from the deck above, followed by a violent tremor that shook the vessel beneath Luo Jingdao's feet. Boom! Accompanied by the thunderous sound of splintering wood, the medical room's bulkhead was instantly shattered by the immense force of a cannonball. Countless fragments of wood and debris swirling past Luo Jingdao's vision, followed by a powerful shockwave that hurled him backward. Caught completely off guard by the terrifying scene unfolding before him, Luo Jingdao's head collided with a solid wooden table behind him. Having never practiced any martial arts or techniques akin to iron head skills throughout his life, he succumbed to the external force and fainted immediately at that moment. The last thought that flickered through his mind was, when did I participate in cosplay? No, wasn't I just at home downloading a mobile game? How can this even be a form of time travel? This is utterly unscientific. Chapter 2. Heir of the Dynasty. The resounding echoes of thunderous explosions reverberated in his ears. Yet, upon closer inspection, it felt as though nothing tangible existed, resembling a mere illusion. Towering bookshelves loomed around him, their intimidating size comparable to skyscrapers, while the ceiling remained concealed beyond a terrifying spectacle of roiling dark clouds. Reminiscent of the moment before a tempest, endless flashes of lightning flickered within the ominous black clouds. Any outsider finding themselves within this vast structure would be compelled to gaze upward, acutely aware of their own insignificance and humility in the grand scheme of things. Heir of the Mage Card Masters. Welcome to the Eternal Grand Library, an ancient voice echoed from an unknown source, jolting Luo Jingdao from his half-dreaming state. He opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. No matter how dazed he had been moments earlier, he was undeniably startled awake now. Upon realizing that he was flanked by towering bookshelves, so immense they could only be described as reaching for the heavens, he found himself lost amidst an uncountable number of similarly imposing structures stretching to the horizon. A sense of inexplicable fear washed over him as he meandered through this bizarre forest of bookshelves and tomes. Having traversed one extraordinary realm was enough, yet it seemed he was to experience the peculiar privilege of traversing a second. This strange edifice appeared to be designed for the sole purpose of leaving visitors utterly astounded, and even as Luo Jingdao wandered absent-mindedly, he could not help but feel the weight of its many wonders. Circling around the nearest bookshelf, he increasingly felt like a mouse caught in a maze, overwhelmed by astonishment and confusion, utterly at a loss for how to respond appropriately. In short, this place was extraordinarily peculiar. Everything was abnormally colossal. Not only were the bookshelves gargantuan, but the tomes upon them were also of absurd proportions. Who, for instance, had ever seen a book towering over an adult by more than double? Not to mention, these books were thick enough to serve as load-bearing walls for a building that as he wandered through the gaps between these massive shelves, Luo Jingdao found himself engulfed in a haze of bewilderment, questioning the surreal nature of today's events. When had he acquired such a vivid imagination? As though comprehending the unspoken thoughts swirling in Luo Jingdao's mind, the ancient voice resonated once more, serenely declaring, "No, this is not a dream, successor." Upon hearing these words, Luo Jingdao's hair stood on end, and he anxiously searched for the source of the voice. But to no avail, he hesitantly inquired, "Who are you?" The ancient voice replied with a hint of formality, "I am the administrator, the keeper of this eternal grand library." Having never encountered such inexplicable phenomena, Luo Jingdao would have fled long ago had he known where to escape to. However, with no apparent exit in sight, he could only engage in a timid conversation with an unseen entity in this uncanny dreamlike realm. Luo Jingdao gasped, "Where are you?" After a brief silence, the voice, imbued with the weight of time, replied blandly, "I am sorry, I have no physical form. If you must seek me, then this library is my body." Hearing this, Luo Jingdao remained utterly perplexed, scratching his head as he processed the information. Moments later, he raised his head and asked incredulously, "Then why am I here?" The ceremony. Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao frowned, finding the response rather exasperating. No matter how he pondered, he could not decipher its meaning. letting out a sigh as he shook his head. What ceremony are you speaking of? I have not participated in any ceremony. No, that ceremony was a success. You have inherited the glorious legacy of the great predecessors, the mage card masters. You will have the opportunity to surpass them. Even though Luo Jingdao understood each word spoken by the ancient voice, he could not grasp the meaning behind the phrases, feeling as if his intellect was being ruthlessly mocked, akin to a label of foolishness being thrust upon him by passers-by, which left him with an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. Time is short. You must return. If you have any questions, you may seek the Oracle of True Knowledge next time. Wait, I haven't. It felt like stepping off a cliff. Experiencing the extreme thrill of freefall, and as he plummeted seemingly without end, Luo Jingdao let out a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. The saying goes that unless faced with death, nothing else matters. Even if a profound philosopher were to experience such a free-falling thrill, they too would undoubtedly be rendered speechless. May Lord Ivandela bless you, my lord, the Count. You have finally awakened. Just after experiencing the exhilarating sensation of free-falling, Luo Jingdao, still shaken, opened his eyes, disregarding the cold sweat that drenched his face, and cast a wary glance at the two men and one woman surrounding him. Who are you? He inquired. Upon speaking, Luo Jingdao realized that he had not uttered his native tongue, but rather that melodious, unfamiliar language he had just heard, flowing from his lips with the ease of a lifelong speaker. Meanwhile, the short, stout ship's doctor, Drake King, who had been carefully observing Luo Jingdao's every move and analyzing the potential medical implications behind his unusual behavior, shook his head dejectedly after a lengthy silence. Faced with the questioning gaze of the half-elf beauty, he could only shrug helplessly, indicating his inability to assist with such an odd condition at that moment. The half-elf beauty, gazing into Luo Jingdao's eyes with her striking azure irises, spoke. My lord, I am Vina Duboff, your tutor. Do you truly not remember me? Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao instinctively raised a hand to his smooth cheek. Unable to find any signs of stubble, realizing that this body was considerably younger than his former self, at least the features of his face were still relatively well-defined. Suddenly, a wave of dread washed over him. Without a second thought, he grasped the beauty's hand and urgently asked, Who am I? My lord, you are the Count of Fulu in this generation. The two remarkable gentlemen beside him addressed Luo Jingdao with utmost respect, employing honorifics with every utterance. Yet, at that moment, Luo Jingdao could hardly concern himself with matters of etiquette. Upon hearing this revelation, he pinched his thigh hard, feeling genuine pain. In that instant, as he confirmed that he had indeed traversed realms and was not merely dreaming, Luo Jingdao was struck by an absurd sense of incongruity, as if a massive iron hammer labeled 10 tons had struck him squarely on the head. Heaven above, earth below. If time travel was to be his fate, why must he emerge as a mere Count of Fulu, when figures like Long Outyin, Xinyuan Wudi, and Dugaba were nowhere to be found? Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from above, accompanied by a violent shudder of the ship's hull. The cabin where Luo Jingdao was situated trembled uncontrollably, and sensing the precariousness of his situation, he spoke up. What is that sound? Observing the two Count's retainers present, the half-elf beauty, Vina, tilted her head and sighed. We have yet to escape the filthy, green-skinned blockade. Their cannons could obliterate this vessel at any moment. Now, we can only pray for divine protection. Thud. Prepare for boarding combat. Everyone, get ready to fight and protect the Count. Before Luo Jingdao could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, the ship lurched violently once more. The degree of tilt far exceeding that of the previous impact, that a loud commotion arose from outside, and the faces of the three individuals, excluding Luo Jingdao, turned ashen. Vina Duboff, who had introduced herself as the governess, retracted her radiant smile and leaned toward Luo Jingdao, speaking earnestly. My lord Count, you must take to the battlefield now. After all, you are the captain of this ship. It is your duty. Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao, still struggling to transition from the mindset of a commoner to that of a noble fugitive, incredulously pointed at himself and retorted, What me? You say I am the captain? In dire straits, the urgency of the situation rendered any consideration for the Count's dignity or pride obsolete. The one-eyed sailor, Fol Xiaobang, turned and shouted towards the door, Someone, escort the Count to the stern deck to command the battle. Confused, Luo Zhengdao was swiftly lifted by two burly men from the luxurious bed that had proven uncomfortable. These stout sailors carrying him as effortlessly as one might a small chick, hastening up the stairs to the stern deck. Even at this moment, Luo Zhengdao felt a persistent dizziness. Had he really crossed over? What sort of absurd play was this? An objectively existent reality would not alter due to an individual's subjective thoughts. Upon being brought to the upper deck of the two-masted ship, the Chao Yong. The horrific scene unfolding before him was akin to something from a horror film, far too graphic for a child. The nauseatingly pungent scent of blood mingled with the acrid stench of charred wood and canvas assailed his senses, combining into an indescribable, eerie odor. Luo Zhengdao could not quite place this scent, yet he was certain of one thing. It would not bring any pleasure to the mind or body as he stepped onto the deck. The cold wind struck him, jolting his muddled thoughts into clarity. He carefully observed his surroundings and quickly discerned the source of the violent tremors he had felt in the cabin, not far away. A considerably smaller speedboat had rammed into the side of the two-masted ship. From the perspective of the stern deck where Luo Zhengdao stood, although no visible damage was apparent on the midsection of the Chao Yong. Dragging such a burden would undoubtedly slow their escape. A piercing, mournful horn echoed across the sea, and the small boat's crew began tossing ropes and boarding equipment onto the deck. Following this, a throng of green-skinned beings, possessing truly fearsome, tusked faces, clambered aboard the two-masted ship. After the demise of the first empire of goblins, the goblins had lain dormant for a considerable time, only to rise again dramatically in a decisive battle that had shattered the million-strong army led by the emperor of the Radiant dynasty. During this peak period of the Second Goblin Empire's dominance over the mainland, the goblins found themselves virtually devoid of worthy adversaries, let alone any regard for their previous foes, with their customary disdain for human combat prowess. The goblin officer aboard the speedboat confidently brandished his sword and shouted, "Charge! Kill all those hairless monkeys!" Chapter 3. The Rookie's First Battle. My Lord Count, this is the battlefield. Please draw your weapon and prepare for combat. This remark jolted Luo Zhengdao from his stupor. It must be said that Vina's well-meaning reminder was indeed beneficial for him, whose mind had been in a fog. Although he could not discern the reason for this desperate struggle, the bloodthirsty green-skinned beings surrounding them did not appear to be there for a festive occasion. Luo Zhengdao looked down at the longsword sheathed at his waist, tentatively placing his right hand upon the hilt. In that moment, it felt as if something within him had awakened. What was that sensation? It was as if a part of him extended outward, sensing a surge of power welling up. In an instant, Luo Zhengdao unsheathed his sword, executing a fluid and elegant flourish that sent 3 silver blossoms of light dancing in the air. Undoubtedly, the swiftness of his draw was a sight to behold, likely to earn raucous applause at a noble banquet. Witnessing Luo Zhengdao's flamboyant display, Vina Dubov placed a hand to her forehead, half exasperated, half lamenting. "My esteemed Lord Count, please refrain from showcasing such ostentatious swordplay. It serves no purpose unless in a one-on-one duel or to impress a lady." At her words, Luo Zhengdao, as if awakening from a dream, ceased his movements. Even though his actions had merely been reflexive, he could hardly explain himself, and thus, with a sheepish expression, he stammered, "I apologize, I didn't realize I was doing it." Meanwhile, on the lower mid-deck, the fully armed Fol Xiaobang and other sailors engaged the goblin soldiers in combat. To bolster their spirits, Fol Xiaobang bellowed, "Keep fighting, take down those damned green-skinned beasts, avenge the old count. Kill, avenge the old count. Die, filthy goblins. This is for my mother." The human sailors, a tempest of rage and fear, chanted their sorrowful curses, inciting the ire of the goblin navy. Soon, the clash of metal and the dull thud of blades piercing flesh filled the air. Even as an observer, Luo Zhengdao instinctively shut his eyes, yet the horrific cacophony still made him feel as though he were plunged into the depths of a hellish battlefield, not participating directly in the fray. Merely a spectator on the stern deck of the ship, Luo Zhengdao could not help but double over and retch. It was indeed unfair to blame his psychological fortitude. The scenes of carnage were simply too gruesome. Well, one might say that losing limbs was not an uncommon occurrence on the battlefield, and the deck, stained with deep crimson blood, resembled a pizza drenched in tomato sauce, something one might frequently witness in low-grade American horror films. However, witnessing organs and entrails flying about in close proximity was a spectacle truly bizarre. A few bloodthirsty goblin warriors even plunged their hands into the gaping wounds of their foes, gruesomely extracting the still-twitching entrails of human sailors to display for all to see. This sight turned Luo Jingdao's complexion a shade of green. Surely, this slaughter was excessively grotesque. Amidst the chaotic battle with the goblins, a sailor, unaware of who had slashed his face, bled profusely but pressed on. Clutching his wounded cheek with his left hand, striving to bolster morale, hold on a little longer, our reinforcements are on their way. Indeed, maintaining fighting spirit was commendable, yet the brutal disparity in combat prowess between the human sailors and the goblin soldiers was a harsh reality. As one by one, the human sailors fell in battle. The number of those capable of fighting on the deck of the Chao Yong dwindled. The increasingly vacant deck provided the goblins with ample room to maneuver. And the leading goblin officer turned to his comrades, barking, "Squad 2, advance to the stern deck." According to the maritime design principles of the New World, the stern deck, located near the helm and captain's quarters, was well understood to harbor significant treasures. The bloody path was carved through the fiercely resisting human sailors, and several exceptionally brave goblins, bloodied swords clenched in their mouths, scrambled up to the now impassable stern deck. Well, prepare for battle. Just as Luo Zhengdao felt faint, nearly shedding tears, he sensed a hand clap on his shoulder. Wiping his mouth, he looked up to see Vina Dubov, her long, deep green hair tied back in a ponytail. Standing tall, bow drawn, and aimed at an approaching goblin warrior. With a commanding shout, she declared, "Splitting arrow." It seemed that with a single draw of her bow, 3 goblins ascending the deck were struck simultaneously in the gaps of their armor by arrows tipped with tri-blade steel. Even though goblin soldiers boasted formidable defenses, such a powerful strike at close range would surely leave them grievously wounded if not dead. In an instant, the 3 goblin soldiers tumbled down like dumplings, taking with them those who had been climbing behind them. Witnessing this, Luo Jingdao's mouth fell agape in astonishment as he gasped for breath, attempting to regain his composure. Drawing his sword, he turned to Vina Dubov and asked, "What should I do?" Upon hearing the voice, Vina Dubov cast a complex glance at Luo Jingdao and declared, "A battle. If you are a man, then take up your weapon and fight to save your own life." Just as Luo Jingdao was conversing with Vina Dubov, he sensed resistance from the direction of the stern deck that exceeded his expectations. The Earth Gnomes immediately adjusted their deployment, temporarily abandoning their siege against the defiant Fal Shobang and others, reallocating more forces to charge towards the stern deck. Faced with the imminent approach of 2 or 3 dozen fully armed Earth Gnome warriors, Luo Zhengdao felt a parching dryness in his throat. Finding solace only in the long sword he clutched in his hand, having grown up in an era of peace, he had scarcely engaged in conflicts, save for a few drunken brawls. The notion of rushing out to swing his sword at others seemed overwhelmingly daunting. The gnomes were already preparing to strike. Was he to simply stand there and await his demise? After spending a brief moment reconstructing his mental fortitude, Luo Jingdao muttered to himself, "If I am to die, then let it be swift. There is no need for me to have crossed over. Since I have traversed here, I certainly cannot perish so easily. Whether I live or die, I must fight." With a somewhat lackluster self-hypnosis, Luo Zhengdao swiftly completed his psychological preparation for the battlefield. His eyes bloodshot, he let out a hoarse roar, disregarding everything as he charged forward, aiming a fierce thrust of his sword at an Earth Gnome who had just peeked over the deck. In the past, while cooking at home, he might have accidentally cut his own finger, yet at this moment, his swordplay was remarkably swift and precise, all thanks to the muscle memory left by his predecessor. Combat skills, much like learning to ride a bicycle, create muscle memory through prolonged practice. No matter how many years pass, one can quickly regain the feel of it upon mounting the bicycle again. In an instant, as if guided by instinct, his arm raised the long sword, delivering a sharp thrust that was blocked, yet his sword's fierce momentum remained undeterred, maintaining the advantage from his elevated position. Even when facing the renownedly fierce Earth Gnome warriors, Luo Jingdao did not find himself at a disadvantage. Realizing that he possessed such a skill that could save his life filled him with uncontainable joy. It was fortunate that he had crossed over. Had he retained his original frail physique, weighing 180 pounds and severely lacking in physical exercise, he might have withstood a few more blows, but would have struggled to engage in such intense physical activity without gasping for breath after a few exertions. Everyone, do not panic. Marshal Bane has received the distress signal and will surely come to our aid. Will the Marshal truly come? How wonderful! Fall Shobang, the one-eyed sailor, who was wounded in several places yet persisted in battle, swung his bloodied scimitar while making a solemn promise to his men that moment. Like a drowning person instinctively grasping for a final lifeline, those on the brink of despair readily believed his words. Or perhaps they simply wished to believe such news. Indeed, even if it was a kind-hearted lie that allowed people to harbor a glimmer of hope before they perished, it was far better than letting them struggle to death in utter hopelessness. On the stern deck of the two-masted sailing ship, Luo Jingdao, who was fighting alongside the half-elf beauty, was nearly too exhausted to lift his arms. He could not recall how many Earth Gnome soldiers he had felled, but his finely crafted chainmail was already soaked with the blood of enemies, and his mouth was filled with the unpleasant taste of rust, mechanically swinging what seemed to be an increasingly heavy long sword. His mind was a blank slate. More than anything, he wanted to know which bastard had brought him to this world, as he felt death was imminent. Look, it is the Bloodfire cross flag. We are saved. At that moment, a red banner fluttered in the wind, breaking through the mist from the distant sea, akin to the rising sun bringing light and hope to those ensnared in the shadows of death. Beneath that red flag loomed the silhouette of a grand and exquisitely designed sailing warship, accompanied by a small fleet of swift vessels, all surging forward with the momentum of a tidal wave, shaking the carefully arranged encirclement of the Earth Gnome fleet around Tahona Island. All hands prepare for boarding, accompanied by the resonant and clear sound of a brass military horn echoing across the sea. A lavishly adorned elven warship, after a rapid artillery barrage, charged unhesitatingly towards the besieged two-masted ship, the Courageous, which was the very vessel Luo Jingdao occupied. Such unexpected developments arrived too abruptly, just as a glorious victory seemed imminent. It was suddenly interrupted, causing the cooked duck to fly away. It was easy to imagine the frustration of Mordo Blackwater, watching from a distance. His green face turned a deep purple as he rose, brandishing his battle knife and roaring, "Damn those elven harlots!" Regardless of how furious the Earth Gnome commander Mordo Blackwater became at witnessing the fish slip away, cursing vengeance, once he had set foot on Tahona Island, he was powerless to intervene in the naval battle occurring several nautical miles away. Chapter 4. The Pirate Count. As the saying goes, every profession has its specialization. Warfare cannot be altered merely through will or spirit. The valiant Earth Gnome infantry is a terrifying presence that can instill fear in any opponent on land, yet that does not hold true in the water, emerging abruptly from centuries of decline. The Second Empire of the Gnomes had nearly swept through its main competitors on the mainland without suffering defeat, including one of the human-established dynasties, the Empire of Light. However, irrespective of the strength of the Gnome army or the valor of its soldiers, and regardless of the excellence of their commanders and leaders, the Gnomes fundamentally possessed an exceptional army on land rather than an outstanding navy. This is an undeniable and harsh reality. A group of land-dwelling warriors, unfamiliar with the water, found themselves aboard warships that pitched and rolled with the waves. Even with elite warrior capabilities, their combat effectiveness in such an unfamiliar environment was undoubtedly called into question. In contrast, species such as the elves, who hail from the fairy realm, are naturally agile and deft, each one a master of balance. Even untrained elven civilians can walk along a slender bamboo pole with the same agility as a trained human acrobat. This disparity swiftly shifted the tide of battle in the face of the seasoned and skilled elven soldiers. The Gnomes did not hold a numerical advantage, nor did they possess any significant individual combat prowess. The outcome of this battle was easily foreseeable. Within a mere 10 minutes, every Earth Gnome soldier who boarded the Courageous laid down to rest, as the Elven Navy once again defended its prestigious reputation as the sovereign of the Seven Seas. At least for today, the Gnome Navy was no match for the Elven Royal Navy. My Lord Count, allow me to introduce you to Her Excellency, Elven Marshal Salir Bang. Having swiftly turned the tide of battle and obliterated the Gnome forces besieging the Courageous with overwhelming ease. The Elven commander before Luo Jingdao appeared striking and dignified, akin to a resplendent Valkyrie descended from the grand Wagnerian operas of the Old World. The features of the Elven race bear a resemblance to those of the fairies. As both ancestries hail from the fairy realm, even their ordinary members possess exquisite beauty that surpasses human standards and enjoy lifespans several times longer than that of normal humans. When Luo Jingdao beheld Salir's eyes, which lacked distinct pupils and sclera, he found it difficult to accept her beauty from the perspective of an outsider. And no matter how he viewed her, an unsettling feeling gripped his heart. Realizing he must step forward to engage, Luo Zhengdao hesitated for a moment. Then, following Vina Duboff's quiet guidance from behind, he offered a courteous bow and said, Hello. It is an honor to meet you. Marshal. In response, Salir Bane cast a dispassionate glance at Luo Zhengdao and, with a slightly condescending tone, spoke in fluent common. We're Nidam. No, should I refer to you as Count Falu? I am relieved you were not torn to shreds by those vile greenskins. Yet I sincerely hope such a situation does not arise again. Do you have any idea how much effort I exerted to arrive here? Being reprimanded publicly by an unfamiliar foreign woman felt like being treated as a child. And though he was fortunate to have survived the brutal close-quarter combat unscathed, Luo Zhengdao couldn't help but feel his anger rising, his nails digging into his palm. He considered himself to be of a rather good temperament and was grateful for the assistance of this foreign beauty. Yet being scolded in such a manner was simply intolerable. Striving to dispel these vexing negative emotions from his mind, Luo Zhengdao had no choice but to continue wielding the impenetrable shield of amnesia, rubbing his hands awkwardly as he stammered. I apologize. After hitting my head, I cannot recall many things. Upon witnessing Luo Zhengdao's tone of submission and demeanor of weakness, it was hardly surprising that the strong-willed Salir doubled her contempt. The face of General Yaling, delicate and fair like fine porcelain, appeared even colder than before. With a disdainful huff, she remarked, Oh, is that so? Just as the rumors suggest, a human noble of no use whatsoever except as a national symbol. Henceforth, this is the last item of free assistance in our cooperation agreement with the old Earl. If you cannot prove your worth to the Empire, do not expect any further aid. With that, General Yaling tossed an object towards Luo Zhengdao. Salir Bane then exchanged a knowing smile with the pale-faced Vina Duboff behind Luo Zhengdao before turning to her subordinates, declaring, Well then, our mission has been successfully accomplished. Prepare to set sail home. Luo Zhengdao, with a complex state of mind, watched as the Yaling warship, adorned with exquisite reliefs and vibrant paintings, along with mysterious runic arrays, released its anchor. The remaining Yaling vessels soon followed suit, turning back towards their original course. Even at this moment, Luo Zhengdao's thoughts were still in disarray, gazing vacantly at the retreating Yaling fleet. The half-elf beauty Vina, unperturbed by the Yaling's movements, was busy coordinating the surviving sailors to restore order aboard the Super Courage. Preparing to set sail as swiftly as possible, though the Yaling fleet had effortlessly shattered the blockade set by the goblin ships, the goblin fleet heading towards Tiana Island was perilously close. Ready to strike back at any moment, this was no place to linger. After a considerable time, Luo Zhengdao regained his composure and examined the heavy metal plate in his hand, which bore embossed letters in shallow relief. Regrettably, he could not decipher a single character and had no choice but to seek guidance from the half-elf beauty. Yaling Empire's maritime salvage and hunting license. What does this mean? Is it some sort of legal document for robbery? Upon hearing Vina read the text aloud, Luo Zhengdao, well-versed in the age of exploration, immediately grasped its essence but dared not claim understanding outright. This was another world, and applying experiences from the old world carried an extraordinarily high risk of missteps. Thus, he preferred to feign ignorance, persistently questioning his tutor for clarification. Vina, perceiving her pupil's pitiable state of amnesia, patiently explained, This is an authorization certificate granted by the Yaling Empire as an auxiliary force of the Yaling Navy. We are permitted to seize enemy vessels, confiscate cargo, attack ports and colonies, and salvage or seek out treasures. With this authorization, we can resupply and purchase weapons and ammunition at all ports of the Yaling Empire. Enjoying quasi-citizen treatment, the old Earl began establishing connections to secure this agreement, and after such a long time, we finally obtained this license. Well, now we can consider ourselves legitimate armed privateers. Hearing this, Luo Zhengdao cautiously pondered before interjecting, allowing the plunder of ships and cargo, doesn't that make us pirates? Upon his blunt statement, the half-elf beauty erupted in laughter, casting him a playful glance before retorting, Indeed, robbing at sea is pirate behavior, but with this certificate, it does not count as piracy. It is entirely legal for armies to kill, pillage, and plunder within enemy territory. Having a license makes all the difference. For some inexplicable reason, Luo Zhengdao suddenly recalled the old adage from the old world. A horse can only be called a donkey if it has a household registration, yet he found no humor in it. instead feeling an overwhelming urge to weep. What sins had he committed in his previous life to be cast into this wretched place as a pirate? Well, at least he could consider himself a licensed pirate captain now. But let's be honest, wasn't he still a pirate at heart? In just a few hours, he had experienced the highs and lows of life, dancing with death on the edge of a knife. The past half-day had been more thrilling and exhilarating than his entire life before his transmigration, yet he felt no luck whatsoever. What angel had played such a jest on him, wandering aimlessly on the deck? Luo Zhengdao inadvertently glanced over the ship's railing and was immediately startled, stepping back a few paces, hand pressed against his chest as he felt his heart racing violently. Below. Indeed, what lay beneath the ship was no longer the vast blue sea, nor any substance identifiable by Luo Zhengdao's naked eye. How could one aptly describe it? Beneath the hull of the Super Courage was a dark abyssal space, unfathomably deep, where only ripples of dark golden light emerged in the wake of the ship, eventually leaving a brilliant dark golden trail that slowly dissipated. This extraordinary scene, akin to a miracle, might be commonplace for the local natives, yet for an outsider, the dreamlike spectacle was fraught with unfathomable peril, leaving Luo Zhengdao's mind in blank disarray. The mysterious and unknown new world was unlike the old world he had inhabited for many years, which existed as countless celestial bodies suspended in the vast cosmos. The new world was constructed upon the fundamental particles of ether and mana, forming a planar realm harmonized by the four elements. If the structure of the old world could be likened to a pot of boiling porridge, then the new world resembled a large pizza. Of course, within the realm accessible to human senses, the differences between the two were not markedly distinct. Noticing Luo Zhengdao's evident signs of excessive anxiety, the half-elf Vina gently patted his shoulder from behind, soothingly saying, "Will, are you frightened? Do not be tense. There is no shame in it. The ether sea is not always as tranquil as it appears at this moment. Whenever a mana storm approaches, the ether sea reveals its wrathful nature, and the monstrous waves generated by the storm can swallow everything. Once you witness such a terrifying scene, it will be etched in your memory forever." Reminding himself that he was now a traveler from another world, and that he should not feel astonished by any sight, Luo Zhengdao took several deep breaths to calm himself and chose to change the subject. "Vina, where shall we go next?" Chapter 5. The Forbidden Taboo. The half-elf beauty smiled as she reached out to stroke Luo Zhengdao's hair, which barely reached her height, and said, "To the east lies Selen Island, the nearest trading port to Tahuna Island. The Super Courage sustained damage from the goblin fleet's cannon fire while breaking through the blockade. So we must find a way to repair it. If the situation worsens, we may have to consider acquiring a new ship. It is such a pity that the old Earl's Lion-class battleship could not break free from Cheongzhou port." Upon hearing a particular keyword, Luo Zhengdao keenly interjected, "Old Earl." The half-elf Vina's expression darkened, revealing a hint of nostalgia and reluctance as she nodded, saying, "Yes, well, you have forgotten. The old Earl is your father, the late Earl of Fortune." Confronted with such a sensitive topic, Luo Zhengdao was uncertain how best to respond, and he merely nodded awkwardly, saying, "Oh, I see." Suddenly, another thorny issue struck him. This body he had inhabited seemed to be a fugitive. Repairs and supplies would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of money. So he tentatively asked Vina, "Vina, do we still have any money?" At this, the half-elf beauty Vina looked at him in astonishment, then burst into laughter, pointing at his waist and exclaiming, "Of course, the space bag is right here." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao reached to touch the small pocket that felt smooth like silk, preparing to open it for a glimpse. However, he recalled the ancestral wisdom of keeping wealth concealed and quickly diverted the conversation. "Oh, right. My head is a bit dizzy. I should go rest in the cabin for a while." His mind was a tumult of emotions, as it was only natural to feel disoriented, even though he had read numerous novels about reincarnation. Encountering such an extraordinary and incomprehensible event in his own life was bound to leave anyone feeling bewildered. It was akin to the truth that a palace of harem bloodshed is a reality. Yet finding oneself in the shoes of a character like Chenggu was not something that could be brushed off lightly by any avid reader. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Luo Zhengdao dared not reveal his sense of disorientation in front of others. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he made, and in the face of such uncertain circumstances, silence was far wiser than 1,000 words. "Knock, knock, knock. Please enter." As the door was gently rapped upon, Luo Jingdao turned his head to speak, and the captain's cabin door was subsequently pushed open that a middle-aged man with brown hair, dressed as a sailor, entered and bowed respectfully, saying, "My Lord Count, we are nearing Ceylon Island. The chef inquires where you would like to have lunch." Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao pondered momentarily and replied, "Have the kitchen deliver it directly to the captain's cabin." "Yes, my Lord Count." Residing in this new world, replete with exotic charm and myriad wonders, Luo Jingdao felt the profound solitude and trepidation of being a stranger in a foreign land. His days were far from the comfort and ease that outsiders presumed. Particularly when alone, his mind never ceased its relentless activity, tirelessly contemplating his circumstances and future prospects until fatigue overwhelmed him, a consequence of his body protesting against the excessive strain placed upon it by his own thoughts. Rubbing his temples to alleviate the throbbing discomfort, Luo Jingdao shifted his focus to the familiar objects surrounding him. After all, life must continue, and he would take it one day at a time. The spatial pouch, an unprecedented contraption, brought him considerable delight. Its operation was extraordinarily user-friendly. As long as the user was not utterly dim-witted, navigating the spatial pouch posed no challenge. Each time he accessed or stored items, he merely needed to reach into the pouch, and an image of the stored items would manifest in his mind, far more convenient than retrieving items in a computer game, requiring no mouse movements. Merely a flicker of imagination to extract the desired object, it was truly astonishing. Luo Jingdao took out and counted the items within the spatial pouch, gaining a deeper understanding of his new identity. As a descendant of the nobility, even reduced to a life of piracy, the trinkets in his possession would undoubtedly evoke envy and jealousy among those of lesser means. Soon enough, his hamster-like counting was interrupted, and his attention was drawn to the large mahogany table that was to serve as his dining surface. The table was cluttered with various items, leaving no space for the food. Luo Jingdao, still lacking the awareness befitting someone of his stature, believed he should tidy up the room himself. As he approached the table, preparing to reach out, he suddenly widened his eyes and uttered a vague exclamation of surprise, saying, "What is this? Playing cards?" Turning over a card that lay atop the table, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as a vividly detailed mountain scene appeared on the card. The face of the card bore no numerical symbols or the like. It could not possibly be a card for noble recreation. Could it be? At that moment, the memory of an ancient voice and a row of towering bookshelves surged into his mind. Was this not merely a figment of his imagination born from a head injury? Suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine, Luo Jingdao shivered involuntarily, then took several deep breaths to calm himself. Continuing to ponder the myriad complex clues before him, on the spacious captain's table lay 13 magical cards arranged according to some esoteric principle, alongside an exaggeratedly designed two-headed dragon copper kettle. Observing these items, which could hardly be deemed coincidental, Luo Jingdao endeavored to stabilize his emotions, lifting the copper kettle with trembling hands to examine it closely. Abruptly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a letter pressed beneath the kettle. Hastily setting down the kettle, he seized the letter viewed purely for its aesthetic appeal. The calligraphy on the envelope was artistically beautiful. Yet Luo Jingdao was immediately disheartened. An indie, illiterate yet clueless traveler, he truly felt at a loss. There was no alternative. Although this might expose his secret, he seemed to have no choice. Reluctantly, he summoned the half-elf Vina, requesting that his tutor interpret the contents of the letter. "Your Excellency, unless absolutely necessary, do not open the dragon sealing kettle. The High Priest Nibelo has warned that such a strong impact may cause damage to a human psyche, or even lead to the dissolution of the soul." Upon reaching the concluding segment of the letter, the half-elf Vina du Bois displayed a moment of bewilderment, followed by a sympathetic gaze directed at Luo Jingdao. Reminiscent of how a typical person might regard someone with intellectual disabilities, tinged with a subtle sense of superiority, Luo Jingdao, unable to offer any explanation or defense, resigned himself to bearing the burden of being perceived as a brain-disabled individual. "Will, I initially thought your amnesia was due to external trauma, believing that a suitable cleric or priest could remedy it. I never anticipated it to be the result of damage from a forbidden object, making recovery uncertain. However, do not despair. Forgotten matters can be relearned, and as long as one is alive, there is hope." The half-blooded beauty provided Luo Jingdao with words of comfort before recalling her own tasks. Hurriedly turning to leave, alone once more in the expansive captain's cabin, Luo Zhengdao stared blankly at the cards and the bronze kettle for quite some time before awakening from his reverie, exclaiming, "So he met his end in this manner. Wait, this card arrangement looks familiar." Since Luo Zhengdao had abruptly awakened aboard the two-masted ship Super Courage, experiencing a series of events including an attack by goblins and the emergence of the Yaling fleet, he had not had the opportunity to reflect on what precisely transpired before his soul traversed into this realm. Rubbing his cheeks, he lowered his voice to mutter to himself, "All right, let me recall what I was doing before the transition." Straining to recollect his experiences just prior to the crossing, Luo Zhengdao vaguely remembered downloading a card game for his mobile phone, and out of impulse, he had chosen to draw cards at random. Originally a set of 40 cards, his unfortunate luck had led him to draw only 13 free cards, woefully insufficient for a single game. The remaining cards could only be obtained by paying for a subscription to draw new. Coincidentally, the day before, his ex-girlfriend had been flaunting her love for her wealthy new boyfriend on social media, sharing images from their trip to Paris that made him feel nauseated. He had promptly blocked her to avoid further distress, leaving him with no inclination to engage in other activities that in a fit of boredom. Luo Zhengdao began rearranging the cards in his mobile library, and it seemed that when he moved the card representing the mysteries of the universe to the forefront, the screen suddenly flashed with a blue spark. After that, it appeared he could recall nothing further. Chilling. As he recalled this sequence, a shiver ran down Luo Zhengdao's spine, the hairs on his body standing on end. It was profoundly bizarre. Could a malfunctioning smartphone explosion truly be the catalyst for his crossing? It seemed, in comparison to the tales of predecessors who traversed through toilets, electric gates, or during thunderstorms while grasping power lines. This incident possessed a slightly higher technological sophistication. Was it necessary to engage in some reckless activity, such as welding detonators or tampering with light bulbs, to effectuate a crossing? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of rapping at the door jolted Luo Zhengdao from his reverie. Blinking, he raised his voice and inquired, "Who is it?" "My Lord Count, your lunch has arrived." "Oh, please come in." Upon hearing Luo Zhengdao's response, 5 sailors entered in succession, each carrying a tray, and arranged the food served on silver-gilded plates before him on the mahogany table. According to a fixed order, glancing at the dishes, Luo Zhengdao nodded slightly. It appeared that the supplies aboard the Super Courage were sufficiently ample, alleviating any immediate concerns about hunger. Chapter 6. Safe haven. Selling. The lunch that Luo Zhengdao enjoyed was a standard noble banquet. The appetizer consisted of a steamed fish of an indiscernible variety, garnished generously with a powdered red spice that bore a flavor reminiscent of basil and cinnamon. The main course was a whole roasted chicken, or rather, a poultry resembling a chicken, seasoned with an abundance of aromatic spices. 2 Dried, dehydrated sausage slices were arranged like a floral display, alongside a crystal bottle of enticingly ruby-hued fruit wine. 2 dishes of green vegetables resembling some sort of greens and bean sprouts, and a steaming bowl of milk soup, which smelled delightful, though Luo Zhengdao could not articulate its flavor. The final dish presented was a platter of toasted bread, each piece the size of a fist, exuding steam that made it evident they were soft and delectable. Though Luo Zhengdao was unfamiliar with the culinary scene of this new world, he had once been an avid player of the Age of Exploration. Well aware that life during the age of sailing ships was a stark contrast to the post-industrial modern society, misapplying contemporary standards would lead to significant issues. Indeed, the dishes set before him, while not particularly lavish by the standards of the resource-rich old world, would certainly be within the means of a reasonably affluent citizen. Merely a matter of whether one wished to be gouged by those rustic or cosmopolitan-style Chinese Western restaurants. However, set against a backdrop reminiscent of a medieval era devoid of refrigeration technology, or rather, where such magic has yet to permeate the streets, one might surmise that aboard this vessel, apart from the noble Captain Luo Zhengdao, whose pivotal role is mere window dressing, it would be exceedingly rare to find another soul indulging in such lavish treatment. Raising his gaze to survey the sumptuous fare, Luo Zhengdao thoughtfully inquired of the crew, "Has Teacher Vina had her lunch?" Presumably taken aback by the captain's unexpected question, the leading sailor hesitated for a moment before bowing slightly and responding, "Lord Dabov has been preoccupied with measuring our course. She likely has not dined yet." "Very well, send for her to join me for lunch." "Yes, my lord, I shall notify her at once." Every seemingly isolated group serves as a microcosm of the broader external society that it is said that the Buddha could perceive 3,000 worlds within a single grain of sand. And even aboard this dilapidated ship, one can discern certain social customs of the New World. With the exception of the half-elf tutor Vina, all others regard Luo Zhengdao, who bears the title of Earl, with a demeanor of utmost deference, mirroring the reverence they displayed amidst the casualties of battle. To this day, Luo Zhengdao has yet to witness anyone approach him, the captain, to voice a complaint. From this alone, it is evident that the social hierarchy of the New World is exceedingly rigid, forbidding any semblance of equality between nobles and commoners. The sailors engage with Luo Zhengdao with a caution that borders on trepidation, their eyes daring only to glance at the tips of his shoes. The notion of egalitarian discourse must appear utterly incomprehensible to these individuals. Luo Zhengdao harbored a vague sense that something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint the root of the issue. After all, piracy is not typically governed by a singular authority. Tio put it plainly. Pirates are merely a band of brigands united in plunder, and a captain's commands cannot be expected to be executed unconditionally. Were his subordinates' attitudes excessively respectful and docile? He recalled scenes from the Pirates of the Caribbean films, where the flamboyant Captain Jack Sparrow faced mutiny from his crew, a stark contrast to the current military-like hierarchy aboard his ship, which felt profoundly discordant. Before Luo Zhengdao could fully contemplate the intricacies of social relations in this new world, the radiant Vina Dubov breezily entered the cabin. Upon their first encounter, she greeted him with a bright smile and remarked, "Will, as a noble, you must always maintain your dignity. You cannot persist in this languid demeanor." Despite her admonition, the half-elf beauty wasted no time, deftly pulling up a chair and gracefully seating herself opposite Luo Zhengdao, embodying the very essence of refined femininity. From Vina Dubov's somewhat disingenuous demeanor, it was clear that this lunch, which appeared unremarkable to the worldly Luo Zhengdao, held a certain allure for her. Ding, ding, ding. A brilliant golden dawn gradually unfurled from the eastern horizon, as the ship's bell on the Courageous was rhythmically struck by a watchful sailor, its melodious chimes piercing through the morning mist shrouding Saran Island. Soon after, the one-eyed sailor, long full show bang, bellowed, "Lower the sails, prepare to anchor." Positioned early at the aft deck's command post, Luo Zhengdao surveyed the tranquil port city through his spyglass, turning to Vina Dubov with a smile. "Indeed, it is quite a bustling port." This was undoubtedly true. Even at such an early hour, the streets were teeming with life, and Saran Island rightfully earned its reputation as one of the most renowned spice trading ports in the Starry Sea. When compared to Dahuna Island, another island port city, the disparity was striking, akin to the contrast between a wealthy prince and a struggling commoner. Of course, Ambon Port is one of the main sources of spices in the Starry Sea. Had it not been for the fall of the Radiant Dynasty, trade with the mainland would have flourished tenfold beyond what it is now. After sharing lively conversation with Luo Zhengdao, once the Courageous docked at the pier, the seasoned Vina leaned over the ship's railing, straining to glimpse the shipyard to the right of the dock, and suggested to Luo Zhengdao, "Shall we visit the shipyard to inquire about repairs? If there are suitable second-hand vessels, should we consider purchasing one?" As an outsider unexpectedly thrust into this new world, Luo Zhengdao had yet to establish a clear understanding of its monetary values. But his journey had already revealed to him the ancient wisdom that wealth is but a transient possession. With the blink of an eye, money, houses, and vehicles could belong to others. Reflecting on this, he found little to cling to. Gritting his teeth, Luo Zhengdao muttered, "Rest assured, I am not a miser. Clinging to a pile of gold coins until death is hardly a dignified fate." The shipyard on Saran Island was merely a few minutes' walk from the dock. As Luo Zhengdao and Vina conversed while strolling, they soon arrived at this sizable shipyard, notable even in the vastness of the Starry Sea. Ambon, being a trading port, was neither a military harbor nor a supply port for ship materials. The clientele here primarily consisted of commercial ship owners, resulting in a repair business that far outstripped shipbuilding by a factor of at least 10. It is easy to imagine that the shipyard owner was quite adept at negotiating with merchants. "Oh, esteemed guests, you have come to the right place at our Ambon shipyard. We are a century-old establishment, using premium seaborne and hardwood materials that have been seasoned for years. If you have any special requirements, such as copper or iron sheathing for the hull, or anti-termite and fireproof coatings, we can accommodate those as well, though they may come at a slightly higher price. The sails are crafted from the finest magical fabric imported from the spice port of Hong Kong. While the cost may be a bit steep, the quality is absolutely impeccable. Would you like us to assist in procuring weapons for defense against pirates and goblins? We can liaise with the gun factory of the Kingdom of Yogyakarta to ensure competitive prices and ample supply. If you desire firearms produced by the Elven and Elorian armories, as long as the price is right, we can certainly arrange that. The affable shipyard owner was a portly, balding man of middle age. Embodying the adage that clever minds need not have hair, that he launched into a fervent sales pitch to the noble Luo Jingdao, exuding an almost overwhelming eagerness. The Radiant dynasty had inherited the legacy of numerous human kingdoms, dominating the mainland for nearly a millennium. Those pampered nobles, sequestered within their fiefdoms, amassed considerable fortunes, although the Radiant dynasty had been overthrown by the Goblin Second Empire, forcing human nobles to abandon their homes in flight. The age-old wisdom that a ship may be worn, but its hull remains intact, and even if the hull is damaged, there is always a way to patch it, held true to the discerning merchant. Luo Jingdao, the fallen Earl of Fortune, resembled a wealthy coal baron in the eyes of the old world, a quintessential target for exploitation. When discussing the performance of vessels in this new world, Luo Jingdao, having spent his previous life in the old world, was a complete novice. Despite being a maritime enthusiast, he recognized that sailing on the high seas of the ocean differed vastly from navigating the ethereal seas. Aware of his limitations, Luo Jingdao adopted a strategy of passive observation, choosing to remain silent while following Vina, attentively listening to her negotiations with the owner, all the while contemplating his own thoughts without readily speaking up. In this context, Luo Jingdao's sole responsibility was to be prepared to settle the bill once an agreement on pricing was reached, and that was the extent of his involvement. After several rounds of verbal sparring, Vina Dubov furrowed her brow, her expression tinged with frustration as she stomped her foot, lowering her voice to Luo Jingdao. "Will, the price for commissioning a new ship is exorbitant. We cannot afford it." At her words, Luo Jingdao glanced at the bald man standing 10 meters away, whose eyes gleamed with the promise of gold. Eagerly anticipating the favor of the goddess of wealth, tentatively, he suggested to Vina, "Shall we consider purchasing a second-hand vessel as a compromise?" After a moment of serious contemplation regarding their financial capabilities, the half-elf beauty reluctantly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, she approached the shipyard owner, her smile radiant as she inquired, "My lord the Earl wishes to know if you have any Elorian warships for sale?" Upon hearing this, the shipyard owner's smile faltered, and he hastily forced a grin to mask his surprise, waving his hands dismissively. "Ha, dear guest, you jest. How could we possibly have Elorian warships in this small locale?" Vina Dubov, a woman of astute intellect and extensive experience, once traversed the path of an adventurer. Were it not for her remarkable acumen, the rather dubious father of Luo Jingdao would not have sought her out to serve as his son's tutor. With a perceptive gaze, she quickly discerned the insincerity of her counterpart's intentions and recognized that divulging information was unreliable. The half-elf beauty offered an enchanting smile as she gracefully approached the shipyard owner, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Is that so? I seem to have heard that the Yaling Royal Fleet is in the process of rearming, and many warships that have yet to reach their service years are being discarded for failing to meet the new fleet standards. Such bargains are not common, don't you know?" Chapter 7. Second-hand warships. Confronted with his cards laid bare, the balding gentleman found himself unable to muster even a professional smile, awkwardly stroking his shiny dome as he offered a weak chuckle. "Oh, I didn't realize you were so knowledgeable. Indeed, we do have such vessels. In terms of pricing," he was cut off mid-sentence by Vina Dubov, who confidently patted her chest and interjected, "Surely, you don't intend to sell old stock at a price exceeding that of new ships?" Upon hearing this, the balding gentleman fell silent, rendered speechless by the half-elf beauty's retort. With no option left, he conceded defeat, shaking his head in resignation. "Ah, if you insist, then I suppose there's no alternative. Please, follow me. We have a 6th-class battleship from Yaling that you may inspect." Within the circles of military forums in the Old World, the naval battle line tactics and the Army's execution-style firing tactics are considered essential studies for enthusiasts of modern military history. Those who fail to grasp these foundational concepts are inevitably scorned as novices or seasonal participants in online discussions. Luo Jingdao was unfamiliar with the classification of 6th-class battleships in the New World, yet upon hearing the term battleship, he could hardly contain his excitement. This was not a lavish yacht, a mere toy for the ostentatious rich to flaunt their status. Owning an actual battleship was a dream beyond mere models or resolution-degrading screenshots from video games. A private battleship was truly exhilarating, enduring the ravages of time, The vessel's hull had faded, revealing the bare wood beneath, resembling a tragic skeleton devoured by vultures. As the adage goes, seeing is believing. When Luo Zhengdao laid eyes upon the long, dusty, dilapidated Yaling warship in the dock, he felt as though the air had been let out of a balloon, his spirits deflated by the stark contrast between his expectations and the grim reality. Aware of his amateur status, he nevertheless felt entitled to express his indignation, immediately turning to the shipyard owner with righteous fervor. "What is this wreck? The weaponry is gone. Even the mast has been dismantled. And all that remains is a shell. What is the meaning of this?" Understanding that Luo Zhengdao was the affluent patron responsible for financing this transaction, the balding gentleman likely assumed he possessed little knowledge of the battleship's technical details and performance specifications. However, it is often the wealthy layperson, who knows little yet has high expectations, who proves to be the most difficult client to displease. Angering him could easily lead to failure in the deal. Observing the situation, the middle-aged, slightly overweight balding gentleman discreetly gauged Vina Dubov's reaction, and noticing no signs of alarm, he forced a smile as he explained to Luo Zhengdao, "Rest assured, dear guests, our shipyard provides a complete refurbishment service for all vessels, and we guarantee quality." In a bid to demonstrate his sincerity and facilitate further negotiations with the half-elf beauty, the shipyard owner hurried back to the design office to retrieve the blueprints and prepared renovation plans for the Yaling battleship. Presenting them to Luo Zhengdao and Vina, "Please take a look. Here are the design blueprints and modification sketches for this battleship, along with the necessary materials already on hand. I assure you, with sufficient funding, we can refurbish it to be as good as new within half a month, and at a very favorable price." As he perused the substantial stack of blueprints, Luo Zhengdao, holding a diagram of the ship's internal structure, expressed his skepticism. Doesn't this battleship seem a bit lacking in firepower?" While he might not have been confident enough to interject on other technical matters, as he was still learning about naval history from the age of sail, he could discern the obvious deficiency in the number of gun ports. Thus, he voiced his complaint. Unlike the dazzling allure of supernatural forces such as magic and miracles, the distinguishing feature of science and technology lies in its reproducibility and the qualifications required of its users. While supernatural abilities may seem wondrous, they come with a stringent threshold for user capability. The same spell can yield vastly different results depending on the wielder. In the realm of the supernatural, this disparity is entirely normal. In contrast, science operates on a principle of consistency. As long as the conditions are met, both genius and fool can follow the same steps and achieve identical results. Designing a ship involves considering the interplay of numerous factors. A rigid, formulaic approach is a recipe for disaster. Ship design is a sophisticated technical endeavor, not something an outsider can whimsically alter without consequence. As history has shown us time and again, a prime example from the age of sail in Sweden illustrates this point. In a bid to construct a super battleship to eclipse all of its contemporaries, an overambitious king pressured ship designers to continually modify the original blueprints, recklessly increasing the number of cannons and the length of the hull. This resulted in the tragic vessel known as Vesa, due to incessant non-technical interference during its construction and design. The ship's blueprints underwent multiple revisions, leading to a complete loss of basic navigational capability by the time it was completed. Undoubtedly, from the perspective of design and appearance, the Vesa was an impressive battleship. However, upon its launch, it capsized in the Baltic Sea after encountering a mere light breeze. This serves as a poignant reminder that while human ambition can reshape the world, it cannot alter the immutable laws of nature. As the old saying goes, while one may spit toward the sky, one must not forget that it will ultimately come back down. Well-versed in these intricacies, the balding gentleman, despite exhibiting some of the traits of a shrewd merchant, still maintained a semblance of professional integrity. Responding to Luo Zhengdao's complaints with a practiced smile, he showed no signs of yielding. Sensing that Luo Zhengdao had revealed his uncertainty, the half-elf beauty discreetly pulled him aside, signaling him to refrain from further outbursts, and softly explained, "Our budget only allows for this lowest-tier battleship. If you are dissatisfied, we need not proceed with the purchase." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao, feeling a wave of embarrassment, ran his fingers through his chestnut hair and lamented, Very well, as you suggest, let us proceed with this ship." Perhaps due to Luo Zhengdao's overly earnest demeanor along the way, his reticence awakened the half-elf beauty's maternal instincts and sympathy. Thus, While the shipyard owner busied himself arranging for cannons, Vina Duboff took the opportunity to enlighten the unfortunate amnesiac about the classification of battleships in this new world. This standard 6th-class battleship, overseen by the Yaling Empire's Royal Navy, may sound somewhat unremarkable, yet it is equipped with 54 cannons ranging from 8 to 12 pounds on dual decks. According to the common weight calculation methods in the New World, its tonnage is approximately 6,000 barrels. Luo Jingdao estimated the ship's tonnage to be conservatively between 1,500 and 2,000 tons. Such a vessel, had it appeared during the age of exploration on Earth, would undoubtedly qualify as a mainstay in line battles. After Vina Duboff's explanation, Luo Jingdao gained insight into the matter. In this world dominated by magic and supernatural forces, a mere 6th-class battleship is hardly a significant asset in fleet engagements. Typically, commanders of the Yaling Royal Navy would deploy such small tonnage vessels at the forefront of large fleets for reconnaissance and firepower assessment. Once the location of the enemy's main force was determined, 5th and 6th-class battleships would merely follow in the wake of the flagship, waiting to deliver the final blow to incapacitated foes. Only navies of smaller nations would favor such cost-effective, lower-tier battleships. Due to their limited tonnage, the structural integrity, armor, and firepower of these low-tier battleships are inadequate for serious engagements. They cannot withstand the barrage of higher-tier battleships. Charging recklessly into battle would only serve to offer the enemy an easy kill. In this realm, one must play to their strengths. Only that which is suitable for oneself is truly the best choice. Currently, the goblin hunting fleet is relentlessly pursuing, and Count Luo Jingdao, having narrowly escaped with his life, finds himself financially constrained. Although he is not truly destitute, his economic situation is hardly optimistic, while Vina Duboff wishes to uphold the noble dignity of the Count. It is difficult to make a meal without rice, for the time being. Acquiring a 6th-level battleship to fill the gap could be considered reasonable. Those pirate crews roaming the 7 seas are far from even touching the fringes of battleships. They typically rely on nimble, swift small vessels such as cruisers and frigates, or even armed merchant ships and single-masted sloops, lingering near the main trade routes of the 7 seas, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The pirates' cannons and other long-range weapons are primarily utilized to intimidate their prey. Close-quarters combat is their forte, and upon reflection, one can understand the rationale behind their choice to resolve matters in melee. The decision of pirates to engage in close combat is not merely a sign of recklessness or a surfeit of bravado. It stems from a practical understanding. Sinking a merchant vessel from a distance is indeed satisfying, but it also destroys the cargo and leaves no passengers alive to ransom. What, then, is left for the pirates to plunder? Do they journey all this way merely to collect useless driftwood from the sea? Listening to Vina Duboff's on-the-spot guidance, Luo Jingdao, filled with curiosity, inquired, if a 6th-level ship is of this size, how grand must a 1st-level battleship be? In response, the half-elf beauty shrugged nonchalantly and replied, 4 decks, or 4.5-gun decks, capable of accommodating 3,000 or more crew and sailors, armed with cannons ranging from 24-pounders to 48-pounders, with a minimum of 200 cannon positions and no upper limit. If it falls below that number, it can only be classified as a 2nd-level battleship. Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao's mind conjured an image of a honeycomb-like hull bristling with numerous dark cannon muzzles. And he could hardly contain his astonishment as he exclaimed, over 200 cannons, that is nothing short of a mobile fortress. Luo Jingdao's exclamation was met with a laugh from the half-elf beauty, who, with an air of intellectual grace, brushed aside a stray lock of hair and continued, indeed, the cost and maintenance of such top-tier warships are astonishingly high. They are often referred to as mobile castles. Such colossal vessels cannot be constructed without the financial might of a nation. Even if one were built, sustaining it would be beyond reach unless it is the flagship of a king or an admiral. To my knowledge, the Yaling Empire, which reigns over the 7 seas, has only 16 active 1st-level battleships, with over 40 more stored in dry dock. The Yaling Empire's 3rd-level warships seldom encounter evenly matched foes. And deploying such formidable ships against pirates is unnecessary unless the Greenskins decide to contest Yaling's maritime supremacy, or if war breaks out between the Yaling Empire and the Elven Federation. Where 2 state-supported fleets clash, then one might witness the deployment of 1st-level battleships in combat. Chapter 8. The Chaotic Tavern. Indeed, colossal ships and mighty cannons are the romance of man. murmured Luo Jingdao. Echoing a phrase often uttered by military history enthusiasts, he turned to survey the second-hand, somewhat inferior sixth-level Yaling battleship he had reserved, lying in the nearby dock, and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Yes, thanks to the fortune bestowed by this vessel's former owner, Luo Jingdao was not starting from scratch. However, the road ahead seemed to be long and winding if he wished to indulge in the romance of manhood. Vina Duboff, well-versed in commercial operations, calculated the expenses, which, though substantial, remained within budget, and nodded in satisfaction before saying to Luo Jingdao, "Well, the ship is ready, but we still lack crew." This statement left Luo Jingdao somewhat perplexed, prompting him to retort, "But don't we already have sailors on our ship?" In response, the half-elf beauty rolled her eyes in exasperation, perhaps feeling that explaining matters to this forgetful novice was futile. She sighed and clarified, "Please, the Chao Yong is merely a two-masted sloop. With a total of over 80 sailors, we lost quite a few during our skirmish with the goblins while breaking out. And now we do not have enough hands to operate this sixth-level battleship. Where shall we find more crew?" Luo Jingdao laughed heartily at the disdainful look he received, considering it a form of self-deprecating humor. After all, this was not his first time embarrassing himself, and he had grown accustomed to it. Seeing this, Vina Duboff sighed, exasperated, and said, "Of course, we must go to a tavern. Will, with the old count gone, you are the helmsman of the Fuyabei family. You must learn to interact with all kinds of people. Although you are a noble and a count, once at sea, these audacious individuals will not be as obedient as the sailors raised by the Countess family for generations. They may spark a rebellion at any moment. You wouldn't want to find yourself dangling from the mast, would you?" Hearing the half-elf beauty's warning, Luo Jingdao nodded contemplatively, without speaking. He had previously found it odd that the sailors on the Chao Yong were excessively polite and respectful, entirely unlike what he understood of the age of exploration. He had not anticipated that the root of the issue lay in that very aspect. It turned out that those sailors were loyal subjects raised by the Fuyabei family for generations, which explained their deference to Luo Jingdao, a mere youth yet to sprout facial hair, treating him with reverence as if he were a deity. It was likely that these men had long entrusted their lives and fortunes to the fate of the Count's household. In the modern world, the vast ocean still represented a wild frontier, far removed from mainstream societal order. The issue of Somali pirates alone had nearly mobilized the world's navies to the Horn of Africa, encompassing various dark motives, including political considerations from major powers. The inherent risks of maritime life were evident. Confirming his earlier suspicions, Luo Jingdao felt a surge of delight as he readily acquiesced, saying, "I understand. Then let us go. Wherever there are sailors, there are bound to be taverns, just as there are drug dealers where there are addicts." The raucous noise, infused with the stench of alcohol and a peculiar musty odor, filled the air, thick enough to be suffocating as smoke swirled about. When Luo Jingdao stood before the largest tavern in Ambon port, he surveyed the scene before him. Tables occupied by burly men indulging in boisterous revelry. Occasionally, a woman's sharp scream or reprimand pierced through the din, likely a middle-aged waitress being groped by a drunken sailor or a cheap courtesan playfully teasing a familiar patron. "Hey, half-elf lass, come share a drink with me. Don't stick with that pretty boy. Can he satisfy you like I can?" Ha! As the saying goes, alcohol gives courage to the timid. The drunken, bearded sailor across from the entrance, his eyes glazed, caught sight of the exceptionally beautiful Vina Duboff and rose, emboldened by drink, to make lewd advances. With that, he began to rub his groin with a bear-like hand, seemingly preparing for a bold encounter. Observing this scene, Luo Jingdao noticed in an instant that Vina Duboff's lovely face darkened, clearly ready to unleash her wrath. As a half-elf, a hybrid of human and elven lineage, she possessed traits from both ancestries. No visitor to such a chaotic port tavern would be a pushover, especially not a beauty of her caliber. In this new world, where harmony was not the prevailing ethos, inexperienced and defenseless maidens often found themselves captured and sold into slavery. Whoosh, bang, buzz. In the blink of an eye, Vina Duboff had completed the entire process of drawing her bow, aiming, and shooting. She released a vibrant green arrow at close range, embedding it into the cheek of the brash sailor and piercing the wooden post behind him. After striking her target, the arrow quivered fiercely, emitting a low, buzzing sound. As this confrontation unfolded, the previously cacophonous tavern fell into an eerie silence, at which point the half-elf beauty, having set her bow aside, coldly declared, If you don't shut that foul mouth of yours, I shall sew it shut for you. The new world is not devoid of laws and order. Rather, such concepts exist only within the territories directly governed by the great powers. Nations like the Yaling Empire, the Elven Federation, and the former Radiant Dynasty certainly possess the authority to discuss law and order. However, the scattered islands within the Seven Seas, as one might apply the wisdom of ancient Chinese sages, can be deemed as barbaric lands beyond civilization. Since they willingly chose to mingle in such a place for their livelihood, they should not expect to encounter law-abiding citizens that are in this lawless realm. Might makes right. Those with the strongest fists reign supreme, and adherence to rules is contingent solely on one's power. The commotion sparked by this unexpected encounter did not last long. It was evident that the stout bartender, bearing dwarven lineage, swaggered out from behind the bar. His robust, barrel-like frame was not merely a mass of useless flesh. One must wonder how someone could operate a tavern in Ambon Port without possessing a certain level of cunning. Without a solid foundation of genuine skills, one is bound to struggle to survive. The bar owner, seemingly reveling in his prowess, wielded a hefty double-edged forged steel battle axe with the ease of a performer juggling a delicate strand of lantern wick. He glared at the diverse expressions of his patrons and bellowed, "This establishment permits only the consumption of alcohol. Brawling is strictly forbidden. Should you have any disputes, resolve them outside with a fair duel. Do you wish to spend a few days in the city guard's cells, feasting on cockroaches and rats?" As for the mere passers-by, they were of little concern. After all, they were just transient visitors. However, those who frequented Anwen Port knew better than to offend the bar owner, for who could be unaware that a local tyrant, straddling both the lawful and the illicit, is the most formidable of adversaries? At that moment, a burly man with a bushy beard, nearly pierced by a bolt from Vina, rose to his feet, his face contorting into a sycophantic grin as he bowed and said to the bar owner, "He. My dear boss, you misunderstand. I was merely jesting with these unfamiliar faces." It was evident how much falsehood lay within his words. The bar owner was not there to dispense justice. He merely sought to protect his own interests. With a discerning gaze, he scrutinized the half-elf beauty and the young human noble standing at the entrance, leaning on his battle axe as he growled, "What brings you two here? If you're not here to drink, I kindly ask you to vacate my bar." This biased demeanor was precisely what Vina Duboff had anticipated. She stepped closer to Luo Jingdao and whispered, "Will, you take the lead." Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao nodded slightly, squared his shoulders, and stepped forward, proclaiming, "I am Captain Will Nidam, seeking to recruit some sailors. Who among you is willing to join me on my ship?" The burly man, still reeling from his earlier embarrassment, could not bear the silence and seized the opportunity to vent his frustration, bursting into uproarious laughter as he scoffed, "Ha ha ha, a mere boy without a single hair on his chin can be a captain? Does that mean I can also become the governor of Anwen?" Another sailor at the table, clearly intoxicated, chimed in with drunken jest, "Oh, my esteemed governor, might you grant us poor souls a mug of ale?" Witnessing this, rage ignited within Luo Jingdao, his gaze betraying a hint of lethal intent. The environment one finds oneself in is highly influential, and the pace of transformation can surpass one's expectations. Having navigated the precipice of life and death multiple times since his arrival, Luo Jingdao quickly adapted to the harsh laws of this new world. Understanding that showing weakness was not an option, that he fixed his unyielding stare on the bearded sailor and spat, "Silence, you scoundrel. Do you wish to resolve our differences with blades?" This was not mere bluster. Luo Jingdao genuinely harbored the intention and capability to draw his sword against the man. This confidence could be traced back to the former owner of this body, Will Nidam, whose years of swordsmanship training instilled a profound self-assurance in Luo Jingdao, compelling the time traveler to express heartfelt gratitude for this invaluable legacy, despite being born into a prestigious noble family. Young Master Will had devoted considerable effort to mastering his swordsmanship, developing a somewhat flamboyant style, yet his foundational skills remained remarkably solid, even though Will Nidam had long since departed this world. The skills honed through hard work were indelibly etched into this body, and at this moment, with his hand firmly gripping the hilt of his sword, Luo Jingdao felt an unwavering sense of confidence. The adage rings true: a person devoid of martial prowess is often easily bullied, while one skilled in the art of killing exudes an undeniable bravado. It is often said that the kind-hearted are taken advantage of, and the gentle are ridden like horses. The notion of benevolence in real life can frequently be a naive ideal, as those who choose to oppose you may not always harbor clear intentions. They might simply seek to derive cheap satisfaction by belittling others. After graduating from university, Luo Zhengdao had spent years mingling in society, encountering his fair share of cunning individuals. For these scoundrels, oppressing the virtuous was akin to a dog's unchangeable nature. The more one endures and retreats, hoping for peace, the more audacious they become, while a display of assertiveness often commands a modicum of respect, even if it leads to behind-the-back slander. Understanding the intricacies of social dynamics, Luo Zhengdao knew that forbearance would not yield goodwill. Thus, he was prepared to adopt a fierce demeanor, ready to spill blood if necessary. The tension in the bar escalated, the clamor of conversation dissipating as the bearded man's expression darkened further. His experiences in a blood-soaked existence had sharpened his ability to discern genuine threats, and realizing that Luo Zhengdao was not merely posturing made today's confrontation all the more precarious. Chapter 9. Pirates and their codes. Just as the standoff threatened to erupt into violence, a man in the corner of the tavern suddenly stood and declared, "Enough, enough. Those who have overindulged should step outside for some fresh air. My dear captain, how many sailors do you require?" Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao shifted his gaze toward the dimly lit corner of the bar, where the man who had spoken bore an eccentric mohawk reminiscent of the old world, his notably dark complexion hinting at some exotic lineage. Assessing the stranger, Luo Zhengdao's demeanor softened as he replied, "I seek to recruit 150 sailors. The more, the better." The rise of the Goblin Empire upon the mainland had occurred too swiftly. Akin to a stone cast into a pond, the ripples of its impact yet to fully traverse the surface. Recognizing the formidable threat posed by their former adversary, both the Yaling Empire and the Elven Federation had heightened their vigilance, orchestrating a series of trade embargoes against the newly ascendant Goblin Empire. Not to be outdone, the Goblin Empire retaliated with its own trade blockades, restricting the flow of strategic resources. Consequently, the bustling maritime trade routes of the Starry Sea experienced a dramatic decline in activity. Truly capable individuals do not rely on connections to secure their livelihoods. Exceptional sailors have never struggled to find work, regardless of time and place. The Yaling Empire prided itself on the superiority of its pure bloodlines, with its royal navy composed entirely of Yaling soldiers, refusing to accept foreign crew members. In contrast, the Elven Federation fostered a more relaxed atmosphere, allowing even those of mixed human and elven blood, as well as pure humans, to serve in their naval forces provided they met the selection criteria. Thus, amidst the current wave of unemployment sweeping the Starry Sea, the more skilled sailors flocked to the Elven Federation for military service, leaving Luo Zhengdao with fewer recruits than anticipated. The man with the mohawk, muscular and agile, approached Luo Zhengdao with a confident smile, saying, "Captain, your desired number of sailors is quite high. It's hard to come by in Anwen port." In response, Luo Zhengdao smiled slightly, unconcerned, and waved his hand, saying, "If I cannot find them here, I shall proceed to the next port to continue my search. I am certain there will be those willing to join my ship." Observing Luo Zhengdao's unwavering confidence and the quality of his attire, suggesting a respectable background, the mohawked man bowed his head in acknowledgement, stating, "Captain, my name is Zola Hagel, former first mate of the privateer ship Golden Stag. That ship unfortunately struck a reef and sank in the shimmering sea 3 months ago, leaving my crew and me without work." During his voyage from Tahuna Island to Ceylon Island, Luo Zhengdao had not been idle. He diligently studied under a half-elf tutor, balancing cultural education with social knowledge, and his understanding of this new world had deepened significantly since his arrival. In the new world, what were referred to as privateers were essentially pirates, though the term privateer sounded more palatable, as armed privateers served as valuable supplements to national navies and were often essential for smaller nations to maintain regional maritime power. Within military structures, privateers held a status and function similar to that of Coast Guard or maritime patrol organizations in the Old World, handling matters deemed too trivial or beneath the dignity of regular forces. One could say that Zola's introduction was reminiscent of the Confucian wisdom that borrowing books is not stealing, as he effortlessly sanitized his past with his words. Luo Zhengdao, not one to possess a severe moralistic viewpoint, had long since outgrown youthful indignation at perceived injustices. A knowing smile graced Luo Zhengdao's still somewhat youthful face as he nodded at Zola Hagel, asking, "It is a pleasure to meet you. First mate, how many men do you have?" It is entirely natural for the unemployed to yearn for re-employment. Zola Hagel, with unwavering dedication, fervently promotes his own people, seemingly unperturbed by Luo Jingdao's suspicions regarding his intentions in bringing a contingent of subordinates aboard. He straightforwardly asserts, including myself, there are a total of 63 individuals, all seasoned sailors, and there is no task aboard the ship that they cannot handle. Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao nods in satisfaction. Now, he finds himself a stateless noble, the captain of a newly commissioned privateer ship. Even though he has not personally experienced similar events, his past exposure to various narratives in the old world has equipped him with ample operational experience. The strategy of integrating an already cohesive group into his own system is a double-edged sword. Wielded adeptly, it can be a weapon for victory, but mishandled, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. The advantage of assimilating these former pirates lies in rapidly cultivating combat effectiveness, and there should not be significant issues with teamwork. However, there is a legitimate concern that they may conspire against him, their captain, and even seek to incite an armed rebellion, which would transform them from guests into masters, a matter not to be taken lightly. Often, life's choices leave one in a quandary. Perhaps advancing brings uncertainty. But does retreat guarantee happiness? No, it could very well lead to an abyss. Adverse circumstances compel one to choose between two undesirable prospects, seeking the lesser evil, such as life. Just days prior, Luo Jingdao trembled beneath the blade of a goblin. Fighting desperately for survival, he has not forgotten the brutal tactics employed by the goblin hunting fleet, nor the horrific scenes of dismembered limbs and scattered organs that haunt his dreams. That it goes without saying that individuals like Will Needham, with noble backgrounds, represent the epitome of danger that the Goblin Second Empire is eager to eliminate, akin to the relentless pursuit faced by Uncle Lantern in the old world. Luo Jingdao has unfortunately fallen into the hands of these green-skinned brutes. And to escape dismemberment on the spot would be a stroke of luck. Wishing for survival is nothing short of folly, given that the goblin hunting fleet has undertaken a distant expedition to conquer the colonial island of Tahona. The likelihood of their continued pursuit is hardly diminished. Luo Jingdao must navigate the contradictions between these two evils, seeking a relatively secure path forward. After a brief period of indecision, his gaze gradually solidifies with determination. And he resolves, "All right, Zola, I will take you and your crew." Upon hearing this, the newcomer Zola Hagel shows no signs of reservation and candidly states, "Captain, let us discuss the profit-sharing ratio." As a newcomer to this world, Luo Jingdao's understanding of the situation is limited, and he glances at Vina with confusion. Noticing her shake of the head, he realizes he must independently resolve this dilemma. It is evident that a leader who cannot make decisions will be viewed as incompetent by subordinates. And incompetence is undoubtedly one of the greatest shames. Luo Jingdao cannot bear the thought of being perceived as ineffective and a mere puppet. In short, this is a matter of pride. Profit sharing. What do you propose? In accordance with ancient pirate customs, all spoils are to be divided equally. The captain may take 5 shares, the quartermaster the same, and the first mate 3 shares. The boatswain, gunner, and navigator each receive 2 shares, while the doctor and carpenter receive 1.5 shares, with the remaining crew members receiving 1 share each. Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao is so incensed that he laughs, shaking his head in rebuttal. This distribution is quite unreasonable, since the ship is mine. Do you not think I should receive a larger portion? At this, Zola appears to find the statement utterly ludicrous, pointing toward the dock where the ship's Super Courage is being towed for repairs. "Captain, you cannot be referring to that dilapidated vessel." Seeing this, Luo Jingdao takes a deep breath, exchanging a look with Vina Dupov that he manages to suppress his anger and replies with a nonchalant demeanor, "Of course not. I have purchased a second-hand Alien-class battleship, which is currently undergoing renovations at the shipyard and will soon be ready for deployment. Compared to the formal fleets that must consider national dignity and royal prestige, pirates prioritize the practicality of their vessels. They often opt for swift, lightweight ships that facilitate the pursuit of fast-moving prey and enable relatively easy escapes when trouble arises." Zola Hagel's disdain for the Super Courage is not due to its small size. In fact, its robust and durable hull renders it a decent ship. Its shortcomings lie in its speed and maneuverability, which are inferior to those of similarly sized warships, while it serves well as a merchant or passenger vessel. It falls short in the vast and treacherous seas when pursuing merchant fleets or engaging in combat with enemy ships. The ailing empire stands as the premier maritime power in the New World. And even the disbanded human luminary dynasty navy and the fledgling goblin fleet must yield to the Elven Federation, which, despite its formidable economic strength, remains second in naval power globally. The shipbuilding techniques, which integrate advanced enchanting arts with other secretive manufacturing methods, are undoubtedly remarkable. Though a level 6 battleship is regarded as the most basic class, its rapid speed and formidable firepower are more than sufficient for the demands of piracy. Comparing the clumsy two-masted Super Courage to an unnamed ailing level 6 battleship is akin to juxtaposing an old-world low-end vehicle with a Lamborghini Gallardo. Frankly, aside from sharing the commonality of being vehicles with license plates, there is little to compare. Chapter 10. Rules and the Transmigrant. Hearing Luo Jingdao's assertions, which exude an air of ostentatious wealth, Zola Hagel, stroking his stubbled chin, contemplates seriously before lowering his tone. Well, in that case, as the ship's owner, Captain, you may claim 30% of the total profits as rental. The remainder will be distributed according to our customs. How does that sound? Internally reassured, Luo Jingdao exhales slightly. He had feared that Zola Hagel would insist on adhering rigidly to pirate customs, which would complicate negotiations. This would have posed significant challenges, as he could not compromise for the sake of either pride or face. Turning to look at Vina, he perceives a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, which gives him confidence that he responds to Zola Hagel. That seems like a reasonable proposal. I agree. Upon hearing this, Zola Hagel bursts into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Haha, Captain, you will soon discover that my crew and I are the finest." In response, Luo Jingdao reciprocates with a broad smile, saying, "Let us hope so." In 10 days, the Anwen shipyard will hold a launching ceremony for the renovated vessels. Zola, I hope to see all of you present. With the crucial matter of profit distribution settled, subsequent arrangements become significantly easier. After finalizing various welfare and detail-related issues with Luo Jingdao, Zola Hagel hastily departs from the establishment known as the Golden Cat Tavern. Observing his hurried departure, Luo Jingdao suddenly experiences an epiphany. Leading a group of dozens who rely on plunder for survival, and now severing their primary source of income, Zola Hagel must be under considerable pressure. He is likely not the only one apprehensive about the potential collapse of this negotiation. Watching the pirate chief, who seemingly possesses elven heritage, retreat, Luo Jingdao inwardly sighs, reflecting, "Goodness, was there not a palpable atmosphere of organized crime just now? I was so tense I could have broken into a cold sweat." Such thoughts are things he can only voice internally. Were he to articulate them, he would surely be deemed mad. The sweat trickling down his back would have been evident had it not been for the layers of heavy clothing he donned due to his noble status. As his taut nerves finally relax, Luo Jingdao's tension is noticed by the half-elf beauty beside him, who lowers her voice to impart a chilling lesson. "Will, remember, on the sea, the most esteemed are the deities." Followed closely by the captain, "You must not allow yourself to be intimidated. At all times, you cannot display weakness or indecision, lest your subordinates pounce upon you like starving wolves." Absorbing this unsettling counsel in her gentle yet resonant voice, Luo Jingdao, still in the process of acclimating to this new world, cannot help but shudder, solemnly responding, "Yes, I understand." Each era bears its distinct spiritual ethos. As one moves closer to virtue, one may also draw nearer to vice. Those immersed in the tides of their time inevitably bear the marks of their era, a phenomenon that transcends individual world as if in the old world, where everything is viewed through the prism of wealth and the adage, "Laugh at the poor, but not at the prostitute," prevails. It is astonishing that some individuals are so foolish as to sell their kidneys to acquire an iPhone. This brings to mind the famous saying, "A DSLR impoverishes 3 generations, while an Apple device can ruin a lifetime." Similarly, in this richly fantastical new world, the launch of a warship is regarded as a matter of utmost importance that warrants the serious attention of all. Not only must the shipyard responsible for its construction conduct a blessing ceremony to beseech divine favor upon the new vessel, but the owner must also be present to personally inscribe the ship's name. According to Luo Jingdao, the time traveler, it is evident that the sailors regard the warship as a living entity, hoping to secure its protection through some form of ritual. The reality is likely not far from this notion. A ship sailing across the vast ocean becomes the lifeline for its sailors, who entrust their very lives to its safety. The affection they harbor for their vessel is undoubtedly comparable to the fervor a farmer feels for his land. For this reason, the people of the New World firmly believe that changing a ship's name, regardless of time or place, is an exceedingly inauspicious act. Even those ships captured from enemies are seldom renamed by their new masters, not only due to a collective adherence to traditional beliefs, but also out of concern for the vehement opposition such a change might provoke among the sailors. Recently, Luo Jingdao purchased a second-hand Yaling warship, but alas, when it was decommissioned by the Yaling Navy, the original name had already been bestowed upon another newly launched vessel. If changing a name is considered unlucky, then sharing a name must surely be doubly so to avert unwarranted calamities and misfortune. This refurbished second-hand Yaling warship must undergo a renaming ceremony before its second launch. After patiently listening to the private tutor, Vina Dubov, expound upon the customs of the New World, Luo Zhengdao was astonished to discover that he had greatly underestimated the extraordinary passion and reverence the people here possess for their ships. Despite his inner skepticism regarding the efficacy of such rituals, as a non-believer, he could not dismiss the sailors' serious attitude towards the matter. Their stubborn adherence to tradition rivals that of the foolish Apple enthusiasts who camp outside stores all night for the latest iPhone. Even in the absence of any logical rationale supporting such customs, the principle that the beliefs of the majority often approach the essence of truth discourages most from acting contrary to popular sentiment. As a non-believer in the New World, Luo Zhengdao found it impractical to oppose the sailors over such trivial matters. It was not a life-and-death principle, and sticking to his own views would yield little benefit. Perhaps due to the after-effects of his time travel, Luo Zhengdao had been suffering from insomnia and would only drift into a hazy sleep in the early hours. He was awakened by a servant before dawn, groggily rising to prepare for the warship's launching and blessing ceremony. Naturally, this left him feeling quite displeased. It seemed absurd that no matter how significant the occasion, his sleep was not to be spared. The captain's breakfast consisted, as usual, of a warm glass of milk, 2 fried eggs, a plate of grilled sausages, cold smoked fish slices, and a fresh croissant. Invited to share the meal, Vina Dubov rested her chin on her delicate hand, observing the despondent Luo Zhengdao with interest, and said, "Hey, Will, you need to perk up today. The goblins are quite worried about that prophecy. They won't spare any descendant of the luminous emperor, and you rank at the very top of their hit list." Mentioning this chilling topic jolted Luo Zhengdao awake, and he exclaimed, "Hit list?" As he spread strawberry jam on his bread with a knife, the half-elf beauty teased him with a grin. "Oh, right? I almost forgot to tell you. Alas, your soul shock makes you forget everything. How pitiful." A long time ago, there was an ancient prophecy stating that the goblins, once the tyrants of the past, would supplant humans as the favored ones of the future, but, upon hearing this clumsy tale, Luo Zhengdao, initially engrossed, could not help but furrow his brow and retort, "But they would be vanquished by a human and be sent back home in utter defeat." "Vina, is that the essence of your prophecy? Oh, have you regained your memory? Why didn't you mention it?" It is worth noting that since 1999, the old world has been inundated with various apocalyptic prophecies, initially from the renowned French seer Nostradamus, followed by the mysteriously vanished Mayan civilization. In short, every character involved has been a top-tier prophet, far more illustrious than the political figures who parade themselves on television daily. Unfortunately, time and again, as people prepared for the end of days amidst a swirl of fear and anticipation, they only heard the sound of footsteps on the stairs without anyone descending. Tio put it plainly, after numerous experiences of being misled, even the most naive should have learned to be wiser. With a roll of his eyes, Luo Zhengdao replied, "No, I have not regained my memory. Prophecies are invariably tedious. They first present you with terrifying news, then proceed to frighten you further if their predictions prove erroneous. It is deemed your failure to grasp the true meaning of the prophecy, not their fault." In response, the half-elf beauty, doubled over with laughter, remarked, "What a clever little Will. You are making it hard for me not to like you." At that moment, the overly hirsute one-eyed sailor, Captain Fol Xiaoban, fortuitously arrived to deliver news. Overhearing Vina's ambiguous comment, he coughed a couple of times to mask his embarrassment and then bowed, saying, "Ahem, my lord, Count, Miss Vina, the carriage is ready." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao, already lacking appetite, set down his utensils and declared, "All right, teacher Vina, let us be off." Ding 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 ding, wow yay hooray. Amidst the characteristic sounds of continuous hammering at the Ambon shipyard, the sailors and shipwrights present erupted into thunderous cheers as the refurbished second-hand Yaling warship surged down the lubricated wooden slipway into the embrace of the sea, creating waves that soared several meters high in the more distant ether sea. The unusual water disturbances caused by the ship's launching revealed fleeting glimpses of radiant golden light, momentarily illuminating the waves like fireworks, exuding a unique beauty. The launching of a warship signifies merely the completion of the main construction, outfitting, and the installation of the buyer's ordered cannons and supplies remain to be done, concluding all preparations for the voyage. The ship launching ceremony is thus more symbolic than substantive. Chapter 11. Killing chickens to scare monkeys. At this juncture, the bald, portly shipyard owner unhesitatingly handed the paint bucket, still bearing a brush, to Luo Jingdao, smilingly stating, "Please inscribe the ship's name." The excuse of amnesia proves remarkably convenient for time travelers. It is no wonder that since the inception of time travel literature, they have employed it to obscure their true identities. Luo Jingdao had no difficulty mastering the local language, yet learning and recognizing the letters of what is referred to as common language posed a significant challenge. He had previously struggled with English, relying on high-tech aids reminiscent of a 007 film to scrape through exams, and that extra expenditure was hardly negligible. Learning a foreign language in the old world was daunting enough. How much more so to acquire an entirely unfamiliar writing system from scratch? Were it not for his pretense of amnesia, it would be impossible to explain how a nobleman, raised under the strictest education, could transform overnight into a functionally illiterate individual. Aware of Luo Jingdao's difficulties with such technical matters, the meticulous and patient Vina Dubov had preemptively provided him with a note, advising him to practice diligently and prepare a cheat sheet. Now, Luo Jingdao merely copied the letters one by one. Hoping to get by, lacking confidence, he approached and hastily scrawled the ship's name. The letters, painted in white, appeared somewhat crooked, with Yangwei emblazoned on the hull near the bow, drawing the attention of all present as the protagonist of the moment. Luo Jingdao had his moment of recognition, though it was certainly not for any commendable reason. In the era of barbarism, long before the advent of compulsory education, one could easily find illiterate shipowners, their pockets lined with a few coins. Despite their lack of formal education, these individuals possessed a modicum of self-awareness. No matter how unrefined they were, they would diligently practice for a period before publicly inscribing the name of their vessel, ensuring that they could at least spell the letters adequately. That a handful of shipowners, utterly incapable of wielding a pen, would rather feign illness and delegate the task to others than expose themselves to ridicule. It is a rare sight to encounter someone audacious enough to flaunt their illiteracy in a public setting. But today, the assembled guests were fortunate to witness a genuine noble of ignorance, eliciting laughter from the crowd. There is an old saying in the world: if a teacher does not enforce discipline, it is the fault of the master. While this adage may not hold in the new world, the students' lack of decorum invariably reflects upon their instructors. Vina Dubov, the private tutor, found herself incensed by the crowd's scrutinizing gazes and laughter, and she discreetly pinched Luo Jingdao's arm, indignantly questioning, "Will, what is the meaning of this? Can you not even write?" Faced with this situation, Luo Jingdao could no longer excuse his negligence by claiming amnesia. Had he taken the time to practice the few letters needed for the ship's name, he would not have produced such a chaotic scrawl. It was purely a result of his lax attitude towards learning. With a vague response, he stammered, I don't know. My hand just starts shaking as soon as I pick up the pen." Fortunately, the launch ceremony of the battleship would not be halted by a minor discord. The bald uncle, having just completed a lucrative deal, was in too jovial a mood to mock his benefactor's poor penmanship, and he continued to shout, "Sound the cannon! Boom! Boom! Boom!" Following the cannon salute came the blessings and baptismal rites. Once the festivities had subsided, Luo Jingdao began to call the roll for the sailors. The one-eyed sailor, Long Fu, bellowed to assemble the crew, then lowered his voice to inform Luo Jingdao. A total of 130 sailors were expected, but only 117 have reported. Frowning at the news, Luo Jingdao scanned the vicinity and inquired, "Where have those others gone? Did I not make it clear they were required to be here? Ha ha ha. That red-haired little brat certainly has some strength in her legs. My back feels like it's about to break." Came the playful retort from a distance. As Luo Jingdao strained to listen to the conversation, his face darkened with anger. He, as the shipowner, had arrived early to attend the ceremony. What right did the sailors have to act so brazenly? "Will, should I intervene?" The half-elf beauty astutely discerned Luo Zhengdao's thoughts and offered to handle the matter. He shook his head, asserting, "No need. I can deal with these ruffians myself." Striding forward, he approached the group of unruly sailors and raised his voice. "Have you forgotten what day it is?" One sailor, adorned with vine-like tattoos and sporting braided hair, clutched a bottle of liquor, seemingly ensnared in a state of inebriation. Upon hearing Luo Zhengdao's words, he chuckled and pointed at him, saying, "Ha, look at this little brat who hasn't even grown a full set of hair, trying to act like an adult. How amusing." Amidst the taunting laughter, Luo Zhengdao felt the weight of the crowd's scornful gazes, and a chill ran down his spine. If he could not assert his authority here, he would never regain his standing among this crew. Resolutely, he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his knuckles turning pale with intensity, and declared, "You must apologize to me immediately." Ha ha ha! The instigators of the disturbance did not belong to Zola Hagel's group. Rather, they were a ragtag collection of free sailors. The former pirate first mate watched with a bemused expression, arms crossed, as Luo Zhengdao caught a glimpse of Zola's disdainful smirk. Disregarding the other thoughts that lingered in his mind, Luo Zhengdao drew his sword and swung it forward. Thud! Ah! The sailor who had first provoked him clutched his neck in terror, desperately attempting to staunch the flow of blood from the gaping wound. His incredulous gaze remained fixed on Luo Zhengdao as he collapsed to the ground. Brandishing the bloodied sword, Luo Zhengdao gasped for breath, his crimson eyes gleaming with a predatory ferocity, and he coldly surveyed the remaining tardy sailors, stating, "Each of you will receive 20 lashes from the bosun. If you dislike the punishment, you can meet the same fate as him. The choice is yours. Those who make their living on the ether sea abide by the rules, aside from the gods." The captain holds the utmost authority. Realizing the perilous situation posed by Luo Zhengdao's menacing demeanor, the sailors weighed their chances against his prowess, hesitated briefly, and then slinked away to receive their punishment from the one-eyed bosun. Crack, crack, crack! The cat-o'-nine tails lashed against the backs of the offenders, delivering a searing pain that would be etched in their memories forever. Despite the agony, the sailors dutifully formed a line toward the gallows, the cries of their suffering echoing for over half an hour, demonstrating to these unruly miscreants the consequences of their actions. Luo Zhengdao managed to temporarily quell their brazen arrogance and secure his position of authority. Just as he sighed in relief, the inevitable wave of nausea following his first kill washed over him. Clutching his mouth, he approached the ship's doctor, Drake King, and requested a glass of strong liquor, which he downed in one gulp, attempting to suppress the queasy sensation. The goblin soldiers he had slain in the previous battle were, after all, a distinctly different species from humans, their grotesque forms rendering it difficult for Luo Zhengdao to feel remorse for taking a life. This time, however, he had undeniably crossed a line that to the onlookers. His pallid complexion resembled that of a grievously injured man, but only he understood the true nature of his actions. The tranquil life he once led had been abruptly interrupted by his arrival in this new world. To survive, one must choose between killing and being killed. Instead of resigning oneself to fate, it is far better to strive for success. This is the unavoidable reality faced by those who traverse worlds. All too often, life does not offer a way out. Instead, it confines you to a dark room, and without the will to struggle and break free, death is the only outcome. What did you say? The goblin fleet is pursuing us. That cannot be possible. Startled by the news, Luo Zhengdao's hand trembled, causing his quill to slip from his grasp, and ink spilled onto the tablecloth, forming a dark splotch. During his recent stay on Saran Island, waiting for the new ship, the Glory, to be outfitted and for the new crew to be trained, Luo Zhengdao's previous vessel, the double-masted sloop, had also undergone repairs. As long as the essential wooden components were sound, fixing minor damages was relatively simple, just as Luo Zhengdao was pondering what significant endeavor he, as a newly minted pirate, might undertake to make his existence worthwhile. A piece of alarming news arrived, nearly causing him to choke on his breath. The first mate, Fall Xiaobang, who had been cursed by the new sailors as the hairy one-eyed dragon, came from a long line of loyal servants to the Earl of Falu. Having served 6 generations, even though the current Earl, Luo Zhengdao, had become a pariah, Fall maintained a respectful demeanor towards his former master. Upon hearing Luo Zhengdao's exclamation, Fall bowed his head and replied deferentially, "My lord, the source of this information is absolutely reliable. It was delivered by a pigeon sent by our informant in Xiangjiang. The report further states that the commander of the Goblin Pursuit Fleet, Moto Heishui was unable to report back to the military and the Senate after failing to capture you during the battle at Tahuna Island, and thus submitted a request for an extension to return. The goblins have rested for a few days on Tahuna Island before resuming their pursuit. In this long-standing noble family, Luo Zhengdao truly grasped the intricate roots of the aristocratic system, even in a world where most humans had been reduced to slaves. The channels for intelligence leaks remained intact, and the grand nobles of the Bright Dynasty were not merely a collection of idle gluttons. Chapter 12. The Absurdity of Daily Life. Luo Zhengdao sighed, raking his chestnut hair in frustration, and asked, "What shall we do now?" In response, Fall Xiaobang remained silent. For him, who strictly adhered to the subservient role of a loyal executor of the Earl's orders, it was not his place to interject personal opinions regarding the necessary course of action. Among the audience present, Vina Duboff held the esteemed title of accounts tutor, bearing the responsibility of guiding Luo Zhengdao. The half-elf beauty hesitated momentarily, her delicate, fair fingers fidgeting, before she remarked, "Will, with our current strength, we cannot contend with the goblin pursuit fleet. Do you intend to remain here and await their arrival?" Recalling the towering flames and the billowing smoke that rose from the burning city on Tahuna Island, Luo Zhengdao's pupils dilated in alarm as he gritted his teeth and replied, "Certainly not. We must depart from Selen Island at once. 4. Gather the crew and dock the Glorious at the pier. Vina, you will coordinate the supply provisions. We shall convene at the harbor shortly." 20 minutes later, Luo Zhengdao appeared at the dock, panting heavily, amidst a bustling scene filled with throngs of people. "Hurry, hurry, quickly hoist the barrels onto the ship. We must set sail," Foral Shobun urged loudly, as the industrious sailors resembled a hive of diligent bees. Busily loading supplies onto the vessel and preparing for departure, the sailors scurried up and down the masts. Raising those enormous sails required the combined strength of dozens, while operating the winch for raising the anchor chain was a sheer test of physical endurance, resulting in drenched backs from exertion. Luo Zhengdao, eager to make his escape, could not overlook the harsh reality that his finances were severely dwindling since completing the significant investments of purchasing and repairing the ship. A penny saved is a penny earned. When one is out in the world, being without funds is simply untenable. The repair costs were manageable, yet the refurbishment of that second-hand Yaling warship nearly depleted his spatial pouch. Not to mention the substantial expenditures on cannons and ammunition. It was no surprise that the Navy was notoriously known as an elite and costly branch of the military. Just maintaining a barely functional level 6 battleship had drained Luo Zhengdao's resources as a refugee noble. From this point onward, Luo Zhengdao would need to sustain over 100 individuals and 2 ships, and if there were no income, even a mountain of gold would soon run dry. Thankfully, the servants who had served the Earl of Fulyub for generations were already aware of this predicament. A steward, claiming to manage finances, emerged from the crowd, offering Luo Zhengdao a shortcut to wealth. Selen Island, lauded by travelers of the starry seas as the city of spices, was renowned in the New World for its abundant production of various spices. These spices, which could be utilized for medicine, seasoning, and religious offerings, were readily convertible into hard currency, making spice trading undoubtedly a lucrative enterprise, though he longed to leave this place of turmoil immediately. Luo Zhengdao slowed his pace to deliberate with the stewards, ultimately deciding to procure as many spices as possible in the remaining time before departure. Scouring the trading post at Ambon Harbor, he could see that moment, at the end of the dock, on the Super Courage and Glorious, aside from the usual supplies of food, fresh water and alcohol, ammunition, ship repair materials, and essential nautical goods, the remaining compartments were filled with exotic spices such as pepper, nutmeg, cinnamon, and many others whose names Luo Zhengdao could scarcely recall, believing that these unique products of the starry seas could yield substantial profits. The pristine sails billowed under the winds of mana as the level 6 battleship Glorious slowly departed Ambon Harbor, with the dark, mysterious ether sea unfurling ahead. Luo Zhengdao, stationed at the command platform, finally felt a sense of relief settle within him. His greatest concern these past few days had been the dread of being abruptly awakened from his dreams by the thunderous cannon fire of the goblin fleet on some moonless, stormy night, at which point escape would be impossible. Now, having managed to leave Ambon Harbor before the goblins could catch up, he felt a newfound sense of security. "Vina, where is our next port of call?" Upon hearing Luo Zhengdao's inquiry, the half-elf beauty unfurled an exquisitely crafted parchment map, indicating the marked routes. "The Aru Islands. We veer towards the open sea. and after several days of sailing, we shall enter the sea of floating light. Those green-skinned creatures seldom venture such distances. They are unfamiliar with these waters and may abandon their pursuit. Luo Zhengdao nodded in acknowledgement, silently lamenting that making a living in any world was fraught with difficulty. The previous owner of this body, Walnidum, had left behind not only an illustrious noble identity and a reasonably substantial fortune, but also a host of troubles that Luo Zhengdao wished he could evade. He had not desecrated their ancestral graves, nor had he made any advances towards their wives. Surely, a person with a normal aesthetic sensibility would not find him appealing. Why, then, were these green-skinned beings so doggedly fixated upon him? Each time he pondered this, a wave of frustration washed over him. The convoluted matters of the magic card inheritance and the cursed goddess legacy remained tangled, while the goblins continued to intrude upon his peace. All these vexatious issues entwined together only deepened his discontent, culminating in a sigh as Luo Zhengdao reassured himself softly. "Is that so? I hope they truly will not pursue us." As he spoke, Luo Zhengdao retrieved a card from his sleeve, a one-star summoning magic card, Flame Sparrow. The illustration on the card depicted a flock of small birds, enveloped in crimson flames, frolicking atop a barren branch. Recently, he had not squandered his leisure time merely flirting with the half-elf beauty. He had devoted considerable effort to unraveling the mysteries contained within the magic cards. Alas, the enigmatic workings of this system, so divergent from the current arcane paradigm, were shrouded in secrecy, and he could not openly seek guidance from others. Despite exhausting his intellect in futile contemplation, he remained baffled as to how the powers of the magic cards could contend with those of the cursed gods. He was even unfortunate enough to be unable to correctly activate the card's powers, rendering these magic cards in his possession as little more than decorative trinkets, essentially worthless. Nevertheless, to relinquish this pursuit was a notion he found wholly unacceptable. The harsh realities were laid bare before him. The magic card masters and the cursed gods were locked in a mutual struggle, and the curse upon Luo Zhengdao served as a testament to the formidable might of the magic cards, power capable of rivaling divine forces. With the constant threat of mortal peril looming, the allure of wielding such immense power was an irresistible temptation that in chaotic times, the strong may face an untimely demise, while the weak struggle to survive. In this context, being strong at least afforded one a more comfortable existence. As for the prospect of a good or bad death, what difference did it truly make? As Luo Zhengdao pondered the murky future ahead, a figure approached at a brisk pace. Foral Shoban, the one-eyed sailor who had succeeded Luo Zhengdao as the captain of the Super Courage, had finally emerged from the shadows to take charge, the dark-skinned sailor with a mohawk. Suspected of having drow blood, Zola Hagel was appointed as the new first mate aboard the flagship Glorious, while the role of quartermaster was entrusted to a reliable old sailor, Hal Pop, elected by the crew for his honesty and integrity. Vina Duboff also took on the role of gunnery officer, as her expertise in mathematics made her well suited for the task of artillery. The newly appointed first mate, Zola Hagel, dashed to Luo Zhengdao's side, exclaiming, "Captain, the lookout has reported that another vessel is following us closely." Startled, Luo Zhengdao raced to the stern, using a telescope to peer into the misty void behind them. The limited visibility allowed him to discern only the vague outlines of distant sails, while further details remained obscured. "What is their identity?" Driven by a sense of curiosity, Luo Zhengdao inquired of Zola Hagel. The first mate glanced up at the crow's nest atop the main mast and gestured to the lookout, who returned a few signals. "It's too far. The lookout cannot make out any details. He only sees the shadows of two large ships. Whether there are others behind them remains unclear." Luo Zhengdao grasped the implication in Zola Hagel's words and sighed, stowing away the telescope with a furrowed brow. "Very well. Inform the lookout to remain vigilant for any anomalies on the sea. Maintain our current course and speed." "Aye, Captain," came the reply. To common saying goes, one who has read 300 Tang poems may not compose, but can still recite. In his university days, Luo Zhengdao had indulged in countless tales of transmigration. Though he had read fewer in recent times, he had not completely forgotten the wealth of knowledge he had acquired. Drawing from the invaluable experiences of numerous predecessors, he had steadfastly claimed amnesia from the outset, as expected. This ace in the hole had helped him evade countless troubles and dangers, except for the more primitive tribes. The weaker populace often afforded him some leniency, People were sympathetic to Luo Jingdao's plight of amnesia, even when he posed seemingly foolish questions, such as why the sun rises in the east. They patiently offered their explanations. Thus, his understanding of this mysterious new world had evolved from that of a naive frog to a relatively more enlightened state akin to a monkey gathering chestnuts. Given that Luo Jingdao has suffered severe psychological trauma while being pursued by the goblin fleet, he now finds himself suspicious of any unidentified vessel he encounters, fearing it may be sent by the goblins to hunt him down. This is likely a manifestation of the proverb, once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a rope. Upon receiving the unsettling news of an unidentified ship tailing their own, the half-elf beauty, Vina Dubov left her post at the navigation station and approached the stern deck, attempting to console her troubled student, struggling to control his spiraling thoughts, and succumbing to a burgeoning paranoia. Luo Jingdao managed to maintain a semblance of a stiff, forced smile, at least until he could see the glint of a blade. Chapter 13. The inexpensive ancestor often exists. Are there usually many ships on this route? To alleviate the tension building within him, Luo Jingdao took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Vina Dubov. Fortunately, the half-elf beauty was not only well-versed in academia, but had also spent time among adventurers in her youth, making it easy for her to respond to his barrage of questions. Observing Luo Jingdao's fluctuating expressions, Vina Dubov smiled reassuringly, saying, "The route we are traversing is the most convenient passage between Ceylon Island and the Aru archipelago. In previous years, merchant caravans from Ambon would take this route to procure spices, saving valuable time. Were it not for those damned green-skinned creatures, there would be so many merchant vessels on this route that they could stretch to the horizon. Who knows when we might witness such a bustling scene again?" The limited information at his disposal did little to ease Luo Jingdao's anxiety, prompting him to ask, "Vina, tell me more about those green-skinned creatures. Why are they relentlessly pursuing me? Is it merely because of that utterly foolish prophecy?" At this, Vina's expression grew peculiar as she looked at Luo Jingdao, her fingers gently smoothing her dark green hair. The prophecy states that a descendant of the Radiant Emperor will one day obliterate the Second Goblin Empire. Human nobles are always eager to intermarry, and after more than 1,000 years of dynasty, nearly every member of the noble class has some blood relation to that emperor. Thus, the goblins have resolved to pursue every human noble, even if it means chasing them beyond the 7 seas. This revelation plunged Luo Jingdao into a deep melancholy, and he soon recalled another painful thought, asking, "Did my parents meet a similar fate?" Mentioning this sensitive topic seemed to stir some unpleasant memories in Vina Dubov, causing her body to tremble slightly. After a brief pause, she continued, "Yes, they refused to abandon their fiefdom in Qiangzhou. The old count claimed that he was supported by his subjects and that, as a lord, he could not shelter his people before invaders, which filled him with immense shame. Abandoning his fief and people to survive was something he could not bear, as he could not face the founding emperor who had left behind the admonition, 'When the king dies, the nation perishes.' I tried my best to persuade the old count, but alas, he would not listen, and in the end," as Vina Dubov recounted the words "founding emperor" and the phrase "when the king dies, the nation perishes," it was evident that she was using a term that deviated from the common linguistic conventions. To Luo Jingdao's ears, it sounded akin to a peculiar dialect from southern regions of Huaxia, reminiscent of a foreigner attempting to learn Chinese, struggling to articulate phrases like "inai hao," "wusher mei guo ren." A shiver ran down Luo Jingdao's spine as he suddenly realized the implications of inheriting the title of Falu Count. Initially, he had perceived it as an obscure term, but the context surrounding the founding emperor clearly indicated otherwise. The additional note regarding the phrase, "when the king dies, the nation perishes," further reinforced this realization, in this moment of confusion. Luo Jingdao could not help but question whether he was truly the first outsider to traverse into this new world, or if someone from the old world had already preceded him. "Vina, could you elaborate on the life and achievements of that founding emperor?" Suppressing the tumultuous waves of doubt in his mind, Luo Jingdao attempted to maintain a calm demeanor as he sought knowledge from the half-elf beauty. Thankfully, he could attribute his ignorance to amnesia. Otherwise, he would struggle to explain why he had forgotten such foundational knowledge. The first emperor of the Radiant Empire, celebrated for setting numerous precedents, was not only a revered hero among humans, but also admired as a formidable and wise figure by other intelligent races in the New World. Even the goblins, who harbored a deep disdain for human dynasties, could not deny the prowess of the Radiant Emperor. as such denial would only invite ridicule from onlookers. Vina Dubov regarded Luo Zhengdao with curiosity, seemingly perplexed by how swiftly his thoughts had shifted. Perhaps this was the whimsical nature of a child with a feeble mind, unable to fathom how he had made such a leap. Vina pondered for a moment before saying, "That great conqueror is your direct ancestor. According to the minimum requirements for noble offspring, anyone who cannot recite the names and achievements of all their forebears would be deemed a fraud, and the Heraldry Academy would expunge such a disgrace from its records. Will, you must double your efforts in your studies from now on." He had traversed realms. What a predicament, as he listened to Vina Dubov's brief account of the illustrious achievements of his ancestral predecessor. Luo Zhengdao found himself speechless, unable to express the convoluted emotions swirling within him. From the details, it was evident that this predecessor, the emperor, hailed from the ancient world of Huaxia. However, unlike modern-day travelers, his innovations and reforms aligned with the ancient understanding of Huaxia, particularly in how titles were conferred. The self-styled Radiant Emperor had adopted a naming convention for the nobility that Luo Zhengdao found utterly banal. The 5 characters, N, Ping, Fu, Shi, Ning, corresponded to the 5 ranks of nobility from duke to baron within the Radiant dynasty. For instance, a nobleman bearing the title of duke would invariably be named according to this standard template, and the same applied to other ranks. Thus, the Falu count that Luo Zhengdao inherited was merely a product of this systematic naming convention. Upon discovering the monumental accomplishments of this predecessor, the sudden realization that he had gained an unexpected kinship with an ancestor left Luo Zhengdao in a state of bemusement. He struggled to conceal his true emotions from Vina Dubov, forcing a strained smile that contorted his facial muscles into an awkward grimace, an expression that only appeared increasingly bizarre the longer one looked. Regardless, when it came to the achievements of his forebear, all that remained for Luo Zhengdao was to feel a mix of envy and resentment, muttering, "Different people, different fates. We all crossed over. But why did he get to enjoy such good fortune? Starting from scratch is far preferable to being relentlessly pursued by a horde of green-skinned savages all day long." Indeed, as Luo Zhengdao navigated his new existence in this unfamiliar world, he had yet to find his place or adjust his mindset. Often, he still viewed everything happening around him with the detached perspective of a mere spectator, feeling that the events unfolding were entirely alien to him. With the mentality of "not my concern," he felt indifferent even to the most tumultuous storms outside. What did it matter to him? It goes without saying that with such a lazy and complacent mindset, an outsider could never truly integrate into the new world, let alone become a formidable force. There is a saying, failure can be attributed to chance, but success is never a matter of luck. Without the tenacity to strive and persevere in the face of adversity, one might manage to be a ruffian in the countryside, but aspiring to be a tyrant or demon king would be far beyond reach. Of course, it would be futile to excessively criticize Luo Zhengdao for his low level of awareness. His way of thinking was merely a reflection of how the mundane routine of modern life, working 9 to 5, had dulled the ambitions of most individuals. The old world was not particularly kind to individual development. Everyone was like a cog in a machine, and the space for personal freedom to grow was exceedingly limited. The things people encountered daily were often systematically shaped, and those who could not conform to the unified standards would either be forcibly assimilated after resistance or crushed by various rules. This brute force method of maintaining order is often referred to in more refined terms as normalization and legalization. In essence, a person's distinct personality and differing opinions are unwelcome traits in modern societal living. Everyone must learn to exist within a cage and dance with shackles. Even those seemingly arrogant second-generation elites, who appear to have backing, are still bound by rules, living in gilded cages, which is hardly something to envy. It is hard to imagine a towering tree sprouting from a glass greenhouse. The cold and unyielding reality of modern society does not welcome the existence of unique individuals. If a person is not accepted and recognized by society, they are destined to achieve nothing that gain social acknowledgement. One must sacrifice far more than what they will ultimately receive. Just as Luo Zhengdao lamented his misfortune, the bosun Zola Hagel hastily ascended the command platform, his somber countenance reflecting an unusual gravity. He spoke, "Captain, the vessels behind us are accelerating to catch up." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao, already psychologically prepared, maintained a calm demeanor, closing his eyes to ponder for a moment before responding. "Zola, you are indeed a competent warrior, are you not? Pirates are strangers to humility. If one possesses skill, it must be displayed with unabashed pride. Despite Zola Hagel's deeper cunning compared to ordinary sailors, he too was not exempt from the pirate's boastful nature. He thumped his chest with conviction, declaring, "Of course, piracy is not a profession for the weak. Only the brave can brave the tempests of the sea." This was precisely the affirmation Luo Zhengdao awaited. A radiant smile broke across his face as he clapped Zola on the shoulder, his tone imbued with approval. "Excellent. Let us see what those pursuing us truly intend." Suddenly realizing he had been ensnared, Zola Hagel stared incredulously at Luo Zhengdao. From the youthful visage, so fair it seemed untouched by the growth of facial hair, he fancied he glimpsed the shadow of a cunning old fox. Was this merely an illusion? Shaking his head vigorously to dispel such thoughts, Zola soon regained his signature cool demeanor, one that could elicit gasps from a group of maidens. With an indifferent expression, he stated, "Captain, all as you desire. However, regarding the remuneration." At this, Luo Zhengdao's smile took on an increasingly dubious edge as he waved his hand dismissively. "We ought to adhere to our agreement, should we not?" Gazing at Luo Zhengdao in puzzled disbelief, Zola glanced back towards the increasingly distinct sails in the stern, then turned to Luo Zhengdao, saying, "You mean to say, we shall regard our pursuers as targets for plunder? Surely, you jest." Zola Hagel's words struck a chord with Luo Zhengdao, who promptly spread his arms wide and replied, unhurriedly, "Oh, do you believe they possess greater strength than we? Such a notion is preposterous. The Yangwei is a fine ship. What merchant vessel, even in its shoddy state, could rival a battleship? Do not make me laugh." Chapter 14. An unexpected foe. The warship to which sailors are devoted is often the deepest source of pride within their hearts, revered as sacred as the ancestral veneration among the people of Huaxia. Even amidst the Cold War, decades after the dominance of aircraft carriers, the esteemed Eagle Navy briefly reactivated several battleships that had been mothballed since the Second World War. During this time, countless naval personnel submitted requests to be reassigned to these battleships. Including many elite members who had served on aircraft carriers for years, sailors take immense pride in serving aboard a majestic battleship, an honor unparalleled by any other vessel. The prominent status of battleships within the Navy is irreplaceable, even by the modern supremacy of aircraft carriers. For similar reasons, the elegant yet formidable second-hand Yaling battleship, Yangwei, serves as a point of pride for Zola and his fellow sailors. To insult this ship is to challenge their self-esteem and professional honor. Observing this, Luo Zhengdao shrugged nonchalantly and said to the bosun, "Very well, since you share this sentiment, there is no issue." As Luo Zhengdao skillfully ensnared the bosun in his ploy, the white sails trailing behind the Yangwei gradually drew nearer. Recognizable even without a telescope as the paddle ships favored by smugglers of the starry seas, beyond the liquid oceans near the shore lies a void referred to as the Ether Sea by the denizens of the New World, a term simplifying the description of an almost infinite expanse. The Ether Sea is a realm where ether particles remain in a state of complete stillness, invisible to the naked eye of intelligent species, only revealing their presence when disturbed by external forces, thereby exhibiting strange phenomena such as dark golden glows and rippling halos that eye in such moments. The most astonishing natural wonders of the New World are unveiled to onlookers. Navigators of the New World traverse the Ether Sea, witnessing twinkling lights that are not stars but distant islands, projections from other dimensions, or even perilous, mysterious locations from which explorers may never return. Ships sailing in the seemingly barren Ether Sea must be constructed primarily from buoyant wood, naturally repelling ether particles to ensure sufficient buoyancy. Failing this, should a vessel venture into regions of low ether particle density, it could plummet to the shadowy depths of the Ether Sea like a stone. Those trapped aboard would face a grim fate of thirst and starvation, or, with the last vestiges of strength and courage, might pry off a piece of buoyant wood to escape the silent trap of death. Such misfortunes represent one of the deepest fears harbored by navigators of the New World. The enigmatic Ether Sea is rife with dangers. Choosing to navigate above sea level is a fool's errand. As altitude increases, unpredictable mana particles may unleash a storm, capable of snapping masts or even scattering the hull. In summary, navigators of the New World must maintain their vessels at sea level for optimal safety. Straying from this path often leads to ruinous consequences. On the commonplace paddle ships of the starry seas, an abundance of oars crafted from buoyant wood is utilized. While this demands considerable manpower, reducing cargo and artillery capacity, the benefits are evident. paddle ships. Despite their economic shortcomings, offer greater reliability and safety than their purely sail-powered counterparts. Even when caught in the so-called ether trap, these vessels can harness their numerous oars to extricate themselves from dire straits. Thus, this type of ship has garnered the particular favor of smugglers, who dare to navigate treacherous waters that ordinary sailboats would avoid, thereby evading hefty taxes imposed by naval authorities, particularly for illicit trade between the open sea and mainland. Luo Xingdao's provocation had indeed ensnared the bosun. Zola Hagel's already dark visage seemed to rival the color of a pot's bottom. Seething, he descended from the command platform, only to halt mid-stride. As if awakening to his own folly, his frustration mounting as he marched forward, he berated the sailors for their lack of preparation, bellowing, "Prepare for battle! You little rascals, do not even think of slacking off. Why are your hands trembling? Secure the rigging. If something goes awry, I shall send you down to drag the keel." The three-masted ship Yangwei, recently refurbished, remains a genuine war vessel, its design and configuration meticulously crafted for combat. Far surpassing any makeshift craft, the Yangwei executed a graceful tight turn, akin to a swan gliding upon the water. Its formidable hull presented itself to the enemy, bronze cannons sliding out from the gun ports. A palpable aura of impending violence permeating the air. Could it be that the ones pursuing us are not goblins? Then who could they be? Having lowered the telescope, Luo Xingdao furrowed his brow. Musing aloud that it seemed only natural to him that a goblin fleet would pursue them. After all, to those outside their kin, treachery is expected, yet the diversity of the following fleet was perplexing. A veritable mishmash, with their numbers significantly fewer than the goblins' hunting vessels. This situation struck him as odd. Could they be old enemies of Wolnedum? The offspring of Count Fulber is quite capable. Surround them. Do not let this rascal escape. Through the telescope, he identified the target, a mysterious figure cloaked in black, who smirked darkly and commanded a change in formation, shifting from a single column suited for high-speed pursuit to a flanking echelon. Observing this, Luo Xingdao swiftly adjusted his own strategy, turning to the signalman and shouting, "Raise the flag," and informed the Chaoyong to keep their distance. The New World, rife with magic and otherworldly forces, does not imply that liches are abundant or demigods roam freely. Nor does it suggest that the near-cataclysmic occurrences witnessed in the ordinary world would manifest in a realm such as this. For the majority of mortals inhabiting the New World, magic evokes a sense of detachment akin to how individuals from another realm perceive nuclear weapons and power plants. While it is universally acknowledged that these terrifyingly destructive instruments exist in some corner of the world and profoundly impact their lives, the notion that one might encounter intercontinental missiles casually passing by their doorstep is indeed preposterous. Consequently, the New World is devoid of affordable and convenient means of civilian communication, reminiscent of the Old World's radios, excluding those magical artifacts that are exorbitantly priced. Maritime communication primarily relies on ancient flag signals and light signals for instantaneous contact, these two methods being the most practical and accessible. Perhaps harboring excessive aspirations for the magical world is a transgression in itself. Naturally, such rudimentary channels of information exchange are limited to conveying relatively simple content. One should not expect anything as intricate as five-stroke flag signals. As the flagship, the Victor, hoisted a long string of signal flags, the valiant one-eyed captain, for Choban, aboard the brigantine Courage, though he felt it inappropriate to withdraw from the battlefield, was compelled to heed the orders of the esteemed Count and veer his course away from the heart of the conflict. Maintaining a safe distance from the Victor, which was preparing for battle. The enemy vessel is 600 yards away. The position of gunner on the flagship Victor remained unfilled, as the intricacies of ballistics were a realm beyond the comprehension of the illiterate. Ultimately, the task fell to the half-elf beauty, Vina Duboff, who was at least trusted for her mathematical prowess, far more reliable than Luo Xingdao, who had promptly forgotten all his mathematical knowledge immediately after passing the college entrance examination. The original cannons, certified by the Yaling Royal Armory, had long been removed when the Victor was decommissioned. What remained were cannons of dubious origin, products of a clandestine workshop, allegedly inexpensive goods exclusively supplied for export by the Kingdom of Yogyakarta. The bald owner of the Ambon shipyard had vehemently assured that the quality of these cannons was exceptional, capable of withstanding double loads of stone pine powder without bursting in an emergency. Having witnessed the unscrupulous nature of merchants in the Old World, Luo Zhengdao was far from convinced about the quality of these 3-no products. Upon hearing Vina Duboff's report, Luo Zhengdao hesitated and said, "Do not fire. Let's wait a moment longer. The closer the distance, the easier it is to hit, a principle applicable to firearms in both the old and new worlds. Given that the theoretical maximum range of the cannons exceeded 1,500 yards, 600 yards was already quite close. Since Luo Zhengdao deemed it inappropriate to fire now, Vina Duboff would not dare to oppose him. Turning to observe Luo Zhengdao's youthful face, etched with deep concern, she could not help but chuckle. Before returning to her instruments to monitor data and calculate ballistic trajectories based on their positional changes, after 2 minutes, Vina Duboff reported the ballistic data once more, sweetly announcing, "The enemy vessel is 400 yards away." Scale 12. Hearing this, Luo Zhengdao nodded in silence. 400 yards in the new world equated to approximately 300 meters in the old world. Both vessels were now sufficiently close. However, the gunners aboard the Victor awaited the captain's command to attack, only for the enemy to precede them by firing first. Boom, boom, boom. Take evasive action. Prepare sandbags to extinguish fires. Stone projectiles whizzed through the ethereal sea, creating dazzling golden trails as they scraped against the rich ether particles. These erratically aimed cannonballs came from the 4 opposing or sailed vessels, and soon, the temporary first mate, Sailor Zola Hagel, shouted for serpentine maneuvers to avoid the onslaught. Undoubtedly, this was a standard defensive posture, yet the enemy's gunnery was so abysmal that it squandered Luo Zhengdao's noble aspirations of engaging the enemy with his cannons. Only one projectile narrowly missed, passing about 30 meters from the bow of the Victor, while the others, following Brownian motion trajectories, were lost to the ether's depths. After this chaotic barrage, the Victor, serving as the shooting target, remained unscathed. Whether to attribute this to Luo Zhengdao's fortunate fate or the enemy's lamentable combat prowess was a matter open to debate. Distance 300 yards, scale 4, wind speed correction to the left. Opportunities must be seized, they do not come again. After Vina Duboff announced the ballistic data, the gunners aboard the Victor recalibrated their cannons for a shot. Having just endured an artillery barrage, Luo Zhengdao, despite his relative inexperience, understood that they could no longer remain passive. Such turtle-like behavior would undermine morale. He drew his sword and pointed toward the approaching enemy vessel, shouting, "Prepare to fire in unison. Ignite." Chapter 15. The malevolent sorcerer Najef as the dull metallic sheen of the stone pine spore powder ignited upon contact with the heated iron rod. A brilliant golden fire serpent and dense white smoke erupted instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, these seemingly insignificant plant seeds unleashed unparalleled destructive power when stimulated by high temperature. The bronze cannon spewed forth golden flames and white smoke. The 1,000-pound artillery recoiling several meters backward, had it not been for the thick hemp ropes, as robust as an adult's forearm, securing the wooden cannon carriage to the ship's rail, and the intricate pulley system mitigating the recoil. The cannons might have shot backwards into the ether sea at the moment of firing. Vina Duboff, inheriting the keen eyesight of her elven lineage, promptly reported the results, her joy uncontrollable as she exclaimed, "The first round hit 3 times. I recommend turning the hull. Prepare to fire from the starboard." Luo Zhengdao, upon hearing this suggestion, readily acquiesced, nodding in agreement. "Turn the ship immediately. Prepare the starboard guns for firing." The intricate rigging aboard the Victor, which would leave an outsider dizzy upon a single glance, was deftly adjusted by the seasoned sailors as if they were performing a juggling act. The massive vessel traced a minimal arc as it maneuvered into position to engage the enemy on its starboard side. The wooden planks creaked ominously under the strain, as if they might splinter at any moment, and the dynamics of the battlefield shifted as the Victor faced the foe. This chase and avoid cannon duel extended interminably, with the distance between the two vessels diminishing unexpectedly. Through the limited field of view provided by a monocular telescope, Luo Zhengdao could finally discern the true nature of his adversaries. How should one assess these foes? To Luo Zhengdao, they appeared to be nothing more than a ragtag bunch. Aboard those semi-aged or sailed vessels, a hodgepodge of crew members included orcs, half-elves, tieflings, dwarves, and fishmen, with humans being the most numerous. Yet, to his surprise, not a single goblin was in sight. If this were a professional pirate fleet, Their clumsy performance would be a disgrace to piracy itself. Even someone as inexperienced as Luo Zhengdao could perceive that the enemy's attacks lacked rhythm and that their tactical coordination was laughably poor. With such meager abilities attempting to pursue someone commanding a 6th-tier battleship, were they not driven to desperation? This harsh world harbors no belief in tears. Naturally, Luo Zhengdao was even less inclined to trust nonsensical claims of confounding coincidences. In his view, coincidences could be categorized into two types. One where the cause is unknown, leading one to believe in coincidence, and the other where one is aware of some underlying scheme but must comfort oneself by dismissing it as mere coincidence. Given that even a battlefield novice like Luo Zhengdao could discern the enemy's abysmal combat proficiency, it was painfully apparent that one could only speculate on the incompetence of his own crew. The leader of these amateur pirates might as well find a noodle to hang himself with. Fools, a bunch of useless idiots, he spat, glaring at the motley crew assembled before him, the black-robed sorcerer. Skilled in manipulating schemes from the shadows yet inept at commanding troops in battle, was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, berating his incompetent subordinates in his mind. Nevertheless, no matter how reluctant the black-robed sorcerer was to acknowledge the truth, he could not win a battle alone. Thus, he required these imbecilic minions to fulfill his ambitions, suppressing any mounting dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, when Luo Zhengdao first laid eyes upon the mysterious figure concealed beneath a hooded cloak, he instinctively sensed an aura of danger that was akin to encountering a venomous snake in the pitch-black night. Even without a clear view of the adversary, a mere hint of suspicion could cause a passerby to break into a sweat. Experiencing this bone-chilling dread, Luo Zhengdao summoned the first mate and, upon meeting, directly inquired, "Zola, are you preparing for a boarding action?" Lacking any illustrious background, having ascended to the rank of pirate first mate solely through personal effort and a stroke of luck, Zola Hagel possessed the ability to read the subtle nuances of Luo Zhengdao's expression that he cautiously probed. "Yes, Captain, you aren't thinking of backing down, are you?" Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao swallowed hard and offered a wry smile. "Indeed. I suggest you abandon this plan." "Why?" "A qualified warrior must undoubtedly possess an iron will and a resolute spirit. It is unfathomable to imagine a delicate, effeminate individual facing the horrors of battle with unwavering composure. Such a farcical character, should he exist, would likely be relegated to the pages of martial arts novels, akin to the invincible Dongfang Booby, or perhaps a flamboyant Spartan among the valiant, regardless of the myriad flaws and imperfections in Zola Hagel's character. They cannot obscure the undeniable truth that he is a genuine warrior, a paragon of tenacity at this juncture. Confronted by Zola's hawk-like scrutinizing gaze, Luo Zhengdao could not help but feel like a coward fleeing from the battlefield. Yet, his instinct for self-preservation whispered that this choice was indeed the wisest. After several deep breaths, Luo Zhengdao endeavored to compose himself, stating, "That fellow across the way is far too perilous. It is not worth risking so much." Upon hearing this, the bosun's dark cheeks twitched momentarily before he replied, his expression unyielding. "Pirates do not fear danger. Our only concern is returning home empty-handed. Captain, if you are afraid, you need not count yourself among us. Remain in a safe place. Brothers, charge." Witnessing this tense exchange, Luo Zhengdao stood dumbfounded as he watched Zola Hagel stride away. How could he possibly justify his reluctance? Regardless of how he attempted to explain himself, it would ultimately be interpreted as the cowardly excuses of a man attempting to mask his inner weakness. With matters having come to this, Luo Zhengdao could only let out a heavy sigh, lamenting how difficult it is for people to truly understand one another. Thud. Charge. Eliminate them. Slay this band of swine. The low, resonant sound of the ship's hull crashing heralded the commencement of this bloody and brutal boarding battle, the pirates' frenzied cries for wealth sending chills down the spine, regardless of how expansive the warship's deck may be. It pales in comparison to the vastness of land warfare, especially with the myriad obstacles of sails and rigging scattered about. The long pikes and halberds favored by armies cannot be wielded effectively in such confined quarters. Thus, the weapons of choice for the pirates engaged in close combat are short blades and swords. Of course, the harsh conditions of the battlefield do not imply that ranged weapons are rendered useless in naval combat. The presence of numerous obstacles amplifies the effectiveness of long-range weapons such as bows and firearms on the masts and lookout towers of the warship, archers and musketeers strained to aim and fire with utmost haste. Seeking to suppress their adversaries with a barrage of projectiles, the advantageous height provided them an excellent stage for such targeted long-range attacks against unarmored, vulnerable foes, resulting in a slaughtering efficiency that surpassed even that of land warfare. In accordance with the unspoken traditions of boarding battles, before the two warships began tossing ropes to one another, the light cannons and swivel guns stationed on the deck had already been loaded with grapeshot and canister shots. As the distance closed to a point where sailors could nearly touch the opposing ship's rail, both sides prepared for a brutal game of cannons aimed at one another's noses, the thunderous roar of firearms claiming more than one life with each shot. In that moment, the value of life seemed pitifully cheap. On the battlefield, no one could claim absolute safety. Bang, bang, bang. Eliminate them. Charge. Slay these bastards. We want gold, an abundance of gold, you scoundrels. Do not obstruct my path if you wish to live. O great god of war, please grant me your protection. Having backed down at the moment of battle, Luo Zhengdao found himself relegated to the role of a spectator, observing from the command platform at the stern of the ship alongside Vina Duboff. His heart fraught with anxiety. However, no matter his thoughts on the impending conflict, they would not alter the unfolding course of events. The valiant boatswain, Zola Hagel, gripped a pepperbox pistol in his left hand and a broad-bladed cutlass in his right. Leading the pirates into the fray, truly a seasoned member of a crew that roamed the stars and seas that as they collectively launched their assault upon the enemy's deck, the bloodthirsty fervor of their charge even stirred Luo Zhengdao's heart. Igniting a surge of adrenaline before he managed to regain his composure on the opposing paddle ship, the shadowy figure concealed beneath a black hood and cloak instilled in him an inescapable sense of foreboding. What remained for Luo Zhengdao was to prepare for action. Ready to assist these unwilling allies in mopping up the aftermath, Inferno's roar. Boom! Help! Help! I'm on fire! Someone save me! As anticipated, the situation unfolded in a manner as dire as Luo Zhengdao had foreseen. Just when everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly, an unforeseen calamity struck. Anything involving the ability to foresee the future often rivals the ill-fated predictions of Uncle Bailey's crow's beak. Such prophecies rarely prove as reliable as the renowned octopus. Paul, good omens often fail, while bad ones take effect, aligning with the typical patterns of prophecy. Over time, the disdain for soothsayers becomes inevitable at that moment. A commanding shout pierced the air as a massive golden flame, the size of a house, suddenly erupted amidst the chaos of battle. As the fireball exploded into a torrent of flames, several sailors loyal to Luo Zhengdao, along with an equal number of enemy crew members, were engulfed in the seething tongues of fire, transforming them into wailing, human torches rolling upon the ground. Even with prior mental preparation, Luo Zhengdao could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. This method was shockingly brutal, clearly intended to indiscriminately annihilate friend and foe alike. Purgatory's fury, reign of malevolence, crown of madness, curse of the moon. In that tumultuous scene, as both sides engaged in a fierce boarding melee, the mysterious figure in black showed no sign of halting his arcane assaults. Even at the risk of harming his own, the rapid-fire spells unleashed defied the concept of the arcane practitioners of the New World, commonly referred to as mages. It was only at this moment that some of Luo Zhengdao's pirates finally recognized the true nature of the black-robed figure's profession. Their hoarse voices rising in panic. Sorcerer. He is a sorcerer. Everyone retreat. This fellow is a warlock. Flee. Upon hearing the dreaded title of sorcerer, the sailors, stunned by the cascade of unexpected events, scattered in disarray, regardless of the pirates' formidable prowess. They remained mere mortals. The self-proclaimed valiant dog challenging a bloodthirsty beast in the mountains is nothing short of folly. Suddenly confronted by a potent magical strike, the pirates' previously dominant position in the close-quarters combat was swiftly overturned. And it appeared that Zola Hagel and his comrades would soon be forced back to the deck of the Yongwei. Will, you are the captain. Now is the time for you to step forward, hearing the reminder from his tutor. Vina, Luo Zhengdao, despite his adaptability, found his heart still laden with trepidation. His fingers rubbed against the hilt of his sword without a word that in truth, he need not be prompted. He was acutely aware of the heavy burden he bore. This warship belonged to him. No matter how formidable the adversary, could he, as captain, consider surrender? In the New World, there is no room for humanitarianism. It is better to fight to the death than to kneel in submission. allowing the enemy to dictate one's fate. With this realization, Luo Zhengdao finally summoned his courage, removing his trembling hand from the sword's hilt, his fingertips grasping a card he had prepared earlier, a 2-star summoning card. The highest tier available to him. Summon. Howling Moon Grey Wolf. A woo. Luo Zhengdao's low call was insignificant compared to the spectacle that ensued. A beam of silvery moonlight cascaded from above, accompanied by the haunting howl of a wolf. As the cool, ethereal glow gradually faded, a towering silver-gray wolf, larger than an adult man, took its place upon the deck, its ferocious presence exuding an overwhelming aura. Few noticed that as Luo Zhengdao issued his command. He swiftly retracted his right hand back into his sleeve, a pale purple card shattering into countless motes of light that silently dispersed into the air. What mysterious powers lay hidden within these arcane cards, enabling him to summon beings from another realm? To this day, Luo Zhengdao remained perplexed by this question. However, this did not hinder him from grasping the basic functionality of these cards. Understanding their applications was far simpler than comprehending the underlying principles. Compared to the often cryptic elemental cards, the summoning cards were relatively straightforward in terms of their intended use. Through continual experimentation, Luo Zhengdao discovered that as long as he held the card and pronounced its name, the creatures, previously confined to the two-dimensional realm of the card, would manifest into the tangible world. The underlying principles of this phenomenon elude explanation, as Luo Zhengdao himself cannot comprehend how such incredible events transpire. Nevertheless, this marks a minuscule yet significant step forward on the path to unraveling the ultimate enigma of his life. At this moment, the immense energy burden required to summon the magical card weighed down upon him like several sacks of 500 pounds, making his bones creak as if they might snap at any moment. His breathing became labored and heavy, akin to that of an asthmatic in the throes of an attack, aware that there was no retreat. Luo Zhengdao mustered his strength, pointing towards the cloaked sorcerer, and commanded the summoned giant wolf, "Attack, eliminate him." Designating the enigmatic black-robed sorcerer as the target, the wolf-shaped summon, known as Howling Moon Kang Wolf, twisted its magnificent form in response, vanishing from sight in an instant. Witnessing Luo Zhengdao's display of power left the nearby Vina Dubov speechless, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, resembling apricot pits. The surrounding onlookers struggled to fathom how Nidam, a swordsman by trade, had become a summoner. Such a vast leap across disciplines seemed implausible on the opposite deck of the paddle ship. The black-robed sorcerer took note of Luo Zhengdao's ostentatious actions and the wolf's mysterious disappearance. It was clear that a threat was looming. However, his body, long eroded by negative energy, could not keep pace with the rapid thoughts racing through his mind. Suddenly, as stealthily as it had vanished, the giant wolf reappeared behind the black-robed man, its cold white jaws snapping down with ferocity. Following the faint sound of silk tearing, the sorcerer's figure abruptly disappeared, leaving only the tattered remains of his black cloak in the wolf's wake. Noticing this, the learned half-elf Vina furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "Ether leap." Not far away, a gaunt and slightly hunched figure gradually became discernible. It was the black-robed sorcerer who had narrowly escaped the giant wolf's lethal fangs. His iconic black hooded robe lay in tatters, having been reduced to fragments by the wolf's sharp teeth and claws. "Lord Najef, how could it be you?" Vina Dubov's shocked cry piqued Luo Zhengdao's curiosity, stirring a tumult within him, as he yearned to understand who bore such a deep-seated grudge against him. Aside from the malevolent goblin intent on his demise, it seemed the half-elf beauty had not only encountered this individual before, but his identity appeared to be far from ordinary, as evidenced by her use of honorifics. Confronted by an acquaintance who had unveiled his true identity, the wiry man with graying hair and a hawkish nose straightened himself, a malevolent smirk spreading across his face as he addressed Luo Zhengdao. "I never expected it. Those greenskin fools are utterly useless. Despite providing them with precise intelligence, they allowed you to escape. I am thoroughly disappointed." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao felt increasingly perplexed and quietly inquired of Vina Dubov, "Who is this person?" Turning around, Luo Zhengdao was taken aback to find a Vina Dubov he had never seen before. The half-elf, seething with rage that threatened to erupt, glared at him with eyes that seemed ready to spit flames. Her pent-up anger had reached a breaking point as she spoke, her tone calm, yet laced with deep-seated venom. "A low-born, despicable noble's illegitimate son, a shameless scoundrel who gains the trust of others through insincerity and flowery words." a wretched liar of the lowest character. Before Luo Zhengdao could grasp the situation, the typically gentle half-elf unleashed her venomous disdain upon the black-robed sorcerer Najef, who could no longer contain his fury in the face of such humiliation. His eyes glinted with the cold ferocity of a snake poised to strike its prey as he rasped, "You bastard of a whore! Do you know what fate awaits those who insult me?" Vina Dubov, a seasoned adventurer, was no delicate flower. She coldly responded to Najef with an obscene gesture that would leave even the most brazen street thug blushing, threatening others won't change your lowly origins or your despicable character. Even the most notorious scoundrels and pimps in the imperial capital would feel ashamed to associate with filth like you. You are the excrement of rats and cockroaches in the sewers. Enough. Sharp-tongued half-elf bitch. I will make you regret ever being born into this world. Omen's sigil. It is often said that one should not strike a person's face nor expose their vulnerabilities in a verbal confrontation. However, Najef's incisive words struck directly at his opponent's sore spot, and while such sharp retorts might bring a sense of satisfaction, they also escalated the animosity at an alarming rate. As Najef's ire towards Vina grew palpable, he immediately launched an assault, while Luo Zhengdao, bewildered by the unfolding drama, found himself relegated to the role of a mere spectator. In a moment of realization, Luo Zhengdao understood that he was, after all, the captain of this vessel, not merely an onlooker. Mana absorption. Thanks to his recent efforts in education, Luo Zhengdao had come to grasp the intricate and unpredictable tactics of spellcasters, prompting him to exercise caution and deploy his most reliable trump card. With a flourish, he extended his hand, sending a shimmering beam of light from his right hand towards the sorcerer Najef. It was evident that this originated from the mysterious power of the magical card. Even though Luo Zhengdao was only beginning to comprehend the myriad phenomena of this new world, he understood one fundamental truth. Magical power was not an inexhaustible resource. A wizard or sorcerer devoid of mana was as vulnerable as a feeble shrimp. The magical card he activated was of the lowest tier, marked with a single star, yet its effects upon Najef were akin to that of a high-level card, yielding immediate results comparable to the melting of spring snow. As he sensed his mana draining away rapidly, Najef, unaccustomed to such supernatural occurrences, found himself momentarily at a loss for words, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Observing this, Luo Zhengdao placed a reassuring hand on Vina Dubov's shoulder, urging, "Hey, what are you waiting for? Get to it." The enemy ships were simultaneously launching a renewed assault on the Glory, and in close-quarters combat, the paddle ship, while lacking the capabilities of military vessels, posed a significant threat. It was crucial to note that the number of sailors aboard the paddle ship greatly exceeded that of the sailing warship, granting them a distinct advantage in hand-to-hand combat. Desperate to escape the dread of his inexplicable mana loss, Najef forced himself to break free from the panic and quickly discerned that the only way to halt the leakage of his power was to cease casting spells immediately, having narrowly evaded Luo Zhengdao's cunning trap. Najef, pale and gasping, remained apprehensive. He valued his life too much to engage recklessly unless absolutely necessary. After careful consideration, self-preservation took precedence in his mind, leading him to abandon the plan to eliminate Luo Zhengdao and instead retreat into the throng of minions. As Luo Zhengdao watched Najef withdraw into the crowd, he sighed in regret, sensing the latent threat Najef posed. It was a missed opportunity to eliminate him on the spot. The abilities of a magical card master were not easily wielded. Luo Zhengdao could only manage a fraction of their potential, falling far short of the ideal state where one could manipulate them with effortless precision. Chapter 17. Each with unfulfilled ends. The Howling Moon Kangwolf, summoned from a 2-star magical card, consumed an unexpectedly substantial amount of mental energy, far exceeding Luo Zhengdao's previous estimations. At this point, merely managing to intimidate his adversaries amidst the encroaching dizziness and fatigue was already a remarkable feat. To seek further gains would surely invite misfortune. While it was lamentable to miss the chance to vanquish an enemy, it was undeniable that this reflected Luo Zhengdao's own insufficiency in strength. Similarly, the opportunity to eliminate the sorcerer Najef had not been absent, had the seasoned warrior acted swiftly when Najef was momentarily distracted by the loss of his mana. He would have secured a decisive blow. Luo Zhengdao, however, remained a novice, and even disregarding the physical toll of using the magical card, his reactions were not as swift. Moreover, taking a life was an unconventional act that required acclimatization and the interplay of various complex factors. He could only let out a sigh of resignation. Though his feelings of disappointment were transient, the chaos of battle, with its bullets and bloodshed, remained the singular focus on the battlefield. There was little time for participants to ponder the deeper meanings of life. Just as Luo Zhengdao's thoughts shifted, the sailors aboard the paddle ship were already gearing up for a boarding assault. Combat on the Ether Sea proved far more perilous than skirmishes in coastal waters, particularly in the special maritime zones where ether particles were relatively sparse. Leaping foolishly from a ship was tantamount to suicide. The seasoned sailor, well versed in the art of navigation, invariably secures a piece of driftwood to the less accessible areas of his waist and back before engaging in a leap into battle, thereby preventing an unfortunate misstep that could transform him into a timeless, floating mummy suspended in the void. Ammunition loaded. A warship's armament is not a trivial puzzle to solve. In simpler terms, to maintain the vessel's center of gravity and ensure safe navigation through tumultuous waters, the heavier cannons must be positioned on the lower decks. Even among cannons of the same caliber, longer barrels must be placed beneath shorter ones to avert the perilous risk of a top-heavy ship, lest it meet the same fate as the ill-fated Vesa. Generally, the upper deck and crow's nest of a warship are equipped only with lighter artillery. However, given that they are still cannons, their firepower surpasses that of unreliable flintlock firearms. Upon hearing the cacophony of shouts from the cannon crew aboard the Yangwei, Luo Zhengdao pointed his sword towards the motley crew on the enemy's oared vessel and called out, "Aim for the enemy ship. Prepare to fire." Boom! With the captain's command, the sailors could not afford to remain idle. In the central part of the upper deck of the Yangwei, the first 2.5-pound eagle cannon to align its muzzle fired, unleashing a resounding roar as hundreds of small stone projectiles erupted from the cannon's mouth, accompanied by a dazzling display of golden flames and white smoke. Almost immediately, vibrant splashes of blood blossomed upon the enemy's hull, as the devastating force of the shot swept across the upper deck of the oared vessel, clearing vast areas with the efficiency of a scythe cutting through wheat, leaving the deck slick with blood. At present, the New World remains on the cusp of the age of exploration, a time predating the Industrial Revolution, where all varieties of metal are deemed scarce resources. While it may be acceptable to craft weapons such as swords and knives from metal, being durable goods, wasting metal as ammunition would be sheer folly. To treat metal as a disposable commodity is a habit only the military of the industrial age would adopt. In any previous era, such a profligate general, even if victorious in battle, would inevitably find himself throttled by a financially crippled king or chancellor at the victory feast. Consequently, any component that can be replaced with non-metallic materials is prioritized for substitution. Not only are the projectiles for these light cannons made of stone, but even the 12-pound cannons predominantly fire solid stone shot. Although the material of stone projectiles may seem inadequate, one should not assume that these perfectly spherical stones are mere handcrafted trinkets. The labor costs of such craftsmanship would be astronomical. The intelligent races of the New World are far from foolish, and it is implausible that they would engage in such absurdity. Unlike the Old World, composed of a handful of celestial bodies and the vast, weightless expanse of space, the New World, with its predominantly planar geography, boasts numerous unique landscapes containing natural lava lake resources. For instance, the subterranean realms long inhabited by the Dark Elves are among these. To balance their trade deficits with surface races, the underground tribes lacking hard currency periodically dispatch individuals to pour molten magma from the eternally liquefied lava lakes into heat-treated standard molds, or to utilize methods that involve allowing lava to drip from heights into water, quickly forming spheres. These crudely processed lava balls, with minimal polishing, transform into military-grade stone projectiles. The cost of these stone projectiles is remarkably low, and in comparison to metal projectiles of equivalent size, their value is not trivial, considering that solid stone shot may shatter into countless fragments upon striking a hard target like a ship's hull. The resulting explosive effect resembles that of a shrapnel round, potentially inflicting greater collateral damage on the crew than metal projectiles would. Overall, the cost-effectiveness of stone shot is comparable to that of metal rounds. Achieving an optimal balance between performance and price is ideal. Cannon rotate into position. As the urgency of the situation escalated, Luo Zhengdao scarcely had time to direct the cannon fire. Observing the enemy sailors swinging across with ropes from their vessel, the first mate, Zola Hagel, swiftly assumed command on the deck, bellowing at the crew, "Fire the cannons. Do you intend to stand there waiting for someone to kick your arses?" Bang, bang, bang. Whether a military force or a band of pirates, Those who thrive on sheer violence adhere to a simple rule. The more straightforward and brutal the method, the more effective it tends to be. Without a doubt, Zola's curses and physical reprimands significantly hastened the sailors' response. Typically, the multi-barrel rotating cannons, affixed to the ship's sides, bear a striking resemblance to the Gatling gun of the Old World. And while their rate of fire may be somewhat respectable, it pales in comparison to the agonizingly slow process of loading and firing traditional cannons, which can take between a minute and 2 minutes to reload after a single shot. Observing that their advantage had yet to translate into victory, the sorcerer Najef felt a surge of impatience. Separated from the fray by a throng of guards, he could only rely on his voice to influence the battle. Shouting, "Whoever brings me the head of Ulneedum shall be rewarded with 1,000 gold crowns." Luo Zhengdao had purchased the second-hand ailing warship, the Yangwei, for less than 6,000 gold crowns, inclusive of refurbishment and rearmament costs, underscoring the remarkable purchasing power of gold in the New World for these pirates, who live paycheck to paycheck, often exhausting their salaries and bonuses before the month's end. Truly a moonlight clan. 1,000 gold crowns represented a fortune that could afford them years of leisure. The gazes of these men turned towards Luo Zhengdao with newfound intensity, and even among the crew of the Yangwei, a few unscrupulous individuals covertly eyed their captain's precious head, contemplating their own schemes. Recognizing the perilous atmosphere, Luo Zhengdao swiftly countered, shouting, "I buy Najef's life for 2,000 gold crowns. The bounty is payable upon sight of his head, with no delays." The leaders of both sides hastened to place substantial bounties on each other's lives, igniting a fervor among the minions who were compelled to fight fiercely under the allure of reward. However, the opposing forces' objectives were in direct opposition, leading to a simultaneous clash that effectively reset the battlefield to its original state. Amid the chaos of 3 intertwined warships, the sailors engaged in a fierce struggle, the tumultuous scene serving only to affirm that this bloody tug-of-war had no intermission. Suddenly, a chorus of startled cries erupted from behind Luo Zhengdao. "Ah! The super brave is charging in." Thud. Almost as Luo Zhengdao turned to look, the earlier dispatched 2-masted sailing ship, the super brave, rammed its bronze prow with tremendous force into the enemy vessel's hull, which was pressed tightly against the port side of the Yangwei. With the emergence of this gaping hole, a mysterious liquid began to flow from 2 metal conduits above the super brave's prow into the damaged hold of the enemy ship. Following suit, the sailors shouted in unison, exerting their strength, causing the super brave to lurch backward. At that moment, a torch was hurled from the hands of the one-eyed captain, Fall Schopenhauer, landing directly into the gaping wound of the enemy ship's hull. Boom, fueled by the potent winds of the etheric sea and the liquid coursing into the hold. The small flames from the torch leapt high, and within mere breaths, the rapidly dancing orange flames ignited the rigging on the deck. Witnessing their vessel transform into a blazing furnace, the sailors aboard the oared ship lost all will to fight. Scrambling to escape into the lifeboats, the scene resembled a horde of desperate rats leaping overboard before their ship sank, fearing that a moment's delay would see them consumed by the merciless flames, becoming mere corpses alongside the wreckage. "Quick, cut the ropes, don't let the fire spread." As an experienced pirate, Zola Hagel was intimately familiar with the minutiae of naval warfare, akin to tending to the flora in his own garden. Surviving perilous situations was a fundamental lesson for any pirate. He swiftly delivered a kick to send an enemy sailor, aflame and howling, tumbling from the enemy ship onto the Yangwei, then rallied his crew to push the adversary's vessel away, allowing it to meet its own demise without endangering the Yangwei. Witnessing their own dismal defeat, the 2 sailing ships that had been lurking at a distance, poised to join the fray, resembled startled hares, turning tail and fleeing the battlefield without a second thought. On board the flagship of the black-robed sorcerer Najef, the lookout scanned the perimeter for a moment before signaling to his comrades below, relaying the unfolding events. What did you say? He has arrived as well. Damn it." Upon learning from the bosun that the situation had shifted, Najef cast a reluctant gaze upon the Yangwei, eventually making a downward slicing gesture, his voice hoarse as he declared, "Enough. We shall retreat." With a decisive motion, he severed the ropes, anchor chains, and gangplanks that connected the 2 vessels. The 2 oared warships under Najef's command swiftly turned, as if propelled by the winds themselves. Observing this, Luo Zhengdao was utterly perplexed, muttering, "What is this fellow playing at, coming and going like that?" At that moment, Vina Dubov, who had descended to the gun deck to command the battle, appeared before Luo Jingdao, her expression grave as she cautioned, "Will, do not waste any more time here. The goblin fleet may pursue us at any moment, and they will prove far more formidable than the rabble Najef is accompanied by." Heeding her words, Luo Jingdao nodded in agreement. Recognizing that there was no time to ponder further dilemmas, that he commanded those around him, "Listen up, everyone. Immediately clear the battlefield. We must prepare to withdraw." Chapter 18. A portrait of the Aru Islands in the New World. The so-called archipelago consists of clusters of islands connected by the surface of the waters. Though the distances among them vary, one can wave from one island to another and be seen by those standing on the opposite shore. Compared to the isolated islands adrift in the ethereal sea, these archipelagos are undoubtedly more akin to the terrestrial lifestyles familiar to the land dwellers. Nevertheless, upon setting foot for the first time on the strange and unfamiliar terrain of the Aru Islands, Luo Jingdao was left with a decidedly unfavorable impression that as far as the eye could see, dilapidated thatched bamboo huts were prevalent, their roofs moldy, the local inhabitants, clad in rags and appearing dazed, mingled with chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs that roamed the streets without a care. The stark contrast was jarring. If the mere sight of the crumbling streets was not enough, the unsanitary conditions were equally appalling, as the locals seemed utterly indifferent to the pothole-ridden paths they traversed, showing no inclination for repairs. Walking along the road, one would encounter depressions every few steps, where filth and stagnant water accumulated, exuding a nauseating stench under the harsh sunlight. The drainage ditches on either side teemed with mosquitoes, overflowing with garbage, leaving Luo Jingdao at a loss for words regarding the deplorable state of the environment. It was likely that aside from the third brother, who had grown accustomed to drinking from the Ganges and remained unfazed by floating corpses and refuse, no other traveler could endure such filth without discomfort. Oh, is this trading post really so small? Habitually judging by appearances, a common human flaw, Luo Jingdao could not help but be taken aback when he learned that this rather shabby structure was the local trading post. Only marginally better than his hometown's insulated barn, Vina Dubov, a seasoned adventurer who had roamed the seven seas for years, was undeniably well-versed in the ways of the world, given that half-elves age far more slowly than pure-blooded humans. Estimating her age based solely on her appearance would be quite unreliable. This day, Luo Jingdao remained unsure of Vina's true age, since it is often said that a woman's age is as much a secret as a man's income. He had no intention of prying further. After all, they were not contemplating marriage. He had not heard of those from the old world who sought one-night stands in nightclubs bothering to check ages as long as the person was visually appealing. Vina Dubov smiled and pointed to the weathered wooden door, saying, "There's a reason for this. This place specializes in black market dealings. The overt business is merely for show. The more dilapidated the exterior, the less likely it is to draw attention." Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao's mouth fell open in astonishment, and he scrutinized the aging two-story wooden building before him anew. Whose ingenious idea was this? It was brilliantly creative, Luo Jingdao exclaimed. Conducting black market trade in such a place. Who conceived of this? A true genius. Naturally, no one would ever guess the answer, and that is the crux of the matter. The Aru Islands is one of the ports closest to the sea of floating light within the inner ring. Those who prefer not to venture too close to the mainland for trade typically choose to unload their goods here. Various characters who roam the seven seas frequent this area, making the situation exceptionally intricate. The Yaling warship we procured on Selen Island likely drifted from here. Yaling and the goblins are sworn enemies, and should they cross paths, it would never end peacefully. Currently, the mainland is goblin territory. Do you think those Yaling brokers hoping to make a quick profit would risk their lives to unload near the mainland? Indeed, it was a revelation. This remote locale, scarcely better than a garbage dump, harbored a chaotic black market, rivaling the intrigue of classic films like Casablanca. As Vina Dubov recounted her tale, Luo Jingdao's eyes widened in excitement. Ah, they even sell warships here. What a bustling port. By the way, Vina, you mentioned that Yaling generally avoids the mainland. But what about General Salir? Upon hearing this, Vina understood what Luo Jingdao was implying. She shot him a glance, her gaze sharp as a razor, reminiscent of a carpenter assessing an unworkable piece of wood. After a moment, the half-elf beauty, with a half-smile, replied, "Fool, that was to save your life. How could that be considered normal circumstances? How much did the Yaling Empire wager on you? They would not easily abandon their investment. If you were to perish so easily, it would mean a loss for them. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao, unfamiliar with the international relations of the New World, rubbed his forehead in confusion. Wager? What is Yaling betting on? Without a hint of self-awareness regarding the off-topic discussion, Luo Zhengdao's focus shifted to the relationship between Yaling and himself. Eagerly pressing for further explanation, Walnidum had been lost in a mysterious ritual of the magical card masters, and now, in this war-torn world, Luo Zhengdao had to continue living under his identity. He worried that without untangling the complex web of relationships surrounding this gentleman, he might not even know how he died in the future. Much like the enigmatic black-robed sorcerer Najef, Luo Zhengdao still could not fathom why he was so intent on eliminating him. For money? For revenge? For love? Vina Dubov did not consider Luo Zhengdao's perspective. She tilted her head to regard him, then chuckled lightly. What could Yaling wager? Obviously, your noble status. The goblins have nearly exterminated the exiled nobles of the Bright Dynasty over the past 2 years. Not to mention those obstinate human nobles who would rather die defending their lands than flee, engaging in mutual slaughter. What a baffling bunch of idiots. Tisk tsk. Will, you, as the Earl of Fulub, are quite the notable figure among the exiles. Is it really just for that reason? Luo Zhengdao could not help but find humor in the situation, retorting, So, according to you, I should be grateful to the goblins? Upon hearing this, Vina brushed back a strand of her dark green hair and smiled. It matters not. Think as you wish. The truth is indeed as such. With a resigned sigh, Luo Zhengdao gazed skyward, shaking his head as if to dispel the myriad convoluted questions that were beyond comprehension. He shifted the conversation back to the main topic. Will the spices we brought be able to sell smoothly? My space pouch is nearly empty. Without any income, the crew's meals will soon become a problem. Upon hearing Luo Zhengdao lamenting his financial woes once more, the half-elf beauty chuckled dismissively, shaking her finger. Will. Rest assured, according to the trade routes I am aware of, the goblin fleet has been exceedingly active lately, and the number of merchant fleets daring enough to venture from the outer seas into the inner ring for trade is exceptionally low. The price of spices in the Yaru Islands must have skyrocketed due to the scarcity. What do you say we place a bet on it? The green copper piece, known as the green corner, is the most common low-denomination copper currency in the New World, issued by various nations. This base metal currency holds relatively stable purchasing power, typically hovering between the price of 1 to 1.5 loaves of bread, occasionally fluctuating beyond those limits depending on the news of harvest. In the realm of gambling, Luo Zhengdao, seasoned by numerous playful encounters with this whimsical tutor, had learned a thing or two about life experiences. Thus, he shook his head vigorously. Let us skip the betting. I can tell right away that you're just trying to toy with me. Upon hearing Luo Zhengdao's retort, Vina Dubov sighed melodramatically. Oh, Will, you've become jaded as well. What a dull life this is. With that, the half-elf beauty gracefully approached and knocked on the still-closed trading post door. Luo Zhengdao, following closely behind her, as they entered the building, Luo Zhengdao's eyes gradually adjusted to the stark contrast between the blazing sunlight outside and the dim interior. Particularly upon discerning the white numbers inscribed on the blackboard of the exchange's price list, he felt an intense jolt in his heart. Indeed, as Vina Dubov had just asserted, the local spice market's exorbitant prices were sufficient to precipitate premature heart failure in the euphoric Luo Zhengdao, who rubbed his eyes vigorously to confirm he was not seeing things. Mathematics, esteemed for its clarity and conciseness across any realm, rendered numbers the first universal symbols Luo Zhengdao mastered in this world. The exchange's price list before him bore figures nearly tenfold those he had encountered while procuring spices at the port of Ambon. An astounding profit, an unequivocal windfall. It was evident that, had it not been for the brutal rampage of the goblin fleet across the starry seas, scaring off most merchants, such astronomical figures would have been inconceivable, at least not in the Yaru Islands. Just over a week's voyage from Surin Island. After a moment of internal turmoil, Luo Zhengdao's racing thoughts came to a halt. Feeling somewhat deflated, he lowered his head with a wry smile if he were to compare himself to those green-skinned goblins, whose every sneeze sent half the world into a frenzy. His position as the displaced human noble, Will Needham, was but a trifling matter. The power dynamics were not even remotely comparable. It was almost surprising that the goblins deemed him worthy enough to pursue him, so perhaps he should sincerely express gratitude for their regard. Oh, you must be His Excellency, Count Fortune, just arrived in port. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. Count that I trust your journey has been smooth despite the turbulent seas. Thanks to your kindness, the voyage went splendidly. And I am in good health. The owner of the exchange, clad in an elegant white linen robe that reached his knees, approached Luo Jingdao with a smile, exuding the warmth of an old friend long separated. Merchants never miss an opportunity to seize extraordinary profits. To forego such an opportunity would surely denote an incompetent trader. Chapter 19. The Curse of the God of Desolation. Capitalists will sell us the nooses with which they are destined to hang. This explosive adage, uttered by the notorious revolutionary Ulyanov of the Old World, holds equally true in the New World. Regardless, even if I refuse to sell, others certainly will, so let us first secure the profits before considering life or death. Such pragmatic individuals are never in short supply. Driven by the innate nature of capital to chase after profit, persuading capitalists to relinquish their gains is more challenging than denying a human the air to breathe. The exchange owner, seasoned in the cutthroat world of commerce, understood this ironclad rule deeply, while Luo Jingdao, having traversed from Earth, was acutely aware of capital's insatiable greed for profit. Everyone is but a fox on the mountain. There is no need for pretense. Speak plainly. Upon their meeting, the customary pleasantries concluded, and the exchange owner donned a knowing smile, stating directly, "I have heard, Your Excellency, that you hail from Saran Island and possess a batch of spices intended for transfer. Have you found a suitable buyer?" The man before him, resembling a middle-aged version of the venerable Mahatma Gandhi with his gaunt frame and bald head, revealed a face full of wrinkles upon smiling. Luo Jingdao was not deceived by this genial expression and replied impassively, "Indeed, I have a batch of spices ready for sale. How much cargo do you intend to transfer?" "Approximately 200 boxes." It was Vina Duboff, following closely behind Luo Jingdao, who answered the inquiry regarding the quantity of goods, while both the exchange owner and Vina focused intently on each other's expressions, leaving Luo Jingdao as an inconsequential observer caught between them. As for the art of bargaining, Luo Jingdao, lacking sufficient understanding of the New World's intricacies, could not adequately fulfill this role, despite his eloquence. Only the initial contact was his responsibility, while the rest fell beyond his capabilities. Fortunately, given Luo Jingdao's current noble status as both a captain and a member of the esteemed aristocracy, it was entirely appropriate for him to delegate specifics to his subordinates when discussions of pricing and other details commenced. Vina Duboff seamlessly took over without causing any offense. After a spirited exchange of words, the deal was successfully struck. Luo Jingdao agreed to sell approximately 2/3 of the spices, netting over 6,000 gold coins. This sum was tenfold the principal invested a week prior when he had acquired the spices, not to mention that 100 boxes remained aboard. Thus, the initial investment had been recouped along with profits, rendering the remaining spices pure gain. Luo Jingdao accompanied Vina as she managed the delivery of goods, and only after the transaction was completed did he pose a query. "Vina, why did we not sell the remaining spices as well?" At his words, the half-elf beauty flashed a radiant smile imbued with intellectual charm. She glanced at her pupil and adopted a didactic tone, stating, "Will, you truly are a foolish student. Did you not realize that the remaining spices are precisely what the elves adore? Given the frequent disruptions in continental trade routes, we can use these spices as gifts to unlock the doors of the Elven Empire, which would greatly benefit your endeavors. Do you understand?" "Yes, my endeavors." In a sudden epiphany, Luo Jingdao recalled that he was not merely playing the latest version of a virtual maritime game. He was engaging in a struggle for survival. His once simple life as an ordinary person had become a relic of the past from the moment his soul traversed dimensions. The notion of modest comfort was akin to a slow suicide. Before him lay two equally grim paths. Either he would exhaust himself combating the green-skinned goblins, a daunting challenge, or he would ultimately succumb to them, a simpler outcome, yet one Luo Jingdao would hardly welcome. The fundamental conflict between Luo Jingdao and the goblins signified an irreconcilable clash, leaving him with little choice but to walk a perilous path to the bitter end. Perhaps this was one of the grave costs of his assumption of Will Needham's identity. In this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Should one truly exist, it is prudent to consider the heavy price concealed beyond the allure of wealth and whether one can afford to pay it. Suddenly, Luo Jingdao, lost in thought, felt his expression freeze, his visage contorting in extreme agony as he slowly bent forward, as if struck by a dagger. Witnessing this, the unprepared Vina Duboff was taken aback, cradling his face with her delicate hands and calling out urgently, Will, Will, what is wrong? Answer me. Luo Jingdao, feeling utterly weak and limp, barely managed to utter a few syllables before faltering. His tongue spasmed uncontrollably, and every muscle in his body convulsed violently, reminiscent of the tempestuous youths Professor Yang had once treated for internet addiction. The sweat pouring from Luo Jingdao was staggering, soaking through his garments in the blink of an eye. Compared to the radiating pain coursing through him, it felt as though dozens of elephants were stomping in a wild dance within his head. The intensity of his headache leading him to suspect his skull might burst at any moment. This sudden onslaught of pain persisted for several agonizing seconds before abruptly ceasing as unexpectedly as it had begun. As Luo Jingdao sat up, shaken, his face as pale as a sheet of gold, one could easily believe he was on the brink of collapse, after bending down to catch his breath for a while. Drenched in sweat, he struggled to straighten up and addressed the astonished Vina Duboff, saying, Vina, please help me back. After millennia of continuous refinement, the elven warships epitomized both functional excellence and aesthetic grandeur. The captain's quarters of the second-hand elven warship, the Yangwei, surpassed that of the super courage by more than double in size, and following the careful arrangement by the half-elf beauty, the room exuded an air of opulence and elegance befitting nobility. At that moment, a beam of sunlight streaming through the circular porthole cast a chiaroscuro effect within the room, and the onlookers gathered around the bed were oblivious to the surrounding decor and aesthetic appeal. Their focus solely fixed on Luo Jingdao. Miss Duboff, based on your account, I suspect His Excellency the Count is not actually ill. Undoubtedly, the linchpin of the entire team at present is Luo Jingdao, whose role is irreplaceable. Should Luo Jingdao draw his last breath, the makeshift pirate crew, cobbled together from various sources, would have no reason to persist. It would be far better for everyone to part ways and return home at the earliest opportunity. Consequently, Luo Jingdao's health has become a matter of great concern for all that the ship's doctor, Drake King, admitted his inability to ascertain the cause of his ailment. The subordinates convened to engage an external physician for treatment. They promptly summoned the most renowned seasoned doctor from the Arik Islands to diagnose Luo Jingdao's condition, in the face of life's unpredictability. This esteemed physician, known for his exceptional medical skills, displayed a rather pessimistic professional opinion after thoroughly examining Luo Jingdao and listening to the bystander. Vina Dubov described the symptoms. If you claim this is not an illness, then what could it possibly be? The medical system in the New World, reliant on arcane and alchemical practices, is not significantly inferior to the modern medicine of the Old World. To suggest that the physicians of the New World are limited to bloodletting techniques is sheer folly. The current flourishing state of medicine in this world owes much to the arcane practitioners dedicated to the study of necromancy, who have painstakingly unraveled the composition and functioning of human organs, thus making it considerably easier for doctors to learn the craft, particularly for the outstanding practitioners who are often former magical apprentices who switch to medicine after failing to grasp the arcane arts. Dr. Burns set aside his portable stethoscope crafted from the rare metal vibranium and stated, Based on my medical experience and the patient's signs, I personally tend to believe this is a manifestation of some curse. As for the specific curse, I regret to inform you that as a physician, I am powerless to lift curses. It would be best for your excellency to seek assistance from the temple and engage a priest or cleric to attempt its removal. They would be far more suited to handle such matters than I. Due to the limited space of the captain's quarters, only a handful of individuals were present. The governess Vina Dubov, the bosun Zola Hagel, the captain of the Super Courage, for Chopin, the stout ship's Dr. Drake King, and the quartermaster Hale Pope, among others, essentially the principal officers of the fleet. Lying on the bed, weak and breathless, Luo Jingdao opened his eyes and weakly surveyed the gathering before softly addressing Dr. Burns. Thank you. Regarding my condition, I hope you will refrain from discussing it with others. Of course, maintaining patient confidentiality is our ethical duty as doctors. You need not worry. After Dr. Burns departed, Vina Dubov, visibly troubled, remarked to the others, How could it possibly be a curse? Could it be the work of those green-skinned shamans? Surely not. They had no opportunity to act. With a keen sense of self-awareness, Luo Jingdao glanced at the assembled individuals and lowered his voice. It was not the goblins. Those greenskins have committed many misdeeds, but they are unjustly accused this time. At this, the half-elf beauty widened her eyes in bewilderment and exclaimed, Then how could you? Will, what do you know? Well, it's a long story. If the opportunity arises, I shall share it with everyone. But for now, I need to rest. As an experienced adventurer, one of the fundamental skills in navigating society is the ability to read the room. Failing to discern who is beyond reproach or to gauge their moods can lead even the mightiest adventurer to ruin. Vina, a half-elf who has led expeditions across the lands, had long mastered this essential skill at this moment. Upon observing Luo Jingdao's hesitant expression, she immediately understood that there were matters he could not speak of, and thus, with great sensitivity, she replied, "Oh, very well. Whenever you are ready to share, do let us know." Chapter 20. The sea of floating light. In this world, there exists no hatred without cause, nor love without reason. The notion of acquiring immense power without incurring a price is perhaps merely a fairy tale. The formidable power of the magic cards saved Luo Zhengdao from the brink of death at the hands of the schemer Najef, and now it was time for him to pay the corresponding price, a fair exchange. Is it not? Long before the violent outburst of the ancient goddess curse concluded, Luo Zhengdao inexplicably perceived a message surfacing in his mind. The immense agony he endured stemmed from the final curse cast by the fallen ancient gods of Europe upon their nemesis, the magic card masters. This could be seen as a greeting from opposing factions. Luo Zhengdao's traversal into the New World was precipitated by the magic card inheritance ceremony, during which the unfortunate Wolnidum had already departed this realm, as the second unfortunate soul. Luo Zhengdao was compelled to continue bearing the cost. Initially, he had not anticipated that employing merely 2 magic cards would trigger such a fierce backlash from the ancient god's curse. Luo Zhengdao could not help but grumble inwardly, deeming the conditions excessively harsh. In the New World, with its lengthy civilization history, the current era remains caught between the decline and resurgence of 2 waves of magical civilization, arguably a period of primitivism. Consequently, while magical power undeniably exists, it has not become as ubiquitous as the scientific technology of the old world in days of yore. The rising magic card masters, in pursuit of the ultimate truth of the cosmos, waged war and obliterated the ancient gods, a conflict rooted in profound disagreements over how to regard this world. When reasoned discourse failed to yield clarity, the only recourse left was to resort to physical might. And thus, conflict ensued, a perfectly ordinary outcome. Naturally, the ancient gods were not easily cowed. As the victors, the magic card masters ultimately faced their own annihilation at the hands of the curses unleashed by the ancient gods in their final moments, resulting in a catastrophic mutual destruction that concluded this high-stakes power struggle in the New World. The animosity between the magic card masters and the ancient gods is an unbreakable blood feud. Luo Zhengdao, as a successor, must be prepared to bear all consequences. There is no need for doubt. Whether it is the soul of Wolnidum, now lost, or Luo Zhengdao's current torment, the roots of their suffering lie in their engagement with the legacy of the magic card masters. In this world, no power comes without a price. Even though Wolnidum bore the brunt of the ancient god's curse, the residual effects that fell upon Luo Zhengdao remain horrifying in their potency. The diminished curse of the ancient gods may very well grow stronger with the passage of time, ultimately leading to the complete obliteration of Luo Zhengdao, body and soul, a true terror of the curse. Concerning matters already set in motion, it is far too late for Luo Zhengdao to contemplate abandonment. The very reason for his traversal arose from the power of the magic cards. Unless he can reverse time and causality to return to his previous state before the traversal, even if Luo Zhengdao never again employs magic cards, the curse of the ancient gods will continue to cling to him like a festering wound, intensifying day by day until the last of the magic card masters is eradicated from the New World. This is the ultimate objective of the ancient god's curse. The sensitivity surrounding the topic of the magic card masters and the curse of the ancient gods leads Luo Zhengdao to refrain from divulging the details to anyone. Not only do the few individuals present have minimal acquaintance with him, but he also harbors reservations about trusting them. Even the half-elf beauty, who is typically closest to him, is not someone he can confide in wholeheartedly. The burdens Luo Zhengdao bears are far too heavy. A single misstep could result in an irretrievable catastrophe. Secrets concerning his beloved family and kin cannot be freely shared, let alone with those he only regards as friends or collaborators. In this moment, he finds that silence speaks volumes, a realization that resonates within him. As he deftly sidesteps the topic of the ancient god's curse, his physical condition gradually improves with rest. Recently, He has enjoyed a steady cash flow, allowing him to disburse wages to the sailors on both ships at regular intervals, permitting them to indulge in frivolous spinning on the Arik Islands, lest they harbor pent-up frustrations that might lead to trouble, according to the customary practices of pirates, without the acquisition of plunder. There is no need to distribute dividends. With no income, there can be no profit to share. However, Luo Jingdao is unwilling to settle for merely being a successful pirate captain. He would rather expend his wealth to win the loyalty of his crew, ensuring that they are willing to lend him a hand in crucial moments. With his life perpetually under threat from the ancient god's curse, what use is it to amass vast sums of money? As if preparing for an extravagantly lavish funeral, the adage of earning wealth to offset calamity may not exist in the New World, but its essence holds true, having received substantial benefits from Luo Jingdao. The pirates are undoubtedly aware of the implications. The relationship between them transcends mere cooperation, adding another layer of bond. If given a choice, no one wishes to witness the demise of their benefactor. Days of comfort and tranquility pass by, while the casualties from previous battles and the subsequent shortages of sailors are alleviated through the fervent recruitment of new crew members. Perhaps, this serene and harmonious life feels almost illusory, akin to a beautiful soap bubble poised to burst under external pressures. The most lamentable aspect is that the reality of the situation aligns precisely with this sentiment. Even if Luo Jingdao possesses no extraordinary prophetic abilities, he is acutely aware that such tranquil days are fated not to last long. The relentless pursuit of the goblin hunting fleet, which has been lurking behind him like a shadow, will inevitably close in. Luo Jingdao, a fish that has slipped through the net, is indeed a conspicuous target. The Second Goblin Empire will not easily relinquish the opportunity to capture such a prize that in Luo Jingdao's view. He must take the chance, no matter the odds. Hey, there's news from outside. A fishing boat spotted an unfamiliar fleet passing through the western waters the night before last. The ominous crow's voice has always been more attuned to bad omens than good ones. Just as Luo Jingdao was pondering the significance of this unusually calm period, dreadful news began to pour in. Experiencing the unsettling sensation of his heart racing, Luo Jingdao immediately gave the order to fire the cannon to summon the sailors back to the warship. Once the flustered boatswain Zola Hagel managed to drag a few limp drunks away from the tavern waitress, Luo Jingdao, having counted the crew on deck, hastily declared, "Everyone is here, we shall weigh anchor and set sail at once." Recently, during their stay at the port, most sailors had exhausted their funds, and with finances tight, they dared not let their guard down. Following the boatswain's commands, they efficiently executed the tasks of hoisting sails, untying ropes, and raising the anchor, seamlessly transforming the urgent order to depart into a coordinated effort. Before long, the enchanted sails, inflated by the winds of mana, propelled the warship to its maximum speed of 14 knots. As Luo Jingdao turned to gaze at the Alu archipelago, which receded in the distance like a tranquil painting of emerald pearls, his heart, which had been racing for a while, finally began to calm. Allowing his taut nerves to relax somewhat, he exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration. Such is the woeful nature of a flight for survival. The meticulous Vina Dubov noticed Luo Jingdao's effort to conceal his unease and offered consolation. The glimmering sea ahead is a treacherous region, a paradise for sea dragons. It is said that colossal sea dragons capable of swallowing warships roam these waters. It would be wise for those green-skinned creatures to refrain from pursuing us. Her voice, as sweet and melodious as a nightingale, brought a weary smile to Luo Jingdao's face, though it was tinged with bitterness akin to having consumed a pound of bitter gourd. He shook his head and replied, "Whether it is intuition or paranoia, I cannot shake the feeling that those green-skinned creatures will not give up easily. They will surely come for us." Whether the Mordu Blackwater would pursue relentlessly remained uncertain. Still, the grim reality ahead was all too foreseeable. Vina Dubov, unwilling to deceive herself, could only muster a smile, as though she had heard a rather amusing joke. "Captain, the lookout reports a large expanse of seaweed ahead." Zola Hagel hurriedly approached with the update. Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao pulled out his gilded spyglass and peered towards the bow. Soon, he beheld a dense patch of seaweed shimmering with pale green luminescence within his curved field of vision. The glimmering sea, located beyond the starry sea, was a realm filled with a variety of phytoplankton, ranging in size from tiny specks to colossal vines stretching nearly 1,000 meters long, creating a kaleidoscopic jungle of aquatic flora. This sight was undeniably breathtaking, The lush seaweed stretched toward the horizon as if reaching into another world. In contrast, the warship he commanded, the Yawing, which exceeded 60 meters in length, appeared as insignificant as a tiny ant crawling on a towering North American sequoia amidst this boundless expanse of seaweed. Overwhelmed by the spectacle, Luo Zhengdao turned to Vina for insight regarding the glimmering sea. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Zola, the navigation ahead appears too intricate. We should reduce speed for safety. Please arrange for additional lookouts, and be cautious not to let the seaweed ensnare the rudder." "Understood, Captain. I will make the arrangements immediately." Zola Hagel, one of the most quintessential pirates of the New World, was ruthless and merciless, having taken countless lives without a shred of compassion. The number of people he had killed likely surpassed that of the average individual who lived their entire life within a mere 20-kilometer radius of their village. However, Zola was also an exceptionally skilled navigator, despite being illiterate, seemingly even more so than the semi-literate Luo Jingdao. Few were aware that this fearsome figure, whose name alone sent shivers down sailors' spines, had adopted a dozen or so orphans left behind by his fallen crew, rescuing them from the grim fate of starvation and exposure on the streets. Zola Hagel, with his complex and multifaceted persona, represented the pirate community that thrived during the age of exploration in the New World. They were a unique group that could not be easily defined in just a few words. In the New World, whether one was a merchant engaged in maritime trade or a pirate plundering the seas. Such perilous occupations were far from the realm of the ordinary and incompetent. Pirates, criminals who amassed wealth through the plunder of others, could not be simply labeled as cowards or sluggards. They dared to engage fate upon the ethereal seas, risking their lives for wealth, honor, and status. In a sense, pirates embodied a complex amalgamation of merchant, adventurer, and brigand, illustrating that the real world is not merely black and white, and the boundaries between good and evil cannot be delineated by mere words. Chapter 21. Walking with Dragons. Having received the latest orders from Captain Luo Zhengdao, Zola Hagel promptly made his way to the center of the upper deck, barking at the sailors, "Everyone, pay attention. Lower the mainsail, stow the foresail, and reduce speed to 7 knots. All off-duty sailors, rotate every hourglass interval, maintaining a distance of 15 yards between each lookout. Keep a vigilant eye on both sides of the ship and prepare axes and knives to cut away any seaweed that may entangle the rudder. Now, get to work, you lazybones." In stark contrast to the always idyllic tropical vistas of the Starry Sea, the glimmering sea, with its rampant proliferation of algae, posed a far more perilous environment. Whenever foreign vessels ventured into the glimmering sea, navigators would find that no matter which direction they gazed, they were met with a kaleidoscope of seaweed in various sizes and colors. These bioluminescent algal blooms not only obscured the navigator's view, but also muddled the celestial projections from the lower horizon, rendering the task of accurately discerning direction in such a place a perplexing challenge. At such times, the magical artifact resembling a globe, known as the celestial sphere, along with its accompanying guiding beacon, which usually sat on the captain's desk, became treasures in the eyes of the crew. It is said that these relatively common magical artifacts were originally designed by navigators to facilitate passage through the glimmering sea and the shadowy depths beyond. If one were to turn back the clock several millennia, ships often found themselves lost in the glimmering sea, a commonplace occurrence, even without considering the possibility of ferocious sea dragons attacking vessels. Being trapped for an extended period amidst the seaweed, depleting all supplies and succumbing to thirst and starvation, was undoubtedly a more terrifying fate. As Luo Zhengdao attentively listened to the half-elf maiden's explanations regarding the natural geography of the glimmering sea, he observed the bizarre array of seaweed surrounding the Yawing. The terrifying spectacle of this overabundance of plant life was nearly enough to drive him to the brink of madness. It was inevitable that such scenes of nature's unrestrained wilderness would evoke memories of documentaries about the Amazon rainforest from the Old World. Perhaps the only distinction was that the glimmering sea was doubly perilous compared to tropical rainforests. If one were to apply the Old World scientific theory of the food chain, wherein plants sustain herbivores, and herbivores, in turn, sustain carnivores, to analyze the sheer volume of life that could be supported by this verdant marine territory, the resulting figure would undoubtedly be astronomical enough to send chills down one's spine. How many carnivorous beasts would thus depend on this ecosystem? Pondering this question elicited a sense of dread within Luo Jingdao, who, while grappling with frustration, also harbored concerns for the road ahead. The glimmering sea was indeed too dangerous, yet it was the only route available. There was no avoiding it. As he scrutinized the eerily tranquil expanse of the glimmering sea, Luo Zhengdao felt an increasing sense of unease creeping up his spine. Unable to contain his impatience, he turned to Vina Dubov and inquired, "Vina, how long do you think it will take us to traverse the glimmering sea?" Upon hearing his question, the half-elf narrowed her eyes and, half-jokingly, half-seriously replied, "If all goes smoothly, it should only take 20 days. However, if Lady Luck does not favor you, well, then it's hard to say." Just as Luo Zhengdao prepared to voice his frustrations, an eerie, elongated howl echoed across the expanse of the glimmering sea, causing his body to shiver involuntarily. The instant the strange sound reached their ears, the seasoned sailors erupted into chaos, abandoning their tasks to search for the source of the sound. Startled, Luo Zhengdao tugged at Vina's sleeve, whose complexion had changed drastically, and asked, "Vina, what was that sound?" The usually cheerful half-elf had lost her smile, her hawk-like gaze scanning the surrounding seaweed jungle with palpable tension. After a brief moment, Vina leaned closer to Luo Zhengdao, speaking in a hushed tone, "Show. Lower your voices, that is the call of the ichthyosaur." Almost simultaneously, the first mate Zola Hagel erupted in fury over the chaos aboard the ship. He brandished a cat-o'-nine-tails, delivering stinging lashes to several sailors who were shouting and running amok. With a fierce glare, he admonished, "Fools, silence yourselves. Do you wish to become a pile of dragon dung?" Driven by overwhelming terror, the crew found it difficult to suppress their emotional upheaval, compelling Zola Hagel to wield his whip, striking down those who had lost control until they finally settled down. Soon after, the entire warship was enveloped in a long, deathly silence, a similar stillness reigning over the brigantine ship, the Gallant. Awoo! The mournful howl echoed once more, but this time, it seemed closer. Sensing imminent danger, Luo Zhengdao's fingers trembled uncontrollably. He was no seasoned operative from Delta Force. Merely standing upright in close proximity to a prehistoric beast was an extraordinary feat. In an instant, the kelp beds less than 100 meters away trembled violently, and then a slender, silvery figure glided gracefully through the dense foliage of seaweed. Following the sound, Luo Zhengdao fixed his gaze upon the fleeting shadow and murmured, "A sea serpent?" With a gentle motion, Vina Dubov, exuding a subtle scent of orchids, leaned closer to Luo Zhengdao and said softly, "Indeed, ichthyosaurs may appear serpentine. Early navigators believed them to be a type of sea snake, but in truth, they are a subdragon species. Scientifically classified as ichthyosaur, do not underestimate it simply because it is a subdragon. In the waters of the shimmering sea, even a pure-blood dragon might struggle to conquer an ichthyosaur." Awoo! Another howl resonated, rich and sonorous, reminiscent of the grand organ music in an ancient cathedral, filled with an overwhelming resonance. Mere seconds later, the ichthyosaur revealed itself in the void just a few meters away from the Gallant. To Luo Zhengdao, the visual impact was more stunning than countless Hollywood blockbusters flaunting visual effects. In his youth, Luo Zhengdao had briefly studied calligraphy under parents who hoped for their son to achieve greatness. Though he never mastered the art, he recalled his Mediterranean-haired instructor passionately describing the elegance of cursive script as graceful as a dancing dragon. Now, witnessing the ichthyosaur's exquisite form for the first time, Luo Zhengdao trembled with a mix of fear and excitement. The powerful, sinewy grace combined with an effortless fluidity was indescribable. No words other than graceful as a dancing dragon could encapsulate its essence. Overwhelmed, he could not help but exclaim, "Surely the ancients were not deceiving me. Could they have also encountered the ichthyosaur?" Zola Hagel, a seasoned pirate, had traversed the treacherous shimmering sea countless times, and he irritably reminded the sailors, "Do not speak or move recklessly. Ichthyosaurs rarely attack ships. It might merely seek a place to scratch an itch. Indeed, great beasts possess great wisdom." This statement held true as apex predators. Once fully grown, ichthyosaurs have no natural enemies, leaving them troubled only by parasites they cannot shake off. Despite the abundance of flora in the shimmering sea, the slippery, soft-bodied algae provided no suitable surfaces for the ichthyosaur to rub against its elongated body marred by parasites, just as Zola had said. The sailors watched in astonishment as the ichthyosaur eagerly approached the Gallant, rubbing its back vigorously against the ship's hull as if it were enjoying a bath. Its surface was covered with rough scales akin to steel files and sandpaper, producing eerie creaking sounds as they scraped against the ship's timber, sending chills down the sailors' spines and causing them to question whether the vessel could withstand the ichthyosaur's antics without falling apart. In the realm of shadows, it is a universal truth that when the stars of the stage make their grand entrance, all eyes are drawn to them. The same was true now. Everyone focused solely on the ichthyosaur's movements, oblivious to a small figure clinging to it. Flap, flap, flap. All held their breath in a palpable silence, the atmosphere thick with dread, when suddenly, the sound of flapping wings pierced through the air, striking a jarring note. Like the sailors aboard the Gallant, no one dared to exhale. Hearing the commotion, Luo Zhengdao looked up, hardly believing his eyes that a peculiar creature resembling a diminutive dragon, yet 100 times smaller, descended gracefully if it were to land. It would stand no taller than 1 meter, roughly the size of a large wolfhound. Chirp! Just as Luo Zhengdao's curiosity was piqued by this unexpected spectacle, the little creature lowered its flight path. Landing softly like a leaf on the ship's stern deck, it propped itself up on its bat-like forelimbs, nostrils flaring as it sniffed its surroundings, before awkwardly crawling towards Luo Zhengdao on all fours. Sensing no immediate threat from this small being amidst the cacophony caused by the ichthyosaur, he raised his voice to Vina, asking, "Vina, what is this creature?" "It is a pseudo-dragon, a rather feeble subdragon. Will not be cautious of its tail stinger. It is venomous. While it poses little threat, its poison should not be underestimated. In the hierarchy of nature, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain unless one is male and the other female. Apex predators like the ichthyosaur exhibit a strong territorial instinct. It is perilous for any predator to roam within its domain. Those weak enough to be disregarded by the ichthyosaur, such as the pirates aboard the ship, and this pseudo-dragon, which could hardly contend with a common beast, were of no concern to it, much like a satiated lion. A tiger's temperament becomes quite docile. Having recently enjoyed a sumptuous meal, the ichthyosaur merely sought a place to scratch its itch, indifferent to any company. Upon hearing Vina's explanation, Luo Zhengdao tentatively retrieved a piece of jerky from his satchel and tossed it towards the pseudo-dragon. It cautiously lowered its head to sniff the offering, then opened its mouth to take a bite. Its tiny, sharp teeth, akin to needles, easily tore through the brick-like jerky, and in the blink of an eye, it devoured the morsel. Chapter 22. A narrow escape. Chirp. After savoring Luo Zhengdao's jerky, the pseudo-dragon stretched its neck in a display of affection, chirping a few times as it rubbed its scaly head against his calf. Witnessing this, Vina gazed at Luo Zhengdao in astonishment, covering her mouth and exclaiming, "Will, it seeks more food. It seems quite fond of you." Realizing that he had formed a bond with the pseudo-dragon, Luo Zhengdao felt a sense of kinship akin to that of a beloved pet from his childhood. With mutual affection and an inexplicable trust established, the next steps became straightforward. Luo Zhengdao withdrew more food from his satchel, crouched down, and smiled at the pseudo-dragon, attempting to convey a friendly demeanor as he said, "You have quite an appetite. Here, eat up." Having satisfied its itch, the ichthyosaur ceased its relentless assault on the Gallant's hull, stretching lazily as if it intended to hitch a ride, resting most of its massive form against the cruising pirate ship. Just then, a lookout atop the mast spotted something in the distance and signaled Zola Hagel with flags. The first mate, not daring to waste time, approached Luo Zhengdao and reported, "Captain, we have spotted an unidentified vessel approaching from the port side." As a novice sailor, Luo Zhengdao was clueless about the intricate flag signaling, and upon hearing Zola's report, he could only rely on his instincts to make a decision, responding, "All hands on deck. Oh, and be careful not to startle the ichthyosaur. Handle the rest as you see fit." "Yes, Captain." What is it they say? When it rains, it pours. Knowing that the mysterious vessel pursuing them likely harbored ill intentions, Luo Zhengdao hesitated to command the crew to speed away. After all, the ichthyosaur beneath the ship was enjoying its unexpected ride. Did he dare risk inciting the beast's wrath by ordering full speed ahead? It was no less formidable than their potential adversaries. In fact, Luo Zhengdao would rather face those unknown foes than test the true extent of the ichthyosaur's fearsome reputation. Realizing that the time to act was upon him, Luo Zhengdao, though frantic and anxious, dared not make any rash moves. After pondering for a moment, he recalled another pressing matter and promptly called over the first mate. "Zola," saying, "quickly, signal the fleet to conceal the Chaoyong." Regardless of Luo Zhengdao's internal thoughts, the situation continued to evolve in an unpredictable manner. The pursuing fleet was led by the goblin commander, Madwa Heishui, intent on hunting down their quarry. Unlike Luo Zhengdao's fleet, which had set sail from the Aru Islands well-fed and well-rested, the goblins had endured tremendous hardship during their relentless pursuit, suffering greatly as they chased down the recently established privateer fleet of the Earl of Fulabeo in the Shimmering Seas. While Luo Zhengdao might not be the strongest or the most revered among the surviving human nobility, the title of Earl of Fulabeo undoubtedly ranked highest, as the saying goes. A tall tree catches the wind, and as a prominent noble. Luo Zhengdao had been marked as the primary target by the Goblin's Second Empire, a testament to his fate, for in a society defined by hierarchy, one's lineage dictates everything. The proclaimed eternal reign of the Illuminated dynasty was extinguished by the Goblin Empire. Yet most human commoners managed to survive the chaos of war, even if reduced to slavery, stripped of their assets and personal rights, living lives worse than that of animals, they remained alive. This was hardly an act of humanitarianism on the part of the goblins. Their civilization had not evolved to such a degree. Even in the old world, instances of egregious injustice, such as the torture of prisoners in the so-called beacons of democracy, or the deployment of drones to eliminate individuals without judicial proceedings, were not uncommon. The police, who claimed to embody freedom and justice, still brandished their batons to disperse protests, while Western nations, which professed to respect private property, would seize the bank deposits of account holders to cover governmental shortfalls. Such bizarre events were plentiful, illustrating that slogans and reality rarely aligned. In a new world where true deities exist, widespread slaughter of their followers would amount to a blatant provocation against the divine. If the wrath of mere mortals could shake the heavens, the fury of the gods would be far more formidable, regardless of the nature of these deities, whether upright and austere, cunning and treacherous, or brutal and bloodthirsty. They each possess their own adherents within the diverse tapestry of human society. Should the goblins prove foolish enough to attempt the wholesale slaughter of humanity, they would surely incur the ire of these gods, who would not simply protest but would unite to issue divine decrees and wage holy wars. Once their very essence was threatened, these deities would not relent until they had exacted retribution upon the Goblin Empire. Aware of the potential wrath of the gods, the goblins, despite their self-proclaimed fearlessness, would reconsider any confrontation with divine beings, as any individual would weigh the difficulty of such a challenge. Even the goblin hierarchy, momentarily intoxicated by successive victories, regained their reason when a few radicals proposed the reckless notion of eliminating future threats. This wave of radicalism was swiftly quelled, with no viable solution at hand. The goblins resorted to extreme measures to remove the sparks of future chaos. The ominous prophecy regarding the fate of humans and goblins was well known among both parties, having circulated for millennia in the New World, rendering it an open secret. Thus, the goblins relentlessly pursued the human nobility to this day. Among the nobility holding titles of the Illuminated dynasty, the targets at the Duke and Marquis levels were too conspicuous. Having been swiftly eliminated by the goblins, Luo Zhengdao, as the last remaining Earl of Fulabeo, was the most significant prize left to capture, and it was hardly surprising that he found himself in perilous situations repeatedly. Fire! With a ferocious grin, the goblin commander Madwa Heishui personally issued the order to attack, estimating that the pirate ship had entered range. The bow cannon of the goblin warship launched stone projectiles at the younger ship, which was proceeding at a leisurely pace. Thud, thud, thud. The view was obstructed by the dense clusters of seaweed proliferating in the Shimmering Sea, making it impossible for the pursuing goblin warships to see the Yanga from behind. Beneath the Yanga, a colossal dragon was resting. When the goblin cannons fired, one of the projectiles struck the dragon's tail, startling the creature despite not inflicting any harm. Who dared to cause a ruckus in the domain of the great dragon? Did they not know who ruled here? The dragon, nearly 100 meters long, was a formidable presence amidst the Shimmering Sea and had never before suffered such indignities. With an indignant roar, it leaped from beneath the Yanga like a tiger descending from the mountain, launching itself at the goblin fleet. At that moment, Luo Zhengdao, who had been intensely focused, suddenly relaxed, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. In this critical juncture, he disregarded his discomfort and called to his crew. Quickly, raise all sails and proceed at full speed. Navigating at full speed through the treacherous waters of the Shimmering Sea, where colliding with floating reefs could lead to catastrophic consequences, was no trivial matter. This was a high-stakes endeavor, Yet the crew had no objections to Luo Zhengdao's order to accelerate. The unruly Zola Hagel merely cast a glance at the captain before complying. Meanwhile, the relentless goblin fleet, comprising over 30 warships of various types, included only 2 battleships of the line, with the rest being cruisers and escorts. They were more than capable of overwhelming the small privateer fleet of just 2 vessels. With the enemy's blade poised at their throats, the risks of accelerating seemed negligible compared to the certainty of doom that awaited them if they hesitated. Choosing between life and certain death did not require extraordinary intelligence. One merely had to make the correct choice amidst the dire circumstances. As the Yanga sped through the seaweed thickets, the lookout signaled that the pursuing goblin fleet was no longer visible. Hearing this news, Luo Zhengdao exhaled in relief, smiling at Vina, saying, "Wonderful. We've evaded those green-skinned fiends. Where's the Chaoyang?" With keen eyesight, Vina Dubov pointed to a distant gap in the sparse seaweed, stating that moving dark spot should be the Chaoyang. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Long live. Sharing in the genuine joy of escaping peril. The sailors erupted in hearty laughter and excited whistles, a true expression of relief after narrowly escaping danger. However, this exuberance was short-lived. The sailors, well acquainted with the treacherous ethereal sea, understood that maintaining such high speeds was a risky gamble. Slowing down could very well result in the goblin fleet catching up. Luo Zhengdao, weighing the pros and cons with a grim expression, turned to Zola Hagel and said, "Reduce speed to 6 knots. Once the Chaoyang approaches, we will regroup. Also, send more crew to observe the surroundings for any unexpected developments." The first mate's expression remained inscrutable as he replied in a calm tone, "Understood. I will make the arrangements." The half-elf beauty approached Luo Zhengdao and said, "Will, there is a secluded supply port ahead, and we could reach it within half a day's sail. Shall we not stop to rest for a while?" For long-haul vessels, temporarily docking at a port for supplies was certainly advantageous. Fresh food and clean water would bolster the crew's morale and help prevent the outbreak of diseases. However, Luo Zhengdao's primary concern was not morale. The Yang'er had been subjected to the dragon's playful antics for quite some time, and he wondered if it had sustained any damage. Rushing to port to inspect the ship's condition was the most prudent preventive measure. Yet, he still felt a lingering unease. After contemplating, he summoned Zola Hagel to seek his opinion. The enigmatic first mate, rumored to have elven blood, exuded a mysterious aura. He claimed to be an experienced pirate, and his demeanor generally aligned with that of a typical buccaneer, yet there was an elusive quality about him that suggested untold stories, earning him the respect of his peers. Vina, the gunner, has suggested we take a break at the supply port ahead. That I would like to hear your thoughts. Upon hearing this, Zola Hagel grinned, his white teeth gleaming against his dark complexion, and replied, "That is a sound suggestion. The greenskin fiends are currently entangled with the dragon and cannot extricate themselves. If we take refuge in the port, it may confuse them. Engaging these impoverished greenskins yields no profit, only loss. It is best to avoid such futile battles." Chapter 23. The terror of the isolated island. The Sea of Floating Light is a dreamlike paradise belonging to the Seaweed clan. Yet it stands as a nightmare for all mariners that eye in this warm maritime expanse. Within the visible range of shipboard lookouts, seaweed reigns supreme, an array of diverse sizes and colors, with land's presence seldom discernible. Islands spacious enough to support intelligent species and harbor freshwater resources are a rarity in the Sea of Floating Light. Naturally, it is inconceivable that such a vast ocean would be devoid of islands. The challenge lies in the fact that these concealed lands are a haven for pirates, inaccessible to ordinary merchant fleets. During the mid-reign of the Radiant Dynasty, a period when trade between the mainland and the outer seas flourished, an average of over 50 merchant vessels fell prey to pirates each month along the routes of the Sea of Floating Light. The plunderous fleets of pirates, thriving on their exploits, utilized these remote, hidden islands as supply ports and bases for disposing of their stolen goods. One such haven, the idyllic Mili Atoll, adorned with white sandy beaches and tranquil lagoons, is nestled within the Sea of Floating Light, serving as a pirate supply port. Ah, is that not the infamous Zola the Blade? I hear you recently taught the 7th Fleet of the Elven Federation a lesson. You certainly bounced back quickly. A burly man with a scarred face, bare-chested and displaying well-defined muscles reminiscent of a professional bodybuilder, greeted the first mate Zola Hagel. Despite his handsome features, the scar that ran from his left temple to the corner of his mouth lent his visage an air of mockery, making him appear perpetually sardonic. Even without uttering a word of derision, His countenance exuded an aura that would easily draw enmity. Upon being reminded of old wounds and ridiculed, Zola Hagel's composure faltered, his facial muscles twitched, and he slammed his hand down on the table, bellowing, "Enough of your nonsense. Boss, bring the drinks quickly." In the long voyages across the seas, the quantity of freshwater and perishable provisions that a ship can carry is limited and difficult to preserve. Not every fleet can afford the luxury of space bags for storing supplies as does Luo Jingdao. Here in the New World, spatial equipment is a relatively advanced magical item, with larger capacities often exceeding the value of a battleship. If pirates could afford such extravagant magical tools, why would they venture into the treacherous seas for a living? Once a seafaring vessel departs from a supply port, it may still partake of fresh vegetables and fruits for a month or so. But only the wealthiest nobles pursue such extreme luxuries. Pirates and ordinary sailors must make do with whatever is available aboard their ships, with little to no choice over their meals, the provisions and drinking water stored in the dank, dark hold, where cockroaches and rats frequently scurry, are bound to spoil quickly in such deplorable conditions. Even water sealed in oak barrels typically develops a foul odor after 2 weeks, while hardtack biscuits, baked to dryness, often breed insects, and the excessively salty, rock-hard cured meats leave much to be desired. The quality of such food and drink leads to a culinary experience that is simply abysmal, unimaginable to those who have never endured it. For the majority of sailors navigating the 7 seas, the rare moments of joy are found in the hearty consumption of ale and cheap, potent rum. After all, from any perspective, drinking is far preferable to sampling the foul-tasting, contaminated water. Thus, many sailors develop a habit of excessive drinking, with their daily rations of ale or rum made from molasses and sugarcane byproducts representing one of their few comforts. Conversely, the prohibition of alcohol is enforced as a severe disciplinary measure aboard ships, should any fool cross the captain or the quartermaster. The revocation of their alcohol rations is a punishment second only to a meeting with a nine-tailed cat. It is said that 99 of drunks would rather endure a whipping than face a fortnight without a drop to drink, a torment of the mind that surpasses even that of physical pain. Luo Jingdao's fleet received a warm welcome from the local inhabitants at Mili Atoll. Recently, the aggressive antics of the goblin fleet had been setting off alarm bells among merchants, challenging their psychological endurance. Undoubtedly, merchants were willing to risk the gallows for the sake of excess profits. However, the goblins' methods of execution went beyond mere hanging, employing tortures more inventive than even those of many pirates. In a world where many covet wealth, there are also those who cherish life. Not everyone possesses the awareness of the grim fate that awaits those subjected to brutal torture. The rumors of the goblin savage customs deterred many merchants, leading to a significant downturn in the shipping industry of the Sea of Floating Light. With their primary source of income severed, pirate groups were compelled to follow their prey further out to sea. Consequently, even a supply port like Mili Atoll, blessed with golden waterways, encountered unprecedented economic hardships. Over time, the arrival of Luo Jingdao's small pirate fleet was met with exceptional hospitality and reverence, a development that requires little explanation. Ha ha ha. Esteemed guests, welcome to Mili Atoll, our pirate paradise. Please, enjoy yourselves as if you were home. The bar owner's exuberant greeting sounded more like a poorly crafted advertisement for a holiday resort to Luo Jingdao. He chuckled as he surveyed the bar's decor, inquiring, "Oh, is it safe here?" Upon hearing the hint of skepticism in Luo Jingdao's voice, the bar owner erupted in laughter, wiping a glass with a white silk cloth, proudly exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Of course, safety is beyond question. You see the rocks outside. They serve as a natural barrier. Without our designated pilots, even the Yaling fleet would find it impossible to breach our shores." Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao maintained an unamused expression, nodding in response. "Is that so? Then, that is splendid news." Gazing through the bar's rudimentary wooden windows, a golden sun cast its rays upon the entire Mili Atoll, illuminating the pristine white sands and the turquoise waters, which appeared even more resplendent under the sun's embrace. The stunning scenery, akin to a paradise, was marred only by the distant fortress built of gray-white stones, which Luo Jingdao found reminiscent of the leisurely charm of Southeast Asian tourist destinations from the Old World. "Hey, Will, would you care to join me for a stroll to the exchange?" A half-elf beauty greeted him at the bar's entrance. Luo Jingdao, taken aback, responded with surprise, "Oh, Is there an exchange here as well? Upon hearing this, Vina Duboff rolled her eyes in exasperation and amusement, retorting, "What do you mean? Even pirates need to eat. They can't just steal a ship full of burlap and expect to sew their own clothes. Or commandeer a cargo of salt to sustain themselves. That would take ages." Before arriving in the New World, Luo Zhengdao had never engaged in unlawful activities. His knowledge of life as a desperate outlaw was solely derived from novels. Cinematic portrayals of pirates often focused on grand, fantastical battles rather than the mundane realities of their daily existence, such as planning heists and managing the aftermath of their plunders. Thus, it was reasonable that he was unfamiliar with this line of business. Realizing this, Luo Zhengdao scratched his head and chuckled at himself, saying, "Well, you make a valid point. No amount of reading can compare to witnessing the world firsthand. True understanding comes only through personal experience." Stepping out of the bar, the seasoned Vina Duboff led Luo Zhengdao through the winding port district, ensuring they were not being followed. Their footsteps eventually halted before a 3-story building painted white, one of the most impressive structures in Mili Atoll. To modern individuals from the old world, the profession of piracy was steeped in mystery, with Hollywood producing blockbuster films like Pirates of the Caribbean to entertain audiences while reaping substantial profits. The term pirate carries vastly different connotations in Eastern and Western cultures, having not experienced the Age of Discovery and the great maritime explorations. Easterners perceive pirates as brigands clad in outlandish attire, a portrayal epitomized by historical accounts of the Wokou in Chinese literature. In reality, over 90% of the so-called Wokou were local maritime merchants from the Ming dynasty, with the actual Ronin from the Japanese archipelago being few in number and primarily serving as hired muscle. The leaders of pirate groups were predominantly Ming Chinese, the Zhou Ming dynasty, attempting to monopolize the lucrative overseas trade. Not only abandoned any ambitions of restoring trade from the Song and Yuan dynasties, but also issued a maritime prohibition, hoping to pocket all the benefits from overseas commerce. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's means of livelihood is akin to murdering their parents. A mere decree could not extinguish the fervent desire for wealth. Harsh punishments failed to deter illicit activities. In the era of the Ming dynasty, when maritime trade was unrestrained, a group of individuals engaged in commerce as sea merchants. However, once the maritime prohibition was enacted, these same individuals swiftly transformed into pirates, which accounted for the incessant presence of Japanese bandits during the Ming period. The negative perception held by the Chinese towards pirates is indeed rooted in reality. Conversely, in the Western consciousness, the image of pirates is often viewed more favorably, embodying the spirit of adventure and ambition. Imagine, if you will, those impoverished young men, daringly embarking on a sailboat to venture into the unknown, seizing wealth and glory in distant lands, only to return home in splendor years later. What a legendary and inspirational tale that is. Setting aside the legality of their wealth and the morality of their methods, the mere narrative of these destitute individuals rising to prosperity is inherently compelling. Thus, in Western culture, the spirit of piracy signifies not merely the act of plundering wealth, but represents an elusive, grand aspiration. A.S. Luo Zhengdao followed Vina Duboff through the entrance of the trading house, a place dedicated to the disposal of pirate loot. He suddenly found himself amidst a plethora of displayed goods. This was not a department store. Although numerous items were showcased, they were merely samples, as actual transactions were conducted at the dock warehouses. The trading house did not engage in retail. The minimum transaction was quantified in barrels and boxes. The well-informed proprietor, upon noticing a flamboyantly dressed young man accompanied by a half-elf beauty, greeted them with a warm smile, treating them as old friends. "Feel free to browse, esteemed guests, should you wish to sell goods. Do remember to bring samples." Chapter 24. A confrontation on a narrow path. It is universally acknowledged that pirates are notoriously unscrupulous. They sell whatever they manage to seize, even if it includes a shipload of chamber pots. Thus, the array of samples displayed in the trading house was exceedingly varied. From the smallest needle and thread to entire hides and skeletons of sea dragons, the Mili Atoll trading house boasted an impressive assortment of goods. Yet, what truly piqued Luo Zhengdao's interest was a rather unassuming item, a card with a deep green back. Proprietor, this card. In an instant, Luo Zhengdao felt an uncanny resemblance between this card and others in the deck, suggesting it might have originated from the hands of a long-gone mage. When he cautiously inquired about the price, the proprietor casually replied, "It was mixed in with last year's haul that a mage has appraised it. It is a magical artifact." Though its purpose remains unclear, if you wish to acquire it, 50 gold coins will suffice. For the half-elf beauty, who did not hail from a wealthy family, 50 gold coins was no trivial sum. Before Luo Zhengdao could speak, Vina Duboff huffed in displeasure. How can you sell something of unknown use for 50 gold coins? Here. In response, the proprietor gestured towards a statement on the wall, written in the common tongue, which essentially declared that haggling was not permitted in this establishment. Gold has a fixed value, whereas jade's worth is subjective. It can be divided, melted, or forged without degrading its value. The cost of gold comprises mining, smelting, and investment, establishing a reasonable price range. In contrast, the value of jade depends on the buyer's aesthetic preferences. Many people might see little difference between a fine jade and a common stone found by the roadside. For Luo Zhengdao, an amateur mage, a new card was akin to a priceless gem, beyond the bounds of monetary valuation. Consequently, he raised a hand to halt Vina Duboff from continuing her argument with the proprietor and decisively declared, "Very well. I shall purchase it." Will. Ignoring Vina Duboff's exasperated outcry, Luo Zhengdao reiterated his stance. "I will buy it." The allure of an unseen new magical card was irresistible to a mage, rivaling even the charm of a cute little girl's innocent gaze. Luo Zhengdao, unperturbed by the aggrieved look from Vina, hastily reached for his coin pouch, unwilling to delay for negotiations that might cost him dearly. A magical card, after soothing the nearly enraged half-elf beauty back at their temporary lodging. Luo Zhengdao eagerly placed the card in his palm once the door was securely shut. Remarkably, without employing any special abilities, the card silently shed its dull protective layer, revealing its true nature, although he had yet to discern its specific properties. From the face of the card, Luo Zhengdao surmised that it was a 3-star level magical card. Since his arrival in this world, he had not encountered such a high-tier magical card, and he could not suppress his delight. Even during dinner, his joy was evident, prompting Vina Duboff to curiously inquire, "Will, have you lost your mind? Why do you keep smiling?" Realizing he had been behaving rather unusually, Luo Zhengdao cleared his throat, attempting to temper his exuberance. "No, I'm just exceedingly happy." Setting aside Vina Duboff's past impressions of the former will need him, this was irrelevant to Luo Zhengdao. Since his arrival, Vina had always found him composed and unflappable, even in moments of urgency, which she attributed to his lack of experience. Today, however, his incessant grinning seemed incongruous. Was it truly just because of the newly acquired card? This was entirely out of character for him. After pondering for a moment, Vina ventured, "Could that card be the legendary gambler's lucky card?" At this, Luo Zhengdao was momentarily taken aback, waving his hands dismissively. It's not that, boom," just as he was racking his brain for a plausible explanation. A thunderous noise erupted from outside. Having gained considerable familiarity with the warfare of this new world through his experiences, he could identify the distinctive sound of an explosion caused by stone pine spore powder. With his eyes closed, he could discern the nature of the commotion and shouted, "Take cover! It's cannon fire!" It was hardly surprising that the Mili Atoll was under bombardment, no matter how powerful the sea dragon was. It remained merely a lesser dragon, lacking the spell-casting abilities of true dragons and unable to fly, relying solely on brute strength and its resilient scales. In stark contrast, the well-equipped goblin fleet, with their 30 warships and hundreds of cannons, could easily overpower a single lesser dragon. Luo Zhengdao had never expected a mere sea dragon to resolve this predicament, yet the goblins' timely pursuit raised suspicions in his mind. Was someone in league with the goblins? The thought sent a chill down his spine. "Move quickly. Let us return to the Valor." He called to Vina and the others, drawing his sword as they hurried towards the dock. In that moment, one thought consumed him. They must not be cornered by the goblins on the shore, for remaining in this cursed place would leave them with no means of escape. Thud, thud, thud. A haven for pirates who commit murder and theft was hardly a sanctuary for virtuous souls. Mere seconds after the goblin fleet opened fire, the coastal fortifications of Mili Atoll retaliated, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire that echoed like a cacophony of exploding beans. The complex reef terrain surrounding Mili Atoll hindered the goblin fleet's approach for a landing operation, forcing them to bombard the port at maximum elevation. Yet, they would soon realize their miscalculation. The cannons aboard the goblin warships, with calibers of only 12 and 16 pounds, were considered standard among the navies of various nations, commonly found on most battleships of lower tier. However, as the saying goes, comparisons can be deceiving. Looking back at the situation in Mili Atoll, the disparity between the coastal fortifications' heavy artillery and the goblin ship cannons was staggering. The smallest cannons on Mili Atoll, in terms of range, rate of fire, and projectile weight, rivaled the 12-pound cannons, while the prized 42-pound long-barreled cannons boasted double the range and triple the projectile weight of the 12-pound ship cannons. Such destructive power was nothing short of insane. Even a first-rate battleship of the Yaling Navy would hesitate to engage here. Rushing back aboard the Valor, Luo Jingdao had no time to catch his breath, immediately ordering the sailors to weigh anchor and prepare to set sail. Unexpectedly, a signal flag ascended from the summit of a fortress near the dock, followed shortly by a voice bellowing, "Please refrain from any suspicious actions, or we shall not be so courteous." Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao scanned the surroundings and, as anticipated, he spotted several artillery emplacements scattered around the anchorage, their dark muzzles already aimed menacingly at the Yangwei. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Luo Jingdao had no choice but to order his sailors to cease loading ammunition. He shouted towards the fortifications, "Rest assured, we have never been allies with the goblins. This is merely a precaution against their aggression." Such treachery, akin to a black market deal, was hardly news in the piratical trade. To trust others' promises could lead to a most unpleasant demise. Thus, Luo Jingdao's declaration was met with skepticism from the fort, which coldly replied, "We will ensure the safety of our allies. It is best you refrain from any actions that may lead to discord." Under the looming threat, Luo Jingdao, despite his initial hesitations, could hardly provoke a confrontation with the port fortress before even engaging the goblin fleet. Sweating profusely and ruminating desperately, he found no means of escape and could only acquiesce, exclaiming, "Very well, I shall maintain the status quo." Simultaneously, outside the port of the Mili Atoll, the goblin fleet, fully prepared, readied itself for a full-scale assault, compared to their stealthy adversaries darting across the ether sea. Attacking stationary island strongholds was the goblins' preference, allowing them to leverage the ground combat superiority of their formidable goblin infantry legion. The weary-eyed Moto Heishui, having exhausted himself planning for days without rest, glared with bloodshot yellow eyes and pointed his saber toward the palm-fringed atoll islands, roaring, "Lower the boats, assault teams advance. Today, we shall capture that hairless monkey alive, in service to the Empire." At his command, the goblin warriors rallied with fervor, chanting in unison, "Long live the Empire, long live His Majesty the Emperor, long live the Senate." Emerging from the impoverished hills of the mainland, the Goblin Second Empire had paid a heavy price in their series of campaigns against the Radiant Dynasty, subsequently focusing their efforts on the internally fractious human empire, where the nobility was preoccupied with mutual sabotage. Nevertheless, the numerical advantage of the human forces inflicted significant losses upon the goblins to maximize the impact of their elite units in a decisive strike. The most valiant and robust goblin warriors were meticulously selected to form brigade-sized units, known as the Goblin Assault Squads, who enjoyed preferential access to superior weaponry and the highest material provisions. The soldiers of the human army were primarily conscripted peasant fighters, with only the nobility's retainers and samurai being professional warriors. Under the banner of the Radiant Empire, the vast and unwieldy semi-professional army appeared utterly ineffectual against the well-armed Goblin Assault Squads, crumbling like butter under a hot knife. With the conflict on the mainland largely quelled, the human forces, having lost their organizational capability, were reduced to scattered remnants retreating inland and desperate fugitives. The goblins dispatched garrison troops to suppress such local disturbances, rendering their elite forces, like the Goblin Assault Squads, unnecessary in this context. Seizing the opportune moment, Moto Heishui leveraged his connections within the military to petition the Senate for a brigade-sized Goblin Assault Squad to serve as the main force for hunting down the fleet. As the Goblin fleet's firepower was currently being suppressed by coastal artillery, the time was ripe for the Goblin Assault Squads to showcase their prowess. The imposing Goblin infantry phalanx, forged from iron discipline, could grind any adversary to dust. However, the style of the Goblin Assault Squads was not characterized by such weightiness. The selected Goblin warriors were battle-hardened elites. Overemphasizing organizational discipline and uniform movement would hinder their capabilities. At this juncture, they launched a rapid surge attack in small units, akin to a pack of wolves on a snowy night, seizing opportunities to tear through enemy lines and flesh. Only in such a scenario where they could exert maximum freedom. Could the terrifying combat effectiveness of the goblin assault squads be fully realized? And no matter how many coastal fortifications adorned the Mili Atoll, the relentless barrage of cannon fire could not sustain such intensity indefinitely, aside from considering ammunition reserves. The risk of overheating cannons was ever present. Once the coastal artillery's firepower waned or faltered, the goblin assault squads would take their chance to advance, swiftly closing in on the fortress artillery encampments guarding the Mili Atoll. The most vulnerable aspect of the coastal fortifications lay beneath their feet. Once the invading enemy approached to such a proximity, even the mightiest battery was doomed to impotence. Charge, slay these greenskins. The residents of the Mili Atoll were well aware of the peril posed by the approaching enemy at the base of their fortifications. They transformed from a collection of peaceable islanders into a ferocious band of pirates, brandishing fishing forks, spears, swords, and bows to mount a counteroffensive against the encroaching goblin forces. For the glory of the Empire. Charge, long live His Majesty the Emperor. Long live the Senate. The Goblin Legion, accustomed to land combat, feared no one, much less the elite goblin assault squads, who could take on 10 foes at once. Regarded the ragtag assembly of retired and amateur pirates with disdain. Minutes later, the pristine sands were stained a ghastly crimson, as the goblins suffered only minor casualties while quelling the desperate counterattack of the Mili Atoll residents. This stark contrast exemplified the disparity in combat effectiveness between disorganized militia and a trained army. Without extraordinary prowess, even the mightiest individual warrior would be reduced to nothing against an organized military force. Destined to be crushed in an instant, Luo Jingdao was not surprised by the unfolding events. He had anticipated that the Mili Atoll would falter against the goblin fleet's assault, without hesitation. He instructed his sailors, "Raise the anchor and set sail. We did not venture out to perish here. Move swiftly." First Mate Zora Hage's dark visage twitched unnaturally, having faced the goblin fleet's relentless pressure twice, while Luo Jingdao, as captain, felt the weight of frustration. Zora too harbored a seething anger. Yet, given their inadequate strength, all they could do was contemplate the most efficient means of escape. Suppressing his discontent, Zora stepped forward and addressed Luo Jingdao. "Captain, I know a safe course. Allow me to take the helm this time." Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao appraised Zora for a few moments before responding. "Very well, you rest. Hand the wheel to the first mate." The fierce battle raged on at the Mili Atoll, with local residents retaliating against the goblins from behind structures, though their resistance was increasingly feeble. Adhering to the principle that a thief should not leave empty-handed, Luo Jingdao, after weighing anchor, rescued several locals who had fallen overboard. As the Yangwei approached the lagoon's harbor exit, the assembled goblin fleet had just identified a safe route using lead-weighted depth measurements and commenced their assault into the atoll's interior, resulting in a head-on clash between the two forces in the narrow waterway. When brave souls encounter each other on a treacherous path, victory belongs to the bold. Reciting this ancient adage in his mind, Luo Jingdao adopted a stern expression and shouted, "Push forward. Our survival hinges on this moment. Full speed ahead." Thud, thud, thud. The goblin fleet, advancing from the opposite direction through the lagoon's waterway, formed a line. Although they had yet to achieve the ideal T-shaped formation, the countless stones hurled from the goblin warships fell like a tempest, constantly whistling past the deck of the Yangwei. These whistling projectiles served as a grim reminder to the sailors that death was beckoning them, while the ship itself trembled occasionally from the impact of the stones. No one could ascertain how long the Yangwei could withstand the relentless hail of projectiles. The sailors fervently prayed for the ship to endure as long as possible. Astute observers like Luo Jingdao recognized the imminent doom of the Mili Atoll as the Yangwei clashed with the goblin fleet. Many single-masted sailboats and small rowboats that had previously docked at the atoll's port began to follow the Yangwei in a bid to escape, with an array of firearms firing in succession. The beleaguered escapees' desperate onslaught matched the goblin fleet's superior numbers in sheer intensity. The whistling projectiles that zipped past created a distorted perception of time, making every second feel like an eternity. As the Yangwei struggled through a thick white mist formed by burning stone pine powder, the sea ahead suddenly opened up, revealing no sign of the goblin warships. Witnessing this, First Mate Zora Hage's spirits soared. His face flushed with excitement as he raised his arms and shouted, "We have broken through. Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live!" Drawing out a silk handkerchief, Luo Zhengdao gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he stood at the command post on the stern deck. Observing the jubilant sailors and the unfortunate souls injured by stone projectiles, his expression bore no trace of relief or joy. Instead, he urged with urgency, "All right, enough with the celebration. Assess the damage." The sailors set aside their small boats to conduct an urgent inspection of the two pirate vessels, while simultaneously tallying the casualties. Zola Hagel approached Luo Zhengdao a little later and reported, "Captain, our hull shows no significant damage, though some gun ports require repairs. 3 cannons on the gun deck have been destroyed, and 5 more on the upper deck are damaged. We are missing about 1/3 of our supplies, and the fresh water, which was to be replenished before departure, is now critically low. In total, we have 32 casualties, with 11 dead and 5 missing." Listening to the grim statistics relayed by the boatswain, Luo Zhengdao furrowed his brow in distress, stating, "What about the courageous? The situation appears slightly better there. The Valor was just ahead, but we will need to wait for the report to know the specifics." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao recalled the possibility of the goblin fleet turning back to pursue them at any moment, increasing his headache. With a sigh, he turned to Vina Duboff and instructed, "Send someone to inquire whether the locals are willing to work on the ship. If they refuse, send them to the small boats that came out with us." The half-elf beauty, aware that this was not the time for jesting, set aside her usual playful banter with Luo Zhengdao and responded gently, embodying the grace of a refined lady, "Very well, I shall take care of it at once." Everyone was engrossed in their tasks, save for Luo Zhengdao, who found himself alone and idle during such moments. He could not help but ponder the future, his foremost troubling thought being how the goblins had managed to track them down. Could there be a traitor aboard his ship? This venomous idea slithered through Luo Zhengdao's mind like a poisonous serpent, lingering for some time until he approached the half-elf beauty, who was taking a break to drink water. However, when Vina heard Luo Zhengdao's confusion, she appeared rather unconcerned and remarked, "A traitor? Ha! Will, you are overthinking this. It is likely some sort of prophetic magic, or perhaps a peculiar artifact for tracking movements. The possibilities are endless." Luo Zhengdao's serious demeanor was instantly shattered, leaving him in a state of dismay as he rubbed his nose in self-deprecation, saying, "Indeed, this world is far from what I once knew." Upon hearing this, the half-elf Vina felt a tinge of embarrassment and comforted him. "It's all right. You have merely lost your memory temporarily. We shall find a way to restore it." In response, Luo Zhengdao silently wished for the rest of Nidam's soul to find peace and managed a wry smile, nodding as if to accept her words. Let us hope so." After surveying the Valor from top to bottom, deliberately adopting a demeanor of approachability, Luo Zhengdao confirmed that the warship was in good fighting condition that he contemplated. The Azure Dragon cannot handle the Goblin fleet, and the Miri Atoll cannot hold out for long. It is only a matter of time before the goblins catch up. To be prudent, we must repair the hull and set sail immediately. We cannot afford further delays. Although Vina Duboff was unaware of Luo Zhengdao's inner thoughts, she dutifully offered her counsel as a governess, saying, "The situation is quite strange. As far as I know, these green-skinned creatures have never ventured this far. Well, it appears they are exceedingly determined to see you dead." Hearing this, Luo Zhengdao could not contain his laughter, responding, "Ha ha, if they wish for my demise, they are welcome to wait 100 years. By then, I shall certainly be gone, and I hope they find that satisfactory." After sharing this rather morbid jest, their conversation fell into silence. This marked the 3rd time Luo Zhengdao had narrowly escaped the Goblin fleet's cannons. Heaven knows if he would be so fortunate again. The situation was dire, and one must be devoid of all sensibility to find amusement in it. "Captain, the lookout reports an iceberg ahead on the sea surface," came the call. Without a moment to think, Luo Zhengdao immediately interjected, "Hold on, tell Zola to reduce speed and steer clear of the iceberg. The weather has grown colder. The lookout in the crow's nest must be vigilant and rotate shifts to maintain focus, and we should double the number of watchmen on both sides of the ship." Chapter 26. The Enchanted Fairy Garden. There is a saying in the old world about icebergs being merely the tip of the iceberg, meaning that the majority of an iceberg lies beneath the surface, with the visible portion being negligible. Whether this holds true in the New World is uncertain for Luo Zhengdao, who is still unfamiliar with it. However, as the first iceberg came into view, the path ahead of the Valor became increasingly dotted with larger and more numerous icebergs, floating majestically in the ethereal sea. These solid, crystalline formations resembled massive diamonds suspended in the void of the ether. Sunlight cast from above refracted through the icebergs, filling every inch of the sea with a dazzling brilliance. The sailors on deck had to shield their eyes with dark fabric to mitigate the blinding light, lest they fall victim to snow blindness. Wearing a pair of brown-tinted crystal sunglasses, Luo Zhengdao gazed at the breath he exhaled, which condensed into a cloud of white mist in the frigid air. His expression melancholic. Beside him, Vina wrapped herself in a magnificent red fox fur cloak, miraculously showing no signs of bulkiness, and remarked, "Today's temperature has dropped significantly. We are nearing the frozen sea. Will, are you considering seeking refuge in the Yaling Empire? Alternatively, the Elven Federation could also be an option. Your status as a count would hold great value for them. Whether it be the Yaling Empire, established by foreign races, or the Elven Federation." Luo Zhengdao, having recently traversed into this new world, was unaware of their true nature, merely possessing a hollow, pale geographical understanding. He was aware that the Yaling Empire's fleet, having established maritime dominance, was exceptionally powerful, while the Elven Federation boasted unparalleled economic might outside the main continent. The relationship between the Yaling Empire, the Elven Federation, and the Goblin Empire was fraught with conflict, yet his knowledge of these two alien realms was scant. Given this, what could he hope to achieve in the Yaling Empire? Fundraising for new warships. A venture to the Elven Federation felt equally aimless. He could not even assert full control over his current team, let alone seek to expand his influence, a sure path to self-destruction. It is well known that the more uncontrollable the power, the more swiftly the fire play will lead to ruin. Luo Zhengdao had studied the sordid machinations of political maneuvering and the underbelly of power. Yet once he grasped the malevolent and ruthless nature of these operations, the shock to his personal sensibilities was profound. Behind the noble visages in history books lay grotesque truths, and anyone would be shaken, perhaps even feeling a sense of a shattered worldview. Regarding the insidious schemes of political intrigue, Luo Zhengdao was no less informed than a seasoned politician. His diligent studies during university had instilled in him the understanding that a fugitive of his standing, recklessly seeking refuge among foreign races, faced a bleak future. If fortune favored him, he might be propped up as a puppet for exploitation, but it was equally likely he would face betrayal, should his luck run slightly worse. He could easily find himself as a bargaining chip at the negotiation table. Regardless of the outcome, the probability of a grim fate loomed large. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Luo Zhengdao could not help but sigh and turn to the half-elf beauty, saying, "I do not know. We shall take it one step at a time. We cannot shake off those green-skinned specters behind us. No matter where we go, we will find no peace. Such is the wretched nature of war. Indeed, this war has obliterated too many beautiful things. The world I once knew is no more." Upon hearing Luo Zhengdao's quiet lament, Vina Duboff, who felt the weight of the conflict even more deeply, echoed his sentiments with a sigh. As a half-elf, she struggled to find a sense of belonging in either the human or elven realms. Half-elves seemed like fleeting shadows in this new world, always ready to pack their bags for a new journey, and Luo Zhengdao's words stirred painful memories within her. Facing the vast icy sea, Vina Duboff began to sing a dirge in the elven tongue. For Luo Zhengdao, who could only comprehend the common tongue, the intricate and convoluted lyrics of the elven song were as incomprehensible as a duck hearing thunder. Yet, the melancholic atmosphere and Vina's ethereal voice, reminiscent of the moonlit diva Sarah Brightman, resonated profoundly with the listener's soul. As Luo Zhengdao contemplated his uncertain future and bid farewell to loved ones in another world, his eyes grew misty with emotion. "Captain, we are woefully short on warm clothing, and the sailors can hardly endure the cold," came the urgent cry of the boatswain. With a furrowed brow, Luo Zhengdao turned his gaze towards Vina Duboff, who nodded in understanding and replied, "I can temporarily set up a warming array in the hold to maintain a normal temperature on the lower deck. The sailors can reduce their rotation intervals. Enduring for a day or two should not be a significant issue." Luo Zhengdao, troubled by the situation, recognized that this solution was merely a stopgap measure. Alas, he could not propose a better alternative, so he resigned himself to this course of action for the time being. He then inquired, "Alas, our plans are changing faster than we can keep up. Vina, Zola, do you know where the nearest supply port is? We are in urgent need of provisions. having missed the opportunity to procure supplies at the Millie Atoll. And those wretched green-skinned creatures arrived far too swiftly. Bosun Zola, maintaining her usual expressionless demeanor, replied, "The Millie Atoll is the closest, but I fear we cannot return there." Furthermore, realizing the only possible answer, Vina Dubov and Zola spoke in unison, "The fairy garden." Both the elves and the sylphs originated from the fairy wilderness, and these two races can be considered close kin. Other intelligent beings belonging to the fairy category, due to their limited population, could not establish their own nations. As the saying goes, it is better to be a leader of chickens than a follower of cows. This sentiment is not unfamiliar in the New World, where many intelligent beings share similar thoughts. These fairy-like creatures have chosen to migrate from the fairy wilderness, establishing their own city-states within the realms of the outer regions, the main material plane, and the seven seas. The creators of the fairy garden are diminutive fairies, whose height does not exceed 20 centimeters. These little beings possess a commendable level of magical ability, yet their inherently frail constitution makes it difficult for them to withstand external threats. Most of the time, the little fairies must rely on their superior illusionary skills to conceal their movements. It is said that their city is built upon an iceberg, drifting whimsically across the frozen sea, propelled by the currents of the ether sea and the winds of mana, making it a remarkably mysterious port city. Given the circumstances, Luo Jingdao had no other choice but to consent to the idea of temporarily docking there. With Vina Dubov taking charge of navigation, the warship Yongwei and the brigantine Xiaoyong turned around, setting their course toward the fairy garden in search of supplies to endure the harsh climatic challenges of the frozen sea. "Will, that rainbow is the guiding beacon," Vina Dubov exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards a faint arc of color in the distance after their two-day ordeal at sea aboard the three-masted battleship Yongwei and the two-masted sailboat Xiaoyong. Seeing this, Luo Zhengdao refrained from celebrating too soon. He had encountered far too many misfortunes during their escape, and as the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. He turned to Zola Hagel, who was at the helm, saying, "Keep the course steady and be wary of drifting icebergs." The saying about the mountain being visible from afar applies to navigation as well. The brilliant rainbow that could be seen in the morning only brought them close to the fairy garden as dusk approached. "It's so beautiful." Upon disembarking, Luo Zhengdao stepped onto the land of the fairy garden, unable to suppress his exclamation as he gazed at the picturesque scenery before him. He desperately sought to articulate his impression of the fairy garden, ultimately concluding that it resembled a brilliant green diamond atop the icy sea. Luo Zhengdao lamented his lack of diligence in his studies, for his literary foundation was too shallow to accurately describe the perfect fusion of nature's beauty and the artistry of human craftsmanship embodied in the gardens of the fairy garden. The geographical location of the fairy garden was well concealed, and its defenses were not particularly strong, akin to a cunning assassin who could not afford to don heavy armor like a tank. "Welcome. Did you bring any candy? Ding Dang wants candy." On the wooden pier at the dock, Luo Jingdao and his companions were greeted by a gentle breeze carrying a faint floral and grassy fragrance. Suddenly, a dragonfly-like little fairy appeared from nowhere, flitting around Luo Jingdao's head and chattering incessantly about wanting candy. Dizzied by the rapid movements of the flying creature, Luo Jingdao hastily pulled Vina Dubov in front of him as a shield, asking, Vina, do we have any candy on board?" The half-elf beauty, stifling her laughter, replied, "Of course, did you forget? We agreed to leave behind the spices that the elves and sylphs adore." Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Is candy considered a spice?" The other members of the crew were accustomed to the Count's frequent astonishment over common knowledge, and Vina Dubov displayed a charming dimple as she chuckled. "Of course. If candy isn't a spice, then what is?" Left speechless by her words, Luo Jingdao could only lament his ignorance of the new world. He then addressed the still hovering little fairy, saying, Hello. We have candy on our ship. Would you like some?" "Yay. Ding Dang wants candy. Lots and lots of candy." Faced with this little fairy, whose intelligence barely exceeded that of a 9-year-old, Luo Zhengdao found his eloquence ineffective. Conversing with her was akin to speaking in riddles. It was better to save his breath than to risk saying something foolish. After landing in the fairy garden, the pirates relaxed their spirits, wandering about this enchanting land, shaking off the gloom of the previous days spent in cold and hunger. While the sailors began to playfully banter, Observing the scene from the perspective of a traveler, Luo Zhengdao quickly noticed numerous wondrous and fantastical sights. The fairy garden truly was a place brimming with magical allure. Whether it was the lush greenery flourishing atop the ice or the vibrant flowers blooming defiantly in the frigid climate, every blade of grass and tree was enveloped in the mysterious colors of a world only found in dreams. It was easy to imagine how living in such a dreamlike and beautiful place would be a tempting proposition, even for a traveler. The little fairy Ding Dang flitted about, leading the way as the pirates explored the vicinity of the dock. When Luo Zhengdao returned to the Yongwei, he found that more than half of the spices had already been unloaded. Chapter 27. The threat of darkness approaches. The so-called spice candy of the New World is essentially a sweet substance. Externally, this sugar appears mottled and viscous, unlike the refined white sugar familiar to those from the Old World. Due to its complex composition, it resembles unrefined brown sugar or black sugar, falling somewhere between white sugar and molasses. Rich in natural pigments and fibers, this spice candy has a higher moisture content, and its flavor and texture vary subtly, depending on the sugar's place of origin. It is said that some high-quality sugars can even impart a taste reminiscent of the fruits from their origin. Unable to contain his curiosity, Luo Zhengdao sampled this sugar during the unboxing inspection, finding it quite pleasant. Unlike the bland sweetness of refined white sugar from the Old World, this sugar offered a unique blend of flavors, with a hint of bitterness that revealed fruity and floral notes in its sweet aftertaste. The complexity of flavors certainly made it more suitable as a spice in dishes and desserts than white sugar. Is there really so little sugar? Luo Zhengdao remarked, scratching his head as he watched the sailors rolling down the gangplank with large barrels of sugar. The New World's universal measurement unit equates 1 barrel to the weight of about 3 boxes. Counting the barrels, it seemed there were only around 50 boxes of sugar. Upon hearing this, Vina, unable to restrain her frustration towards the naive young lord, scoffed. That's not a small amount. A few plantations near Ambon produce only this much in half a month. Luo Zhengdao, blinking in realization, recalled the sugarcane plantations he had seen on Ambon Island, where the stalks were slightly thicker than a thumb and the plants barely reached 3 meters in height. He exclaimed, "Oh, it seems the variety of sugarcane is poor, leading to low yields." In truth, Luo Zhengdao's statement was somewhat simplistic. The low sugar yield in the New World plantations primarily stemmed from processing issues, rather than the variety of sugarcane. The abundant sugarcane byproducts and molasses were also being fermented to produce rum, which was not necessarily a waste. The barrels of sugar waiting for inspection at the dock were akin to a high-purity drug in front of a group of sweet-toothed little fairies. The little fairy Ding Dang cheered and dove onto a thick block of sugar, indulging herself without restraint. Little fairies have always had a fondness for sweeteners such as sugarcane and honey, and their expertise in nurturing bees to gather nectar is a hallmark of their race. However, with the buzzing insects needing to eat themselves, there was little left for their caretakers. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the little fairies to supplement their honey with candy, akin to human behavior. Recently, due to the relentless pursuit of the goblin fleet sweeping across the Starry Sea, merchant ships navigating between the stormy sea and the mainland had become silent, making it impossible to purchase goods even with money. The trade routes towards the mainland have been obstructed, forcing the little fairies to curtail their daily sugar rations. Ding Dong's joy in consuming sweets is not merely a reflection of gluttony, bolstered by the ample supply of dozens of boxes of candy. The pirate fleet has breached the gates of the fairy garden, prompting Luo Zhengdao to finally breathe a sigh of relief, drawing from the painful lessons of previous port visits, where time was squandered and the goblin fleet relentlessly pursued them. This harsh experience has compelled Luo Zhengdao to resolve not to dawdle and watch the spectacle any longer. He must gather a group and embark on a shopping spree in the market, procuring warm clothing and other essential supplies without delay, be it fruit wines, distilled spirits, fabrics, blankets, or alchemical items. He would clear the shelves of everything conceivable, disregarding price fluctuations until both ships' holds and his own space bags were brimming to capacity. Only then did he reluctantly cease his endeavors. "Will, why are you in such a hurry?" Vina Duboff expressed her perplexity at Luo Zhengdao's anxious demeanor, which seemed unwarranted given that the goblin fleet's relentless pursuit had not resulted in any severe losses, merely a hasty retreat. She did not believe that Luo Zhengdao's preparations resembled that of a hamster relocating, driven by an urgent need stemming from the real world. In response, Luo Zhengdao extended 3 fingers, gesturing emphatically. How can I not be anxious? This is the 3rd time we've been cornered by the goblin fleet at a port. Do you think we can count on such good fortune to escape each time? Whether in the bustling streets of the old world or amidst the chaos of war and magic in the new. Luo Zhengdao has never been particularly fortunate, having never even won a consolation prize in the lottery throughout his life. Thus, akin to the renowned ladysman Shang Tiao, who possesses the qualifications of a stud but lacks Luo Zhengdao's luck. One must learn to think critically and act decisively. Otherwise, one will inevitably be ensnared by their own misfortune. The life of adventurers is akin to walking a razor's edge, although Vina Duboff has long since retired from such perilous pursuits. Her standards for assessing danger remain unchanged. If one aims to keep all risks within safe boundaries, the best strategy would be to never leave home. But even that cannot prevent calamities from striking without warning. In simpler terms, the thought processes of the half-elf beauty and the reclusive Luo Zhengdao exist on entirely different planes. One is a realist, while the other is an idealist. After pondering briefly, Vina Duboff tilted her head, observing the tense seriousness etched on Luo Zhengdao's face, and tentatively inquired, "So, do you have a premonition of danger?" Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao shot her a glare, muttering, "No need for premonitions. The frozen sea serves as a natural barrier. If the goblins truly wish to eliminate me, their last opportunity would be here, before we reach the Sea of Death that you've mentioned. That is a place where countless warships cannot maneuver, and the greenskins would be powerless against me. Hence they will." Nodding in understanding, the half-elf beauty continued. "Therefore, the goblins will strike before you manage to escape, employing any means necessary to ensure your demise. That what you intend to convey?" "Precisely, to ensure our safety. We cannot linger in the fairy garden for too long. It is not a secure place." Having spoken, Luo Zhengdao instinctively glanced around, as if fearing the goblins might emerge from the shadows at any moment to pursue him. While Vina Duboff nearly laughed until tears streamed down her cheeks, it must be said that Luo Zhengdao's reasoning and logical deductions held water. Vina Duboff felt that he was overreacting, yet she saw no need to contest his points. She nodded in agreement, turning back to haggle with the little fairies who had come to settle the payment for their goods. The biting wind laden with flurries swept across the skies of the ether sea, where layers upon layers of white icebergs shimmered under the stunningly vibrant auroras, presenting an enchanting beauty that also hinted at a lurking menace. "Can you confirm that Wolnidum is indeed here?" The voice, shrouded in a chilling tone, sent shivers down the spine of its listeners, as if countless insects were crawling upon their backs. Even the bold goblin commander, Moto Blackwater, could not escape this sensation, suppressing a wave of nausea as he spoke in a somber tone. "Here is his likeness. Remember to bring the target's head upon completion of the task, and you will receive the item." Beneath the lavish hood adorned with intricate arcane embroidery, the mysterious figure nodded slightly, their voice low and ominous. "Very well, I shall return. Before that, you would do well to prepare what I desire." Watching the mysterious figure vanish into the nearby murky shadows, a goblin advisor expressed his disdain, saying to Moto Blackwater, "Commander, I find that fellow repugnant. His stench is more nauseating than that of hairless monkeys." Equally unable to suppress his distaste, Moto Blackwater stroked his chin thoughtfully and sneered. "I share your sentiment regarding this filthy individual. However, for the sake of his continued service to the Empire, let us endure him for now." Relying on a formidable infantry corps and wolf riders, the territory of the Goblin Second Empire is concentrated in the mainland and its surrounding regions. Due to historical factors, the goblins only ventured into the Starry Seas after the annihilation of the Radiant Dynasty, leaving them with insufficient time to develop a naval force. Thus, in the face of the boundless Seven Seas, even their grand ambitions render them somewhat impotent. Despite Moto Blackwater's relentless pursuit of Luo Zhengdao, he realizes that the Goblin fleet's unchallenged dominance stems from a lack of worthy opponents rather than genuine superiority. Frankly speaking, the Goblin fleet has secured its championship title in a competition with only one participant, which proves nothing more than their fortunate circumstances. To date, the navies of the Yalan and Elves have maintained a cautious stance, observing the evolving situation without intervening. Aside from the Yalan fleet rescuing Luo Zhengdao, which could be classified as a normal friction between parties, neither of the two naval powers has openly torn their relationship with the Goblin Empire, leaving the three factions in a state of Cold War, hostile yet not actively engaged in combat. The ambitions of a newly ascendant power cannot remain hidden from scrutiny. Both Yalan and the elves harbor considerable interest in seizing control of the mainland. Yet the issue remains that no matter how powerful their fleets may be, they cannot set foot on land. Even during the period of the Manatide's flooding, any attempts would be fleeting and ultimately fruitless. The Yalan Empire and the Elf Federation are the sworn enemies of the goblins. The most likely strategy for these two adversaries would be to foster proxies to contest the Goblin Empire, with the human exiled nobility serving as the ideal candidates. Moto Blackwater, the Goblin commander, is an anomaly among his peers. Otherwise, he would not have distinguished himself from the multitude vying for naval positions. Transforming from a landlocked general into a noble, seafaring leader, intellectually astute, Moto Blackwater possesses a deeper understanding of the war than the typical Goblin commanders, who merely chant slogans like "Long live the Empire," "Long live the Emperor," and "Long live the Senate," while arranging their soldiers into neat formations for successive charges against enemy lines. Thus, it is precisely this understanding that drives Moto Blackwater to relentlessly pursue Luo Jingdao. From the start, Moto Blackwater has been resolute in not underestimating the seemingly powerless Wolnidum, who bears only the empty title of Count. Despite having to flee in a panic from the Goblin fleet, he has managed to escape time and time again, has he not? Should that individual reach the territories of the Yalan Empire or the Elf Federation, these two superpowers may, at their convenience, extend substantial military support to aid him in reclaiming the mainland. Regardless, this scenario is hardly favorable for the Goblin Second Empire. The urgent task at hand is to eliminate Wolnidum, a mission for which the Goblin commander is willing to strike a deal with the devil, hoping that his concerns are unwarranted. Chapter 28. The Worm Mage Ralph. Captain, we have discovered a crack below the waterline of the hull that requires reinforcement. If we persist in sailing with a wounded vessel, the entire warship may split in two upon encountering severe mana-tide fluctuations. Though small in stature, the Fairy Garden is a legitimate port, equipped with essential maritime facilities such as dry docks. Subsequently, the ship Yangwei was pulled into the dry dock by hundreds of robust men of diverse lineage for a thorough inspection. Nothing was overlooked from head to toe. Soon, the results of the inspection reached Luo Jingdao's ears. Though regrettably, they were not the tidings he had hoped for. With an expression akin to that of a laborer deprived of his wages for half a year, Luo Jingdao lamented, "How long will the repairs take?" The messenger, Captain Zola Hagel, spread his hands, indicating uncertainty, when a sailor hurriedly approached and reported, "Lady Vina is negotiating with those little sprites and has procured some tree sap. She believes 2 or 3 days should suffice for the warship's repairs. So please rest assured." Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao exhaled with relief and promptly declared, "Inform everyone to work day and night. I shall grant an additional bonus." Zola Hagel, perplexed by Luo's statement, replied, "Captain, the sap requires time to set. Your haste." Aware of the adage that haste makes waste, Luo Jingdao, however, felt an unsettling premonition that something might go awry. Whether it was intuition or mere paranoia, he couldn't afford to be careless. Acknowledging Zola's correction of his improper conduct, he nodded and said, "Very well, let us utilize these days to inspect and mend any other damages. We mustn't squander time." With Luo's words firmly established, Zola Hagel did not press further, nodding solemnly as he replied, "Very well. I shall arrange for personnel. Great K's, my lord. The Hidden Order shall heed your command. Today, I shall present the bloodline of that traitor as a sacrifice to you, cleansing the shame of the past. Please guide me to locate the despicable heir of that lineage." The mysterious figure, having struck a deal with Moto Blackwater, appeared on the bow of a skiff, seemingly reciting a prayer, the words echoing across the icy sea as a slender beam of white light extended into the distance. The location of the Fairy Garden was exceedingly secretive, and the harsh conditions of the frozen sea deterred most would-be intruders. Yet, the Fairy Garden was not an impregnable fortress. Ultimately, it was merely the abode of a group of confused little sprites yearning for a life of freedom. When questioned about the effectiveness of the defensive measures against external threats, one could only say they were prepared for gentlemen, not for rogues. Until now, no significant incidents had occurred, which could only be attributed to the sprite's good fortune. After all, those who rely on luck are inevitably met with misfortune one day. Dong dong dong. The urgent peal of bells roused Luo Jingdao from his slumber. Approaching the window, he mumbled, "What is happening?" Upon observing the scene outside, His drowsiness vanished instantly. He dashed out of his room, knocking on the doors of the pirates in the corridor, calling out, "Hurry up! The alarm is ringing. There's a fire outside." "Ah, fire! Help!" The tranquil atmosphere of the fairy garden was shattered by the clamor of ringing bells and frantic cries. And soon the flames illuminating the night sky heralded some ominous arrival, prompting the residents to spring into action to save their home. That it goes without saying that the frail, dragonfly-like bodies of the little sprites were ill-suited for any labor. Even if they exerted all their might to cast water-based arcane spells in hopes of extinguishing the spreading inferno, it would still be a futile endeavor. The vegetation covering the ice was continuously consumed by the raging flames. Once the barrier isolating the internal and external temperatures was compromised, this idyllic fairy garden would either dissolve into a pool of water amidst the roaring flames or be frozen into a solid block of ice by the biting cold. Since arriving in this new world, Luo Zhengdao had maintained a vigilant watch over all unfamiliarities, wishing he could emulate an owl and keep one eye open even while sleeping. Thus, when calamity struck outside, he was among the first to rise, subsequently rousing the sailors to prepare for the unexpected. Zola Hagel was equally alert. Before Luo could knock, he had already risen. Upon their meeting, Luo grasped the sailor's arm and cautioned, "Something seems amiss tonight. This may not be a mere fire. Inform everyone to prepare for battle. If trouble arises, we shall set sail immediately." "Understood. I will arrange for the crew to board and prepare for departure." As they conversed, the half-elf beauty Vina appeared in the corridor, her trusty elven bow in hand. Upon seeing Luo Zhengdao, she called out, "Will, let us go out and assess the situation together." Luo, his face drawn with concern, replied, "Very well. Tell everyone to keep their weapons at hand. Tonight's predicament may be worse than it appears." Just as the pirates busied themselves with arming for battle, the local residents also sprang into action. The permanent inhabitants of the fairy garden were not limited to just the little sprites. Many other races, charmed by the enchanting environment, had taken up residence for extended periods. Realizing the severity of the fire situation, they rushed out from their cozy abodes to defend their home. Ice rain. After a lengthy chant that lasted several seconds, the mage's spell components vanished, and then thousands of droplets, cold enough to resemble freezing rain, fell from the sky. Under the arcane assault of this mage, several ancient trees closest to the blaze instantly transformed into crystalline ice sculptures, momentarily stifling the rampant flames. "Well done, look here." Gulping down several hearty swigs from a gourd, the burly Pandaren named Panglin unleashed a torrent of misty water, causing the temperature of the fire scene to plummet, transforming the towering inferno into scattered embers. Had this been an ordinary fire, extinguishing the flames would have been merely a matter of time for these uniquely talented residents. However, this fire was not a natural disaster, but the result of malevolent intent. And at this moment, the true instigator could no longer contain the urge to intervene personally. "You feeble, short-sighted beings, indulging in fleeting pleasures and reckless abandon, that I declare you guilty." The chilling, eerie voice echoed in the ears of every firefighter, akin to a ghostly whisper sending shivers down their spines. Upon encountering the figure cloaked in a black robe adorned with golden embroidery, Luo Zhengdao felt an instinctive jolt of fear, akin to a nighttime encounter with a ferocious beast leaping from the shadows. "Will, what's wrong?" As Luo Zhengdao suddenly halted, Vina Duboff, following closely behind, barely avoided colliding with him. Sensing a palpable threat of death, Luo's body tensed to an almost rigid state, his teeth chattering as he finally managed to pale and utter, "Run." "I said run." Boom. Before Vina could comprehend the situation ahead, the inferno, now resembling a fireball, surged forth like a wall of flames, rapidly advancing outward as the firewall passed. Lush greenery turned to ash, buildings ignited into torches, and the unfortunate beings caught in the inferno's wrath faced a fate too gruesome for Luo to describe in brief. It was a calamity of monumental proportions. Plop! A light, soft object struck Luo Zhengdao's face, followed by a delicate voice muttering at his nose, "Ding dang, what happened? Wasn't Ding Yang helping to put out the fire? Ding Dang feels so dizzy." Hearing this, Luo seized the little sprite Ding Dang and handed her to Vina Duboff, saying, "Quick, take her and go. I will hold the rear." Sensing the impending disaster, Luo Zhengdao's courage surged forth, bolstered not only by his inherent sense of masculinity, but also by the newfound confidence granted by his recently acquired 3-star magic card. Ignoring the terrifying repercussions of the wild goddess curse, Luo felt assured that he could confront any adversary. The 2 warships at the dock required preparation time to set sail, and he needed to buy that time. As the mysterious figure unleashed devastating arcane power throughout the area, seemingly unmatched by any rival, he suddenly paused, murmuring to himself, "Ah, I can sense it. The despicable bloodline endures, and you are here." From a distance of half a street, Luo Zhengdao, sword in one hand and a magic card in the other, locked eyes with the figure whose eyes glimmered with blue light. It was as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him in the middle of winter. He forced himself to maintain composure and inquired, "Who are you?" The mysterious mage smirked, muttering, "I am Ralph Dell, and I shall end your wicked existence here. Lord Kales, may all darkness and death in the world be bestowed upon you." Upon hearing these words, Luo Zhengdao gritted his teeth, brandished his long sword, and bellowed, "You wish to take my life? Come and try." To be frank, faced with an entirely unknown adversary, Luo Zhengdao felt little fear beyond the instinctual reaction of the initial moment. His confidence stemmed from his identity as a traveler. Living a single lifetime was sufficient, and having lived 2, even if he were to perish now, it could hardly be deemed a loss. The mysterious figure claiming to be Ralph Der raised a hand, and Luo Zhengdao observed the deep purple silk gloves adorning it, inciting a sense of curiosity within him. This was indeed a peculiar habit. Men in the New World seldom donned gloves. While women had a penchant for them, for blacksmiths and stonemasons, gloves served as a professional safeguard, yet noble scions rarely ventured out in gloves, as such attire might appear overly effeminate. Before Luo Zhengdao could ponder the matter further, the self-styled mage Ralphter shouted, "Frost Ray." Chapter 29. Once again on the run, whoosh. To stand against the linear advance of the arcane was an exceedingly foolish act, just as Luo Zhengdao prepared to evade the assault. A sharp whistling sound cut through the air behind him, sending a wave of terror crashing over him, as he feared being ambushed from both front and rear. When he hastily turned to look, he saw Vina Duboff unleashing a barrage of arrows in support. He was taken aback, exclaiming in anger, "Vina, why have you returned? I cannot leave you behind. If we are to flee, we flee together." As she spoke, the memory of the old count, who faced death with composure and entrusted her to look after his son, flooded her mind, leaving Vina little room to consider Luo Zhengdao's thoughts as she grasped his hand and sprinted forward. "Damn you, scoundrel, just like your ancestors, shameless and despicable, I shall slay you." Hearing the furious shouts from behind, Luo Zhengdao, being pulled along, turned to glance back, his body trembling involuntarily. The final arrow shot by Vina Duboff struck the strange white smiley mask on the mysterious figure's face, and the impact of the arrow even partially dislodged the hood, allowing Luo Zhengdao to glimpse what lay hidden beneath the intricately embroidered black cloak. It was a terrifying visage composed of maggots and other writhing soft-bodied creatures. Any individual of sound mind would find themselves retching at the mere sight of those squirming worms. Their last meal threatening to re-emerge within 3 days. Experiencing the same physiological reaction, Luo Zhengdao felt his stomach churn violently, a wave of bile rising in his throat as he hastily covered his mouth, dragging Vina onward. Indeed, anyone being pursued by such a grotesque and formidable foe would undoubtedly reach a breakneck speed, far surpassing any world record. "Pray tell, what is that?" Vina Duboff, well-versed as an adventurer from her years of exploration, failed to recognize the identity of their pursuer. Meanwhile, Luo Zhengdao, who had diligently studied in the New World, recalled a relevant entry from an adventurer's journal as he gasped for breath, shouting, "That fellow is a worm mage. We can discuss this later. Escaping is our priority." As they fled for their lives, Luo Zhengdao prepared for the worst, his fingers clutching a corner of a card. Should the enemy pursue relentlessly, he would have no choice but to activate this magical card. The repercussions of the Harbinger's curse were of little concern when staring death in the face. Meanwhile, the worm mage abruptly halted its pursuit, as if sensing an inexplicable danger lurking in the ether. After a brief moment of hesitation, it relinquished its chase of Luo Zhengdao. That instant, a nearly charred Pandaren, barely recognizable, leaped from the ruins of a building behind Ralph Derivative, brandishing a thick green bamboo staff. He swung down with tremendous force, capable of shattering even a stone pillar. However, The blow merely struck a few of the writhing white worms, and the worm mage vanished without a trace. Not far away, shadows cast by burning structures quivered, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. Gasping for breath, the Pandaren eyes widened as he beheld countless skeletal warriors marching forth from the darkness, their eye sockets ablaze with ghostly flames in numbers rivaling the stars in the night sky. Taking a deep breath, the Pandaren roared and charged forward, resolved to fight to the bitter end. Knowing victory was out of reach, upon reaching the docks, Luo Zhengdao, panting heavily, ascended the gangplank of the ship, urgently shouting, "Set sail! We must leave this place at once." Hearing his command, the sailors immediately adjusted the rigging, working together to unfurl the ship's sails. Yet, Luo Zhengdao remained uneasy. He turned to the half-elf beauty and instructed, "Vina, gather the crew and prepare the starboard cannons for battle." "Very well, do not fret. We shall find a solution," she replied. "I understand. Now go and rally the crew." Regardless of how formidable an individual's strength may be, unless it reaches a transcendent level that can overwhelm sheer numbers, an individual standing against a military organization is destined to be overrun by an unending tide of bodies. This is an undeniable truth. It is essential to recognize that any organization is indifferent to the losses of minions and cannon fodder, much like an individual who does not dwell on the daily deaths of countless cells. The strategists need not face the fray themselves. The deaths of their subordinates are merely statistics on a report. To put it bluntly, as long as they can grind down the enemy through attrition. The strategists care little for how many expendable pawns are sacrificed. After all, the old adage, "A general's success often comes at the cost of countless lives," rings painfully true. In the old world, none spoke with more authority than the great Xiangyu, who was said to possess the strength to move mountains and lift cauldrons. Even when besieged at the Battle of Gaixia, with only 28 cavalrymen remaining, he managed to launch repeated assaults to break through the encirclement. Such valor could be described as reaching the pinnacle of human capability. Yet what ultimately became of him? The valiant general was ultimately torn to shreds by the relentless Han army. Although Luo Zhengdao's resources were meager and he lacked the authority to make such ruthless declarations for victory at any cost, he found satisfaction in the prospect of using ammunition to overwhelm the grotesque worm mage Ralph Durr, whose appearance could induce a month-long loss of appetite for those unfortunate enough to glance at him. "Wow, I'm suffocating here. Big guy, what do you intend to do with me? I must warn you, I'm quite formidable. Beware of my bite." Just as Luo Zhengdao busied himself with battle preparations, he failed to notice a diminutive green creature suddenly pounce onto his face. Instinctively closing his eyes, he pondered from whence this little creature had sprung. The comical Luo Zhengdao pulled the threatening little fairy from his nose. He finally caught sight of Vina's flushed cheeks. In her haste to flee, she had stashed the fairy, Ding Dang, in her attire, and the commotion of Luo Zhengdao's voice had roused the drowsy creature, prompting it to leap onto his face, intent on showing him its displeasure. The gender relations in the New World were far more innocent than those of the Old World. While adventurers often engaged in casual romantic flings, the encounters bore a purity absent from the spontaneous affairs of strangers in nightclubs. The shameless antics of the little fairy left the half-elf beauty blushing furiously, as the creature had emerged from a rather sensitive area of her attire, and thus Luo Zhengdao and Vina found themselves exchanging wordless glances. With a quick wit, Luo Zhengdao shifted the subject away from the awkward atmosphere, addressing the dazed fairy. "Hey, we mean you no harm. We merely pulled you along in the heat of the moment. We are not trying to deceive you." Before Luo Zhengdao could finish his explanation, the little fairy seemed to awaken suddenly, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at the inferno consuming the fairy garden, her voice trembling. "Wah, Ding Dong's home is gone." The onlookers turned their gaze to the shore, where the ancient tree that served as a refuge for the fairies was being mercilessly engulfed by flames. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Zhengdao felt several dark lines appear upon his forehead as he urged himself to swiftly regain his composure. This was not a moment for anger. He made an effort to calm the little sprite, saying, Ding Dang, do not be disheartened that a house can be rebuilt, and as long as one is alive, there is hope. Ding Dang wants candy. Big fellow, where is the candy?" Hearing these words, the caring expression on Luo Zhengdao's face froze, his demeanor resembling that of a classic fool. He could not help but mutter, "How foolish of me that I knew I shouldn't have tried to reason with her." Engaging in conversation with someone of such low intellect truly diminishes one's own intelligence. I am an utter simpleton, pure and unadulterated. He appeared to be suffering from a severe psychological setback. Nearly turning to ash in spirit, with a heavy heart, he retrieved a piece of candy from his spatial pouch and tossed it to Ding Dang, who embraced the candy and began to lick it contentedly, blissfully forgetting her sorrows. Gigi. Upon hearing the cries of his pet pseudo-dragon, Luo Zhengdao noticed it wagging its tail at him with a pitiful expression, seemingly expressing deep dissatisfaction and concern over its master feeding the little sprite, but neglecting it. Luo Zhengdao crouched down to stroke the pseudo-dragon's head, asking, "Do you want candy too?" Raising a pseudo-dragon, a creature of diluted lineage, was not considered extravagant. Unlike their more ferocious dragon counterparts, they were relatively docile and shared a dietary preference similar to that of canines. Enjoying meat but also capable of consuming other foods, essentially anything edible by humans. Understanding the situation, Luo Zhengdao complied, reaching into his spatial pouch to extract a few more pieces of candy to offer to the pseudo-dragon, gently patting its head as a means of soothing its fragile spirit. After a moment, he stood up to observe Ding Dang, who was lost in joy with her candy. The ships, Yingwei and Chaoyong, had already set sail a considerable distance from shore. Gazing towards the land, he could still see the inferno and swirling smoke of the fairy garden. Clearly, there was no hope of returning Ding Yang home. Regardless of her small appetite, Luo Zhengdao could not help but self-deprecate. Thinking of her as merely another pet to care for, staring at the apocalyptic scene of the fairy garden, Vina Duboff gently placed her hand on her chest, expressing her lingering dread. "Will, who is that despicable fellow?" "Ralph Dell, have you ever heard that name before?" Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao shook his head repeatedly, replying, "I do not know. I suspect he may be an enemy with a grudge against the Bright Dynasty." Chapter 30. The Perilous Sea of Death. Luo Zhengdao spoke casually, uncertain of the truth, for no organization genuinely loves all beings. Even if they profess such ideals verbally, the reality may differ, and their actions may not align with their words. Even nations exhibit similar behavior. Regardless of how grandly they proclaim their own greatness, honor, and righteousness, any organization will inevitably demonstrate favoritism, and it is only natural for those within the system to receive preferential treatment over those outside it, like water flowing downhill. The existence of marginalized and unfortunate individuals who have been plundered, insulted, ignored, and treated unjustly is an objective reality. For sufficiently large organizations, allowing the lower tiers to endure minor injustices and oppression is merely an acceptable social cost. After all, a crystal-clear pond harbors no fish. To expend great effort in preventing members from abusing public resources is both an economically and reputationally unwise course of action. Instead of initiating a bloody internal purge, it is more prudent to turn a blind eye, and when the lid can no longer be contained, to cast out those foolish enough to leave behind incriminating evidence to quell the public's wrath. This does not detract from the upper echelon's persistent righteousness. They merely need to shed a few tears and perform a heartfelt display of camaraderie, and the victims will likely novelly believe in the age-old tale of treacherous ministers deceiving foolish monarchs. The more adeptly one employs cunning methods, the more likely it is that flaws will be discovered. Those individuals who suffer at the hands of organizations, aside from seeking revenge on personal targets, will focus their hatred on a singular instigator, the organization itself. Deprivation and oppression are inevitable. Regardless of how much glory one may flaunt on the surface, shadows lie beneath the light. And those sins cannot be erased. The so-called towering edifices cast shadows, and beneath the neon lights flow tears of blood. Without the protection of armies and other violent apparatuses, it is only natural for the dispossessed to be kicked when they are down. At such times, it is only fitting for grievances to be avenged and for enemies to be confronted. Even those without grievances may find satisfaction in venting their frustrations, whether it be through brutal acts or violent protests. The phrase democracy then slaughter the entire family is no empty threat. Events of this nature that have transpired in the old world could very well replay in the new world. After all, there is nothing new under the sun. In deep contemplation and distress, Luo Zhengdao muttered to himself, "Even if that fellow has justifiable reasons for revenge, it is not my doing. There is no reason for me to willingly embrace death." As he spoke, he rummaged through his spatial pouch for the recently acquired 3-star magic card, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. Indeed, lacking power and courage is pitiable. However, possessing means for violent resistance instills confidence. In the old world, heroes wielded weapons and possessed exceptional skills, enabling them to act with righteousness. Without strength, discussions of morality are but empty words. The critique of weapons will never match the power of those weapons. The arduous path of becoming a magic card master far exceeded Luo Jingdao's previous imaginings by hundreds or thousands of times, based solely on the cards he had already mastered, elemental cards, summoning cards, magic cards, and item cards. The chaotic knowledge that had been forcibly implanted in his mind corroborated his suspicions. These four categories of magic cards indeed constitute the foundational cards of the magic card master system. While special cards that cannot be classified within these four categories are merely considered outliers, the 3-star magic card was the highest tier he could find, no matter how terrifying the curse of the wild god may be. It remains a gradual threat, not an immediate one, that should he encounter life-threatening danger and refuse to employ a magic card to navigate through it, fixating instead on the potential repercussions of the wild god's curse. That would be tantamount to seeking his own demise without reason. Just as Luo Zhengdao was lost in thought, Vina Duboff, having finished her tasks, patted him on the shoulder from behind, exclaiming, "Will, look quickly." Boom, boom, boom. Hearing the commotion, Luo Zhengdao turned towards the source of the sound, and to his astonishment, he beheld a breathtaking scene that he gasped in disbelief. Ah, how could this be happening? Accompanied by the rumbling sounds of ice colliding and grinding, the fairy garden, shrouded in flames and smoke, collapsed in tandem with the icebergs below, vanishing into oblivion. This paradise, akin to a celestial realm, had met its demise, the splendor of yesterday evaporating like a mirage. Soon, all that remained in the sight of the escaping Luo Zhengdao's fleet was a vast expanse of icy mist and debris, while everything else was engulfed by darkness, recalling the sailors who had once occupied this space. Witnessing the beauty and sweetness of the garden, now reduced to nothing in an instant, the profound emotional impact left even those reckless souls, who typically laughed and quarreled without regard for their own lives. Speechless, their mouths agape like a school of thirsty fish, unable to produce even a whisper. Having traversed through such absurd circumstances before, Luo Zhengdao considered himself worldly. He closed his eyes to steady his mind, and then raised his voice, declaring, "All right, full speed ahead. We cannot save anyone by remaining here." The sailors, lacking a sense of direction, found in his words a rallying point, returning to their stations despite their inner turmoil, seemingly restoring order to their routine. "I will definitely catch you." The cold, ominous voice lingered in Luo Zhengdao's ears, both elusive and palpable. He was suddenly startled, halting his steps to hold his breath and listen, yet he could not discern the source of the voice. Was it merely an illusion? Uncertain of his own judgment, Luo Zhengdao inquired of his subordinates, "Did you hear any voices?" "No, we didn't hear anything." Faced with the unanimous response from the sailors, his confusion deepened. He began to suspect that it might be a figment of his imagination born from intense mental pressure. Drawing his collar tighter against the cold wind, he squinted at the pitch-black expanse of the ether sea behind them, murmuring, "Do not linger. Maintain maximum speed. I have a bad feeling. Moving slowly will invite great trouble." "Enough. I did not come here to hear your explanations. Where is the head of Count Falu? We'll need him. Answer me immediately." In the command room of the flagship, through the slightly distorted projection of the crystal ball, the anger of the Earth Elemental Commander, Moto Heishui, was palpable, its green skin exhibiting an unusual shade of bluish-purple. Unmoved by the piercing, wrathful tirade of his employer, the worm mage Ralph Dell crossed his arms and remarked, "Estimate the journey. They should have entered the sea of death by now. I shall seek an opportunity to launch the next assault, though I cannot guarantee its success. Do remember to show some respect. The Order of the Hermits is not your servant." As his words echoed, the crystal orb, which had shimmered with white light, abruptly dimmed, while Moto Blackwater, seething with indignation, pounded the table and cursed vehemently. "That damned cultist, filthy worm, shameless liar, fool." Observing this scene, a goblin aide accompanying Moto Blackwater interjected, "Commander, should we not?" Raising his hand to silence his subordinate, Moto Blackwater, appearing somewhat dejected, said, "Those humans have fled too far. We cannot track them to the sea of death to capture them. Let this hunting expedition come to an end." "But, Commander," Both the military and the Senate have issued strict orders for us to eliminate that human. Upon hearing this, Moto Blackwater straightened his posture and declared with conviction, "Remember, we are soldiers, ASA Commander. My foremost duty is to my subordinates. Winning the war is my obligation. Other matters need not weigh heavily on my mind. Now, convey my orders. Withdraw the troops immediately." Within the vast and boundless seven seas, the eerie and enigmatic Sea of Death stands as a realm of terror, equally dreaded by sailors as the frozen sea. The distinction lies in the frozen sea's perilous cold, where even a slight misstep could lead to disaster amidst the icebergs and floes. The Sea of Death, however, is doubly terrifying. Many superstitiously believe it to be a peculiar domain, a reflection of the world of death within the material realm, though no concrete evidence supports this theory, leaving it a mere product of some individuals' overly vivid imaginations. Simply put, any creature lingering too long in the Sea of Death inevitably suffers from discomfort, a fact that cannot be disputed. This ominous expanse, steeped in a gray pallor and an aura of mortality, exudes a palpable negativity, more hazardous than the murky air tainted by pollution in the industrialized cities of the old world. To survive in such a place, one requires not only a robust physique, but also an indomitable will to live. The Sea of Death, a realm where life and death intertwine, is a bizarre expanse that renders any tales of wandering spirits trivial. Navigating through this inexplicable and shadowy sea, even in broad daylight, one might encounter ghost ships and spectral armies roaming about, a clear warning for the living to stay away. The second-hand Yailing warship, the Might, sails through the Sea of Death, closely followed by the Courageous. The crew on watch must endure the oppressive gloom birthed by negative energy, appearing utterly listless. Even the once-spirited rum fails to rekindle their enthusiasm. Not to mention the ordinary sailors. Even someone as resilient as Luo Zhengdao finds it challenging to cope. He is currently confiding in Vina Duboff. "Vina, I can no longer endure this. I wish to leave at once." In response, the half-elf beauty waved her delicate fingers and said, "Will, just a bit longer. We cannot avoid the Sea of Death on our way to the outer sea. Let us hope our luck does not lead us to collide with a ghost ship." Which would be the best outcome? Just as Luo Zhengdao and Vina were whispering to each other, the increasingly irritable bosun, Zola Hagel, was loudly reprimanding several errant sailors, cursing, "What are you two imbeciles chattering about? With so much energy, why not put it to work? A bunch of lazy bones, always looking to slack off if they can avoid a scolding for a day." The sailors tasked with scrubbing the deck received a harsh scolding from Zola Hagel and promptly took up their buckets and brushes to attend to their duties. This was a task assigned by Luo Jingdao, and the bosun was merely adhering to protocol. Chapter 31. The Visit of the Ghost Ship as the warship entered the Sea of Death. Sensing the perilous nature of this unique environment, Luo Zhengdao ordered the sailors to clean the ship thoroughly from the hold to the deck every day. Creatures such as cockroaches and rats had become his bane, prompting him to seal off sections of the ship and request Vina to use toxic magic for cleansing. The Sea of Death is a gathering place for negative energy. A healthy body can barely withstand the silent encroachment of this negativity, which manifests as a debilitating fatigue akin to the exhaustion of sleepless nights compounded by a hangover. Should one fall ill, it would spell disaster, leading to a gradual escalation from minor ailments to severe sickness. Or worse. In such a treacherous environment, maintaining the cleanliness of the vessel becomes an essential countermeasure, as many sailors meet their demise due to infectious diseases, particularly in the dreadful realm of the Sea of Death, where an outbreak could spell doom for the entire crew. The residents of the New World generally lack hygiene awareness, a matter unrelated to medical standards, but rather stemming from their low educational attainment. It would be an exaggeration to say they go the entire year without bathing. However, neglecting to wash their hands before meals is a common and deplorable habit. Most pirate vessels, like merchant ships, neglect sanitation. Lazy sailors permit rodent infestations in their quarters, often opting to keep a few cats to catch mice, while regular deck cleaning is a strict practice reserved for the navies of the great powers. The officers' motives are not to improve sanitary conditions to reduce the likelihood of infectious outbreaks, but rather to maintain the warship's appearance and cleanliness, thus upholding the necessary dignity and image of the national military. No one knows what the next chocolate will taste like, as Forrest Gump once said, and life often mirrors such incredibility. Once dismissed by his mentors as a mere dreamer, Luo Zhengdao found his time spent immersed in the age of sail games was not in vain. He had absorbed a wealth of surrounding knowledge. And although he may not rival professionals, he feels confident in managing his two warships. Approaching Zola Hagel, whose expression was grim, Luo Jingdao inquired, "So, has anything unusual occurred today?" "None, Captain. The sea has remained calm, with no anomalies detected." Remaining in such a sinister environment poses a significant psychological challenge, not to mention the lurking negative energy. Simply standing idly in the sea of death is a form of mental torment. Luo Jingdao glanced at the overcast sky and surveyed the sailor's spirits, feeling satisfied with his emergency response plan. Nodding approvingly, "Very well. Keep a vigilant watch on the sea conditions and report any findings immediately. Additionally, I hope the bosun will refrain from being too harsh with them. The sea of death is no place for humans. Please inform the quartermaster to relax the food standards a bit. We are not lacking in provisions at present." Upon hearing this, Zola Hagel glanced at Luo Jingdao, realizing he was serious, and nodded in agreement. "Yes, Captain." With news of the upcoming special meal, the previously listless sailors finally displayed flickers of long-lost joy. They could only feel truly alive when eating, rather than becoming mere shells like the undead beings wandering the sea of death. The clear chime signaled that lunchtime had arrived, and the sailors on deck began to rotate for their meals. In the dim light of the sea of death, the conditions were akin to the arrival of polar night in the old world. While on deck, the situation was somewhat tolerable. However, once inside the cabin, even during the day, oil lamps and candles had to be lit, lest one be engulfed in utter darkness. Lighting a flame does not equate to igniting a fire. The ship is laden with flammable and explosive materials, making it virtually indistinguishable from playing with fire. While it is permissible to light a fire on deck, it is strictly forbidden below. Fortunately, the technological level of the new world is underdeveloped, allowing magic to substitute for technological products, providing limited illumination even when the sailors do not light candles. As Luo Jingdao rubbed his fingers against a cheap magical crystal, the stored spells were activated, illuminating the captain's quarters with a soft, gentle glow. Observing this, Luo Jingdao marveled at the wonders of the magical world and shook the dining bell in his hand. The attendants waiting outside began to arrange the food on the dining table. And as was customary, Luo Jingdao invited Vina Duboff to share lunch, marking the most sumptuous meal he had enjoyed aboard ship in recent days. "It has been ages since we left Tahona Island. I haven't had such a formal lunch in a long while. One learns wisdom through adversity." The ships Yangwei and Chaoyong docked briefly at the ferry garden. Luo Jingdao, having learned from the grim lessons of being chased by the goblin fleet, enduring the bitter cold and hunger, wasted no time upon disembarking. He promptly assigned personnel for an intensive supply operation, ensuring that the provisions aboard the Yangwei were far more ample than during their previous voyages. In contrast to Luo Jingdao and Vina Duboff, who appeared somewhat out of place dining on Western cuisine with chopsticks, the little sprite Ding Dang added a touch of whimsy to the meal. With a joyful leap, she landed amid the pastries, clutching a pudding that dwarfed her by over 10 times, exclaiming, "Wow, Ding Dang loves pudding." Seeing this, Luo Jingdao couldn't help but chuckle as he tapped the table with his chopsticks to remind the little sprite, "Hey, Ding Dang, can you really finish such a large pudding? Perhaps we should share." "Ding Dang wants to eat pudding," she retorted fiercely, her tiny fists clenched like flower buds, as if ready to defend her treasure, driven by her appetite. Her combat spirit had surged from a mere 5 to a 6. The once gloomy Luo Jingdao, affected by the foreboding atmosphere of the Sea of Death, was thoroughly disarmed by the sprite's adorable antics. And he burst into laughter, conceding, "All right, go ahead and indulge. I can certainly afford one pudding." At that moment, a knock echoed from the captain's quarters, followed by a voice announcing, "Captain, the bosun reports a situation on the surface. Please come at once." Luo Jingdao's appetite was immediately disrupted. Yet he refrained from any complaint, swiftly grabbing a napkin and making his way to the stern deck. Noticing this, the half-elf beauty rose as well, while the carefree little sprite Ding Dang continued to munch on her honey fruit pudding, oblivious to the urgency around her. Arriving at the stern deck, Luo Jingdao was greeted by the bosun Zola Hagel, who promptly handed over his monocular telescope and pointed towards the area of concern. Without needing further elaboration, Luo Jingdao could read the bosun's contorted expression, signaling that something was amiss. He closed one eye and peered through the lens. Moments later, his expression shifted as he lowered the telescope, asking, "When was it spotted?" Just now. It seemed to emerge from the mist without any prior indication, Zola replied. Contemplating this, Luo Zhengdao appeared resolute as he declared, Zola, ring the bell, wake all hands and prepare for battle. The warship, while on a distant mission, would not anchor for rest, operating under a 24/7 duty rotation. Even during the day, many sailors rested in the cabins, for someone must always be on watch at night. Except when docked in port, Luo Zhengdao was not one to panic without cause, but the sight before him instilled a sense of unease, compelling him to brace for the worst. What could have prompted such tension in Luo Zhengdao? Through the shifting, fog-like miasma upon the sea, a dark silhouette of a ship gradually came into view. It glided silently, like a ghostly apparition, haunting the sea of death if one were to close their eyes. They might not even discern its presence, yet upon reopening them, the tattered sails and decayed hull served as stark reminders that this vessel belonged to a realm beyond the living. Captain, we're battle-ready, Zola Hagel reported, the only good news Luo Zhengdao had heard in nearly an hour. Worry etched on his face, he grasped the ship's railing, staring across at the ghost ship, stating, do not fire unless it makes a move. If it dares to approach, open fire and maintain distance. We must avoid close combat. Having resolved to address the situation with cannon fire, Luo Zhengdao turned his gaze to Vina, the half-elf beauty serving as the makeshift artillery commander. Nodding at her as he said, this is all on you. Rest assured, I've dealt with the undead before, she replied, though her tone betrayed a hint of uncertainty that contrasted sharply with her confident words. As time ticked away, the ghost ship shadowed the Yangwei and Chaoyong, maintaining a delicate distance, neither lunging forward nor retreating, much like a pack of hungry wolves trailing their prey through a snowy night. Soon, the sun set over the sea of death, the dusk deepening into darkness, save for a dim crescent moon that barely illuminated the surroundings. At that moment, the ghost ship lurking behind the fleet accelerated towards the Yangwei. Their choice to target the Yangwei instead of the smaller Chaoyong stemmed from the fact that during the formation's navigation, the lead position had quietly shifted to the Chaoyong, a decision advocated by Luo Zhengdao. Otherwise, according to the pirates' code, they would surely abandon the weakest ship to save the rest. Chapter 32. The struggle between the living and the dead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless black arrows shot forth from the ghost ship, blending seamlessly with the night of the sea of death. All that could be seen was the faint glow emitted by the arrows as they disturbed the ether particles. Several sailors blindly raised their shields to protect Vina Dubov from the rain of arrows, while she anxiously measured the shifting position of the ghost ship using various instruments. Once the convoluted calculations were complete, the half-elf beauty urgently called out, adjust position left 1, scale 7, all gun positions. Modify parameters. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Zhengdao responded to her command, and as the gunners confirmed their adjustments, he forcefully gestured downward, shouting, fire! Boom! 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 All that is alive must eventually perish, and all that is corporeal must decay. Thus, the old world's Buddhist teachings remind us of the cycle of existence. In this new world, peculiar entities like ghost ships exist on the threshold between the tangible and the illusory. To engage with the material realm, even the undead must transition from a state of void. This implies that a ghost ship, if it does not intend to attack others, remains an illusion, impervious to assault. However, should it choose to interfere with the physical plane, it would lose its immunity to external attacks. Even though Luo Zhengdao belonged to the rare breed of transgressors, he lacked profound philosophical insight. In this moment, instinct alone led him to believe that the ghost ship was indeed vulnerable to attack. If one were to question the origin of his inexplicable confidence, the answer would likely be a mere blink in the eye. Bang! 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 The pitch-black arrows continued to rain down from the direction of the ghost ship, pelting the deck and railings of the Yangwei like a tempest. The rusted metal tips pierced the wooden hull, creating a cacophony of low thuds. In the blink of an eye, the once resplendent Yangwei was transformed into a veritable pincushion. Such a degree of ranged assault was insufficient to compromise the ship's structural integrity. Yet the sailors would undoubtedly suffer, particularly those stationed on the upper deck. After firing a round, they scrambled to the safety of the bulwarks, too cowed by the barrage to even raise their heads. As the arrows continued to rain down, their density reached a level where the sailors could scarcely touch the ship's hull with outstretched hands. Faced with such dire circumstances, who would dare to stand tall and reload their ammunition? The fate of such folly would likely be no better than that of the unnamed assassin from the old world's epic hero. To engage in such foolishness would be the height of idiocy. Amid the chaotic long-range exchange, it was evident to all watching that if this continued, the pirate's fate would be grim. Shield raised to protect himself, Luo Zhengdao crouched down and shouted to Zola Hagel, who was steadfastly steering amid the aerostorm, "Increase distance. Hard to port." Having just suffered 2 rounds of close-range cannon fire, the ghost ship bore several large holes from the stone projectiles, allowing a glimpse of the dim moonlight from one side to the other. Yet, these damages did nothing to hinder the ghost ship's maneuverability. As the Yangwei turned hard to port, it continued to pursue relentlessly. Witnessing this, Luo Zhengdao's eyes blazed with fury. It was as if he had caught a frog and was determined to extract its innards. In that moment, he cast aside all other considerations and bravely rose to seize the helm from Zola's hands. Luo Zhengdao exerted all his strength to turn the wheel, adjusting the battleship's course directly toward the ghost ship for a fierce collision. The thunderous crash echoed, a prolonged sound mingling with the creaking of the ship's hull under strain, leaving one with an unsettling sensation that sent shivers down their spine. Equipped with exquisitely crafted yet practical bronze ram, the prow of the flagship pierced the ghost ship's side at nearly a 90-degree angle, leaving no room for anyone to escape. Only those unafraid of death deserve to live. This sentiment, when applied to the mundane lives of ordinary individuals toiling from 9 to 5, is clearly at odds with reality. Yet, in the blood-soaked chaos of the battlefield, it rings true. Who dies the quickest in the face of opposing forces? Undoubtedly, it is those cowardly fools who, paralyzed by fear, turn tail and sell their backs to the enemy. If killing someone head-on presents a certain challenge, then striking from behind is almost guaranteed success. Thus, in the theater of war, the more fearful a person is, the swifter their demise, a truth that remains unassailable. Luo Zhengdao had previously endeavored to avoid a boarding battle, yet he found himself compelled to engage. The sailors, finally able to stand tall, brandished their knives and swords and clutched their spears, rushing chaotically onto the deck, where a bloody conflict was about to erupt. Woo! The mournful wails of the phantoms floating in midair sent chills through the listeners, penetrating them from head to toe. The pirates regarded murder and plunder as trifles, yet facing inhuman adversaries in close quarters posed an undeniably daunting challenge. To make matters worse, the dim lighting rendered long-range weapons ineffective against incorporeal specters, a predicament that seemed to worsen with each passing moment. "We fear not the living enemies. Why should you tremble before a host of dead souls? Follow me." The fierce sailor captain, Zola Hagel, truly embodied the spirit of a notorious outlaw. With a single roar, he brandished his patterned steel cutlass and leapt onto the ghost ship's deck without a second thought, the deck miraculously enduring the force of his landing despite its dilapidated state. Witnessing this scene, the sailors who had hesitated could only grit their teeth and follow their captain into battle. In this critical moment, Luo Zhengdao was not idle. Within his robe sleeve, he grasped a magic card that emitted a faint blue glow. Murmuring, "Summon, Star of David Array." In response, a slender beam of azure light emerged against the pitch-black night sky, initially expanding outward in two-dimensional space, then followed by swift-moving phantoms, as the planar 6-pointed star array expanded into a 3-dimensional sphere. From any angle, one could perceive the standard 3-dimensional Star of David array. Unlike the arcane practitioners and sorcerers that later emerged in the New World, the ancient magic card masters adhered to an entirely different set of principles. Lacking the direct spellcasting ability, instead, they relied on magic cards as conduits for their magical prowess. The magic cards contained pre-existing spells, allowing for instantaneous casting effects. Although these cards alleviated the preparation time and other mundane requirements for magic, the user still needed to expend corresponding mental energy and elemental points to activate the spells, with stronger cards demanding greater sacrifices. To some extent, novice magic card masters may exhibit many skill deficiencies. Yet their potential for future growth should not be underestimated. The true marvel of magic cards lies in their capacity to evolve as the card master's levels increase, enabling them to harness increasingly powerful spells, potentially even distorting or completely replacing fundamental laws. Only those magic card masters who grasp the essence of this level of power can be deemed worthy of rivaling the once mighty pantheon of the ruinous gods. While prior to this, they remained relatively inconsequential. As Luo Zhengdao activated this 3-star magic card, he keenly sensed a shadowy presence attaching itself to him from an unknown source. This prompted a flicker of realization within him. It seemed to be a manifestation of the ruinous god's curse, likely amplified by the negative energy environment of the Sea of Death, making the curse's influence more detectable. This presented an intriguing avenue for exploration. Perhaps, when time allowed, he could investigate this lead to unravel the mystery of the ruinous god's curse. However, he quickly set aside that thought. The immediate priority was to deal with the ghost ship. Any other concerns would be distractions. Kara, as the pirates swung across the ether between the two vessels and leapt onto the ghost ship's deck to engage in battle. The skeletal soldiers and zombies lurking in the ghost ship's lower hold joined the fray, not out of any strategic ambush, but simply due to their nature, as most undead lacked the intellect for such considerations. The incorporeal specters phased through the wooden walls to join the fight, while the corporeal undead could only ascend via the stairs, resulting in a rather comical timing discrepancy in tactics. Do not assume that only specters inhabit the ghost ship. This term is merely a colloquialism for outsiders. In essence, it serves as a mobile nest for the undead. Should an unfortunate soul venture forth without consulting the calendar and encounter a death knight or even a golden mummy aboard the ghost ship, it would hardly be surprising. Among the myriad undead creatures, only the likes of liches and vampires, those with self-awareness, are unlikely to appear on the ghost ship, as other varieties of undead express satisfaction with the ghost ship's negative energy environment. Showing no desire to relocate this moment, as a multitude of undead manifested, the pressure upon the pirates intensified, their operational space shrinking to a corner of the ghost ship's deck, a situation so dire that even a blind man could perceive the unfavorable turn of events. Fire support. Bang, 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 bang. The flagship, designed by the artisans of the Yaling Royal Shipyard, was a well-constructed and formidable battleship, distinct from the armed merchant vessels that doubled as pirate ships. Its upper deck was equipped with numerous rotating cannons and hawk guns, intended to repel potential boarding actions. Though these weapons had been dismantled upon decommissioning, the original gun ports remained, allowing for the installation of similar artillery, thus providing a ferocious level of military-grade fire support capable of sweeping the ghost ship's deck with ease. From his position on the rear deck, Luo Zhengdao noticed the tide of battle shifting unfavorably, prompting him to issue an attack order to the sailors operating the artillery, with a single command. Flames erupted on the side of the flagship as grape shot and buckshot thundered from the cannon muzzles, raining down upon the ghost ship in a deluge of fire, a display so overwhelming that even the orchestrator was taken aback. However, the results of this bombardment were not as promising as hoped. Unlike living beings, the undead were not hindered by missing limbs. For them, losing an arm or leg was of little consequence. Only a precise strike to the head could extinguish their soul flames and ensure their demise. Given the pre-industrial revolution era's limitations regarding firearms accuracy, one should not harbor excessive hopes for precision. While targeting a massive ship like the battleship may yield satisfactory results, closing the distance before firing could mitigate any inaccuracies. However, to accurately hit a target the size of a human head, it was likely that the gunners would require divine intervention before lighting the fuse, as success hinged more on luck than on skill. Chapter 33. The deepening consequences of the curse, failing to achieve the desired outcome. Luo Zhengdao utilized the barrage to temporarily suppress the undead's counteroffensive, seizing the opportunity to leap over the ship's railing and join the sailors on the ghost ship. Upon witnessing this, the pirates, having just suffered a minor setback, felt their morale surge. In old adage states, a general's courage is reflected in his soldiers that a coward who commands from a secure location, issuing orders without putting himself in harm's way, will never earn the respect of his subordinates, particularly in an age where remote strike capabilities were underdeveloped. Ensuring one's presence remained visible to soldiers was one of a commander's primary responsibilities. Vina Duboff, observing Luo Zhengdao's reckless action, called out urgently, "Will, come back. It's dangerous over there." In response, Luo Zhengdao did not even glance back, confidently stating, "Rest assured, I am in control." The magic card Luo Zhengdao had just employed seemed to promise grand results, yet yielded little immediate effect. However, the power of a magic card master was not merely a fade. The sole effect of the Star of David array magic card was to reduce the enemy's attributes by 20% within its area of effect, while simultaneously enhancing the attributes of friendly units by 15%. At first glance, these figures might not seem particularly impressive, yet the term comprehensive suppression indicated that all attributes of the opposing forces would be uniformly diminished. To put it simply, the enemy's health, attack, defense, and evasion would all be reduced by 20%, while allies would experience a 15% enhancement. This net disparity of 35% is a staggering advantage, a method of cheating that would undoubtedly infuriate opponents accustomed to fair play. Were they capable of feeling such emotions? Charge. With his subordinates engaged in battle, Luo Jingdao could not merely stand by. He shouted a battle cry, drawing his sword and rushing forward. Having inherited the arduous swordsmanship skills honed over many years by his predecessor, Needham, Luo Jingdao wielded his long sword with a remarkable fluidity akin to the effortless handling of chopsticks. In an instant, he swiftly closed the distance to a skeleton soldier clad in rusted chainmail. After successfully parrying its blade, he deftly pivoted his wrist, delivering a powerful blow with the copper pommel of his sword to the skeleton's most vulnerable facial structure. With a rasping crack, the feeble soul flame of the skeleton could not withstand the force, and its brittle bones crumbled, scattering across the deck of the ghost ship, an auspicious sign of Luo Jingdao's first victory in battle. Seizing the momentum, he raised his sword and rallied his crew, exclaiming, "Charge, everyone! Muster your strength and return these skeletal remains to their graves. Kill them, annihilate them. Sonic, watch where you're stepping." After approximately an hour of fierce combat, the beleaguered ghost ship vanished amidst a dazzling, eerie blue flame. And as the smoke dissipated, the bloody clash came to an end. At this juncture, Luo Jingdao surveyed the pile of spoils before him, his brow furrowed as if he had just downed a jug of bitter liquor. The pirates had incurred considerable casualties, yet they had successfully vanquished the spectral entities aboard the ghost ship, claiming victory in this encounter. However, the arrival of victory did not always elicit genuine joy, particularly for the pirates, who thrived on bloodshed for the sake of wealth. Battles devoid of substantial reward were not ones they wished to engage in, had it not been for the ghost ship's provocation. The pirates would have preferred to ignore its presence rather than contend with this band of impoverished foes. The ghost ship was a drifter of the Sea of Death, existing for an indeterminate period. And the undead, unlike the living, neither required sustenance nor hoarded riches. Describing them as destitute would be most fitting. In the limited time before the ghost ship disintegrated and sank, the pirates unearthed scant treasures, which only heightened Luo Jingdao's despondency. Let us take a closer look at these pitiful spoils: a heap of rusted iron swords, decayed fabric that crumbled at a mere poke, a few gold and silver coins. Upon tallying, the haul yielded little of value. Disappointed, the first mate, Zola Hagel, shook his head, but then seemed to have a new thought. Discreetly addressing Luo Jingdao, "The treasure map we found in the captain's quarters of the ghost ship should be our most valuable prize. Would you be interested in purchasing it, Captain?" Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao rolled his eyes in exasperation, fully aware that Zola was attempting to swindle him. The issue was that his crew had toiled in vain. If this treasure map yielded no worth, everyone would be sorely disappointed, which would be detrimental to morale. Realizing this point, and knowing he was about to step into a trap, Luo Jingdao reluctantly acquiesced, forcing a smile as he said, "Very well. I shall offer 50 gold coins." Seeing this, Zola Hagel deemed the offer insufficient and pressed on. "That won't do. Captain, your bid is far too low. This is the treasure map of the illustrious pirate king. Just Baroque, not some cheap trinket sold at a marketplace." Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao could no longer suppress his urge to scoff. Though he initially intended to mock Zola, he reconsidered the value of securing a capable first mate. After several deep breaths, he managed to contain his irritation and replied with an unusual expression, "Zola, neither of us are grave robbers. We are pirates, do you understand? The value of treasure hunting is inherently uncertain, and thus the worth of this map is difficult to ascertain. How about this? I will raise my offer to 100 gold coins. Is there anyone aboard willing to bid higher?" It was evident that the weathered parchment of the treasure map, its ink faded, appeared rather pathetic. Such dubious treasure maps were familiar to every novice pirate, and all understood the likelihood of being duped. Countless individuals had forsaken their homes in pursuit of supposed treasures, only to find their efforts fruitless, while a few unfortunate souls had perished in the perilous quest. The fortunate few who successfully followed the map and returned laden with riches were rare indeed, and the pursuit of treasure often resembled nothing more than an impractical dream of wealth. After announcing his offer to those present, Luo Jingdao was met with a long silence. prompting him to chuckle awkwardly as he extended his hands to Zola. It appears there are no other offers. Let us finalize the deal at my price. Indeed, the reputation of the Pirate King was formidable, yet who could verify that this treasure map had truly belonged to the renowned Pirate King? It was well known that illustrious figures attracted the ambitions of those seeking to attach themselves to their legacy. Over time, apart from the fresh-faced newcomers eager for tales of adventure, few remained willing to trust the perilous legends of treasure. The title of Pirate King was not one to be claimed lightly. Even those commanding vast fleets across the seven seas who dared to proclaim themselves as such without the proper recognition were mere pretenders. The Pirate King Jesperoque, referenced in the treasure map, had lived nearly 4,900 years ago, during an era when the primary power of the mainland was the first empire of gnomes. Captain Jess was the fourth individual ever acknowledged as a pirate king and the last to date. His notoriety among the New World pirates was rivaled only by the entertainment legends of the Old World, with no fewer than 200 ballads sung by tavern bards chronicling his exploits. In discerning the authenticity of the treasure map, Luo Zhengdao had gleaned considerable knowledge from a half-elf beauty. To summarize, the history of the New World, as recorded in writing, spanned thousands of years, encompassing ancient fairy civilization, dragon civilization, magical civilization, the first empire of gnomes, and the subsequent human dynasties. Over the course of these mercilessly fleeting years, only 4 pirate kings had emerged, averaging less than one every 10,000 years. This underscores the rarity of the title. Treasure maps were a customary means of concealment among pirates. After each foray, the spoils were liquidated and divided among the crew. From grand warships to humble toothpicks, all were handled in this manner before the customary distribution of profits to the sailors. A process demanding substantial time and effort. Often, pirates, whether under the pressure of survival or preoccupied with new ventures for more lucrative prey, lacked the time to distribute their spoils in an orderly fashion. In such cases, the captured goods had to be temporarily hidden in a secret location, awaiting a more opportune moment for retrieval. Treasure maps served as guides to the buried riches. Nevertheless, pirates were not naive. They not only guarded against theft of the treasure maps and their duplication, but also remained wary of high-ranking individuals, such as captains, who might covet the treasures for themselves. Thus, rather than a clear map, treasure maps resembled a collection of riddles. Engaging in such riddles inherently carried risks, should later seekers misinterpret the map's clues. They could fall victim to the traps guarding the treasure or encounter other dangers, which was the principal reason no one wished to bid against Luo Zhengdao, even if the treasure map were genuine. The process of retrieving the treasure was fraught with peril, and as ordinary sailors, they possessed neither the manpower nor resources needed, let alone the willingness to risk their lives. Luo Zhengdao resolved the distribution dilemma in a manner that favored himself, but soon felt an unsettling sensation in his body. Quickly realizing that the old affliction of the curse of the wild god was returning, he hastened to his quarters, and just before entering, he reminded the sailor guarding the captain's cabin, "I require some rest. No one is to disturb me in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Let the senior crew discuss and handle matters in my stead." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 34. An Unexpected Resolution. As Luo Zhengdao lay upon the rather narrow and uncomfortable wooden bed, the long-absent curse of the wild god began to take hold, his consciousness gradually fading as his face contorted in agony, revealing a lattice of dark, chaotic lines, an indication of capillaries bursting and causing subcutaneous bruising. Enduring the torment of excruciating pain, Luo Zhengdao clenched his teeth, striving to suppress any cries of agony that might escape his lips. As he wrestled with the relentless, soul-wrenching anguish, he remained blissfully unaware of the 2 streams of purplish red, tainted tears that meandered down his cheeks. In this moment, one could easily mistake Luo Zhengdao for a terminally ill patient desperately clinging to life, a notion that anyone witnessing this scene would wholeheartedly embrace. Yet, only Luo Zhengdao himself comprehended that, compared to the devastating curse of the wild god that could annihilate the card masters, the suffering he endured was but a trifling matter. Although this degree of torment was far from the true might of the wild goddess curse, it was still sufficient to overwhelm him. "Will, how are you holding up?" came the call from outside the bedroom door. The half-elf Vina Duboff. Clearly, the 2 sailors tasked with guarding the entrance dared not defy Luo Zhengdao's orders and promptly impeded her progress. Straining against his physical agony, Luo Zhengdao rasped, "Do not come in." The outside fell into a temporary hush, and the half-elf beauty softly lamented. Has the curse flared up again? At this, Luo Jingdao, whose emotional state had reached a boiling point due to the pain, could no longer contain himself. He seized a cup from the bedside and hurled it at the door, shouting, "Silence!" With a resonant crash, the silver cup struck the ground, and an utter stillness enveloped the area. In a state of half-consciousness, Luo Jingdao was repeatedly tormented by the pain inflicted by the wild goddess curse, and he lost track of time until he finally succumbed to a fitful slumber. It was until a faint ray of sunlight pierced through the miasma of negative energy, illuminating the white sails of the ship, Yangwei, that Luo Jingdao, having tossed and turned throughout the night, emerged from the captain's quarters like a mere shell of to onlookers. He resembled a patient gravely afflicted with malaria, his steps unsteady, his complexion ashen, and his bloodshot eyes betraying his fatigue. A mere gust of wind could easily lay him low. His pallor and demeanor starkly contrasted with that of a healthy individual, having previously witnessed his irrational and frenzied behavior during his episodes. Vina Duboff refrained from provoking his volatile state. Instead, she tactfully disregarded the unpleasant incidents and picked up the treasure map, thoughtfully analyzing it for the dazed Luo Jingdao. This segment the bird's feathers resting upon the silver sands. The white scarf shimmering under the planetary glow, the golden mountain lies within the hands of Ichinalu, but he will not touch it without the KEY.IT. Is evident that specific tools are required to unlock the treasure. We must find them first. Luo Jingdao, having soul transcended into this new world, faced the tragic misfortune of not having fully inherited the memories of Wolnidum, though he had been a legitimate university graduate in the old world. Upon his arrival in this new realm, he found himself reduced to an illiterate. Well, to be precise, through diligent study and the guidance of the half-elf beauty, he had managed to spell his name with relative ease, thereby achieving a status of semi-literacy. Given such a meager level of cultural aptitude, deciphering the cryptic text was a task best left to Vina Duboff. Seated languidly in a chair, Luo Jingdao propped his head up with his right hand, listening to the convoluted hints, while his mind throbbed, perhaps a lingering effect of the wild goddess curse, or simply the weight of mental strain. Once Vina Duboff concluded her insights, Luo Jingdao did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved a silver flask and cup from his spatial bag, pouring himself a drink. Observing this, Vina cast him a sidelong glance and assumed a serious demeanor, saying, "My lord, I have completed the interpretation of the treasure map's inscriptions. Only a few key uncertainties remain. These terms hold multiple meanings and will only reveal their true significance at the treasure site." Luo Jingdao maintained a lethargic demeanor, not even lifting his eyelids. After a lengthy pause, he sluggishly replied to the half-elf beauty, "You have worked hard these past few days. Here, have a cup of rice wine." Recently, the fairy garden, now nothing more than a historical term after the worm mage's brutal destruction, had greatly aided Luo Jingdao's privateering crew. The chef aboard, Yangwei, procured some seeds resembling rice from the market, known among connoisseurs as baiqian. This rare and precious ingredient in the New World was exceedingly difficult to find, even for the affluent nobility of the Radiant dynasty. The small fairies, who were mostly vegetarians, exhibited great enthusiasm for cultivating various rare crops, so the planting of baiqian was not particularly surprising. Originally, this matter was inconsequential. The small amount of baiqian purchased was hardly enough for a single meal. If prepared as porridge, each officer aboard Yangwei would receive but a spoonful. However, Luo Jingdao was astonished upon first encountering baiqian. He discerned that this crop bore a striking resemblance to rice in both appearance and taste, albeit with a slightly stickier flavor. Rather than resembling rice, it was more akin to glutinous rice. Since his inexplicable journey to this new world, Luo Jingdao had continuously yearned for the flavors of his homeland. He pondered whether that previous traveler emperor had also suffered from such nostalgia. Regardless, he seized the opportunity to confiscate all the ingredients for himself and commissioned the chef to brew rice wine from the baiqian. The fermentation process for alcoholic beverages is largely similar. Although Luo Jingdao's chef was of mediocre skill, this batch of rice wine left much to be desired in terms of flavor and alcohol content. For Luo Jingdao, who merely sought to alleviate his homesickness, having any wine at all was a significant boon. To desire too much would surely invite misfortune. Uncertain of Luo Jingdao's intentions, the half-elf beauty was nonetheless curious about his drink and readily accepted the silver cup. Unaware of how tacky the combination of a silver cup and rice wine was, she leaned down to sniff the aroma and cautiously took a small sip, wrinkling her brow in complaint. "Will, how can you enjoy such a peculiar-tasting beverage? The most popular alcoholic drinks in the New World are those brewed from malt, followed closely by rum and distilled fruit spirits. Pirates typically favored beer as their everyday thirst quencher, so when discussing drinking, it usually referred to high-proof spirits. Even in the relatively milder Eileen Empire and the Elven Federation, formal banquets still featured distilled spirits like brandy and whiskey. Though fruit-based drinks may possess a more fruity aroma than grain-based spirits, their alcohol content remained equally potent. Not intending to impose his aesthetic preferences upon others, Luo Zhengdao managed a weary smile and said, "Well, if you like it, that's great. If not, there's nothing I can do about it." Burp. Ding Dang still wants to drink. Why does Ding Dang feel dizzy? Big fellow, do you have two brothers, as the saying goes? Some find joy while others experience sorrow, perhaps having fully adapted to a pet-like existence. The little fairy Ding Dang had entirely forgotten the painful memories that would haunt a normal person for a lifetime. Having lost her home and kin, presently, her life revolved around three simple pursuits: eating, sleeping, and playing. The little creature may not have been particularly clever, but she possessed enough survival instinct to learn quickly to hide in Luo Zhengdao's pocket when venturing outside, thus avoiding the pervasive negative energy of the Death Sea. Such a level of survival instinct was not a formidable challenge for a small creature as diminutive as a dragonfly. While Luo Zhengdao conversed with Vina, Ding Dang seized the opportunity to sneak a few sips of rice wine from his cup. Unfortunately, her immunity to alcohol was not as robust as that of her distant relatives. One glance would reveal that her eyes were already swimming. In her innocent state, Ding Dang's amusing antics made Luo Zhengdao, tormented by the wild goddess curse and engulfed in despair, feel an overwhelming sense of envy and bitterness that I in this new world, where each day teetered on the brink of uncertainty. Luo Zhengdao awoke each morning contemplating the moment when he might face a grim fate. As he closed his eyes at night, he worried whether he would awaken at all. Amid such dire circumstances, even opulence could not shield him from the ever-looming specter of death. Silent and burdened by an immense, uncommunicable pressure, Luo Zhengdao bore the weight of existence, while few understood the struggles hidden behind his outwardly dignified facade. After being momentarily interrupted by Ding Dang's antics, Luo Zhengdao felt a slight lifting of his spirits and turned back to Vina Duboff, saying, "Since you've deciphered the treasure map, it would be against our interest to forego this opportunity." Upon hearing this, the half-elf beauty scrutinized him for a moment before responding. "Will, have you made your decision? Are we truly going to seek treasure?" Luo Zhengdao downed an entire cup of rice wine, and a hint of color returned to his pale cheeks. With a smile, he proclaimed, "Let us toast. Here's to the success of our treasure-hunting endeavor." The vicissitudes of life were hard to predict. Accompanying Luo Zhengdao in his quest for treasure was a band of pirates who, filled with high hopes, could not have imagined that they would return in disappointment. When the pirates, following the clues of the treasure map, finally located the concealed treasure reef after much effort, they were greeted by the sight of a massive stone door, wide open at the entrance. This realization doused everyone's enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. The treasure had already been claimed by others, and they had arrived too late. Although Zola Hagel had merely come along to join the excitement, the unpleasant feeling of being outsmarted was not alleviated by the fact that it did not directly involve his own interests. An irritable sailor grumbled, "Damn it, someone has already been here. You lot, go search around and see if there's anything left." Observing this scene, Luo Zhengdao, who had never harbored high expectations, responded with a tolerant smile. Maintaining an air of calm composure, the loss of 100 gold coins and the fruitless effort were trifling matters to him. He could merely consider it a scenic excursion, even if the views of the Sea of Death invoked thoughts of the underworld. Before long, a few sailors, brandishing torches, emerged excitedly from the dark cave, the leader of whom exuberantly exclaimed, "Captain, we have discovered a secret chamber." Chapter 35. The Opportunity for Transformation. "Oh, you say a secret chamber?" Upon hearing this unexpected yet somewhat anticipated news, Luo Zhengdao was taken aback and somewhat bewildered. He had initially thought that there would be nothing left in this wretched place. To his surprise, there was indeed a stroke of luck awaiting them. In stark contrast to his muted reaction, the surrounding pirates erupted in cheers. Among them, the one who had invested the most effort in this treasure hunt and felt the strongest sense of loss was none other than Vina Duboff, whose spirits lifted at the news. She eagerly pulled Luo Zhengdao towards the inner chamber to explore, perhaps due to the incredible age of the buried treasure, or perhaps the previous intruder search methods being too crude. The mechanisms that protected this treasure's hidden chamber had suffered significant damage. The sailors easily dismantled what should have been an impenetrable door using mere crowbars. Although the location of the secret chamber was quite obscure and its defenses ostensibly airtight. Otherwise, those who had arrived before would not have overlooked it. Alas, time is a relentless force that erodes all, just as time has turned grapes into raisins, wood into rot, and bananas into mush. You get the gist. The treasure cave, stripped of the protective stone door, had succumbed to the insidious energies of the Sea of Death over the years. The varying degrees of erosion on the different materials of the rocks led to a stark contrast in the condition of the heavy stone slab sealing the secret chamber and the surrounding walls. Even an untrained eye could discern signs of the chamber's existence. For Luo Zhengdao, this could be categorized as a serendipitous twist of fate. "Sir, we have discovered 30 chests of enchanted fabric." Upon hearing this news, Luo Zhengdao's previously piqued interest deflated entirely, and he shook his head, saying, "What's so remarkable about enchanted fabric? Aren't the sails on our ship made of enchanted fabric?" In response, Zola Hagel, the bosun, bent down to inspect the excavation site. His face reflecting disbelief, his eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement as he declared, "Captain, this is not ordinary enchanted fabric. It is genuine enchanted fabric woven with magical power, incomparable to the cheap substitutes we use on our ship. If used to craft sails, the speed of the Yangwei could potentially double. No, it might even be more." Stunned by this assertion, Luo Zhengdao hesitantly inquired, "Really? Could it be that exaggerated?" "Absolutely. The difference between these two types of enchanted fabric is as vast as that between fine gold and brass." As the bosun had asserted, in the New World, the reason why sailing warships, including the Yangwei, could traverse the seven seas was due to the mana winds providing power to the sails. Ordinary materials were unsuitable for sail construction because of the volatile nature of mana winds. Those imperceptible mana particles, though minuscule, could unleash devastating destructive power when accumulated. A sail made from standard fibers would be torn to shreds within minutes if it encountered activated mana particles. Only materials like enchanted fabric, woven from long strands and possessing both resilience and good affinity for mana, could withstand the demands of propelling a ship forward. The common enchanted fabric available in the New World was mass-produced using magical looms programmed to weave according to set patterns. Genuine enchanted fabric, however, was crafted by high-level enchanters in conjunction with alchemists. Although both belonged to the same category, the disparity in quality and price was as stark as that between a Bugatti Veyron and a Suzuki Alto. Reflecting on the gains and losses of this treasure hunt, Luo Zhengdao couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He clapped his hands and said, "Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's all get to work and replace our sails with this genuine enchanted fabric. Let's experience what true enchanted fabric feels like." Luo Zhengdao was not the type to cling to wealth at the cost of his life, especially when his very survival was at stake. He had little attachment to material possessions. The prospect of genuine enchanted fabric, a term that evoked a sense of awe, was a compelling reason to upgrade immediately, especially if it could enhance their warship's capabilities. Should they fall behind in speed during their next battle and lose their lives, reflecting on the absurdity of their defeat would be a source of unbearable regret. With the swift and furious momentum of replacing the old sails with genuine enchanted fabric, the Yangwei circled the nameless reef twice, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of achieving maximum speed before slowing down to rendezvous with the Super Courage, which was moored not far away, preparing to leave the area. In the Old World, there was a profound saying, "The amount of water a barrel can hold is determined not by the longest plank, but rather by the shortest one." By the same token, a fleet must consider the slowest ship. Otherwise, the faster vessels would be lost to sight ahead while the slower ones struggled to keep up, rendering any notions of tactical coordination moot. Even a child's play acting would be more reliable than such a disorganized fleet. Despite the initial setbacks entering the Sea of Death, after the encounter with the ghost ship, the pirates faced no further troubles. Perhaps illustrating the principle of yin turning to yang, just before they were about to exit the Sea of Death, Bosun Zola Hagel found Luo Zhengdao in the chart room. engrossed in studying navigation data, and approached him to express his concerns. "Captain, I must remind you, we have not had any income for 2 months, and the sailors are quite vocal about it." Zola Hagel was not trying to intimidate Luo Zhengdao. The truth was indeed as stated. These pirates were not his employees. They shared an equal partnership with Luo Zhengdao, mutually benefiting from their collaboration. During this period, without opportunities to plunder merchant ships, there was, of course, no income to speak of. If given a choice between taking risks for a chance at profit and enduring a life of empty pockets, the pirates would undoubtedly prefer the former. Luo Zhengdao could not disregard the positions and interests of his crew. After pondering for a moment, he lifted his gaze to meet the bosun's eyes and asked, "So what do you propose?" In truth, Zola Hagel was not particularly interested in why Luo Zhengdao had attracted the pursuit of the goblin hunting fleet. After all, pirates invariably carried some heavy baggage, and their fates typically ranged from returning home wealthy to being captured and publicly executed, or disappearing forever amidst an unreported mana stormed out. Of course, there was also the likelihood of dying destitute in some port city, which was equally plausible. The notion of being law-abiding was mere nonsense to a pirate. In the annals of the New World, a few notorious pirate captains with remarkable records were even included on the bounty lists of all known intelligent races. In contrast, Luo Zhengdao's troubles, which only involved defending the goblins, were trivial in comparison to the legacies of those illustrious pirates. The bosun moved slowly to the navigation table in the chart room. Pointing to a specific location on the map, Luo Zhengdao glanced at it and exclaimed in surprise, "Is it here?" Indeed, this is the location of the annual trading fair, where some illicit deals are frequently conducted. So, upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao began to grasp Zola Hagel's intent and nodded, saying, "So this place has considerable potential for profit, right?" "You are absolutely correct, Captain. One cannot expect the horse to run while simultaneously forbidding it from grazing. Such harebrained notions must be utterly dismissed." As Luo Zhengdao began to ponder the intricate relationship between risk and reward, he cautiously remarked, "Well then, I agree to embark on this venture, but the rules cannot be altered. Etc. The captain is the supreme authority, and no one is permitted to challenge his dominion. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Zola Hagel rarely allowed a smile to grace his countenance as he responded, "Of course, I assure you that such an occurrence will not transpire. Yet, esteemed captain, do not forget your responsibilities. We sail forth in pursuit of fortune under your command. Pirates may fear neither sacrifice nor death, but the plight of poverty is intolerable." The towering city walls, constructed of long slabs of white granite, resembled a colossal dragon lying prostrate upon the earth, stretching towards the distant horizon as if echoing the ancient Great Wall of the Old World. The 9 monumental gates of the city, lofty enough to be gazed upon in awe, extended in various directions, with cobblestone roads linking this ancient city to the entire mainland, once the capital of myriad human dynasties. This splendid city had now transformed into the stronghold of the Second Empire of the Goblins. Those unfortunate humans who had been reduced to the status of foreign slaves endured daily threats of the whip and butcher's knife, subsisting on food fit only for swine while toiling under the burdensome weight of relentless labor. The depths of their suffering and torment caused the entire human race to writhe in anguish within the abyss of despair. Perhaps the privileged humans witnessing this scene might rue their past decisions, for it was their preoccupation with internal strife that allowed the goblins to swell in power, resulting in the current dire consequences. Yet, monumental folly often arises from the collective actions of the astute, and this instance was no exception. The good news for the enemy was a dire omen for oneself. Luo Zhengdao had evaded the relentless pursuit of the goblin fleet multiple times, a cause for celebration for him. But for the goblins, who were unwavering in their resolve to hunt down the human exiled nobles, the repeated failures only brought humiliation and resentment. That incompetent fool. Moto Blackwater, I always knew he would accomplish nothing. Leave the task of eliminating Count Fulub to me. The military headquarters of the Second Empire of the Goblins had appropriated the former Grand Assembly Hall of the Bright Dynasty's nobility as their operational base, and its decor was far more opulent than before, a fact readily apparent as it was all contributed by the deceased human nobles. The bear-like goblin commander, appearing as rough as a bear, spoke with little regard for the extravagant decor surrounding him, thumping his chest to demonstrate his unwavering determination and fervent zeal for battle to the deputy minister of the military, sitting behind a desk. The elder goblin, whose visage bore the marks of age, quietly scrutinized the bear commander. Straightening in his chair, he boomed, "Jidi Baishan, do you realize this is your only opportunity? I do not wish to witness the military's reputation trampled upon within the Elder Council again. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the invigorated bear commander pounded his fist against his forged steel breastplate and replied loudly, "Yes, Deputy Minister. Everything for the Empire. Long live His Majesty the Emperor." Chapter 36. The knot of fate heave up the anchor. Prepare to set sail. The massive paddle ships, resembling floating fortresses, raised their sails in readiness for the voyage. These ships, once belonging to the Bright Dynasty, had been scuttled by desperate human sailors in their flight, left to succumb to the relentless passage of time. Unwilling to witness the royal fleet of the Bright Dynasty vanish into oblivion, the Goblin military ordered a multitude of human slaves to salvage the sunken vessels from the abandoned harbor and attempt to restore them for renewed service. Now, the restored harbor presented a bustling scene of activity as it was connected to the human imperial city by a 600-mile straight road. This harbor was one of the few coastal regions directly governed by the Emperor of the Bright Empire. The Goblins had recognized its exceptional geographical position and infrastructure and transformed the royal port into a new naval base. Within the sheltered bay, surrounded by breakwaters, the newly refurbished massive paddle ships, adorned with black crescent moon battle flags, stood ready for departure. Originally intended to safeguard the seas of the human empire, this formidable fleet had metamorphosed into a convenient instrument for the Goblins to hunt down human exiled nobles. A historical irony steeped in dark humor that serves as a warning to mankind. All things must eventually come to an end. In any world, there exists nothing sacred and eternal. Even beings as esteemed as deities may be drawn into the celestial realm to slumber, ultimately descending into the river of oblivion. What then of those corporeal beings, subject to the whims of life and death, that which was once cherished by humanity will one day crumble into dust? Perhaps this is the only unchanging truth. At this moment, the bear commander Jidi Baishan, armed with a commission from the military, journeyed towards the royal port, oblivious to the mournful sentiments and agonizing suffering endured by the remnants of humanity. As a bear goblin officer of humble origins, he had risen to his current esteemed position through valorous deeds, overcoming countless hardships, in contrast to the thorns strewn along Jidi Baishan's path. Moto Blackwater, a highborn earth goblin commander, had enjoyed a fortunate and untroubled ascent, entrusted with the same task of pursuit as his predecessor. Jidi Baishan's efforts and dedication could not be succinctly articulated in mere words. Presently, the most compelling evidence proving Jidi Baishan's superior competence over Moto Blackwater resided in his successful return to the military and the Elder Council with the head of Wolnedum. The bear commander brimmed with confidence, firmly believing that failure was not an option. Success was merely a matter of time. Sail ho, set forth. With spirited enthusiasm, Jidi Baishan could scarcely imagine that as he commanded the fleet to set sail, the military chief and deputy minister were observing this spectacle from the fortress watchtower outside the port. However, the reason for the presence of these two influential figures was not to bid farewell to the fleet. Jidi Baishan did not possess that distinction. They were there to accompany an even more prominent spectator, Lord Great Shaman. Do you believe this fellow Jidi will succeed? Unlike the first Goblin Empire, which had worshipped technology to its own detriment, the current Second Empire of the Goblins was a coalition formed by goblin tribes amalgamating from the mountain valleys of the mainland. In the construction of this new goblin nation, the shared belief in the shamanic faith among the goblin tribes served as a vital spiritual bond. Alongside their common ancestry and the grand ambition to restore the glory of the First Empire, the Great Shaman represented the spiritual core of the entire shamanic faith, although they wielded little tangible power. Their esteemed status rivaled that of the senior officials in the Elder Council. Only a handful of shamans bore the title of Great Shaman within the Second Empire, and the one present today was undoubtedly the most distinguished among them. With age rendering his once yellow brows completely white, the elderly goblin appeared somewhat dazed as he shook his head and murmured, "Difficult to say, difficult to say." The military chief and deputy minister exchanged incredulous glances upon hearing this, hastily pressing for further clarification. Why? Is such formidable military strength insufficient? It is not a matter of military might, but of fate. That human wretch should have perished long ago, yet he remains alive to this day, defying the predetermined course of destiny, making him exceedingly perilous. Such fatalistic words from the esteemed great shaman, due to his authoritative standing, compelled even the two military officials to grant some credence to his unsubstantiated assertions. Soon after, they comprehended the implications of his words, and the chief's expression morphed into one of horror as he gasped, "You mean that prophecy?" At this, the countenance of all present, including the military chief himself, shifted dramatically. The great shaman made a silencing gesture, visibly displeased as he admonished, "Shill, are you seeking death? How dare you utter such words in public? Do you not understand the laws of harmony? Prophecies foretelling imminent doom have never been tolerated by the current regime. Despite the universal truth that every world must eventually face decline, they stubbornly insist on convincing everyone that they are the exceptional anomaly in the annals of history. Ironically, the more dangerous and taboo a subject, the more it piques the curiosity of the masses. The ominous prophecy, which must never be publicly acknowledged, continues to circulate in the shadows of the Goblin Empire, showing no signs of fading away. To prevent the foreboding prediction of the Second Empire of the Goblins' eventual demise at the hands of the descendants of the Bright Emperor from spreading further, and to curb the proliferation of unreliable doomsday theories that may incite civil unrest, measures must be taken to eradicate the toxic influence and negative repercussions of the prophecy. Consistently visionary and infallible, the esteemed Council of Gnomes and the Imperial Department have collaborated to draft a decree titled the Harmonious Ordinance. Subsequently, this document was submitted for the personal review of the Gnome Emperor, who officially sanctioned it for nationwide enactment. Henceforth, any gnome daring to disseminate discordant information in public shall face severe penalties under imperial law. In instances where the purveyor of such rumors is not a gnome, even the most rudimentary trial procedures may be bypassed, resulting in immediate execution on the spot. Such decisive and draconian measures of intimidation starkly reveal the pathological anxiety that pervades the Second Empire. Even the most powerful figures, like the Grand Shaman and the Chief of the Military Command, could find themselves ensnared in a troublesome predicament with but a single misstep. I beg your pardon, Grand Shaman. The Chief of Military Command was interrupted as the Grand Shaman, seemingly lost in a reverie of his own making, murmured, "There is a saying among humans. When the moon is full, the days of its waning are not far behind. The triumph we have achieved is monumental and resplendent. In less than 20 years, we have accomplished what countless heroes over millennia could not: the hegemony of the mainland. This success has come too swiftly, too effortlessly, and too fortuitously." The Grand Shaman's words were little more than a regurgitation of trite platitudes. The Gnome Empire had long reflected upon the history of its ascent. At this juncture, the two high-ranking officials of the military exchanged silent glances. The Chief of Command, with humility, inquired of the Grand Shaman, is there something amiss?" In an instant, the Grand Shaman's seemingly lethargic eyes sparkled with a sudden brilliance, akin to lightning cleaving the night sky. That a cryptic smile crept upon his lips as he softly uttered, "The brighter the bonfire burns, the faster it extinguishes. Do you not grasp this principle?" Indeed, the juxtaposition of flourishing splendor and imminent ruin was a truth so painfully evident. Faced with such a grim conclusion, the two military dignitaries could not help but muster all their faculties to address this daunting dilemma. They quietly conferred for a moment before turning to the Grand Shaman, asking in unison, "What course of action do you propose?" "Ha ha ha. I am but an old fool with little sway in the council. Who would heed my counsel? If you deem my foreboding credible, it is time to appoint a suitable candidate to confront the half-orcs." Upon hearing this, the two powerful military leaders exchanged glances of disbelief. The deputy chief ventured to ask, "Are we truly to mobilize a grand army against the half-orcs? Surely, it cannot refer to those minor tribes. You must mean the half-orc wasteland. That region is inhospitable even to the most wretched of humans. What purpose would we serve there? Indeed, apart from the scattered half-orc tribes across the mainland, the only territory predominantly inhabited by half-orcs was the desolate wasteland nestled within the heart of the continent. This land, while not the most remote from the ocean, was ensconced between two towering mountain ranges, utterly cut off from the moisture-laden winds of the sea. According to the standards of the Old World, the average annual rainfall was less than 200 millimeters, with the primary water source being glacial melt. Devoid of sufficient water supply, though the land was not entirely barren, it could yield little more than wild grasses. Any semblance of agriculture was a futile endeavor. Deep within this arid expanse, The landscape was strewn with severely weathered gravel and loam, where the number of plants per square meter could be counted on one hand. And in truth, much of the land in the half-orc wasteland was only marginally better than a lifeless desert, where only the half-orc tribes, renowned for their insatiable appetites, capable of devouring even their kin in dire hunger, could survive, while even the resilient human race, acknowledged for their survival instincts second only to cockroaches and rats, could not endure there for long, save for the brief summer months when they would graze their flocks. Present, the Gnome Empire had already secured the most fertile and bounteous lands of the mainland. It had little interest in undertaking a campaign against a desolate wasteland of scant utility. In response to this vexing question of development, the Grand Shaman did not provide a direct reply, but cryptically remarked, "Perhaps my advancing years have led me to overthink, alas, the musings of an old fool. One day, we may yet find ourselves reliant upon that land to perpetuate the gnome bloodline. A great prophet who accurately foretells calamity is seldom lauded. Rather, they often become scapegoats for the collective panic that ensues during times of inevitable adversity." The Grand Shaman's pessimistic pronouncement seemed to clearly convey to his two listeners that the gnome's tragic fate was already sealed, foretelling the decline of the Second Gnome Empire to the same fate as the half-orcs. Ultimately relegated to survival in barren lands. This revelation, the two high-ranking gnome officials visibly paled, exclaiming in unison, "Grand Shaman, you cannot be jesting." The old gnome's face once more donned that inscrutable, enigmatic smile, as if he were straddling the line between earnestness and casual dismissal, replying, "Oh, I assure you, I speak with the utmost seriousness. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. Now, I am weary and must return to rest." Chapter 37. The Burdens of Life. Ahead lies the port of Tartus, one of the trading hubs of the Dark World. The half-elf beauty's introduction failed to elicit joy in Luo Zhengdao. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, for the circumstances were still unclear, and he was compelled to act immediately, which was not in line with his usual approach, having endured a series of trials and tribulations. The pirate ships, the Dreadnought and the Brave, finally escaped the oppressive atmosphere of the Sea of Death, sailing into the adjacent Shadow Sea. In comparison, while the Shadow Sea did not boast picturesque scenery, it was nonetheless far superior to the malevolent Sea of Death, especially since the air was devoid of the negative energy that once permeated the atmosphere. What a refreshing relief, among the 7 seas of the New World. The area known as the Shadow Sea is, in fact, characterized by a landmass that significantly outweighs its water surface, particularly considering the intricate network of underground spaces beneath the land, aptly described as a labyrinth of rat holes or sewers. The geographical position of the Shadow Sea lies precisely between the conventional definitions of open sea and inland sea. Akin to the pirate paradise of the Glimmering Sea, the Shadow Sea is also a notorious hunting ground for pirates. The dim skies and the labyrinth and underground caverns provide ample opportunities for pirates to conceal their spoils and evade the relentless pursuit of naval forces from powerful nations. The amalgamation of these favorable conditions has naturally led to the emergence of this maritime territory as a veritable haven for piracy. A conclusion that is hardly difficult to comprehend. Absent-mindedly setting down his spyglass, Luo Zhengdao wore an expression of bewilderment as he turned to the half-elf beauty and asked, "Are you certain that taking action here will not violate the stipulations of our privateering license?" Before Vina Dubov could respond, the eager first mate Zola interjected, "Captain, your license only prohibits the plundering of vessels flying the banner of the ailing empire, as well as their ports and territories. Tartus is a free port. No one would consider it part of Ailing's domain." Not perturbed by Zola's interruption, Vina Dubov smiled gracefully, her demeanor relaxed as she replied, "Indeed, Zola is correct. The waters frequented by the Ailing fleet do not equate to their territory. In the Shadow Sea, both Ailing and we are thieves, albeit they merely disguise their piracy under the guise of toll collection. Perhaps influenced by her half-elf lineage, Vina Dubov, like many half-elves, harbored a subtle animosity towards the Ailing, who often exhibited a sense of racial superiority. This sentiment was unmistakably evident, as she never hesitated to seize opportunities to mock the Ailing Empire at every turn. However, to question Vina's professional acumen would be misguided. Luo Zhengdao's late father, the former Earl of Fulu, was no inept noble, merely bloated with privilege. He governed his territory with generosity, affording his subjects the opportunity for dignified lives, and implemented laws with rigor and fairness. Earning the moniker of the Benevolent Lord, This reputation was instrumental in enabling Qiangzhou to resist until the final moments of the Bright Dynasty's downfall. It is evident that this remarkable figure, possessing considerable competencies across various domains, would not opt for a mere pretty face devoid of substance when hiring a tutor for his sole heir, cognizant that the actions of the ailing empire may not be as deplorable as portrayed. Luo Jingdao chose to voice no objections, instead inquiring, "Have you identified a suitable target for our undertaking?" Upon hearing this, Zola Hagel grinned, gesturing toward the anchorage of Tartus, stating, "Captain, please observe. Those two-masted ships moored to the right belong to the family fleet of the former Grand Admiral of the Bright Dynasty, Harvey Boyer." Luo Zhengdao regarded the first mate with confusion, responding, "Did not the human nobility flee from the mainland, having mingled with the old Earl for some time?" Vina Duboff possessed a deeper understanding of the insider information, and she took the initiative to explain to Luo Jingdao, "I have heard that scoundrel Harvey is not of noble lineage. He has long allied himself with those green-skinned creatures, willingly acting as a spy for them. While the green-skinned were purging the human aristocracy, the Boyer family was doing quite well for themselves." With a look of realization dawning upon him, Luo Zhengdao nodded and remarked, "Ah, I see. So he is a traitor." Upon hearing Luo Zhengdao's words, the half-elf beauty paused momentarily, then burst into a fit of laughter, saying, "Traitor? Well, that term is indeed quite fitting, Will. In this new world of diverse races and cultures, notions of nationalism had yet to rise to prominence. Conflicts between different races often stemmed from tangible disputes over interests that it had not yet come to pass that one would instigate a war or a massacre simply out of disdain for a particular nation or race. The waves of nationalism that swept through the old world gradually emerged alongside the Industrial Revolution, ultimately reaching a peak in the 20th century. The two world wars, separated by 20 years, were inextricably linked to the fervor of nationalism. As for Luo Jingdao's rather racist epithets, they merely piqued Vina's curiosity. She found them novel and entertaining, lacking a deeper understanding of their underlying implications, thus rendering her perspective somewhat superficial. How much profit do the Boyer family's ships generate, compared to discussing the metaphysical and nihilistic topics? The first mate, Zola Hagel, exhibited a far greater enthusiasm for cold, hard cash. Upon hearing Luo Jingdao's inquiry, a slight smile played at the corners of his mouth as he replied, "Of course, who doesn't he know that the wealthy often come from powerful families? Those gluttonous bastards, who feast off both ends, are so overindulged that they can hardly move. The more despicable one's character, the easier it is to succeed in social competition. Thus, being a rogue can be a viable survival strategy, provided one does not provoke the wrath of the heavens. Otherwise, a grim fate is only to be expected." While it may seem unkind to bully the honest, Luo Zhengdao bore no psychological burden when it came to targeting the worst of humanity. He nodded decisively and instructed, "Good. Send someone to keep an eye on them. As soon as the ship sets sail, look for an opportunity to strike." Zola Hagel broke into a confident and fiercely competitive grin. Resembling a shark that had caught the scent of blood, his dark visage contrasting sharply with his gleaming white teeth as he chuckled. "Rest assured, Captain, this is our line of work. No need for further instructions." Betrayal among pirates was the cornerstone of their wealth. The number of unfortunate souls who fell to the blades of their comrades likely surpassed those who perished at the hands of military forces. Hence, ruthless cunning was a shared value among pirates. The phrase "fellow thieves are enemies" held true in their world. Even the notorious Harvey Boyer, whose reputation stank to high heaven, was looked down upon by pirates who made their living by plundering. Assisting foreign races in exterminating one's own kin was a disgraceful act that would earn scorn even in the half-orc tribes, which thrived on the principle that whoever has the milk is the mother, not to mention among other intelligent races. That said, scoundrels always find ways to survive within their means. Harvey Boyer managed to reap substantial benefits from his treachery while avoiding the potential crisis of being discarded by the Second Goblin Empire. Setting aside his moral deficiencies, one must acknowledge that his survival instincts were commendable. Such grand treachery requires a level of cunning not easily matched by the inept. Dong dong dong, the distant sound of bells resonated, and the first mate's smile grew ever brighter. He pulled the cork from the communication pipe on the aft deck and called out, "Captain, the Boyer fleet has sounded the departure bell." Inside the captain's quarters, Luo Jingdao, who was preoccupied with his magical cards, raised his voice in response. "All right, I'll be right there. You are in command of the fleet now." "Yes, Captain." Shortly after the clear, resonant chimes rang out. 8 similarly designed armed brigs sailed forth from the port of Tartus, arrayed in 2 parallel columns, with over 100 dark cannon muzzles uniformly aimed at the tranquil ether sea. Faced with such a formidable and intimidating display, smaller pirate crews would surely think twice. After all, one must be wary of attracting trouble. These nimble and swift brigs could essentially be classified as armed merchant vessels. Their overall performance still fell short of that of warships. It was not that the Boyer family lacked the funds to construct more powerful ships, but rather that they were constrained by their precarious circumstances. The traders were in a rather uncomfortable position within the Goblin Empire, and they could only keep their heads down and act subserviently. Since the goblins became the new dominators of the main continent, countless humans, demoted to slavery, harbored a deep-seated hatred for traders like the Boyer family. Within the higher echelons of the empire, there were also goblin elites who viewed them with disdain. Rumors often circulated in the streets of the imperial capital regarding certain elites proposing in the Senate that all humans be confined to concentration camps. The target of such public outrage was all too evident. It is easy to imagine that, during these tumultuous times, the Boyer family was forced to keep a low profile, and even with ample financial resources, they would not dare to risk incurring the wrath of their goblin overlords by constructing or purchasing formidable warships. Such folly would be tantamount to courting death. The risks of investment are proportional to the potential returns. This principle applies equally to ventures lacking capital. Plunder is a business that requires careful calculation of profit margins. A Pyrrhic victory is hardly distinguishable from defeat. Ordinary pirates engage in this trade to make a living. They traverse vast distances across the ether sea in pursuit of wealth, not to indulge in petty squabbles. Pirates are unlikely to attack armed merchant ships that are banded together, as the potential losses far outweigh the gains. However, today, encountering Luo Zhengdao, an outsider who had already crossed the line, the Boyer fleet could not expect their connections and armament to intimidate these new predators. Chapter 38. Straight to the point. Since our objective is to capture their ships, a long-range cannon battle would not favor us. How about we consider a close-quarters boarding action? 2 privateer vessels trailed behind the Boyer fleet at a distance, and the pirate leaders aboard the flagship were convening to discuss their plundering strategy. Luo Zhengdao, glancing at the high-ranking individuals present, including the one-eyed captain, Full Shobang, straightforwardly offered his opinion. The bearded one-eyed captain, a hereditary vassal of the Earl of Fort, had always adhered to his lord's directives, yet in matters of technical details, he felt no need for excessive formality with Luo Zhengdao that he raised an objection, stating, "My lord, a boarding action would not be in our favor. The Boyer fleet is larger, and they have more sailors. The outcome of a boarding action does not look promising." Upon hearing this, the attendees nodded in agreement, for everyone knew that the casualty rate in close-quarters combat was notoriously high. While pirates were indeed willing to risk their lives for profit, who would willingly choose to die when they could easily execute their plunder without such peril? Seeing this, Luo Zhengdao did not stubbornly cling to his opinion and turned to seek Zola Hagel's perspective, who appeared deep in thought, asking, "Zola, what do you think? The Boyer fleet is a tough nut to crack. We cannot act recklessly and must wait for the right opportunity. Setting aside moral and legal considerations for the moment, success in any endeavor cannot be achieved without a certain level of awareness and readiness. Those who rashly dive in without such insight, whether they are cunning or incompetent, are often destined to become mere footnotes in tragic tales. Pirates engage in a no-capital business, and they are not a band of fools or the lazy-minded. For them, a balance of courage and situational awareness is indispensable. At this moment, as Luo Zhengdao observed the eloquent pirates, he recalled an ancient text he had studied, a smile of understanding gracing his lips. In the old world, the legendary bandit Zhaoji, active during the spring and autumn period, stated that before robbers take action, they must accurately assess whether the situation is ripe for attack. This is wisdom. Discerning the hiding places of treasures and striking true. This is brilliance. When beginning an endeavor, the leader should lead the charge. This is courage. At the conclusion of the operation, the leader should be the last to leave. This is integrity. Finally, the leader must ensure that the spoils are fairly distributed among the crew. This is benevolence. It is evident that even to become a competent leader of bandits, one must possess numerous commendable professional qualities to ensure success. Merely entangling oneself with a motley crew is unlikely to yield significant results. Thus, it is said that even thievery has its principles. This dissonance from reality stirred various emotions within Luo Zhengdao, who murmured, "Alas, life is but a play, and the play mirrors life." Amidst the cacophony of voices at the meeting, the crux of the contentious debate did not revolve around whether to tackle this formidable challenge, but rather when would be the opportune moment to strike. Should time drag on too long, and the adversary detect something amiss and resort to dispersing or fleeing, it would mean the succulent morsel that was so close at hand would slip away. The pirates were naturally unwilling to let that happen. Soon, the eyes of the subordinates once again turned to their leader, Luo Zhengdao. Given the significant divergence of opinions and the difficulty in persuading their comrades, it was best to start with him. The quick-witted first mate, Zola Hagel, rose and solemnly addressed Luo Zhengdao, saying, "Captain, we have deliberated extensively. What is your stance?" Observing the scene, Luo Zhengdao stroked his chin, surveying the varied expressions of the attendees. With a slight smile, he picked up a drawing pin and circled an area on the tactical whiteboard that illustrated the shifting positions of both allies and foes, declaring, "We shall concentrate our forces to launch a fierce assault on the flagship, resolving the battle in the shortest time possible. I do not believe these scoundrels possess the courage to engage us in a desperate fight. Once we topple the flagship, without unified command, they will surely scatter and retreat. At that point, we can choose which ship is most suitable to pursue." Upon hearing this, Vina Duboff expressed grave concern and unease, furrowing her brow as she remarked, "Will, the risks associated with this course of action are substantial, due to the inherent arrogance of a time traveler." Luo Zhengdao had little patience for such hesitation, and even when voiced by someone close to him, he retorted without reservation, "Very well. Do you have a better suggestion?" The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere grew tense. Luo Zhengdao's approach was indeed rather blunt, and had the half-elf beauty possessed a superior alternative, she would have certainly articulated it. His brusque challenge was nearly tantamount to reprimand. A prolonged silence enveloped the conference room until the one-eyed captain, Fall Shobang, cheerfully stood up to break the almost palpable awkwardness, stating, "Since we have resolved to take action, let us now deliberate on the specific battle deployment." The so-called specifics merely pertain to the matter at hand, thus avoiding any disputes over right or wrong, allowing the operational meeting to proceed smoothly. After a lively exchange, the participants' viewpoints gradually converged. First Mate Zola Hagel summarized their opinions, saying, "We will infiltrate the rear of the enemy fleet, concentrating the firepower of the Yangwei on the flagship's stern. The Chaoyang will be responsible for distracting and drawing attention from the other enemy vessels. We must strive to incapacitate the flagship with a single blow. The rest will be relatively straightforward." Indeed, the task before the pirates was extraordinarily challenging. While it was common knowledge that the critical areas of a sailing warship were located at the stern, where the captain's quarters, steering gear, and command platform were situated, this did not imply that this area was the easiest target to attack. One reason for the conventional layout of warships in the New World, with vital facilities positioned at the stern, is that the wind generally comes from behind, and the steering system must be placed there. Nautical wisdom dictates that due to wind direction, the lavatories are located at the bow. No one would be so unrefined as to rearrange the captain's quarters and the lavatory, subjecting the entire crew to that peculiar aroma. If enemy cannon fire were to destroy the steering wheel or rudder located at the stern, the entire warship would swiftly lose its ability to maneuver, rendering it a stationary target. Moreover, attacking from the stern offered an additional advantage by circumventing the protective bulkheads designed to guard against lateral assaults. With a stroke of good fortune, a cannonball might even penetrate through the entire deck from the stern, ricocheting towards the bow. The destructive force unleashed by a bouncing projectile within the ship's confines was immense, and merely envisioning such a scenario could elicit a profound chill from the depths of one's being, akin to a nightmare conjured in the dead of night. From a theoretical standpoint, the comprehensive battle plan devised by Luo Zhengdao and his crew was flawless, maximizing the various advantages at their disposal. The true challenge lay in the execution of this plan in reality. Based on Zola Hagel's years of practical experience as a pirate, the proposal to target the flagship, while seemingly fantastical at first glance, possessed a reasonable degree of feasibility, at least warranting a calculated gamble. The distinction between investment and speculation lies in the controllability of risk. Investments that cannot manage risk are merely speculation, regardless of the monetary sum involved. The most significant risk factor impeding the success of the ambush plan was that only the Yangwei could be deployed for the infiltration tactic. while the adversary held a numerical superiority several times over. Although the likelihood of their underestimating the situation was considerable, if the pirates were not sufficiently cautious, they could quickly find themselves transformed from hunters into prey. After pondering for a while, the first mate smiled confidently and addressed the attendees. Well, since the captain believes this plan holds merit and everyone else agrees, I will go check on the preparedness of the short heavy cannons. If they fail to fire when the battle commences, it will spell disaster. Hearing this, Luo Zhengdao nodded in agreement, stating, the short heavy cannons are the most critical element of the plan. Zola, ensure that there are no oversights. Currently, among the various weapons widely utilized in naval warfare in the New World, this short heavy cannon, considered an unconventional piece of equipment, was quite distinctive. In the military history of the Old World, a similarly designed large-caliber short-barreled cannon was known as a carronade. In truth, this squat and stout cannon sacrificed range for maximum firepower output, making it a formidable close-combat weapon. As an exemplary representation of a specialized armament, the short heavy cannon could, if tactically employed correctly, obliterate the combat capabilities of an entire enemy ship with a single strike. Whether employing solid shot, grape shot, or canister shot, its lethality in actual combat was nothing short of terrifying. Luo Zhengdao vaguely recalled his first encounter with such a stout iron beast, instantly reminded of the old-fashioned ceramic jars used by elders in his youth for pickling vegetables, illustrating just how exaggerated the proportions of this cannon's caliber to length truly were. If one were to inquire about the power of this short-barreled cannon capable of firing 60-pound stone projectiles, Luo Zhengdao sincerely hoped he would never have to discover the answer to this rather moronic question. As the operational meeting drew to a close, Luo Zhengdao addressed his subordinates with gravity, stating, all actions will proceed according to plan. The Chaoyong will provide outer support, while the Yangwei will engage independently. Everyone, prepare accordingly. Approximately half an hour later, as the sun began its descent in the sky, Luo Zhengdao, peering through a monocular, clearly observed the Chaoyong hoisting a string of signal flags indicating ready. Subsequently, he raised a speaking trumpet crafted from thin brass and proclaimed loudly, full speed ahead, commence the attack, with the Chaoyong cast aside as an encumbering hindrance. The Yangwei, with all its true magical canvas sails unfurled, surged to its maximum speed of 22 knots within mere minutes. This wooden warship, as voluminous as a residential building, now resembled a wild stallion unleashed, racing towards the Boy family fleet with breathtaking velocity, compared to the average cruising speed of the double-masted sailing vessels ahead, which barely reached 10 knots. The Yangwei, fully outfitted with true magical canvas sails, even had the capacity to circle around the enemy ships. Such a significant disparity in speed was a key reason why Zola Hagel staunchly supported this seemingly reckless ambush plan. In any era, the side with greater speed invariably gains the upper hand on the battlefield, allowing them to pursue relentlessly when the situation is favorable, and to swiftly retreat and regroup when circumstances turn adverse. Ancient nomadic tribes of the Old World employed this very strategy to confound numerous armies belonging to agrarian civilizations, where the inability to match their pace was merely an inconvenience. The real issue lay in the fact that two legs could never hope to catch up to four. Chapter 39. A sword to the throat, enemy attack. Pirate ship sighted. Prepare for battle. Ding 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 ding. Despite the Yangwei achieving a jaw-dropping speed in its all-out effort, no vessel can exceed the speed of light. The approaching pirate warship was promptly spotted by the lookouts of the Boy family fleet, and upon recognizing that this unfamiliar vessel was far from a friendly visitor, the flagship sounded the alarm. The flagship's signal flags conveyed warning orders, while sailors were hurriedly driven to their posts by whips and shouts. At that moment, under the golden rays of the setting sun, the pirate warship charged forth with formidable intent, and the urgent alarm could not alter the imminent threat confronting the Boy family fleet. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the ship Yangwei, with its sails fully unfurled, brazenly surged into the ranks of the Boyer family fleet. Disregarding all caution thanks to its remarkable speed, in the blink of an eye, this audacious intruder had closed in on the flagship, revealing the vulnerable stern of the Boyer flagship, the Xinfeng, exposed to Yangwei's right flank. With a quadrant and various artillery measuring instruments resembling plumb bobs or pendulums in hand, Vina Duboff shouted, "Measure 4, distance 120 yards. Upon hearing the voice of the half-elf beauty, the somewhat tense Luo Zhengdao rubbed the weighted pommel of his sword and called out, "Fire!" With a thunderous roar, the short, heavy cannon, reinforced with sandbags into a makeshift battery on the foredeck of Yangwei. Unleashed its fury. The stone projectile ignited in an instant, erupting into golden flames and white smoke, its brilliance too intense to behold, as the ornate gilded stern of the Xinfeng became a scene of devastation. Shattered into flying debris by the impact of the stone shot, which splinters screamed through the air, and the sea was engulfed in a dazzling golden blaze. Only those with true expertise understood the peril of a warship's stern being struck directly by enemy fire. Professional warship designers had meticulously planned to store reserve stone projectiles in the compartments of the side decks, a measure that provided some additional protection. Furthermore, the leather-reinforced partition walls helped to mitigate the destructive force of side-aimed cannon fire. And even the sailors' canvas hammocks were arranged with care, neatly folded and suspended along the ship's sides when not in use. After several folds, the thick hammocks could serve as a barrier akin to synthetic fiber linings in the turrets of old-world main battle tanks, shielding crew members from secondary injuries caused by splintered wood. The 60-pound stone shot from the Xinfeng's stern easily penetrated two unprotected wooden bulkheads, bouncing onto the gun deck, its unspent kinetic energy causing it to ricochet within the hold like a pinball. The destructive power of close-range bombardment at the stern was akin to pressing a shotgun against someone's head and pulling the trigger. Its accuracy needed no elaboration, and the lethality of such a direct strike was terrifyingly severe. Thud, thud, thud. The battle commenced with a devastating assault, and this was not the end. As the Yangwei gradually advanced, the long-barreled cannons, now positioned for optimal firing angles, began to unleash their fury one by one. In less than half a minute, this sixth-rate battleship had rained down over 20 stone projectiles upon the tail of the enemy's ship, the Xinfeng, the flagship, battered and unable to withstand further assault. Swayed like a drunken giant, veering off from its formation, clearly crippled by the preceding ferocious barrage. Witnessing this, Luo Zhengdao on the command deck of Yangwei clenched his fists in celebration and shouted, "Well done. Prepare to take the next one." Without the flagship to coordinate their maneuvers, the Boyer fleet scattered like frightened birds, not a single vessel daring to confront Yangwei. They chose to flee in disarray, failing even to attempt a rescue of their flagship. With the collapse of their ranks, the pirates had little left to do but pursue and capture the enemy vessels that in hardly any time. This swift and decisive naval battle culminated in the complete disintegration of the Boyer fleet. 3 armed schooners fell prey to the pirates' onslaught, while desperate crew members set fire to one, and the remaining 4 vessels fled in various directions. Though 2 pirate ships were busy reveling in their captures, they ultimately decided against pursuing the remaining foes, knowing that it was better to secure what they had rather than risk it all. A sailing warship, once its mast was severed, lost its maneuverability. Thus, the 3 captured vessels, aside from the flagship Xinfeng, were ensnared in this manner. However, the loss of escape capability did not equate to a complete loss of combat effectiveness. The pirates still needed to clear the sailors aboard before they could indulge in their bountiful spoils. Everyone raise your hands. If anyone among you wishes to play the hero, now is the perfect time to step forward and meet your demise, barked the fierce pirate first mate. Zola Hagel, gripping his patterned steel cutlass in one hand, while striking the short heavy cannon loaded with grape shot beside him with the other, his voice was cold as he cautioned the sailors on the captured schooner not to act rashly. Undoubtedly, the power of a sailing warship stemmed from its sails, and navigation required the cooperation of the rudder. Now, the crew of these battered schooners, having suffered casualties from the bombardment, found themselves unable to escape. Their spirits utterly deflated, lacking even the courage to raise their heads to glance at their victors as they surrendered without hesitation. With minimal losses and a resounding victory, the pirates were in high spirits. Zola Hagel, usually bearing a demeanor of suspicion as if others owed him money, could hardly contain his delight at this moment. He gleefully approached Luo Zhengdao with a piece of sheepskin parchment, exclaiming, "Captain, here is the capture list. Shall we prepare to distribute the spoils?" Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao frowned, glanced at the sky, and shook his head. "This place is unsafe. Let's discuss it elsewhere." The New World's near-planar environmental conditions starkly contrasted with the Old World. The sailing warships, gliding through the ether sea like spaceships, were entirely different from the wooden vessels of the Old World that remained submerged in seawater year-round. In the New World, ship maintenance was remarkably convenient. While frequent navigation between the ether sea and coastal waters could lead to wood warping due to moisture fluctuations, these vessels were easier to manage than their Old World counterparts. The essential buoyancy provided by the sea float would ensure that as long as the overall structure remained intact, the ship would not easily sink into the depths of the ether sea, barring unfortunate encounters with areas known as ether traps. In such cases, one would have to jettison ballast and hope for the best. Aside from the sea float wood, the materials used in ship construction primarily filled the hull, separated internal compartments, and supported structural integrity. Thus, as long as a ship had not completely fallen apart, a few carpenters could make repairs, allowing it to continue sailing. The common flaw of these wooden warships was their flammability. Although sea float wood was not susceptible to flames, slowly turning to ash when tossed into a fire. The other materials on board, wood, sails, ropes, and other accessories, were excellent kindling. Once ignited, the entire ship would be lost. During this raid, the armed schooner that was destroyed but not captured was set ablaze by a group of die-hard Boyer loyalists hiding in the hold. Designers and users of ships in the New World were not ignorant. They understood that fire prevention was paramount for warships, and they could not neglect this vulnerability to prevent flames from consuming these costly wooden vessels. The initial design phase often involved wrapping the hull in a layer of copper or iron, depending on budget constraints, to deter small marine organisms from gnawing at the wooden hull, while also providing some fire resistance. On exposed areas, such as decks and rigging, fire-resistant alchemical agents were applied in the lead-up to battle. If funds were limited, even mud was smeared on as a makeshift measure, offering better fire protection than nothing at all. Although the effectiveness of these fire-resistant agents was often short-lived, when to apply them and how much to use presented a challenging dilemma, their efficacy was significant if all fire prevention measures were implemented without regard to cost. Igniting the ship with a torch would be no easy feat, let alone setting a bonfire to catch the rigging ablaze. Those ship designers with greater financial means, such as the Navy of the Yaling Empire and the Elven Confederation Navy, even went so far as to incorporate flame-retardant magical arrays into their ships. Not only would arson attempts be thwarted, but even summoning hellfire to rain down might not prove effective. Yet, the downside remained the high costs involved. Due to considerations of technological secrecy, these official warships would dismantle the flame-retardant magical arrays upon decommissioning, both to recover reusable spell-casting materials and to prevent leaks of sensitive technology after a vigorous confrontation in the waters near Tartu's port. The triumphant pirate fleet, having left the battlefield, temporarily docked beside a barren, brownish rock reef, where jubilant sailors gleefully dismantled the 3 captured schooners piece by piece. The cargo was meticulously counted. Even the hidden stash of private funds concealed by the sailors of the Boyer family within the crevices of the ship's planks was seized by the pirates. To make matters worse, the unfortunate captives were stripped of their clothing, a common practice among pirates to prevent them from hiding valuables and weapons after a thorough search reminiscent of a house raid. The first mate Zola and the quartermaster Halepop reported to Luo Zhengdao, stating, "Our spoils have been tallied. The captured vessels, along with the sailors and cargo, amount to a total of 6,859 gold coins." Chapter 40. Joy turns to sorrow. In ordinary affairs, pirates were accustomed to selling captured sailors directly or holding them as slaves to row. Such practices were commonplace in the New World and not regarded as morally reprehensible. Even those who were once free individuals, forced to sell themselves into contractual servitude due to insurmountable debts, were not newsworthy. Moreover, the very nature of piracy was rooted in illegality. Although Luo Zhengdao found such treatment inhumane, he realized that one must adapt to the customs of a society steeped in slavery. He could not impose democratic ideals in a world governed by such harsh realities. The common expressions of violence and brutality were far too extreme for his sensibilities. Among the spoils, 3 captured brigantines stood out as the most significant assets. Selling these vessels would require finding suitable buyers. Otherwise, they would be heavily undervalued by unscrupulous traders. The pirates themselves had no surplus manpower to operate the ships, leading Zola Hagel to suggest dismantling the brigantine components for sale as shipbuilding materials, a more straightforward way to liquidate assets. After pondering Zola's suggestion, Luo Zhengdao thoughtfully replied, "Let my share remain untouched for now. The rest can be sold and distributed among the crew." Hearing this, Zola looked at Luo Zhengdao with confusion and inquired, "Captain, what do you intend to do with your 30% share? How about converting it into a ship?" Upon hearing this, Zola's eyes widened in surprise, and he cautioned, "We don't have enough sailors to operate that vessel." Prepared for this, Luo Zhengdao smiled and waved his hand dismissively. No need for a whole ship. Just the materials on board will suffice. Realization dawned on Zola, and he exclaimed, "Oh, you plan to rebuild a ship then?" With a hearty laugh. Luo Zhengdao affirmed, "Exactly. The Chao Yong's speed is insufficient. We need a vessel that can match the Yongwei's operational speed, that if we can't exceed its speed, we shouldn't fall too far behind. The Chao Yong is dragging us down, and that is simply unacceptable." The sole legacy left to Luo Zhengdao by his late father, who perished in the Qiongzhou fief, was the Chao Yong. Everything else had been swept away by goblins. While the brigantine was a reliable means of escape, sturdy and well-balanced in performance, it could not be deemed a competent pirate ship. Without speed, all was rendered moot in this line of work. Having resolved to pursue the promising career of piracy, Luo Zhengdao harbored little affection for the sluggish Chao Yong. However, replacing the ship was no trivial matter. It required financial resources. Until now, he had bided his time, awaiting an opportunity. With the recent capture of the Boyer family's armed brigantine, he saw a pathway to address his concerns. He intended to undertake a significant technological overhaul of the Chao Yong, lengthening the hull while reducing its weight, removing unnecessary living facilities, and increasing the sail count, thus ensuring a cruising speed exceeding 10 knots. Yet, without seeing the actual materials, it remained uncertain how swift the newly modified warship could be. Undoubtedly, shipbuilding is a meticulous craft. If ship modifications were as simple as assembling computers, even the scruffy ship designers would be out of work. Following Luo Zhengdao's proposed designs for the future warship and internal schematics, the sailors, newly enriched from their share of the spoils, eagerly set to work. "Hey, remember to include those remaining genuine magic pattern sails we swapped from the Yongwei last time. They're of no use sitting in storage." Considering the inherent limitations of the brigantine, regardless of how extensively it was modified, it could never serve as the primary warship. Thus, the pirates, playing the role of carpenters, diligently followed Luo Zhengdao's instructions, dismantling much of the upper structure, rearranging the masts, sails, and lower compartmentalization. Ultimately, they unveiled a sleek, elongated three-masted clipper ship. Vina Dupov admired Luo Zhengdao's aesthetic sensibilities and expressed her curiosity about the elegant new vessel, praising him. "Will, your design is splendid. It looks incredibly light. It should sail swiftly." Zola Hagel, who had been involved in the construction, also broke into a rare radiant smile, nodding in approval of Luo Zhengdao's ambitious overhaul plan for the Chao Yong. This rejuvenated vessel could participate in pursuit battles when necessary and serve as a scout and escort, providing the pirate crew with 2 swift ships, eliminating the need to rely solely on the sluggish battleship Yongwei for tactical operations, thus reviving classic pirate tactics such as wolf-pack encirclement and coordinated strikes. Completion. Let us raise a toast. Kegs of beer, rum, and roasted meat were brought forth as the pirates reveled in a rare moment of leisure on the desolate reef's sandy beach. However, as the jubilant celebration progressed, an unexpected alarm rang out from the lookout station atop the Yongwei's mast. Grabbing a loudspeaker, he shouted, "Enemy sighted. Prepare for action." Immediately releasing his hefty wooden beer mug, Luo Zhengdao hurried toward the warship. Standing at the command platform, he peered through a spyglass towards the direction of the disturbance, catching sight of a shadowy moving object, an unidentified target. The situation in the dark sea was undeniably complex, while it lacked the undead horrors of the Sea of Death. It was hardly a peaceful realm. The threats in the dark sea stemmed not from harsh natural conditions, but from clear human factors. Realizing the situation might spiral out of control, Luo Zhengdao urgently signaled his crew to assemble, ordering all hands to return to their posts. Those with poor drinking tolerances, already inebriated, had to be carried by their comrades to the lower deck, doused with cold water to sober up. The pirates completed their preparations for weighing anchor and setting sail, with Zola Hagel and Vina Dupov flanking Luo Zhengdao, awaiting his final command. At that moment, a flicker appeared in the distant haze, and the keen-eyed half-elf beauty was about to exclaim when she suddenly covered her mouth and whispered urgently to Luo Zhengdao, "Will, what exactly is that?" In the dim and narrow field of vision available to Luo Zhengdao, the first thing he noticed was the massive bull-headed figurehead emerging from the dense fog, followed by the towering black hull of the ship and a flag bearing a black field with a crescent moon fluttering in the winds of Mana. Anyone with functioning eyesight would recognize this as an ominous sign. Indeed, It was the goblins once more. Luo Zhengdao immediately called out, "Weigh anchor and set sail. We must leave this place at once." A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. This ancient wisdom from the old world served as a guiding principle. It is uncertain if the previous traveler emperor took this to heart, but Luo Zhengdao had no inclination to recklessly confront a formidable foe. His strategy was one of tactical retreat. Preserving face was inconsequential. He could always return for vengeance once he had gathered strength. It was clear that his skill in retreat was exceptional, as he had earned a notable place on the Goblin Empire's wanted list. The notion that a mere show of force could trap him was ludicrous. Even to the more brutish goblin commanders, as the Yang Wei and Chao Yong began to maneuver in opposite directions, the pirates were horrified to realize they had been completely surrounded by the goblin fleet. The initial enemy vessels were merely bait to lure them into a trap. Goblin warships surged forth from the murky depths like ancient beasts, and the goblin fleet commanded by the fearsome General Zedi Baishan employed a rare multi-pronged encirclement strategy. The nearest goblin ships closed in to within firing range of their 18-pound cannons, and the impatient goblins opened fire with reckless abandon, showing no hesitation in expending their ammunition. The thundering cannonballs whistled perilously close overhead, threatening to claim lives at any moment. Yet the pirates, fully aware that retreat was no longer an option, shouted fervently to rally their comrades, fully resolved to carve a bloody path to survival. Preserving strength and avoiding direct confrontation with formidable foes is a survival tenet upheld by pirates. However, when cornered into a seemingly inescapable situation, even the most desperate of pirates will not surrender without a fight, even if death is certain. They will strive to inflict serious damage upon their enemies. Unlike the swift fleets commanded by Moto Blackwater, the forces under the command of Zedi Baishan are an expansion of the former royal navy of the Radiant Dynasty. Influenced by the complex hydrological conditions of the coastal waters of the mainland, the primary mission of the Radiant Dynasty's navy was to secure crucial ports along the coastline and suppress audacious smugglers to prevent the loss of national tariffs. Additionally, they selectively ventured into inland rivers to support ground troops, as the seaworthiness of sailing and rowing vessels in the open ocean was not deemed a significant flaw, inheriting the legacy of the Radiant Dynasty's navy. The main vessels of Zedi Baishan's fleet also consisted predominantly of sailing and rowing ships, although their long-range firepower density was indeed unfortunate compared to the massive size of their warships. Their melee combat capabilities were undeniably fierce. The two pirate ships, the Glory and the Valor, commanded by Luo Zhengdao, boasted a combined crew of just over 400. In stark contrast, the approaching Goblin fleet, with its flagship, a massive sailing and rowing vessel, was estimated to have over 800 sailors and soldiers aboard. Should the enemy close in for a boarding attempt, it would likely spell disaster for the pirates. The goblins are not foolish creatures prone to forgetting past grievances. The bear goblin commander, intent on overwhelming Moto Blackwater, had his own schemes that he bellowed at his subordinates. Launch the harpoons immediately. If that hairless monkey escapes, I will shove your heads up your rear ends. Such crude threats significantly heightened the battle fervor of his troops. Subsequently, at the bow of the sailing and rowing vessel, an oddly shaped gourd-like cannon ignited its powder. Chapter 41. A cornered mouse will bite the cat. Boom. Following the resounding explosion of the ignited powder, a massive harpoon with barbed prongs struck the rear starboard side of the Valor. Witnessing this, the one-eyed captain, for Shobun, turned as pale as a ghost and muttered in despair, "We're trapped. It's over for us." The stout ship's doctor, Drake King, who had been temporarily reassigned to serve as the first mate aboard the Valor, erupted in fury. He kicked his old partner and turned to bellow at the panicked sailors, scolding, "You fools, send someone to cut the rope attached to the harpoon. Are you waiting here to die?" From Zedi Baishan's perspective, the task of exterminating the exiled human nobles was not particularly challenging, while Needham's small vessels posed no threat to his fleet, making this victory seem easily attainable, thus leading him to harbor other ambitions. The all-too-common human flaw of overreaching ambition was evident in Zedi Baishan, who naturally adjusted his objective from annihilating this small band of human fugitives to capturing Count Fulub for glory before the Senate. It is worth noting that while killing a nobleman and capturing him bore similar practical significance, the act of presenting a captive could serve to embellish a commander's reputation. When this thought surfaced in his mind, it was undeniably alluring for the bear goblin commander, who, having risen from humble beginnings, craved honor. Luo Zhengdao sailed ahead, He quickly discerned that his companion's ship, the Valor, was in dire straits. He felt a surge of anxiety and, lacking immediate options, briefly conferred with first mate Zola Hagel, Vina Dubov, and several other senior crew members before formulating a plan of action. Hoist the signal flag and inform the Valor to break free from the enemy's grasp and make a swift escape. We 1T engage these green-skinned fiends. They 1T relent otherwise. As the situation progressed to the stage of desperate combat, the crew's spirits were notably dampened. Fortunately, everyone understood the harsh reality. Attempting to flee from a formidable enemy without a fight was a naive and amateurish notion. Even in retreat, one must carve out a path through bloodshed. Turning and exposing one's back to the enemy would not be an escape, but a deliberate march towards self-destruction. Consequently, the pirates ceased their debates over sequence and focused on preparing for battle. Death is the inevitable fate of all, a truth Luo Zhengdao had long accepted. Yet, he harbored numerous unanswered questions, unwilling to succumb in this forsaken place, faced with the goblin fleet's overwhelming presence and the blade poised at their throats. His only option seemed to be to fight for Dawn with his life on the line. At this moment, he sincerely hoped that his identity as a traveler would grant him some additional fortune. Otherwise, his head would soon become a bargaining chip for the goblins' rewards. Adhering to the well-balanced design characteristics of the Yaling warship, the battleship Glory executed a sharp turn with minimal radius to assist the beleaguered Valor. Confronting the flagship of the Bear Goblin commander at close quarters, gazing at the ostentatious goblin warship, Luo Zhengdao's eyes glinted coldly. He turned to the half-elf beauty and instructed, "Vina, you shall determine the moment to fire. Ensure we strike the second deck of that sailing and rowing vessel." In response, Vina Dubov cast a complex, inscrutable glance at Luo Zhengdao, her thoughts unknown to anyone, but she silently nodded, retrieving her instruments to calculate the ballistic trajectory. Perhaps the silence spoke volumes at this moment. The tactical advantage of the sailing and rowing vessels lay in their superior maneuverability, capable, under extreme conditions, of executing astonishingly tight turns. However, this extraordinary ability came at a price. The oarsmen occupied excessive space within the hull, preventing the conventional arrangement of cannons along the sides of the vessel. Consequently, cumbersome circular gun emplacements were installed on the upper deck, raising the ship's center of gravity and significantly impairing its seaworthiness. The second deck, designated for attack by Luo Zhengdao, housed the oarsmen. Eliminating them would severely compromise the ship's maneuverability, leaving it reliant solely on its meager sails, incapable of matching the speed of the Glory, which surged like a galloping steed. Before the Glory could approach the designated firing position, several goblin warships escorting their flagship preemptively unleashed a volley of attacks. Accompanied by piercing, shrill whistles, streaks of red light appeared in the air, resembling a meteor shower as they hurtled toward the Glory. Observing this, Luo Zhengdao felt momentarily dazed and couldn't help but inquire of the half-elf beauty, "What are those?" Calculating the complex ballistic data sufficient for an entire high school class. Vina Dubov wore a relaxed smile as she replied, "Do not fret. Those are goblin rockets. Their frightening utility far surpasses their lethality at a simple weapon, a creation of goblin alchemy. The green-skinned denizens of the First Goblin Empire were renowned for their ingenuity. What is so remarkable about creating such a weapon? Back then, they were pitifully weak, even inferior to today's common goblins. Somehow, those green-skinned creatures began experimenting on their own kind, and the specifics remain a mystery. In any case, they produced the large goblins, bear goblins, and goblins. Since then, the intelligence they once prided themselves on has vanished, rendering them as savage and ignorant as beasts. Thus, the First Goblin Empire was supplanted by the dynasties of humanity." Throughout the latter part of the conversation, Luo Zhengdao's attention had drifted, his mind fixated solely on the approaching giant sailing and rowing vessel. Understanding his thoughts, Vina Dubov remained unfazed by his distracted demeanor. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her face lighting up with a confident smile as she awaited the completion of her calculations for the optimal moment to strike. "Prepare, countdown, 3, 2, 1. Fire." Responding to Vina's command, an eager Luo Zhengdao shouted, and the 26 cannon crews on the starboard side of the battleship Glory ignited the fuses. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous cacophony of cannon fire resonated like a symphony as the stones propelled by the burning powder, slightly spinning, shot through the gaps between the elongated oars of the Goblin's massive sailing and rowing vessel, piercing its hull. After a brief moment of silence, the faint yet chilling cries of agony and the crisp sound of splintering wood filled the air, reverberating in Luo Zhengdao's ears like a resounding symphony. "Ah, those wretched hairless monkeys are preparing to board." At a distance of less than 200 meters, the flagship, the Yangwei, unleashed a devastating barrage, undoubtedly inflicting severe casualties upon the oarsmen stationed on the second deck of the goblin flagship. Upon receiving this grim news, the face of the bear goblin commander twisted in furious humiliation, resembling that of a malevolent specter. However, seasoned by the trials of battle, he swiftly regained his composure as a leader. Recognizing that he still had an opportunity to turn the tide in comparison to the moderately sized Level 6 battleship, the Yangwei, the colossal sailing vessel piloted by Zhidi Baishan loomed like a Tibetan mastiff beside a chihuahua, presenting a clear tactical advantage from its elevated position. With a commanding shout, the goblin flagship's crew, composed predominantly of stout bear goblins and comparatively smaller goblins, positioned themselves at the rail, one hand grasping the ropes while the other wielded weapons. Ready to engage with the deck of the Yangwei just below them, the goblins held an undeniable numerical superiority, rendering the prospect of a close-quarters battle one devoid of defeat. Zhidi Baishan appeared to sense that Ben was beckoning him amiably, a smile of delight gracing his lips as he bellowed, "Attack!" Ro Jingdao was not the impulsive youth who would recklessly plunge into a fight to the death. Those who have navigated the complexities of society understand that one cannot afford to be consumed by momentary indignation in a world rife with moral ambiguity. Unless one possesses the power to overthrow the entire order of existence and reassemble it according to their own design, did he not realize that engaging in a melee with his adversary was a path to ruin? Perhaps not. All answers and mysteries have their time of revelation. Not long ago, the starboard guns of the Yangwei had fired in unison, yet the 24-pounder positioned on the lower deck at gun position 3 had failed to discharge. Clearly, amidst the deafening cacophony of cannon fire, the white smoke from the burning stone pine powder shrouded visibility, and no one had noticed this detail, much like the black powder of the old world. The stone pine spore powder had become damp due to improper storage, rendering it incapable of firing. Such technical malfunctions were commonplace aboard a warship and hardly worthy of alarm. However, this silence of the cannon was no accident. Ro Jingdao had previously dispatched a notification for this particular cannon to undertake a different task. Observing the goblin flagship's apparent confidence, Ro Jingdao smirked, pulling the cork from the communication tube leading to the main deck, and shouted, "I am the captain. Fire the incendiary rounds immediately." At the sound of his command, the gunners awaiting this order erupted in unison, thrusting a cherry-red iron rod into the cannon's firing port. Boom! Suddenly, the 24-pound long-barreled cannon belched forth a dazzling golden flame and a great billow of white smoke. As an oddly crimson-colored shell shot forth from the cannon's mouth, piercing through the gaping hole torn in the goblin flagship's hull by the earlier barrage, upon impact with the internal bulkhead of the goblin warship. The shell shattered into countless tiny fragments, instantly igniting the liquid alchemical mixture within, rapidly heating the surrounding air to an unimaginable temperature, akin to a blazing steel furnace pouring forth molten metal. This shell was no ordinary projectile. Its waxy outer layer ruptured upon impact, triggering a chain reaction between the two alchemical mixtures and the air, causing the liquid within to erupt into a conflagration that spread wildly throughout the interior of the colossal sailing vessel. Reminiscent of dousing a cardboard box in gasoline and igniting it, its ferocity unmistakably signaling that there was no hope for salvation, the immediate effectiveness of this specialized shell was striking, yet Ro Jingdao lamented, "What a waste of gold! Each shell costs me 800 coins. Thankfully, I have confidence in my aim. If I were to fire a full volley, it would cost more than purchasing an entire battleship." Chapter 42. The cornered beast fights back. The battlefield was ablaze with activity. Those at a distance could not hear Ro Jingdao's mutterings. However, Vina Duboff, who had been shadowing him, found amusement in his soliloquy. The half-elf beauty recalled her duties as a tutor and promptly adopted a stance of righteous indignation, addressing Ro Jingdao, "My lord, the Count. I implore you to conduct yourself with decorum and refrain from actions that would tarnish the noble name of the Count's family, especially not with such mercantile tones. It is rather unbecoming. Remember to maintain your dignity." Upon hearing her words, Ro Jingdao's smile faltered, his expression more akin to sorrow than mirth. He replied, "Alas, am I to be deprived of the right to complain?" Thud. Before Vina could respond, Ro Jingdao heard a heavy object crash down from the center of the deck, followed by a sound resembling a file scraping against the bottom of a pot. A furious voice, speaking in a halting common tongue, bellowed, "Well, Needleum, you wretched spawn, hairless ape, come out and face your demise." This irate shout belonged to none other than the bear goblin commander, Jidi Baishan, whose furious roar could be clearly heard even by the pirates in the hold. The flagship, now ignited by a particularly disastrous alchemical projectile, was on the verge of becoming a mere bonfire. The goblin marines gathered on the flagship's deck found themselves with no path of retreat, compelled to charge towards the Yangwei under Jidi Baishan's lead. After all, confronting the enemy was surely preferable to remaining trapped in that fiery oven. The so-called cornered beast fights back. The bear goblin commander had come to loathe Ro Jingdao thoroughly. No longer contemplating the honor of capturing a human noble, but rather fixated on seizing this scoundrel and tearing him apart in a frenzy of vengeance. Upon hearing the taunts from his adversary, Ro Jingdao, having cultivated a fair share of killing intent during his brief piratical career, felt a spark ignite in his eyes as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Witnessing this, Vina Duboff's expression turned pale. She seized Ro Jingdao's arm, urging him, "Will, do not act rashly." Ro Jingdao turned to the half-elf beauty, smiling as he reassured, "Fear not. I have no penchant for self-destruction. Today, it remains uncertain who shall meet their end." This was no idle boast. Ro Jingdao held the magic card, a trump card that allowed him to unleash unimaginable power, so long as he was unafraid of incurring the wrath of the Chaos God. Certainly, the acquisition of any power comes at a cost. Utilizing the magic card was akin to burning away his limited lifespan. The more brilliance he emitted, the closer he edged toward death. No. In the case of the Chaos God's curse, the conventional notion of death scarcely constituted an end. The complete obliteration of his soul was the most likely fate awaiting him. A truth Ro Jingdao was acutely aware of. Sailors adrift in the ether seas have always revered strength and violence, scornful of the timid. Among them, pirates exhibit an especially extreme disposition, with duels between captains being a commonplace affair. As Jidi Baishan shouted with fervor on the deck in a less than fluent common tongue, both the goblin soldiers and the pirates remained locked in a tense standoff, awaiting Ro Jingdao's decision at that moment. The goblin flagship had become a beacon of fire, illuminating the battlefield as an enormous lantern, with countless orange tongues of flames spilling forth from the vessel's breeches, belching thick black smoke. Realizing the imminent disaster, the goblin oarsmen frantically clutched their life-saving devices and abandoned ship. The few remaining boats were crammed with goblins, resembling sardines in a can. Nearby, other goblin warships anxiously dispatched small boats to rescue their companions. But in Jidi Baishan's eyes, only Ro Jingdao remained a target. Regardless of the casualties among his men, to him, they were merely numbers, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. The saying a general's success is built upon the bones of the fallen is not mere literary rhetoric. Victory invariably comes at the cost of blood and life, both of enemies and allies alike. A commander who concerns themselves with casualty figures is an unfit leader. For the generals, ensuring their soldiers die worthily is the greatest tribute to their value in life. Descending the stairs from the stern deck, sword in hand, Ro Jingdao deliberately assumed an arrogant posture, his voice icy as he queried, "Hello, Greenskin, are you looking for me?" Upon hearing the enemy's derisive epithet, the bear goblin commander, already aflame with rage, was utterly incensed, even disregarding his earlier declaration for a duel. With a furry hand pointed at Ro Jingdao, he roared, "Seize him." The consequences of provoking his opponent had been anticipated by Ro Jingdao. The magic card he held in his left hand shattered into countless motes of light, as he cloaked himself in a shroud of luminescent mist, shouting, "Summon, Bone War Elephant." A long, piercing trumpet call echoed incessantly across the deck of the Yangwei, reminiscent of a low-frequency bass, comparable to the oppressive sensation of a large jet aircraft soaring overhead. As for the summoned creature that stunned all upon its arrival, it was clear that it was far from being an easy target. The Bone War Elephant was composed entirely of bleached bones. However, this peculiar skeletal beast was by no means as feeble as the skeleton soldiers of the same undead lineage. This was a 4-star creature summoned by the magic card, and the craftsmanship of a magic card master is always to be trusted. According to Luo Jingdao's understanding of the classification of magic card star levels, A 4-star rating signifies that this skeletal war elephant can effortlessly defeat most terrestrial subdragons in one-on-one combat, akin to a wolf dog tearing apart a Pekingese. This conclusion is derived from the estimation of the magic card star level, rather than being a mere figment of his imagination. It goes without saying that when faced with such a formidable summoned creature, even if a small army were to be brought in to battle it, the goblins must prepare themselves psychologically for the likelihood of suffering over half their casualties. They cannot hope to allow this summoned creature to reach the novice magic card master, Luo Jingdao. Upon witnessing the extraordinary skeletal war elephant make its entrance, after an initial moment of astonishment, Zhidi Baishan managed to suppress his anger and impatience, as his mind had yet to become heated enough to recklessly squander the lives of his soldiers. The goblin commander fixed his gaze intently on the skeletal war elephant before shouting to his subordinates, "Fire the crossbows." In naval combat, goblin rockets are merely a fade of intimidation. Targeting a moving object with such imprecise long-range weaponry is akin to attempting to drop peas from the height of a 10-story building, in hopes of striking a needle embedded in the ground. Of course, when attacking fixed targets on land, such as fortresses and densely packed infantry formations of the enemy, the practical performance of goblin rockets may fare somewhat better. In the confined space of a warship's deck, the probability of the rockets landing on one's own men is nearly equal to that of hitting the enemy. Thus, opting for traditional ranged weaponry, like bows and crossbows, appears to be a more reliable decision. Now, let the first mate take over command of the battle. Zola, it's your turn. The order from Luo Jingdao was conferred to the first mate. On-the-spot command is not his forte, and it is essential for the captain to rise to the occasion and inspire morale at such a critical juncture. Even if he is as powerless as a person who cannot lift a chicken, he must stand there as a talisman or serve as a target for the enemy snipers. This is an obligation of a captain. With no room for negotiation, the 4-legged, 3-story-high skeletal war elephant, with a body length comparable to that of a 10-wheeled heavy truck, now stood on the deck of the Yangwei, effectively separating the goblins from the pirates aboard. Upon hearing Luo Jingdao's command, the first mate Zola Hagel directed the crew to distribute weapons such as bows, crossbows, and grenades that may be needed for close combat, as a fierce battle was about to commence. Boom! Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted on the surface of the sea 100 meters away. A goblin sailing ship had its mast shattered by a stone projectile. Following closely, the canvas, engulfed in flames and smoke, lost its support and gracefully descended, with the remaining sparks igniting the stone pine powder barrels on the goblin warship's deck. In the instant of the golden flames bursting forth, a series of violent explosions followed, turning the unfortunate warship into a conflagration of fire and chaos. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. On the other side of the battlefield, a trio-masted warship, entirely painted white, appeared in a line, gracefully surfacing like swans gliding through water. Through the thick smoke, it seemed possible to glimpse the leading warship flying a flag adorned with a green field and a golden 5-pointed star. Anyone who makes a living as a pirate knows well that this is the flag of the Elven Federation Navy. Look, it's the Southern Fleet of the Elven Federation. We are saved, someone shouted, only to be doused with cold water by a companion, who retorted, "What are you shouting about? We are pirates, and the captain's privateering license was issued by the Yaling Empire. The elves may not even recognize it." Regardless of the cacophony of opinions among Luo Jingdao's pirates regarding whether the appearance of these elven warships was a blessing or a curse, Zhidi Baishan, the bear goblin, was engulfed in utter despair. He begrudgingly glared at Luo Jingdao a few times and hoarsely growled, "What a pity! Capturing you alive is impossible." "Then, let me, Zhidi Baishan, take your head." Hearing this, Luo Jingdao was momentarily taken aback before smirking and retorting, "Hey, don't amuse me with your self-talk, big bear. Show me what you're capable of. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to perform." The facts were evident. The skeletal war elephant summoned by Luo Jingdao is massive, undoubtedly a powerhouse for dealing with group targets, and evading its attack range would be no small feat for a single target. While speaking, the bear goblin commander took advantage of a rope dangling from the mast to swing closer to the stern deck, now only a step away from Luo Jingdao. Upon seeing this, Vina Dubov trembled with fear and exclaimed, "Captain, do you need to change your weapon?" Hearing this painfully slow suggestion, Luo Jingdao carefully scrutinized the battle axe in Zhidi Baishan's hands, which was the size of a hand fan, and then glanced at his own single-handed sword, which weighed no more than 2 kilograms. He could not help but sigh and shake his head. saying, "No worries, this green skin won't find it easy to kill me. Come on, let me see what you can do." Chapter 43, The Duel of Honor in the New World. The concept of social hierarchy is exceptionally pronounced if individuals of higher status decide to resolve their conflicts through a one-on-one honorable duel. Those of lower status dare not interfere, for they are unqualified to partake in the honor duels of the elite that a well-meaning interloper risks becoming the target of disdain, and thus Luo Jingdao refrains from seeking assistance. While Vina Dabov, too, cannot rashly intervene, lest she be suspected of openly disrespecting noble dignity. Among pirates, the rigid hierarchy of status is generally disregarded, yet during actual combat, the duel between two captains is regarded as sacred and inviolable. Anyone daring to disrupt the duel faces certain death. No one in this world is without fear of death, regardless of the disparities in status, abilities, appearance, and other factors. Death remains the ultimate equalizer. Treating all lives with impartiality. In a world that venerates the notion of sacrificing the lesser for the greater good. This is naturally the ultimate limit of fairness. Even those wielding the power of life and death over nations, those possessing fortunes rivaling kingdoms, and those of stunning beauty, what does it matter when the king of hell sends out an invitation? No matter how unwilling the guests may be, they must oblige that on that fateful day arranged by the Maya, the world disappointingly failed to materialize, leaving many denizens of the old world feeling disillusioned. Dear, where is the promised free shipping to your door? Surely you wouldn't want a bad review, would you? Since everyone fears death, does that mean Luo Jingdao is fearless? Such a logically flawed assumption clearly lacks a foundational basis. While it may seem absurd to suddenly become a time traveler through a mobile game, this harsh reality is not something everyone can accept, yet he has not lost faith in life to the extent of being indifferent to when his own life may end. Thus, why would Luo Jingdao accept Zhidi Baishan's challenge? Perhaps apart from himself, no one else could comprehend the intricacies behind it. Unless you are Luo Jingdao, how could you possibly know what he is thinking? Enough. I am tired of scurrying about like a rat. Do you not know that when cornered, even a rat will bite back at a cat? To Zhidi Baishan, whose temperament was as brutal as his name suggests, Luo Jingdao's parable-like words would only be met with scorn, for goblins exalt brute strength and valor, regarding discipline and organization as life itself, for thousands of years after the fall of the first Goblin Empire. While human dynasties flourished, goblin tribes were regularly hunted down by human armies, much like wild monsters in a game, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. At that time, if the goblins could not restrain their impatience and jumped into battle against the human forces, they would have been annihilated long ago, and there would be no goblin second empire today. With arms as muscular as tree trunks, Zhidi Baishan now gripped his battle axe with both hands, his protruding tusks giving his visage an especially fearsome appearance as he bellowed, "Foolish, hairless monkey, you are courting death." Zhidi Baishan's roar contrasted sharply with Luo Jingdao's low, measured tones. The news of the Elven fleet's appearance was undoubtedly a significant boon for the pirates, and the enemy flagship engaged in a boarding battle with the Yangwei being consumed by flames was also a piece of good news. However, these factors had simultaneously driven the ambitious bear goblin commander Zhidi Baishan into a corner with no way to advance or retreat. At this juncture, he could either abandon the gains made through fierce combat and retreat in disgrace to face the scrutiny of the Senate and the derision of the other goblins, or he could cast aside all concerns and mental burdens and gamble on eliminating Luo Jingdao before unfavorable factors could take effect. Among these two options, could Zhidi Baishan, as a bear goblin, choose the path of being ridiculed for cowardice and incompetence? In this moment, his thoughts were solely focused on battling to the death. Luo Jingdao's willingness to confront him cannot merely be seen as a moment of impulsiveness, considering the immense psychological pressure he bore. It might be more accurately described as a total eruption of pent-up emotions. As the saying goes, a true man must be able to bend and stretch, yet do not forget the basic premise that one must have bent before they can stretch. If you were to tell someone that before the age of 30, they would endure much suffering and hardship, but after turning 30, they would achieve great renown, that would indeed be the mark of a true man. Enduring momentary humiliation to strategize for future greatness. If one were to inform him that by the age of 30, he would have gradually acclimated to such suffocating days, would that not amount to nurturing a ninja turtle? The irascible Luo Jingdao evidently lacks the necessary life awareness to embody a ninja turtle. In truth, since his traversal to this new world, he has been repeatedly cornered, facing life-threatening situations time and again. living a life of perpetual anxiety and aimless wandering that drags on day after day, seemingly without sight of an escape route or any glimmer of hope to relieve his suffering. The tangled fate between the mage and the wasteland god, the ever-looming curse of the wasteland god that haunts him, all these factors alone would suffice to drive even a simpleton like a Gon, who can only manage a foolish grin, to contemplate ending his own life. It is entirely reasonable to consider that Luo Zhengdao would eventually reach a breaking point. His mental state was already taut, teetering on the brink of collapse, and then Jidi Baishan placed upon him the final straw that broke the camel's back, prompting an inevitable outburst, given that the situation had deteriorated to such a degree. Was he expected to continue to endure? Nonetheless, there is a significant distinction between an emotional eruption and a complete loss of reason. As Luo Zhengdao approached Jidi Baishan with sword in hand, the one-star item card, Silver Knight Armor, clenched in his left hand hinted at the likely outcome of this confrontation. Summon, Silver Knight Armor, designate equipment target. Luo Zhengdao's voice, laced with resentment, quivered slightly, not from emotional agitation, but from uncertainty, as this marked his first attempt to wield a magic card based on his own conjectures, considering that each use of a magic card could trigger the Wasteland God's curse. He was not foolish enough to conduct preliminary experiments to ascertain its viability. Now, he could only gamble on luck. The combat at sea differs vastly from that on land. Sailors would seldom don heavy defensive equipment like armor. And the reasoning is straightforward. Wearing armor in naval battles is perilously risky. Should one inadvertently misstep and tumble overboard, being encumbered by armor would be a grave disadvantage, unlike handheld weapons, which one can discard in a moment of peril. Being weighed down by armor could lead to sinking into the abyss, drifting aimlessly for eons until one becomes a mummy, only to resurface near some remote island. A tragically comedic fate, indeed. Only those with a death wish would don armor that could be likened to a self-destructive instrument aboard a warship. Unless it were merely to flaunt their ignorance of maritime affairs. Magic cards originate from an unknown, mystical realm. These item-type cards are theoretically meant to enhance summoned beings, augmenting their combat prowess or bestowing unique effects in battle. Clearly, no senior magic user has ever claimed that these cards cannot be utilized by themselves. For Luo Zhengdao, whether to equip or unequip was merely a matter of a flick of the wrist, if not now. Then when, with a resounding whoosh, and a flurry of shimmering white lights and dazzling flashes, Luo Zhengdao appeared before the crowd, clad in resplendent silver chainmail. This armor, composed of countless silver rings akin to beans, interconnected and layered with a slightly raised surface of shimmering blue-hued steel plates, was indeed a splendid work of art. Especially at vulnerable locations such as the chest and shoulders, it featured additional plates to bolster defensive capabilities. And when the visor of the helmet was lowered, only his eyes remained visible, epitomizing the phrase, armed to the teeth. Fortunately, this eye-catching armor was summoned through a magic card. Otherwise, his finances would scarcely afford such an obviously expensive piece of equipment, which would command no less than several thousand gold coins at an auction. Just at this moment, Luo Zhengdao's ostentatious appearance ignited the fury of Jidi Baishan, who brandished a double-bladed battle axe and bellowed, "Cowardly, despicable hairless monkey, perish!" As these two formidable figures prepared for their duel, an errant arrow shot from the side, targeting Luo Zhengdao. Judging by its trajectory, it was a harassment attack from another goblin warship. Noticing this threat from the corner of his eye, Luo Zhengdao instinctively tilted his head to the right, causing the arrow to graze past his temple, igniting sparks against his gleaming silver helmet. Witnessing this, Vina Dabov could not contain her elation. Seizing the opportunity, she pointed at the bear goblin commander and exclaimed, "They have violated the sacred duel rules by attacking from the shadows. Do not waste time with these green-skinned brutes. Let us strike together." Throughout the millennia of human dynasties, as they claimed the most fertile lands of the main continent and periodically swept away foreign forces, the goblin tribes have been forced to flee under the sharp blades of the human army. The more militarily organized earth goblin tribes fared slightly better, but even they resorted to playing the game of kings in impoverished backwaters to satisfy their vanity. The bear goblins, known for their brute strength but lacking in intellect, inevitably faced severe repercussions from human forces. Were it not for the existence of the so-called lesser goblins, who are deemed even weaker, the bear goblins would have little pride left, given their inherent intellectual shortcomings and unfavorable historical circumstances. The bear goblins occupy a low status within goblin society, While they might be involved in organizing suicide squads, being promoted to commander is beyond their reach, after enduring countless hardships to rise to his current position. Jiri Baishan felt he had no choice but to bring back Luo Jingdao's head, regardless of the cost, as that would secure his status as a hero of the empire. Otherwise, he would be doomed to a bleak future. An arrow once shot cannot be retrieved. Even if he were to be condemned by the enemy for breaching the sacred duel rules, Jiri Baishan could not be bothered to explain himself, as long as he could eliminate Count Philibor before him. His future would be secure, and all notions of propriety would be irrelevant. Chapter 44. Mutual destruction. Upon hearing the call from the half-elf beauty, the pirates no longer hesitated to disregard Luo Jingdao as personal sentiments. With their boss dead today, whom would they turn to for wages tomorrow? In a typical pirate crew, without work, they would inevitably disband. Thus, a benefactor like Luo Jingdao, who would personally finance his subordinates, was a rare find. Consequently, the pirates seized the opportunity and prepared to act. While pirates are generally adept at infighting, circumstances dictate their behavior. Squabbles over unequal shares are commonplace, but standing idly by during battle is inexcusable, especially when it concerns their livelihoods. Even as Luo Jingdao presented a one-on-one challenge to the bear goblin commander, the half-elf Vina's reasoning was unassailable. Seeing the duel between Luo Jingdao and Jiri Baishan poised on a knife's edge, the pirates deemed it prudent to take action promptly. Everyone, stand clear. I am about to fire. Before the blustering pirates could rush in to assist, the short cannon on the foredeck had already been repositioned under Vina Dubov's command, its dark barrel now aimed at the middeck. Upon witnessing this scene, the pirates were drenched in sweat. The beautiful cannon master was playing a dangerous game. Was she intending to indiscriminately strike friend and foe alike? Zola Hagel, the bosun, gauged the situation and did not underestimate the half-elf beauty's cunning. Retreating while shouting, he called out, "Everyone, fall back." As anticipated, Vina issued a simple warning before igniting the fuse of the short cannon with a magical trick. Boom. In an instant, golden light flashed, and flames erupted before the cannon's mouth. The roar of the short cannon becoming increasingly formidable under the golden glow of ignited spores that in a heartbeat. Countless fist-sized stones rained down upon the central area of the Yangwei ship's deck, plunging the hapless goblin soldiers into a nightmarish maelstrom of blood and carnage. The skeletal war elephant, too large to evade its own fire, emitted a mournful wail, seemingly protesting such reckless attacks that spared no distinction between friend and foe. In a blink, Jiri Baishan found himself as the target of the assault. He crouched low on the deck, bracing a kite-shaped shield made of pure steel to protect himself. This makeshift shield, hastily acquired, was rather diminutive compared to the bear goblin's massive frame, barely covering his body. While the exposed areas had to be left to fate, as stone projectiles whizzed past, they left behind dark crimson trails on his unprotected limbs. Such minor wounds were inconsequential to a bear goblin of his stature. Having narrowly escaped disaster, Jiri Baishan sneered as he discarded the now dented shield, gripping his battle axe and roaring to his subordinates, "Follow me. Long live the Empire." At his command, the goblins surged forward with a fervor akin to that of a shot of adrenaline, engaging the pirates in close combat. However, the majority of goblin soldiers were first faced with the daunting task of overcoming the skeletal war elephant that blocked their path. A challenge far greater than battling human pirates. Clang! How could a lightweight sword stand against a 30-kilogram double-bladed battle axe? At the very moment when the weapons of both parties made contact, Luo Jingdao understood that enduring the blow would lead to certain death. The instinct honed by years of training began to take effect, causing his shoulder to instinctively tilt as he began to dissipate the force. Sensing a sudden reduction in the pressure on his arm, Luo Jingdao immediately became alert. He instinctively rotated his arm inward, allowing the sword's edge to follow the direction of his opponent's force. Utilizing the sword's body to redirect the heavy axe of Jiri Baishan, whose downward strike unwittingly veered off course. This maneuver was a perfect amalgamation of Will Needham's years of mastery in swordsmanship and Luo Jingdao's novel awareness, allowing for a flawless execution of technique. Prior to his journey through dimensions, Luo Jingdao had learned numerous techniques from the elderly practicing Tai Chi swordplay in his neighborhood, which was merely for amusement. However, today, employing them in a life-or-death gamble was an entirely different level of excitement. Engrossed in the nuances of his technique, Luo Jingdao failed to notice the faint glow of blue-white light emanating from the single-handed sword in his grasp. A glow so subtle it was nearly imperceptible, especially when contrasted against the backdrop of the massive paddle warship struggling in flames not far away, rendering it insignificant in a world devoid of supernatural powers. A human, whose physical prowess was far from formidable, had to rely on combat techniques and tools to triumph over bloodthirsty beasts that were exponentially stronger. Thus, the evolution of close combat techniques in the Old World was not markedly inferior to that of the New World. The technique Luo Zhengdao employed, which used minimal force to deflect a much greater one, took Zhidi Baishan completely by surprise. The double-headed axe, swung with all its might, inadvertently altered its course as it followed Luo Zhengdao's sword, ultimately crashing down onto the deck with a resounding thud, its sharp blade embedding deeply into the hard wooden surface, rendering it immovable. A splendid opportunity. Luo Zhengdao thought swiftly, seizing the moment to strike while the iron was hot. A fundamental principle of chaotic combat. Aware that no skilled fighter emerged unscathed, he was unconcerned with the righteousness of his actions. Upon spotting an opening, he prepared to deliver a decisive blow. As Zhidi Baishan's axe became lodged in the deck, a smile crept across Luo Zhengdao's face, and he leaned forward, the cold gleam of his sword poised against the axe handle, ready to capitalize on the momentum. If one were to ponder whether one's weapon was more important than preserving one's hands, this question might warrant serious contemplation for those foolish enough to proclaim, "As long as the sword remains, I shall too." However, for the seasoned warrior, the bear goblin, it was an unequivocal choice. Without hesitation, it released its weapon to protect its own hands. Cursed hairless monkey. Filthy tactics. Zhidi Baishan spat out a couple of curses. Drawing a backup weapon from its waist, ready to continue the fight against Luo Zhengdao, a qualified warrior, one could leave home without a wallet, and even forego toilet paper, but one must always carry a secondary weapon for self-defense. Often, secondary weapons, which double as everyday tools, see even more frequent use than primary ones. After narrowly evading Luo Zhengdao's attack, Zhidi Baishan swiftly drew a large curved dagger, its blade glimmering with an eerie blue light. With a determined stride, it charged forward, the dagger striking towards Luo Zhengdao's neck like a venomous serpent. The chainmail armor, which afforded better flexibility, offered significantly less defense against piercing attacks than slashing ones. Although Luo Zhengdao's armor was conjured by a magical card, it could not transcend the laws of physics. Sensing the imminent threat of Zhidi Baishan's lethal strike, a chill coursed through him. There was no time for tactical deliberation. Action was imperative. For time waits for no one. Luo Zhengdao positioned his left hand, with the thumb and fingers resting on the brass-weighted end of the sword's hilt, to enhance his grip with all his strength. He executed a slash, a classic counterattack aimed to see who was more daring in this deadly game. Thud, tear. The simultaneous sounds of impact echoed as both parties struck with intent. Zhidi Baishan's dagger cleanly pierced Luo Zhengdao's upper left arm, the tip emerging bloodied from the opposite side of his limb. Concurrently, Luo Zhengdao's single-handed sword carved a bloody gash into the bear goblin commander at close range. The mutual injuries were far from satisfactory for Luo Zhengdao. He realized that his left arm was rendered useless. Gritting his teeth, he thrust his sword towards Zhidi Baishan's abdomen, not due to a lack of desire to target vital areas, but rather because the positioning made it difficult to exert force effectively. He could only aim where it was feasible. Without needing to ponder, Luo Zhengdao instinctively understood where his adversary's strike would land. Sensing the heat of breath escaping Zhidi Baishan's mouth, the furious bear goblin commander bellowed, "Seeking death, strangle." If goblins resembled monkeys, then bear goblins undoubtedly resembled gorillas, with their massive frames akin to those of a silverback. While humans could easily surpass monkeys in physical stature, they fell short against gorillas that a gorilla could crush a human skull with its fist as effortlessly as cracking a nut. A stark reflection of the disparity in strength. Though blades tend to become lodged within the tightening muscles surrounding a wound, human-made swords typically require a blood channel to be created, yet this was no match for the bear goblin's immense brute force. Some things were not as straightforward as they appeared. As Zhidi Baishan's anguished roar echoed in Luo Zhengdao's ears, the arm wielding the dagger suddenly exerted tremendous force, causing the razor-sharp blade to twist violently. What had begun as a simple penetrating wound through the forearm transformed into a gruesome spectacle of torn flesh as the bear goblin's raw strength ripped it apart. Spectators could even glimpse bone through the gaping wound in Luo Zhengdao's arm. The sudden surge of pain caused his vision to darken, and he screamed, nearly fainting on the spot. The grim reality was undeniable. It was unwise for a human like Luo Zhengdao to engage in close combat, with a bear goblin of such extraordinary strength. Despite suffering considerable injury, Luo Zhengdao remained resolute in his belief that victory could only be achieved through this method, perhaps due to the chaotic conditions on the deck, which left no room for evasive tactics. On the deck, remnants of charred canvas and countless ropes lay strewn about, mingling with the bodies and severed limbs that covered the ground like a gruesome carpet. A thick layer of fresh blood emitted a nauseating metallic scent, and even the most careful movements risked slipping and meeting a humiliating demise. Navigating such treacherous terrain quickly was akin to traversing a greased tightrope over a bottomless chasm. A misstep could lead to eternal regret. Chapter 45. Blood Rain and Stench of Battle. With the advantage now in its favor, Zhidi Baishan showed no mercy. It discarded the dagger, stepping forward to embrace Luo Zhengdao with arms as thick as a human thigh, tightening its grip with unrelenting force. Witnessing this, the first mate, Zola Hagel, was taken aback, rushing forward to rescue Luo Zhengdao, only to be hindered by several bear goblin soldiers, rendering him immobile, watching from a distance. The half-elf Vina was equally alarmed. She readied her customary green elven bow and called out, "Double shot." With a resonating twang of the bowstring, Vina Duboff appeared to fire only once from the forward deck. Yet the arrows split into two mid-dash flight as the two emerald arrows arced toward Zhidi Baishan's eyes. The bear goblin commander roared in frustration, lowering its head in an attempt to deflect the incoming attack with its helm. However, Zhidi Baishan failed to notice that, after the initial two shots, Vina had silently loosed a third arrow. If the previous two arrows were overt, this one was undoubtedly a concealed strike, easy to evade a blatant attack, but almost impossible to guard against a stealthy one, making it inevitable that it would take the brunt of the assault. Thud. Ah, despicable bastard. The triangular steel arrowhead pierced cleanly under Zhidi Baishan's arm, a vulnerable area unprotected by armor. As the shaft trembled, the bear goblin commander felt a sudden, searing pain and froze momentarily, erupting into agonized cries. Despite its unwillingness to admit it, Zhidi Baishan, now with one arm incapacitated, could no longer maintain its deadly grip on Luo Zhengdao. In truth, after the bear goblin had embraced him, Luo Zhengdao began to regret not having summoned another magical card, fearing the curse would be too severe. He had already utilized two magical cards in this battle. Using a third would undoubtedly unleash a curse of unprecedented intensity. It was Luo Zhengdao's hesitation that had led him into this deadly predicament. As Zhidi Baishan weakly relinquished its grip, Luo Zhengdao found himself gasping for breath, his vision blurring, summoning the last vestiges of clarity. He barely managed to snap his fingers, activating the third magical card concealed within his sleeve. Those deities of unknown origins, whose histories remain untraceable, despite being referred to by subsequent pantheons as remnants of a barbaric and uncivilized ancient era, are, at their core, still genuine and rightful gods. Even if their abilities are somewhat specialized, this undeniable fact remains unchanged. One should never harbor hopes that someone will benevolently advocate for the defeated, unless they have ulterior motives. The victorious card masters possess the remarkable capability to obliterate the lineage of these primal deities, a testament to the extraordinary prowess of the card masters. Yet, they have paid a grievous price for such power. The strength capable of annihilating gods cannot be measured by human standards. To naively conclude that card masters are merely unconventional summoners, or, perhaps, mere magicians is to gravely underestimate their capabilities. It must be recognized that the card masters, who stand shoulder to shoulder with the primal deities, treat the world as a chessboard, with all things as mere pieces. To recklessly mistake a tiger for a kitten is a grave error indeed. With a resolute determination to act, the dazed Luo Zhengdao, lacking clarity of mind, instinctively activated his card, summoning the howling moonwolf. He then forced himself to widen his eyes and pointed at the formidable summon, initiating the subsequent transformations of the card. This maneuver was something Luo Zhengdao had only recently comprehended, representing an advanced application of card manipulation, and now it was time to test its efficacy. In response, the silver giant wolf howled, transforming amidst a dazzling array of colors into an upright, beastly humanoid form, its fierce gaze surveying all beings not aligned with the card master's faction. Seemingly poised to unleash an unending onslaught of fury at any moment, towering over 3 meters, this robust silver werewolf wielded a chain hammer in one hand and a shield in the other, its brown-red leather armor appearing as though it had been dyed with fresh blood, exuding an aura of relentless bloodlust and lethal ferocity. upon witnessing the bizarre transformation of the opposing summon. The bear goblin Defying felt a momentary tightening in his yellow pupils. Injured and outnumbered, facing multiple adversaries with only one functioning hand posed a significant challenge at this juncture. It was not only the bear goblin commander who sensed the dire turn of events. The goblin soldiers also caught on. A senior Earth goblin officer rushed to Defying's side, urgency lacing his tone as he exclaimed, "Commander, our rescue fleet has arrived. We must retreat swiftly." Turning to glance at the struggling goblin warships, bombarded relentlessly by the Elven Federation's cannon fire, Defying, albeit reluctantly, nodded in acknowledgement of the silver werewolf guarding Luo Jingdao, forbidding any approach. Supported by his subordinates, he boarded a small paddle ship that had come to their aid. As time progressed, the number of Elven vessels joining the fray increased, with the sight of green and gold pentagram flags emerging one after another, making it all too evident to even the most oblivious observer how the balance of power had shifted. Fully aware that most of their soldiers were inexperienced, the goblins recognized they stood no chance against their distant relatives in naval warfare. They were not so foolish as to charge headlong into an insurmountable wall. Instead, they retreated before colliding with in the vastness of the Ether Sea. Yaling and the elves had early on demonstrated through action post-victory over the Radiant Dynasty, instilling a sense of overconfidence in the Goblins' Second Empire, which fancied itself as the destined ruler of the world. At this moment, the question of who was the egg and who was the stone had become painfully clear since the last encounter with Yaling's fleet, forcing the goblins to begrudgingly reorganize a new fleet that had shrunk by 60%. Understanding all too well the dire consequences of reckless attempts, the imminent threat of death quietly receded. Luo Jingdao found himself losing consciousness, as if the entire world dimmed at that moment. "Come forth, the successor of the card masters, present yourself before me." A faint calling echoed in his ears, and as Luo Jingdao gradually opened his eyes, he took some time to recognize the eerily familiar surroundings, still the eternal Grand Library. The towering shelves, reaching heights beyond the gaze of ordinary men, loomed above, shrouded in swirling storm clouds, with flickering lightning illuminating the scene. Everything here seemed to be suspended in time. Regardless of when he visited, the sights remained unchanged. Following the direction of the voice that did not belong to the librarian, Luo Jingdao trudged wearily towards a wall that soared into the clouds. This immaculate white wall bore no adornments, save for a faintly visible, seemingly grinning silver-gray maw. Upon halting before this wall, Luo Jingdao widened his eyes in astonishment, contemplating silently if this was indeed the entity calling to him. "Hey, kid, your thoughts are quite rude," the voice remarked. Startled, Luo Jingdao replied, "Who are you? Where are you?" Upon hearing his inquiry, the mysterious voice let out a chilling laugh, unmistakably laced with malice, and replied, "Who am I? I am the mouth of truth, standing right before you." This response caused Luo Jingdao to hesitate momentarily, scrutinizing the silver-gray maw, convinced it had not moved. Yet, the voice undeniably emanated from that direction, leaving him with an unsettling sense of something amiss. After a moment's contemplation, recalling that he was in a magical world where scientific reasoning held little sway, he dismissed his inner turmoil and said, "I've heard the librarian speak of you. Is there any particular significance to this?" He. "Listen well, you impudent brat. Anything I can describe is indeed the truth." Contemplating the weight of this statement, Luo Jingdao stroked his chin in thought before shaking his head and responding, "Truth? That seems a tad exaggerated. All right, what do you wish to tell me? Please, go ahead. Listen closely, kid, for this is one of the highest secrets of the card masters. I shall elaborate in detail, but do not interrupt me. Be patient and listen. As two extraordinary existences, the card masters and the primal deities were bound to clash due to an irreconcilable discord, ultimately leading to an unavoidable fateful war. The origins of this high-stakes conflict undoubtedly spanned a vast array of matters. It could not be as trivial as someone stealing another's spouse. The fundamental cause lay in their divergent assessments of the new world's developmental trajectory and future direction, resulting in a profound cognitive dissonance. Given that neither side could persuade the other, it was only logical that matters escalated to the point where force became necessary to resolve their differences. The card masters, who held a deep reverence for digitization and the precision of mathematics, advocated for the implementation of their card model to replace all laws governing the new world within their grand design. The future of this new world was envisioned as akin to a computer game, where all things would be represented by quantifiable data. The theoretical foundation of the card masters was built upon minimizing the unnecessary waste of material and energy conversion, thereby averting the universe from plunging into a state of heat death. It is no exaggeration to assert that, should the card master scheme be executed, if a person were to sneeze while leaving home in the morning, a character prompt of HP1 would appear above their head, reflecting their relentless pursuit of energy transfer precision in the new world. That in contrast, the primal deities were far from inept compared to the technologically inclined card masters. They had devised a markedly different adventurous plan. Divergent from the card masters' obsessively meticulous conservation strategy, the innovative primal deities advocated for the dismantling of the crystalline barriers between multiverses, aiming to exploit the informational disparities between different worlds to alter the progression of universal heat death, thereby returning the new world to a state of primordial chaos. With the absence of life, death became inconsequential, as they sought to offset and compensate for the new world's heat death effect, akin to a computer novice overwhelmed by excessive junk files opting for a system reinstall rather than organizing their hard drive. Chapter 46, A History of Numerous Pitfalls. As the saying goes, where there is life, there must be death. Everything alive shall ultimately perish, and all that is tangible shall eventually decay. This is an unbreakable truth. From the moment a world is born, it is destined to face eventual annihilation, a notion echoed by the scientific understanding of the old world, unless one considers the possibility of cosmic contraction and the theoretically existing balance point. According to the second law of thermodynamics, viewing the entire universe as an isolated, self-circulating energy system implies that its entropy will inevitably accumulate with the passage of time, transitioning from order to disorder. From this, it can be inferred that as the entropy within a universe reaches its zenith, it signifies that all other forms of usable energy have been entirely transformed into thermal energy, thereby establishing a state where the temperature of all matter attains what is termed thermal equilibrium. Consequently, no further changes will transpire, plunging this universe into a state of profound silence, which thermodynamics refers to as heat death. Should the audience find this scientific exposition difficult to comprehend, they may invoke a term frequently flaunted by formidable beings in the genre of ancient mythology, wherein the concept of heat death can essentially be equated with infinite calamity, signifying the ultimate catastrophe that befalls all existence. To elucidate further, from the moment of their inception, all entities embark on a journey from order to disorder, ultimately succumbing to chaos, akin to the obliteration of the entire world in a bid to stave off this inevitable cataclysm that is destined to occur at some point in the distant future, leading to the eternal silence of a new world. The discontented magic card masters and chaotic gods each played their trump cards, striving to exhaust their capabilities to resolve this fatal dilemma. While the digital solutions proposed by the magic card masters are far from flawless, the chaotic gods' notion of dismantling the crystal wall barriers to reopen the chaos is scarcely more enlightened. Yet, the divergence of opinions between the two factions precipitated an irreconcilable and sharp conflict. Thus, even before the arrival of the apocalypse, the two opposing forces, each staunchly defending their respective viewpoints, clashed violently. This dire situation evoked a sense of déjà vu for Luo Jingdao, as he recalled a childhood fairy tale concerning the age-old debate of whether an egg should be broken from the round end or the pointed end, an utterly trivial matter. I concede that the chaotic gods and magic card masters are indeed formidable. But both sides are rather tiresome and excessively melodramatic. To preemptively engage in such self-destructive antics for a calamity that will only unfold in billions of years, how prescient. You are truly absurd. Amidst the mingling of astonishment and panic, Luo Jingdao, armed only with mortal wisdom, declared his surrender, albeit with a momentary slip of tongue as he unwittingly ridiculed the situation, nearly inciting further trouble. From the perspective of the transmigrators, be it the magic card masters or the chaotic gods, both factions epitomize idleness, gazing far ahead without attending to their immediate surroundings, only to find themselves tumbling into ruin. At this moment, Luo Jingdao's face contorted into an expression of exasperation, as the revelations he encountered shattered his worldview. It turned out that the discord between the chaotic gods and magic card masters arose from a seemingly insipid debate akin to whether tofu pudding should be sweet or savory. leading to a mutual exchange of blows until their brains were splattered. Upon hearing his lament, the voice of truth retorted without hesitation, "Hey, what do you mean by absurd? Are you attempting to insult someone? Beware, for I represent the illustrious magic card masters and may just punish you." After a lengthy exchange to convince this grandiloquent entity that he merely employed some rare colloquial expressions, Luo Zhengdao managed to deflect the matter. Slightly displeased, the voice of truth refrained from admonishing the apprentice magic card master further, instead admonishing him, "Heir, remember, the glory of the magic card masters shall never fade." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao, bemused, had no time to express his sentiments before he was unceremoniously expelled from the ethereal Great Library by a tremendous force, only to be met with excruciating pain. Ouch, this hurts terribly. As Luo Zhengdao once again experienced a pain akin to a high-voltage current coursing through his body, he was abruptly jolted awake from a deep stupor. Had he had the leisure to gaze into a mirror, he would have discovered 2 streams of murky blood tears tracing down his cheeks, a manifestation of the mysterious power of the chaotic god's curse, steadily guiding him toward death. The after-effects of the chaotic god's curse were incurable. He could only endure. Luo Zhengdao dismissed the attempts of Fu Xiaobang and Vina Duboff to persuade him to take medication, choosing instead to remain alone in bed, tossing and turning throughout the night. Regardless of how dire the circumstances became, life must continue day by day. After a night of forced rest, Luo Zhengdao awoke the next morning, struggling to rise from the rather uncomfortable bed, his legs still trembling as he attempted to walk. With a pallid complexion, he set forth with the support of Vina Duboff, dutifully embarking on his noble responsibilities, boarding a small vessel to return the favor to the Elven Federation fleet that had extended assistance to the pirates. After all, in this matter, no one could substitute for Luo Zhengdao from any angle. He remained the protagonist of this grand tale. The small boat, accommodating no more than a dozen individuals, docked beside the ladder lowered by the Elven warship. Luo Zhengdao declined assistance from others, gritting his teeth and descending step by step. Gasping for breath, awaiting his arrival on the deck were several high-ranking Elven naval officers, their faces adorned with courteous smiles. The leading Elven general greeted Luo Zhengdao with a polite yet restrained smile, bowing slightly as he said, "It is a great honor to host Your Excellency the Count aboard our warship today. You are indeed a distinguished guest of the Federal Navy. Please feel at home and make yourself comfortable." Aware that this display of hospitality stemmed from diplomatic necessity, Luo Zhengdao, whose complexion was ashen and lips slightly blue, could only manage a wry smile and nod in response. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the Bright Empire for your fleet's timely assistance. I hope my visit today does not impose any burden on your esteemed party." The Bright Dynasty, established by humanity, had met its demise, its vast territories on the main continent laid to waste. Its once mighty army of 1,000,000 reduced to ashes in an instant. The few surviving noble exiles had been driven to flee overseas like lost dogs by the pursuing goblin fleets. This was an undeniable reality. Yet, such a dire situation did not imply that the illustrious banner of the Bright Dynasty had also fallen. Just as a former president of Coca-Cola, one of the giants of the beverage industry in the old world, proudly asserted that even if the company were to lose all its facilities in a disaster, it could fully recover within a year. 2 reasons supported this audacious claim: a vast consumer base and intangible brand value. The former ensured that Coca-Cola's products would always find buyers, while the latter could be leveraged for tangible wealth. For similar reasons, the Bright Dynasty remained an indelible memory in the hearts of the remnants of humanity. Despite its disappointing performance in the war against the Goblin's Second Empire, the reputation of this banner had not yet entirely faded. Influenced by an ancient prophecy of indeterminate origin, many enslaved humans firmly believed that a new hero would eventually rise to reclaim all that had been lost. Under the interplay of these 2 factors, even though Luo Zhengdao had fallen so low as to become a pirate for survival, no one dared to belittle his status in the open. Luo Zhengdao's entourage was met with extraordinary hospitality, as the elegantly attired Elven commander graciously gestured for him to enter, commanding, "Band, commence the music." The relationships among the Bright Dynasty, the Yaling Empire, and the Elven Federation during the time of the Bright Dynasty's dominion over the main continent were far from harmonious, often marred by discord. However, politics has always prioritized pragmatic interests, weighing relationships based on gains rather than personal sentiments. In the annals of the Old World's history, to safeguard its interests, the capitalist White Eagle did not hesitate to ally with its ideological nemesis, the Bear, to to topple the formidable Hans Cat and his technological marvels. Such unprecedented alliances across ideological lines were readily accomplished. What of other matters? With the emergence of the aggressive and confrontational Goblin Second Empire as a new adversary, all past grievances and disagreements became the most compelling reasons for former rivals to unite. The lavish state banquet that Luo Zhengdao was enjoying was, in essence, a perfectly reasonable occurrence, not worthy of astonishment. At the welcome banquet hosted by the Elven Navy, the number of attendees was limited, yet the arrangements and dishes were extravagantly luxurious, a testament to the Elven Federation's robust national power and high logistical standards. However, from the perspective of Luo Zhengdao, hailing from a nation of culinary aficionados, the ostentatious display of the banquet seemed a waste of public funds, and in terms of actual content, it left much to be desired. On the grand table, aside from the somewhat palatable assortment of fruit-flavored beverages, the remaining offerings, such as fruit platters and vegetable salads, were so bland they could leave one utterly unsatisfied if evaluated by the standards of Chinese cuisine, which emphasizes color, aroma, flavor, meaning, and form. The Elven Federal specialties could at best be said to possess only the qualities of color and form, comparable to the exorbitantly priced and unsatisfying aesthetics of Eastern cuisine in the Old World. After dining, one ought to discuss serious matters. This may very well be an unwritten social rule of the New World. Luo Zhengdao, having inadequately prepared for this encounter, naturally wished to avoid showing any signs of weakness. Thus, he chose to engage in a prolonged stalemate with the other party, for he was now like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, curious to see who would falter first. As the welcome banquet progressed to its midpoint, the Elven general, a strikingly handsome figure with an androgynous allure, approached Luo Zhengdao, crystal goblet in hand. With utmost courtesy, he declared, "On behalf of His Excellency the Supreme Leader, I extend a sincere invitation to Count Falu to visit our nation." Upon hearing this, the frail Luo Zhengdao's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of vitality. He recognized that the moment of intrigue had arrived. Summoning his strength, he replied, "I must apologize, for I am currently experiencing some health issues and cannot visit your esteemed country at this time." This statement was both truthful and evasive, and thus, the Elven general could not press further. The pallor of Luo Zhengdao's complexion was evident to anyone with functioning eyes, leaving little room for criticism. Consequently, the Elven general, adorned with a radiant smile, raised his glass in a toast to Luo Zhengdao, saying, "Our doors are always open to friends. Your Excellency, you may visit at your convenience, and we shall eagerly await your arrival. Your health and the friendship between humans and elves. Cheers." "Very well. I shall make time to visit His Excellency the Supreme Leader. Cheers." As the saying goes, a drink with a kindred spirit is never too much, while a conversation with an unkindred soul feels overly lengthy. The elves had clearly expressed their intention to recruit an agent, and further attempts to persuade Luo Zhengdao and his entourage to linger would yield little significance. Thus, they soon took their leave from the Elven flagship. During their return journey on the small boat, Vina Duboff fell into silence for a moment before finally succumbing to her curiosity and asking Luo Zhengdao, "Will, why did you decline the invitation from the Elven Federation? Was the proposal not appealing?" Luo Zhengdao, who had kept his eyes shut and remained silent since boarding the boat, showed no intention of opening them now. In a low, somber tone, he replied, "No, you should be asking me why I would agree." At this remark, Vina Duboff's eyes filled with questions. She strained to recall the details of their conversation and tentatively inquired, "Is there truly a distinction?" With a smile gracing his lips, Luo Zhengdao finally opened his eyes and replied slowly, "Certainly. There is a difference. I shall not partake in negotiations that lack equality, nor will I sign a cheap contract of servitude." Indeed, as Luo Zhengdao had articulated, he now possessed the leverage to refuse dealings with the elves. Under the relentless pursuit of the Goblin Second Empire, the number of human nobles from the Bright Dynasty who survived was exceedingly few. With the title of Count, Luo Zhengdao had become a rarity. Fully aware of the elves' intentions, these capricious long-eared beings were merely attempting to place early bets, seeking to exchange a modest amount of initial assistance for future benefits. In simpler terms, the Elven Federation's scheme mirrored that of unscrupulous venture capitalists from the Old World. Given Luo Zhengdao's confidence as a traveler and the trump card of being a magical card master, how could he possibly agree to sell his future cheaply, rather than allowing his limited power to be leveraged against him in negotiations? It would be wiser to preemptively block the elves from dictating terms, thus allowing Luo Jingdao to seize the initiative in the discussions. It is truly astonishing for a future noble's tutor to be entirely ignorant of political science. Even if Vina Duboff's understanding were merely superficial, she was certainly not an outsider to the mechanics of political maneuvering. Realizing the implications of Luo Jingdao's words, the half-elf beauty still exhibited skepticism, softly stating, "Will, are you certain you will soon possess the strength to negotiate on equal footing with the Elven Federation? They are a great power, not merely a city-state, situated on the periphery of the Seven Seas. The Yaling Empire and the Elven Federation formed an equilibrium, their combined territories rivaling that of the main continent. Yet, their remote geographical locations rendered them distant from vital trade routes with other civilized nations, often being regarded as barbaric lands, creating a daunting challenge for economic development. This situation resembles the Old World, where the Soviet Union struggled to sustain industrial cities built in the Siberian wilderness. Once deprived of external support, their remote locations and high living costs swiftly led to the exodus of residents, transforming them into desolate ghost towns that lie in the New World, where myriad races vie for supremacy. The Yaling and the Elves are classified as mid-lived species. While they do not experience the millennia-long reproductive cycles characteristic of the long-lived, pure-blood dragons, they are still not on the same numerical scale as the short-lived races like humans and goblins, who can reproduce in a mere decade or so. The time taken for a Yaling or Elven infant to reach adulthood could suffice for several generations of short-lived beings, given such a lamentable rate of population growth. It is evident that the Yaling and Elves, regardless of the extent of land they occupy, will struggle to fully develop and utilize it. Influenced by their racial traits, the cycles of prosperity and decline for the Yaling Empire and the Elven Federation are notably lengthy compared to those of short-lived regimes. Unless an unprecedented world war erupts or some groundbreaking technology emerges, it is improbable that Luo Jingdao will witness any significant changes in the power dynamics of these two entities during his lifetime. With an unmistakable air of exhaustion, Luo Jingdao smiled wearily at Vina Duboff and said, "Regardless, it will surely be an improvement over our current predicament." In response to his words, Vina was left speechless. Merely nodding in agreement with Luo Jingdao's perspective, the half-elf beauty then expressed her slight disheartenment, saying, "What do you intend to do?" After a moment of contemplation, Luo Jingdao's face, previously marked with fatigue and pain, took on an unhealthy flush. As if envisioning a brighter future, he replied, "I require more reliable personnel, particularly those who can assist me in commanding a fleet. Vina, we must venture towards the mainland." Upon hearing this, Vina Duboff's voluptuous form involuntarily trembled, and she fervently waved her arms, exclaiming, "No, that is far too dangerous. Have you lost your mind?" At this moment, Luo Jingdao, smiling even before speaking, placed a hand on his chest to mitigate the lingering pain that threatened to disrupt his speech. He then articulated each word deliberately, "This is nothing to be overly concerned about. No matter where I hide, I cannot escape the fate of being pursued by goblins. Every day I live is fraught with danger. Do you not understand?" In response, the half-elf beauty, momentarily at a loss for words, gazed at Luo Jingdao with compassion in her eyes and said, "But Will, you are pushing yourself too hard." With a sigh, Luo Jingdao shrugged nonchalantly. "Perhaps so. Ultimately, the decision rests with me. Rather than prolonging this stalemate, I would prefer to take a risk." A classic joke from the Old World posits that the arms dealer who advocates for peace, the chaste prostitute, the liar who never tells the truth, and the politician who embodies all three are the essence of this trait. Politics has always been a confluence of the most sordid, vile, and nefarious elements of society, in the pursuit of power and personal gain. Kin will slay one another, and dear friends will turn into adversaries. While they present smiles and handshakes in public, beneath the surface they wield daggers against one another, a commonplace occurrence for those engaged in politics. In the quest for power, one may trample upon all moral and legal codes without remorse. This is the nature of politics, devoid of good and evil, right and wrong. Only cold calculations and the naked interests stained with the blood of innocence. If one believes that fairness and justice exist in the real world, it is merely innocence before the age of 30. Beyond that age, it can only be deemed foolishness, as the saying goes. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of an ox. Luo Jingdao could clearly discern that the elves' overtures of warmth and friendship were entirely predicated on his utilitarian value. Beyond that, he could find no other rationale to embellish their motives. Luo Jingdao was unwilling to be merely a puppet controlled by others, to toil for an alien race only to become a cautionary tale of betrayal, a narrative that is all too prevalent in the annals of the old world. Whether motivated by rational analysis or personal sentiment, Luo Jingdao did not view actively volunteering to be a mere facade or a pawn as a prudent strategy. If he refused to be exploited, he must be prepared to carve a path where none exists. What, after all, distinguishes a traveler from the native inhabitants? The primary difference does not lie in individual merit. Before his crossing, Luo Jingdao was but an ordinary person, indistinct in a crowd. After his journey, he acquired the identity of a magical card master, a double-edged sword. Yet at his core, he remained a commoner at heart. What aspirations could a humble commoner possibly harbor? 30 acres of land and a single cow, a warm hearth shared with wife and children. Of course, this saying feels somewhat antiquated. It could be rephrased to reflect a more contemporary ideal of life, possessing a car and a house, and perhaps marrying a charming young lady. This embodies the aspirations of the average person. Yet, where does the fundamental difference lie? In a sense of mission, every phenomenon possesses its intrinsic rationale, and a time traveler must undoubtedly bear some form of mission. This is an undeniable truth. Throughout countless time travel narratives, Luo Jingdao has never encountered a traveler who simply led a mundane life. These predecessors were either actively or passively swept into the tides of their eras, some boldly claiming dominion, while others discreetly amassed wealth. The unfortunate ones transformed into the new generation of wandering outcasts. There are even those whose luck ran so bleak that they met their end prematurely. In essence, mediocrity is the arch nemesis of time travelers, and those who lack awareness are doomed to a most tragic demise. As a time traveler, one must be prepared for a lifetime entangled in myriad troubles. Should you doubt this, remember to pay heed to the acclaimed CCAV-10 program, Into Science, which is reputed to unveil supernatural burial mechanisms, and observe the fates of those lamenting their possession by aliens and various otherworldly entities. Chapter 48. The Ordinary Matter of Counteroffensives. Captain, have you truly contemplated this decision? In the flagship S chart room, confronted with a detailed analytical map depicting the territorial disputes surrounding the main continent, the typically decisive first mate found himself hesitating, shaking his head in dismay. Seated across from Zora Hagel, Luo Jingdao appeared remarkably composed, lifting his teacup and stating, "Zora, all I require from you is to confirm whether this plan is feasible. The rest is not your concern." With no retreat left, Zora Hagel rolled his eyes and replied, "Since you insist, then so be it. I am the finest sailor upon the starry seas. There is no place I cannot reach." Upon hearing this rather boastful assertion, Luo Jingdao clapped his hands in appreciation and laughed heartily, then stood to pat the map, declaring, "Excellent. Let us commence our venture." Adjacent to the main continent lies Cheongzhou, a vast island distinct from most offshore territories, where only a minimal stretch of seawater encircles the coastline. The Yangwei, still 2 days away from Cheongzhou, cleaved through the azure waters with vigor, following extensive technological enhancements. The double-masted vessel Chaoyong underwent significant modifications, with Luo Jingdao ruthlessly eliminating numerous cumbersome features, such as the stern castle. He simultaneously increased the number of diagonal masts and sails, striving to lower the freeboard as much as possible, effectively reconstructing the Chaoyong in accordance with the standards of the Old World-esque clipper ships. The overall performance of the newly revamped Chaoyong, as a warship, could hardly be deemed exceptional, having sacrificed considerable cannon positions and cabin space in pursuit of maximum speed. Nevertheless, this transformation elevated the vessel's sailing velocity to an astonishing degree, just shy of that of the Yangwei utilizing true magic cloth, a feat that could only be described as a radical enhancement. For a conventional double-masted sailing ship, this is akin to accomplishing F1 racing speeds with a tractor, remarkably swift, even somewhat alarming. Navigating back to the highly sensitive and perilous region of Cheongzhou, Luo Jingdao could easily present ample reasons to persuade others. As the goblins tightened their blockade on the main continent's external communications, the conquered human populace was increasingly relegated to slavery within concentration camps, making it progressively difficult for pirates to recruit sailors. Of course, employing foreign sailors was feasible, but it came with a host of unnecessary complications. For instance, the elven sailors, each a paragon of beauty, were unfortunately accustomed to a diet of fresh fruits, vegetables, and minimal meat. Satisfying their basic needs would present a ludicrous challenge for pirates accustomed to subsisting on hardtack and salted meat while adrift in the Ether Sea. The Elven Federation's navy relied on a vast and costly logistical support system, along with numerous overseas colonies scattered across the seven seas, to provide uninterrupted supplies for their fleet. It goes without saying that if pirates possessed such extraordinary economic strength, they would not be engaging in plunder. They could simply levy taxes at will. After all, a powerful underworld organization is merely a nascent nation, is it not? Other races faced similar predicaments when it came to recruiting sailors, with the only non-fussy, low-maintenance, and adaptable non-human race being the goblins. However, even if goblin sailors were willing to join, would Luo Zhengdao dare to accept them? It would undoubtedly be a path to self-destruction. After much contemplation, Luo Zhengdao concluded that the only viable solution to the manpower dilemma was to return to the fief of Count Fulu, Cheongzhou, and recruit those who had once served the noble family. This was the most pragmatic choice at present. Nevertheless, he had heard whispers of the goblin's brutal nature, and as the warship approached the waters near Cheongzhou, he anxiously inquired of the half-elf beauty, "Vina, are you certain my father's network in Cheongzhou still exists?" In truth, Vina Dubov shared the same concern, yet, with no option to retreat, she could not utter demoralizing words that might diminish their resolve. Instead, she endeavored to speculate positively, asserting, "The plantations of Cheongzhou represent a vital source of revenue. The goblins' population is too scant, while they can sustain a large-scale war through a conscription of all able-bodied individuals. The labor shortage will inevitably become apparent once the conflict subsides. To maintain a sufficiently powerful goblin military to suppress human dissenters and other foreign tribes, they will require a considerable number of human slaves for agricultural and industrial labor. To manage these humans, they must rely on their own kind as overseers, the slave foreman. The old count made arrangements long ago. Regardless of when you return to Cheongzhou, he will ensure ample resources are available for you. As the saying goes, a ship, no matter how battered, has its bottom. Even a rotten bottom can still have some nails left. The Fulu family had been granted fiefdom over Cheongzhou over 9 centuries ago, establishing deep roots on the island. Even if the new rulers ruthlessly uprooted the visible crown and trunk of this great tree, its intricate roots in the shadowy depths of the earth still retained some vitality, patiently awaiting external forces to awaken them once more. Humanity possesses an extraordinary endurance for suffering. Even the most horrific massacres and brutal enslavement cannot extinguish the will of this race. In the New World, certain unspoken rules apply universally among all intelligent races. Both the new ruling goblins and the displaced humans are acutely aware of their limits, yet none dare to overstep. Conquest and enslavement are permissible, but genocide is an entirely different matter. It is crucial to recognize that the New World is a realm where true gods exist. Although they dwell in the heavens above, and their divine powers cannot directly interfere with the material world, inciting their wrath could lead to dire consequences that no mortal race could withstand. The immense temple factions scattered throughout the New World alone would be a formidable force. Splash, 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 having covertly communicated through secret channels with informants. The pirates, cloaked in the cover of night, began their landing on the shores of Cheongzhou, where an elder concealed beneath a black cloak, accompanied by 2 young attendants, approached Luo Zhengdao, who had just disembarked from a dinghy. "You are, young Master Weil." "No, I should address you as Lord Count now that I am here to express the gratitude of the Fulu family for your loyalty and dedication." Upon seeing Luo Zhengdao, the elder was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Clearly, he was a devoted servant of the Fulu family, as were the 2 youths beside him. After soothing the agitated elder, Luo Zhengdao promptly shifted to the matter at hand, inquiring, "I require a capable workforce, particularly those knowledgeable in navigation and warfare. Are you able to find such individuals?" In response, the tearful elder produced a linen handkerchief to dry his face, his gaze regaining its steely determination. With an undeniable tone, he asserted, "Yes, of course, there are those ready to heed your summons at any moment. Cheongzhou is the 2nd largest island in the southeastern part of the main continent. This tropical island spanning several 100,000 square kilometers, has undergone centuries of relentless development and colonization by various human dynasties. Yet, despite these efforts, only the coastal regions have been transformed into plantations and villages, while the interior remains a wild expanse of ancient trees entwined with vines. Rife with the presence of serpents, insects, and rodents, all thriving in a primitive rainforest. Stepping into this untamed jungle, one is beset by an array of venomous snakes and ferocious beasts, while the swamps and miasmas scattered throughout are veritable instruments of death. When it comes to the natural environment's harshness, the true terror lies in the local insects. The voracious spotted mosquitoes, larger than human fists, can drain a bison of its lifeblood, while a 3-meter-long venomous centipede can fell a dragon with a single bite. The carnivorous burrowing spiders, as large as compact cars, lie in wait at the swamp's edge, and those who inadvertently tread upon their webs would find their fate far worse than that of a severed light bulb. These creatures are indeed the epitome of jungle predators that it goes without saying that any unsuspecting intruder venturing into such a realm would face unimaginable dangers and assaults. The already overstretched military forces of the Goblin Second Empire would find their dominion over this savage land nearly non-existent. With great difficulty, Luo Jingdao trudged through the rainforest, easily envisioning how this vast wilderness could easily conceal a few rebel strongholds. Even deploying tens of thousands of troops would yield nary a ripple. Hasten, and come pay your respects to the esteemed Earl of Fulu. As the elder parted the curtain of cascading green vines, he led Luo into the hollow of a colossal banyan tree. Navigating through several winding, narrow passages, the surroundings suddenly opened up into a vast space. Behind this massive banyan, which had nearly transformed into a miniature forest, lay a hidden valley where Luo Jingdao encountered the key members of the local resistance organization in Xiongzhou. At the elder's call, they all gathered around to greet the newly appointed earl. You have endured much. The family shall never forget the sacrifices and sufferings you have borne. Whether one can accomplish this is a matter of ability, but whether there is an appropriate acknowledgement is a question of attitude. Luo Jingdao was determined to avoid any criticism on this front, and thus he sincerely expressed his gratitude to the resistors. After all, they were still fighting under the banner of the Fulu family, and while their achievements were not particularly noteworthy, his appreciation was nonetheless due. There is an old saying in the old world: no empire lasts 1,000 years. But there are families that endure. The name of the Fulu family dates back to the era of the Radiant Emperor. Prior to that, they were not an insignificant household. However, with the change of dynasties, their former title could no longer be used if traced back. Their documented history exceeds 2 millennia. Such a historically rich family cannot simply be uprooted by external forces. Even if Luo Jingdao, the direct heir, were to perish, who knows from where a distant descendant might emerge to carry on the lineage. This is virtually a foregone conclusion. Chapter 49. The escape from prison. Whether the Fulu family will perish is a trivial matter. Luo Jingdao's adoptive father remains deeply concerned for his son's safety. Even in dire straits, he cannot abandon his noble demeanor to flee, yet he must contemplate a retreat for future generations. Truly, the heart of a parent is a pitiful thing. Under the relentless advance of the Goblin Second Empire's forces, prioritizing escape is undoubtedly the primary concern. If this task is accomplished, what then lies ahead? Clearly, no caring parent would wish for their child to be left to beg on the streets. The exhausted Earl Fulu, at the precipice of the Radiant Dynasty's collapse, simultaneously sent his only son, heir to the overseas colony of Tahuna Island for refuge, while also selecting trusted allies in Xiongzhou to establish a camp deep in the forest. Concurrently, he mobilized several hundred reliable personnel to stockpile strategic resources in the tropical rainforest, beyond the goblins' reach, in anticipation of a counterattack. This group, stationed in the rainforest, spent their days training and devising strategies to eradicate the goblin garrison and reclaim the entirety of Xiongzhou. Although their stockpiles were relatively ample, the prolonged wait without hope inevitably led to feelings of restlessness. Presently, it seemed unlikely that the Goblin Empire would collapse anytime soon. They could afford to bide their time within this wild forest while their kin outside languished in suffering. It was precisely for this reason that upon meeting Luo Jingdao, a headstrong youth posed a rather pointed question, saying, "My lord, you have returned to lead us against the green-skinned devils, have you not? Our homes have been ravaged by these scoundrels. Even our laying hens have been stolen." Luo Jingdao surveyed the earnest faces before him, witnessing the raw indignation that emanated from them. Yet what could he possibly say? Faced with this scene, he could only sigh and adopt the demeanor of the head of the council, who always advocated for a long-term strategy and said, "We must continue to endure. Everyone knows the military might of the goblins. If we act now, we can at most harass them, but it is impossible to defeat them outright. Thus, we must build our strength and await the opportune moment, refraining from revealing our capabilities too easily." This rationale is, indeed, sound, and everyone understood it. However, hearing such comforting words from Luo Jingdao, the nominal supreme ruler of Qiongzhou, brought some solace to the human resistors. After all, having to watch the goblins rampage across their homeland while feeling utterly powerless is a frustration that no ordinary soldier could bear with equanimity. Seizing upon the rising tide of emotion among the crowd, Luo Jingdao composed his demeanor and said earnestly, "To be frank, I am preparing to expand the fleet and urgently require reliable personnel to join us. You were the first to come to mind." Upon hearing this, the Qiongzhou resistors' spirits lifted. The revival of the Fulu family naturally heralded a brighter future for them as well. Humans can endure immense suffering, but one must not allow them to see no glimmer of hope that in the old world. Things like lotteries are often vividly described by economists as painkillers for the poor or spiritual morphine. Simply put, no matter how dire one's circumstances, spending a small amount of money on a lottery ticket theoretically offers a chance to transform one's fortunes overnight, though the actual chances of such a dream materializing are exceedingly slim. And the underbelly of the lottery industry is no less corrupt than others. This false hope is better than living without any semblance of hope. At least it can numb the despair of society as failures, allowing them to continue struggling through the painful realities of life. The elder leader, with a smile, addressed Luo Jingdao, saying, "My lord, rest assured, the people here are the most loyal and reliable warriors of the family, ready to sacrifice their lives for you and the family at any moment." Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao felt a shiver run through him. It is difficult for a traveler to comprehend this sentiment. He suppressed his emotional upheaval, nodded with a smile, and looked upon the pale faces of the youth who had long dwelt in the shadowy valleys of the dense forest, with a serious expression. He stated, "Listen carefully. I require individuals proficient in navigation and artillery, preferably those capable of independently commanding a warship. The criteria for ordinary sailors are not stringent. Having worked on a ship for a few days or having been a fisherman will suffice. On a ship, ordinary sailors are akin to factory laborers, while positions such as quartermaster, gunner, and ship's doctor are considered skilled roles. The first, second, and third mates, along with the bosun, manage personnel and maintain order, while an exceptional captain could even engage directly with a monarch. Their actual status is comparable to that of a chief engineer in a factory. Though they all earn their livelihoods from the sea, the level of expertise varies greatly." A heavy silence hung in the air, and after what felt like an eternity, the elder tremulously spoke. "My lord, based on your requirements, it seems that only Captain Brando Fyan on the island could meet your expectations." Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, which held no recollection for the traveler who had inherited none of his predecessor's memories, Luo Jingdao, aside from the pirates at his side, regarded the natives of the New World as strangers. He did not dwell on this point overly much and nodded, asking, "Where can I find this Captain Fyan?" Before the elder could respond, the earlier bold, red-haired youth eagerly interjected, "My lord, he is currently imprisoned, and I have heard that he is to be executed by the greenskins in a few days." At this news, Luo Jingdao felt a wave of despair wash over him. He was at a loss for words regarding the success of his mission. It felt akin to being thrust into a real-life version of a 007 film, embarking on an adventurous infiltration of enemy territory to execute a covert operation, only to discover that in order to recruit a promising talent, he must first partake in a prison break. This was simply too absurd. A formidable dilemma lay before Luo Jingdao, who was faced with a rather straightforward choice: to risk everything to rescue this Brando Fyan, or not. To assist in his decision-making, Luo Jingdao inquired about the life history of Captain Fyan from those present. After attentively listening to the captain's past exploits, even Luo Jingdao, whose discerning eye had been honed by years of drifting upon the ether sea, found himself impressed by this individual's maritime talents. However, he soon hesitated. It would be all too easy to abandon such a promising talent, and who knew when another opportunity like this would arise? After much deliberation, Luo Jingdao finally resolved to embrace the risk. After all, in these times, success seldom comes without a measure of risk. This endeavor seemed feasible. The crackling of the burning bonfire echoed within the cavern. And finding a dry refuge in the humid rainforest was no small feat, especially since Cheongjo Island did not rest upon limestone strata. Considerable effort had been invested by the resistance fighters to carve out this hideaway. Under the flickering firelight, Luo Zhengdao and the resistance members from Cheongjo swiftly devised a plan for the prison break, as time was of the essence. Should someone's head fall victim to a goblin's blade, there would be no coming back. Luo Zhengdao did not entertain the notion of summoning the archbishops or even the pope to conduct a resurrection ceremony for Brando Fian, despite the fact that resurrection was not entirely impossible in the New World. The price one must pay, however, was far greater than most could imagine. How many goblin troops are stationed on the island? Upon hearing Luo Zhengdao's inquiry, the local resistance organization displayed no hesitation. They had dealt with goblins frequently over the years, and failing to answer such a simple question would be akin to giving up entirely. The entire island-esque goblin garrison consists of only one Redstone Brigade, and the Greenskins have recruited a band of mercenaries over by Cape City. Those ruffians are utterly useless, thriving only on bullying civilians, and 10 of them hardly equate to one capable soldier in battle. The naming convention for the regular troops of the Goblin Second Empire was steeped in nationalistic flair, invariably named after the commander followed by the designation of the unit, whether it be an army, corps, division, brigade, regiment, battalion, squadron, or team. All adhered strictly to this principle, save for temporary formations like the Goblin Hunting Fleet, which were exempt from such conventions. That a standard Goblin brigade typically comprised around 10,000 troops, an amount that, when applied to the vast expanse of Cheongjo Island, over 100,000 square kilometers, was akin to sprinkling a pinch of pepper into a pot of stew. It merely added flavor. Naturally, it was easy to deduce that under such a meager total force, the goblins would be hopelessly naive to expect their scattered troops to effectively suppress local unrest. Having ascertained the total number of goblin troops, Luo Zhengdao then calculated their mobilization capabilities, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Although the number of developed ports on Cheongjo Island was limited, adding up to about 10, there were far more natural harbors along the lengthy coastline suitable for docking vessels. Considering that Cape City was the second largest city on Cheongjo Island and held significant geographical importance, the goblin garrison, at most slightly over 1,000, posed little threat compared to the combat forces at Luo Zhengdao's disposal. The principle of striking first to seize the initiative was clear. Even when overall strength was lacking, the offensive side could always target the weaker segments of the opponent's force, with his chin resting on his hand. Luo Zhengdao began to ponder deeply. After a considerable time, he finally spoke. What is the situation at the prison? The local resistance fighters had yet to ascertain the combat capabilities of their human counterparts, but they had diligently gathered intelligence on the goblin garrison. One individual promptly spread out a rudimentary map to explain to Luo Zhengdao. My lord, please look here. On the left side is a very secluded street, while to the right is the prison wall, and directly adjacent is the execution ground. After listening to the overview of the prison's conditions, Luo Zhengdao scrutinized the map, his brow furrowing as he countered. Do the goblins not publicly display their executions? Indeed, my lord. Those greenskins have no regard for laws. Regardless of the humans' crimes, their only method of punishment is death. Chapter 50. An unplanned journey to the ruins. Upon hearing of the brutal acts committed by the goblins in Cheongjo, and recalling the equally savage actions of the Foot Basin chicken invaders from the old world, a fierce glint flashed in Luo Zhengdao's eyes, followed by a sinister smile as he remarked, It seems our green-skinned friends have become too idle. Perhaps it is time to give them some interesting work. A prison break directly challenged the might of the state apparatus. One need only use their knees to comprehend the difficulty involved. With his limited conventional armed forces, Luo Zhengdao stood no chance against the goblin garrison, let alone distract them from their duties guarding the prison. However, as a novice mage card master, Luo Zhengdao's circumstances were different. While it was unrealistic for him to directly confront a goblin brigade entrenched on Cheongjo Island, creating some chaos to fluster the goblins was a far more attainable goal. The thought of being a mage card master crossed his mind. He felt a spark of inspiration and withdrew a card from his spatial pouch, displaying its back to the resistance fighters. Has anyone seen a card like this? Even in their unactivated state, self-sealing mage cards could be identified by the arcane scholars of the New World as belonging to mysterious magical artifacts. The affluent and leisurely noble class loved to collect such obscure antiquities, not only for their potential utility, but also as a means to showcase their erudition and refined taste to visitors. Consequently, these dormant cards had gradually scattered across the land during the long years since the decline of mage card masters, and finding traces of them in any corner of the New World would not surprise Luo Jingdao. The question he posed stemmed from the possibility that his own benefactor might have collected such seemingly useless trinkets, hence his inquiry. Unsurprisingly, as several resistance members gathered to examine the card adorned with peculiar patterns, an elderly man scratched his bald head and remarked, "The old earl seemed to have collected similar cards, though I cannot be certain they are identical." Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao was elated and eagerly pressed on. "Oh, do you know where they might be?" Although the elder provided some clues, Luo Jingdao did not harbor high hopes that if his benefactor had preserved his private collection, it would naturally be entrusted to the sole heir. We'll need him that if the cards he had initially acquired were indeed part of the old earl's collection, then there would be no second batch, and the probabilities of discovering unknown mage cards were relatively low. However, events did not unfold as Luo Jingdao had anticipated. Instead of offering vague or irrelevant hints, the elder spoke with conviction. "Yes, I recall they were within the castle, when those greenskins besieged the castle. They set it ablaze, and seeing the extensive damage, they neglected to repair it, leaving it to fall into ruin." Suddenly receiving this promising news, Luo Jingdao felt his breath quicken as he sensed the humid, oppressive air around him that a flicker of warmth ignited within his chest. Hope indeed existed, and it was worth striving for. After several deep breaths to steady his emotions, he composed himself and inquired, "Could arrangements be made for someone to take me to the castle?" Upon hearing Luo Jingdao's request, the elder displayed a troubled expression. Lord Needham was the cornerstone for all the resistance fighters. Should anything happen to him, their hopes would be dashed. The elder could not help but worry for Luo Jingdao's safety, hesitating as he said, The earliest we could go is after dark. It's not safe there." The nights on Xiongzhou Island lacked the scorching heat of the day, and for this tropical island shrouded in warmth year-round, the arrival of night afforded its inhabitants a rare moment of cool respite. Accustomed to the temperate climate of the mainland, where the seasons were distinct, many goblins, even those born in the arid, rain-scarce inland mountains, found themselves lamenting their fate as the military had unceremoniously dumped them into an island with humidity so high that one could wring water from their hair. Even the notoriously resilient goblin soldiers were not immune to such complaints. Merely existing without the prospect of engaging in battles, and with no hope of establishing new military achievements, would be tolerable. However, it is particularly disheartening that they are compelled to remain on this island, assuming the demeaning role of overseers, wielding whips to urge human slaves to provide sustenance, grains, sugar, and alcohol for the mainland. Long-term stationed on Xiongzhou Island. Languishing in idleness, the oppressive heat and omnipresent mosquitoes have nearly extinguished the fighting spirit of the Redstone Brigade, with only a few hearty swigs of rum offering a slight reprieve to their despondency. In the former territory of the Earl of Fulu, where remnants of a castle still stand as a strategic stronghold, the slothful goblins have gradually relaxed their grip on supervision, with patrols passing by every so often, casually hunting a few rabbits and wild boars in the underbrush to bolster their meager rations, thus fulfilling their oversight duties. The island's resistance fighters adhere to the dying wishes of the old earl, focusing on gathering intelligence and discreetly amassing strength, refraining from undertaking any rash large-scale assaults. Even though the goblins are aware that some human troops fled into the rainforest to continue their resistance after the old earl's demise. The notion of searching for these rebels in the interior rainforest, where no discernible paths exist, poses a vexatious task even for the combative goblin army. Their frustration lies not in the act of fighting, but in the sheer impossibility of locating any humans. Consequently, the commander of the Redstone Brigade, Du Hongshi, meticulously reviewed several raid plans devised by the staff, ultimately issuing the command to wait for those hairless monkeys to emerge from the forest before concentrating their forces to eliminate them. In simpler terms, if the human rebels do not make themselves known near the goblin-controlled cities and ports, the goblin army is disinclined to delve into the damp rainforest to futilely hunt for scattered human resistors, deeming such an endeavor utterly unwarranted. This lethargic sentiment among the Xiongzhou goblin garrison greatly facilitated the infiltration operation devised by Luo Jingdao. Prior to their departure, the team, bolstered by a few half-hearted wild mages. Was endowed with a low-level arcane enhancement known as Enhanced Cat's Eye Vision, which allowed them to perceive the imposing ruins of the castle as brightly as day, even in the pitch black of night. Luo Jingdao, along with several guides, stealthily traversed the overgrown terrain, where the tropical grasses grew to heights rivaling that of two-story buildings. It is no wonder the goblins are reluctant to venture into the tropical rainforest to exterminate the insurgents. The overwhelmingly dreadful natural environment makes remaining outside the rainforest a far more palatable option than embarking on a perilous trek within. After enduring considerable hardship, the group finally arrived at the castle ruins, halting before a nondescript auxiliary building. The guide gestured for everyone to stop, and the young resistance fighter, who claimed to have once served as a guard at the castle, turned to Luo Jingdao and whispered, "My lord, this was where the old earl conducted his daily paperwork. On the day the goblins stormed the castle, the old earl ordered us to douse it in oil and set it ablaze." Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao remained silent, surveying the surrounding devastation wrought by the fire, and inquired, "Are there cards here?" "Yes," the young man replied. "I heard my comrades say they saw the earl fiddling with those cards during his watch. It was his personal hobby to collect those peculiar magical artifacts." Clearly, the act of collecting enigmatic cards is regarded as a luxurious eccentricity among the noble class, a trait shared by both the old earl and Luo Jingdao. Though such a penchant may be perceived as frivolous in a society marked by rigid hierarchical structures, making unfounded accusations against those in power entails significant risk, and subordinates are understandably reluctant to voice their opinions. Luo Jingdao, too, relished the misunderstanding regarding the true purpose of his card collection. After contemplating this, he nodded, using a bamboo stick to prod the overgrown grass in front of him, signaling any lurking snakes, insects, or vermin to vacate the premises. He then stepped forward, treading carefully over the scattered rubble as he entered the modestly sized room. One side of the ruin was marked by doors and windows, while the remaining 3 walls bore the charred remnants of stone masonry, a result of the previous inferno, suggesting that there was little of value to be found. Before Luo Jingdao could pose a question, one of the accompanying wild mages extended his staff to tap against the wall, declaring, "Detect secret chamber." In response, a soft, white magical light surged through the room, illuminating a faint glow behind the charred bookshelf to the left of the intruders. Witnessing this, the resistance fighters could not help but feel a surge of excitement, for it indicated that their expedition might yield substantial rewards. The items left behind by the old earl were likely to be of considerable worth, greatly aiding the resistance's efforts to gather funds. Unlock it. In the old world, it was customary for noble families to harbor unscrupulous characters, as no one could predict when a deity might choose to reveal itself. Many underhanded dealings rendered it nearly impossible for respectable individuals to engage in legitimate pursuits. The realm of espionage, too, is often a tangled web of black and white, making it challenging to discern friend from foe. Identifying allies and adversaries is a conundrum as perplexing as the legendary mathematical enigmas. The secret chamber of the old earl was well concealed, not intended for those seeking treasure openly. Fortunately, among the resistance fighters accompanying Luo Jingdao were numerous professionals, and upon discovering the chamber's location, they promptly set to work on breaching its entrance. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from afar, drawing nearer. Only the goblins, with their audacity to roam so brazenly at night, could be the source of such a sound on Cheongzhou Island. Sensing impending danger, Luo Jingdao watched as the chamber door swung open and immediately sprang forward, exclaiming, "Quick, take anything you can carry." Adhering to the principle of swift and efficient looting, Luo Jingdao seized whatever items caught his eye, indiscriminately stuffing them into his spatial pouch without regard for categorization. Soon after, he and the resistance fighters dashed towards the exit, where the flickering red light of torches could now be discerned in the distance, resembling a serpentine dragon of fire advancing menacingly. "My lord, we must split up," urged one of the men, whose name Luo Jingdao had not yet had time to remember. "The goblins, werewolves, and dire wolves have keen senses. We must disperse to evade detection," pointing to a burly man wielding an axe. He added, "Vandy FAQ, you lead the way for the lord, while the rest follow me." Recognizing this as a tactic to safeguard their leader, Luo Jingdao quickly raised his hand to halt them. Smiling as he said, "Wait, I have a better plan. We need not run." With that, the card in his palm shattered into countless motes of light, and he struck a dramatic pose, declaring, "Activate sanctuary." As his words fell, a shimmering portal appeared before them. Now was not the time for lengthy explanations. Luo Zhengdao opened the door, gesturing for them to enter. The resistance fighters, astonished by the spell's marvel, felt a tinge of apprehension. One of them asking, "Ah, how wondrous, my lord, if we hide inside. Will the goblins not be able to find us?" Nodding in affirmation, Luo Zhengdao's smile was radiant as he assured them, "No one will discover this place for 2 days. That should suffice." Regardless of which group was pursuing them, none would have the patience to linger at the scene of the incident for 2 days. Waiting for the culprits to return to ensnare themselves, it is rare to encounter a fool so preposterously naive as to engage in such a game of cat and mouse. Hearing Luo Zhengdao's words, the resistance fighters entered with elation, and once he closed the door from the inside, the outside world became entirely disconnected from their independent sanctuary. According to arcane theory, this sanctuary was a pocket dimension sculpted by the card mage, rendering it impervious to intrusion. Even if outsiders knew the location of the entrance, attempting to breach it would be a futile endeavor, unless they possessed interpretative abilities surpassing those of the card mage. Otherwise, it would be best for them to abandon such ambitions. Confirming that they had successfully evaded danger, Luo Zhengdao finally relaxed his tense demeanor, inviting the resistance fighters, "Please, make yourselves comfortable. This place is quite safe. You may rest for a while. We have beds, food, water. Every necessity for living is provided." Such sanctuary spells certainly exist within the repertoire of mages in the New World, but they are not typically accessible to lesser individuals. The ability to effortlessly cast such high-level spells indicates that the user is likely either legendary or exemplary. Recognizing Luo Zhengdao's unfathomable mystery and strength, the gallant resistance leader tentatively inquired, "My lord, are you a mage?" This sensitive issue left Luo Zhengdao lacking in confidence, and he refrained from boasting recklessly. He was entirely unfamiliar with the skills that the master of the New World should possess. However, he could not openly disclose his identity as a magic card master. Thus, he could only speak vaguely, stating, "I am not a mage. The reasons behind my ability to wield spells are rather complex." As long as Luo Zhengdao's mind remained clear, he should understand that revealing his identity as a magic card master was absolutely forbidden. While one might showcase various extraordinary abilities, the New World also harbored magic and divine arts. And the astonishing events that defied common understanding could easily be attributed to supernatural forces. Claiming to be a sorcerer endowed with the powerful bloodline of an unknown ancestor would serve as an acceptable excuse. But exposing the identity of a magic card master was an entirely different matter. As a former pinnacle of power in the New World, it was difficult to ascertain how the current deities would react to the resurgence of a magic card master. Until he could confirm that his secret would not cause harm, Luo Zhengdao would certainly not allow himself to be placed under scrutiny in the spotlight. If it were said that forces such as magic or what could be termed arcane were merely conventional weaponry, then, according to the tier of power associated with a magic card master, it would undoubtedly be regarded as an extraordinary strategic weapon. In other words, when compared to the 3 major weapons of mass destruction in the Old World, along with the global 24/7 strike capability, they paled in comparison. Having once, as a non-divine being, fiercely vanquished the line of the wild gods, the exceptional prowess of a magic card master could be succinctly encapsulated by the term abnormal in any era. One could well imagine that once Luo Zhengdao's identity as a magic card master was revealed, even the deities, who typically found it troublesome to see mere saints walking the earth, would cast a wary glance in his direction. Could he still hope for a peaceful existence? Countless distracting thoughts flitted through Luo Zhengdao's mind, but soon, he had a stroke of inspiration and found a suitably grandiose line, exclaiming with exaggerated flair, "I must thank my ancestors for bestowing this power upon me." Upon hearing this, the assembled resistance fighters gaped in astonishment, and after a moment, someone interjected, "Indeed, I have heard that His Majesty the Emperor of Light possesses dragon blood, but I have never heard that his descendants would awaken as sorcerers." Before Luo Zhengdao could formulate a plausible explanation, someone had already resolved the matter for him. That a fist the size of a sandbag struck the head of the speaker, and the assailant bellowed, "You rascal! Does Lord Earl owe you an explanation?" "My apologies, my lord. This fellow has been bitten by mosquitoes recently and is not quite in his right mind." Undoubtedly, in a society characterized by clear class distinctions and authoritarian rule, Questioning those in power requires not only courage and wisdom, but also a chorus of dissent from those around you. Before Luo Zhengdao could finish his lamentation, the clumsy one had instinctively bowed and apologized, saying, my Lord Earl, I am terribly sorry. Please do forgive me. Seeing this, Luo Zhengdao had little to say, merely responding with a nonchalant smile, and then he deftly changed the subject, saying, well, since we have some time now, why don't we discuss how to rescue Captain Fian? The adage, if you don't court disaster, you won't meet with death, holds considerable truth. The nobility of the Light Empire had played internal politics to the point of burying themselves, dragging ordinary people into the depths of despair as well. Such a life was certainly far from peaceful and content. Indeed, it was likely nothing short of hellish. The human inhabitants of the main continent lived under the dominion of foreign races, and their living conditions were all too easy to imagine. Even without the efficiency of a mass extermination akin to Auschwitz, it would not leave anyone feeling psychologically or physically at ease. Setting aside the psychological impact of being reduced to a state of servitude, a goblin could kill any human it deemed unsatisfactory on the streets without consequence. A mere compensation to the slave master sufficed, and it hardly registered as a criminal act. Under such oppressive and barbarous rule, the remnants of humanity were filled with resentment, yet they dared not voice their anger, merely waiting for the opportunity to rise up and sing a song of rebellion. Captain Brando Fian, who was on the verge of being hanged by a goblin executioner, had merely a few days left to live. His capture was not due to any honorable act of defiance against foreign rule, but rather because he had audaciously set his sights on the vast treasures plundered by goblins across the entire island of Cheongzhou. Recently, while probing for information in a tavern, he had clashed with someone over a dispute regarding the rights to a barmaid, resulting in a brawl with a petty leader in the service of the puppet army. This roguish captain had unwittingly offended someone, leading to his betrayal to the goblins. Consequently, when he decided to take action, he was ambushed by a squad of goblin guards in the treasure vault, thus bringing about his demise. Setting aside the fact that this avaricious and debauched Captain Fian was quite the character, his expertise in navigation was precisely what Luo Zhengdao needed. Thus, despite the high difficulty of attempting to rescue him from the gallows, Luo Zhengdao felt compelled to make an effort. My Lord Earl, the green-skinned bastards have confiscated all the metal utensils from Cheongzhou, leaving not even a single iron nail behind. Now we have to tear our vegetables by hand. Fortunately, this has resulted in their defenses being rather lax. The distance from the prison to the execution ground is less than 1,000 yards, and it is right under the noses of the goblin army. Those green-skinned fiends would never suspect any trouble here. Listening to the opinions of the resistance fighters, Luo Zhengdao referenced the map to assess the intelligence that could be utilized. After some bustling about, he spoke up. By the way, where has the treasure that Captain Fian intended to seize gone? The human resistance fighters had refrained from organizing an armed revolt, primarily out of concern that the invaders would retaliate brutally against civilians. Additionally, they had devoted most of their energy to gathering intelligence. Immediately, someone chimed in, of course. It is in the Goblin Governor's mansion in Haikou City. I have heard that in 2 months, it will be the birthday of the green-skinned emperor, and this treasure is what the Redstone Brigade intends to present as a gift. Hearing this news, Luo Zhengdao expressed his confusion, asking, the treasure is in Haikou City, so how could Captain Fian be imprisoned in Haijiao City? Isn't that rather strange? Upon mentioning this matter, the resistance fighters exchanged glances and burst into laughter, dispelling the previously somber atmosphere. However, while they found great amusement in the situation, Luo Zhengdao was left perplexed that a young man with a sharp tongue explained, My Lord Earl, that fellow Fian rushed to Haijiao City to investigate the treasure without even understanding where it was hidden. Ha ha ha, the goblins didn't catch him, but he can't find the treasure in Haijiao City, either. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao, now aware of the entire context, couldn't help but smile wryly, regardless of whether in the New World or the Old World. He had encountered many greedy and lustful individuals, yet this singularly obsessed and naive treasure seeker was indeed a rare find. Captain Brando Fian truly was a delightful character. Money may not be omnipotent, but lacking it renders one utterly powerless. Regardless of the world one inhabits, survival and establishing oneself necessitate some form of capital, especially in this era, which could be aptly described as a chaotic age of great seafaring in the New World. One not only needs wealth to live comfortably, but also to wield formidable power. That, of course, power must be understood in 2 dimensions. one's intrinsic strength and the authority one holds externally. While the identity of a magic card master certainly posed numerous challenges for Luo Jingdao, and the curse of the wild gods could strip him of life and soul at any moment. Possessing such a desperate trick was ultimately better than lacking even the ability to struggle in his final moments, until Luo Jingdao could attain the godlike abilities of his predecessor magic card masters. This power was not invincible, and during this interim, seeking external assistance was an indispensable part of his strategy. Chapter 52. The First Xiongzhou Uprising. Liches abound. Demigods walk freely. This is a common jest among DD players regarding certain high magic world settings. In reality, we currently find ourselves in a period of low magic between two great tides of mana elements, and the new world falls far short of the grandiosity described in that saying. Or perhaps it is that individual power is exceedingly exaggerated that in the new world, magic and supernatural forces undeniably exist. But to expect the old man selling roasted chickens next door to be the legendary mage of 5 fireballs, or to believe that the elderly woman at the street stall is a demigod experiencing life among mortals would be a clear case of severe delusion. The excessive concentration of individual power directly leads to a lack of emphasis on maintaining a balance of power in the new world, at least in a general sense. It truly is the case that any conflicts can be resolved through direct confrontation with real weapons, rather than resorting to the petty treachery of hidden blades. Thus, power, in the most straightforward terms, is simply about controlling armies and territories. If one lacks sufficient armed forces and a financial foundation as a backing, even without actively courting disaster, one ultimately cannot escape the fate of being treated as a stepping stone. Given that Luo Jingdao bears the mark of a descendant of the Light Empire, he must always be prepared to face various inexplicable deaths, such as drowning while washing his face or hanging himself with his shoelaces. He is acutely aware of what he must do. Even the simple requirement of merely surviving necessitates mental preparation to contend against goblins, humans, and the intrigues among the Yalings and elves, in a relentless struggle against the heavens and the earth. Regardless of whether he himself finds boundless joy in the endeavor, this version of a small tyrant from another realm, Luo Jingdao, as a time traveler, must accept his fate as predetermined by destiny. On a clear afternoon in Xiongzhou, the azure sky was washed clean, the air feeling particularly invigorating after a recent downpour. The gentle breeze swept through the ruins, causing the verdant wild grasses to sway gracefully. In that moment, the castle, strewn with remnants of destruction, lay silent as if it were a vast graveyard, save for the occasional faint chirping of insects amidst the lush thickets, rendering all other sounds non-existent. My lord, the green-skinned ones have retreated. We should hasten our departure. A resistance thief, having stealthily scoured the castle ruins and its surroundings, confirmed the absence of danger before returning to the shelter's entrance to relay the news to his comrades. The previous night, a horde of goblin soldiers, having received word of the resistance's activities, had scoured the entire area with their war wolves in tow, yet their search yielded no substantial results. The goblins had gleaned from human informants that the Xiongzhou resistance might be orchestrating certain activities linked to the castle ruins. But this information was woefully scant. Disappointed, the goblins returned empty-handed, and it was all but certain that those who had disseminated the false intelligence would face dire consequences once the goblin troops had vacated the castle ruins. Luo Jingdao and his companions made their escape with an air of calm, a stark contrast to their earlier plight as they were pursued. Having easily evaded the goblin chase, Luo Jingdao still felt an acute sense of urgency. For Captain Fian was soon to be led to the gallows, and the time remaining to rescue this invaluable individual was fleeting. Action was imperative. When viewed from a broader historical perspective, scholars would likely conclude that the only similarity between the Second Goblin Empire and the first was their shared name. Beyond that, finding additional resemblances would prove exceedingly difficult. Were it not for prior knowledge of the circumstances, one might never associate the savage, bloodthirsty warriors of the Second Empire with the diminutive, alchemy-savvy goblins of the First Empire. The disparity was as vast as heaven and earth. Ever since Luo Jingdao learned how the First Goblin Empire, obsessed with alchemy, had ultimately led itself to ruin, he could not help but recall a profound saying from the old world. The advancement of science and technology is a double-edged sword. Wield it poorly, and it becomes a tool of self-destruction. In the old world, humanity had often speculated on the potential causes of civilization's demise: nuclear war, biocrisis, Meteor strikes, catastrophic floods, alien invasions. Clearly, compared to those uncontrollable natural disasters, genetic technologies aimed at modifying the very essence of one's race held greater potential to usher in apocalyptic scenarios. The first Goblin Empire of the New World stood as a prime example. During a brief lull before executing their prison break, Luo Zhengdao allowed his thoughts to wander. Not far away at the execution ground, a high-ranking goblin officer was solemnly reading the death sentence. This is the fate of those who resist the empire in the name of the emperor and the senate. Captain, this wretched human thief is sentenced to death by hanging, to be executed immediately. Do not be misled into thinking that hanging is a humane or comfortable method of execution. Before the condemned draws their last breath, they must endure a slow suffocation process lasting several minutes, sometimes even extending to several tens of minutes. This extreme suffering may lead the accused to lose control of their bodily functions, ultimately succumbing in a convulsive struggle that, of course, those who are significantly overweight may have their necks snapped outright by the noose, or their heads wrenched off entirely, resulting in a somewhat quicker demise, albeit with a rather grotesque spectacle. Compared to the goblin's customary method of execution, which is prolonged and agonizing, the human kingdom's practice of swiftly severing the head with a blade seems to align more closely with humanitarian principles. Sparing the condemned from excessive suffering before death. Execute the death sentence. The goblin officer, having concluded the reading of the judgment, turned to the military judge beside him. Upon receiving an affirmative response, he decisively waved his hand, and the coarse hemp noose was placed around the neck of the grinning, condemned man. Despite standing on the brink of death, Brando Fian maintained a nonchalant demeanor, flashing a grin at the human executioner adjusting the noose, saying, "Hey, buddy, why's your hand shaking? I'm the one about to be hanged, not you, and no need to panic." Boom! Just as all present awaited the moment when a certain individual would draw their last breath, a sudden explosion accompanied by the thunderous collapse of surrounding walls, as well as the golden flames ignited by the detonation of spore powder, engulfed the scene in an instant. Billowing smoke and flying debris transformed the execution ground into chaos. "Help! Mommy! The goblins are going to kill us!" To instill a sense of dread, a large number of human civilians forcibly brought by the goblin garrison to witness the execution now found themselves engulfed in confusion and terror amidst the explosion. The cries from within and around the execution ground converged into a cacophony, rendering any semblance of order impossible. Even if the goblin commander wished to take remedial measures, he found himself powerless in such tumultuous circumstances, illustrating how prolonged periods of peace can lead to a decline in combat readiness, even among goblins, who have long been entrenched as professional thugs. "All right, commence the operation." Upon hearing Luo Zhengdao's command, the resistance fighters hidden nearby launched a coordinated assault on the execution ground. The rescue plan was straightforward. First, create chaos. Second, rescue the captive. If they had the strength left afterward, they would also take down the goblin commander, killing two birds with one stone. The goblin commander overseeing Brando Fian's execution held the rank of a squad leader within the rigidly hierarchical goblin military. For the most part, he was accustomed to executing orders from superiors, making his adaptability somewhat lacking, particularly in the face of the extreme chaos that was far more complicated than the clear-cut nature of battle. At this point, feeling that the dignity of the Second Goblin Empire was being trampled upon, the agitated goblin commander drew his battle knife and bellowed, pointing the blade at the frenzied crowd. "These shameless, hairless monkeys, kill them all." In the face of such disorder, a swift resolution might seem prudent, especially to those of foreign dominion, where the majority population of the oppressed were deemed worthy of death. Perhaps eliminating them all would pose some challenges, as it would leave no one to labor. Periodically executing a portion of potential dissenters serves as a beneficial preventive measure to flaunt the power and brutality of the ruling foreign race. The sudden and dramatic turn of events left the resistance fighters caught off guard, filled with righteous indignation and helplessness. They were powerless to prevent the impending massacre of their no matter how resolute Luo Zhengdao considered himself. When he heard the anguished cries of the elderly, women, and children being slaughtered by the goblins from behind, he could not bring himself to witness the tragic fate of these innocents. The disparity in strength between the two factions was insurmountable, with only a mere 100 resistance fighters taking action. They stood in stark contrast to the over 200 goblin soldiers present, finding themselves at a distinct disadvantage. To make matters worse, within the nearby goblin barracks, there were thousands of goblin soldiers ready to join the fray. A chasm that could not be bridged by mere courage and wit. Even if Luo Zhengdao were to sacrifice himself, he could not hope to defeat the entire goblin army single-handedly. Rationally, he understood that rather than perish like a martyr, it would be wiser to retreat and preserve his strength for a future resurgence. Emotionally, this feeling of powerlessness was excruciatingly painful. Aware of the overwhelming disparity in power, he understood that preserving oneself was paramount. Yet his heart felt as though it had been pierced by a sharp blade. That he had always considered himself unique, and as a time traveler, he felt justified in such pride. However, the goblin's blade awakened him to a sobering truth. He was merely a mortal. Despite countless rationalizations to absolve his actions, he could not escape the gnawing sense of guilt that lingered in his heart. Perhaps one day, in a distant future, when he leads the human army to reclaim this island, he will find the courage to apologize to those innocents who were unjustly caught in the crossfire. Chapter 53. Regroup and set forth again. As the adage goes, the essence remains unchanged amidst myriad transformations. The pirates' escape methods are eternally reliant on the sea's aid and concealment. Having abducted the condemned from the gallows, Luo Zhengdao and his companions hastily retreated towards a secluded harbor that had long been docked near Haijiao City. Several small boats, which had been waiting here in advance, swiftly transported Luo Zhengdao and the resistance fighters to the battleship Yangwei, anchored nearby and on standby. Given that Xiongzhou was only garrisoned by goblin forces, setting sail into the sea was tantamount to safety. The goblin detachment stationed in Cape City lacked the courage to pursue them into the water. Who would dare to confront a battleship with a mere skiff? If goblins had any sense, they would never conceive of such a suicidal notion. Ahem, is everyone here? Luo Zhengdao, having just endured a harrowing mental journey, was too agitated to count heads, but Vina Duboff, who remained aboard the Yangwei, noted the details and replied, "Yes, all our people are present." At her words, Luo Zhengdao exhaled in relief, his hand resting on his forehead as he weakly said, "Very well, prepare to set sail immediately. The goblins will soon commence their search. Are you ready to deal with the sweep?" The first part of his statement was directed towards the half-elf beauty, while the latter was addressed to the resistance fighters. This, the leader of the resistance, who was responsible for assisting in the rescue of Captain Brandofian, chuckled confidently and patted his chest, saying, "My lord, rest assured, we have made all necessary arrangements." After venting his pent-up frustration by taking care of these matters, Luo Zhengdao finally remembered Captain Brandofian, who had been rescued from the gallows. He walked slowly to the dashing figure in the officer's mess, who was nonchalantly drinking rum. After surveying the legendary personage before him, Luo Zhengdao paused thoughtfully before speaking. "Captain Fian, I trust you know who I am?" The roguish fellow, who often dabbled in bars at various ports, his eyes ever fixated on gold coins and never serious for a moment, stood up upon hearing this. With a smile, he bowed gracefully and said, "Your Excellency, Count Fulibor, I am but a humble sailor, unworthy of your concern." Today, Luo Zhengdao was deeply troubled by the blood of innocents spilled everywhere, and he had no inclination for any linguistic finesse. He cut straight to the point. "All right, enough with the pleasantries. Do you intend to follow me, or will you return to those green-skinned creatures to confess and request another round of execution?" The implicit threat in his words required no further interpretation. Brandofian, slightly taken aback by the sharp glint of Luo Zhengdao's eyes, which bore hints of solemnity and despair, remained silent for a moment before nodding in understanding and saying, "I would be more than willing to serve you, my lord." Although he had not secured the treasures plundered by the goblins from Xiongzhou, Luo Zhengdao felt a twinge of regret. However, adhering to the principle of securing what one can, he chose to withdraw promptly after the successful rescue operation. This expedition to Xiongzhou had indeed yielded significant gains. His previously unknown benefactor and ancestors had not wasted their efforts, as he returned from his fief with ample spoils, including a newly qualified captain, 300 skilled sailors, 6 doctors, and several professionals adept in accounting and maritime trade. The major bottleneck hindering Luo Zhengdao's expansion of power had vanished, leaving only the mundane tasks of raising funds and recruiting troops. Such routine matters posed little challenge to Luo Zhengdao, who had navigated the business world for several years. Securing talent was a far more daunting task than merely amassing wealth. 22, 23, 24. In the captain's quarters of the Yangwei, adorned with a simple yet elegant decor, Luo Zhengdao spread out the magical cards he possessed on the expansive mahogany table, meticulously counting his assets and muttering to himself, "I've gathered 24 cards. I wonder when I will complete the foundational deck of 40 cards." The journey to Qiongzhou had brought Luo Zhengdao numerous rewards, including several new magical cards unearthed from the late Earl's personal collection, a cause for great celebration. Most delightful was the unprecedented Elite Phalanx Infantry card, a rare 4-star summoning card. As the name suggests, this card did not summon a single phalanx infantryman but an entire regiment of 100, thus possessing significant tactical value. While a solitary phalanx infantryman would struggle against even a third-rate mercenary, the logic was straightforward. The 5-meter-long spear and the massive shield, standing at chest height, were too cumbersome and slow for individual combat. However, when 100 phalanx infantrymen formed ranks, the layers of long spears thrust forward through the gaps in their shield wall, advancing slowly in a protective formation, creating an impenetrable wall of steel. For Luo Zhengdao, who sorely lacked decisive tactical power, this was akin to a long-awaited boon. Yet, even as a summoned entity, the phalanx infantry still suffered from its inherent vulnerabilities, exposed flanks and zero rear defense. But considering its advantages, Luo Zhengdao couldn't help but smile for days on end. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound of knocking, Luo Zhengdao swiftly stowed away his cards and called out, "Come in." The half-elf beauty entered with a smile and said, "Lunch is ready. Did you not arrange to dine with Captain Fian? Will we be eating in the captain's quarters or the officers' mess today?" After a moment's thought, Luo Zhengdao replied, "Never mind. The captain's quarters are not appropriate. Let us go to the mess together. Oh, do remember to invite a few others to join us, lest the atmosphere be too dull." The hierarchical system is a bane, but only if one resides at the base of the pyramid. For those perched atop, the experience is utterly delightful, akin to a paradise. Even though the stark reality has proven this system outdated, they cling to the stage of history, reluctant to vacate their positions. Hence the saying that a broom cannot sweep away dust unless it is used. This encapsulates their mindset, in contrast to the ordinary sailors who could only sit atop ammunition boxes, eating hardtack and salted meat. The officers aboard the warship enjoyed significantly superior treatment. Although pirates professed democratic principles, asserting that no one aboard should hold privileges, not even the captain, they were entitled only to a larger share of profits without additional advantages. However, there is often a gap between ideals and reality. Ever since Luo Zhengdao, the great financier, began investing his capital into the pirate fleet, his share has only grown. The direct descendants of the Fulabor family gradually gained both numerical and qualitative superiority, allowing Luo Zhengdao to disregard the pirates' adherence to their own codes in many aspects of daily life. The officers' mess aboard the Yangwei, a nearly 5-meter-long oak dining table, was draped with a deep crimson velvet cloth. Its texture as delicate and pale as a maiden's skin. Fine porcelain and gleaming silverware were artfully arranged upon it, while servers continuously presented and portioned dishes for each diner. Dining on a warship during a voyage inevitably faced environmental constraints, preventing the level of opulence seen at land-based noble banquets. Yet, one must not forget that Luo Zhengdao was a seasoned gourmand. Having immersed himself for years among the world's foremost culinary enthusiasts, he would not allow his belly to suffer any indignities. The exquisite dishes served at this banquet were of a standard that the indigenous peoples of the New World could only dream of, a testament to the training he had provided to the chefs. Filled with pride in his discerning taste, he once contemplated that if he truly could not overthrow the Goblin's Second Empire, he might as well disappear into obscurity in the lands of elves and humans, opening a top-tier restaurant and living off the spoils. Wow, this flavor, it's indescribably delicious. I've never had such exquisite food in my life. I could almost swallow my own tongue. With a white napkin around his neck, Brando Fian devoured the crispy yet tender, sweet and juicy sauced water tiger fish, a signature dish that melded local ingredients from the New World with Old World culinary techniques, passionately expressing his admiration to Luo Zhengdao. Utterly disregarding table manners. I have traveled to many places and tasted countless dishes, but this meal, my captain, is one I shall never forget. Zola Higer's expression was more subdued, yet the relentless clinking of his knife and fork revealed the true thoughts of the long-serving sailor. Such delectable fare was indeed irresistible. Relying on the innate gluttony of his heritage, Luo Zhengdao found the entire situation rather mundane as he effortlessly outshone those who had never experienced the world beyond their OWN.as he absent-mindedly picked his teeth, lacking any semblance of noble grace, and contemplated his future life's ambitions. Brando Fian abruptly stood up, his expression turning serious, and inquired, "My lord, do you have a plan of action for the forthcoming endeavors?" Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao blinked and casually replied, "We'll start by engaging in a few trades along the coast. Once we have amassed enough funds for a new ship, we shall proceed to the Yaling Empire to comprehensively upgrade our equipment." The seasoned pirate, First Mate Zora Hagel, who had dealt with the navies of various nations in the New World, shook his head vehemently and stated, "Captain, considering the recent events in Cheongzhou, those green-skinned creatures are searching for us like rabid dogs. Remaining near the main continent is perilously risky." While the reasoning was sound, Luo Zhengdao felt a sense of discontent in recent dreams. He had been haunted by the anguished cries from the execution grounds. Suppressing such feelings would be detrimental to his mental well-being. Consequently, he suppressed his smile and spoke in a chilling tone. "We have been pursued by the goblins for so long. If we do not show them some resistance, they will assume I am just another worthless noble." Upon hearing this, the one-eyed captain, Fu Xiaoban, whose loyalty was unwavering, brightened and eagerly supported Luo Zhengdao's stance, saying, "My lord, are you seeking to establish your reputation? Quite right. A future counteroffensive on the continent requires public support, and acting sooner rather than later is indeed a wise long-term strategy. Truly, my lord, your vision is commendable." Chapter 54. A bustling exchange of words in the midst of the crowd. Luo Zhengdao found himself the subject of Fu Xiaoban's effusive praise, while the others present cringed at the flattery. He felt a sense of discomfort wash over him in that moment. He was at a loss for words, unable to reprimand Fu Xiaoban, and could only offer a resigned, bitter smile to be fair, aside from the desire to confront the goblins and vent his frustrations. Luo Zhengdao's primary motivation for lingering near the mainland was the realization that without expanding his military capabilities, he would be unable to contend with the subsequent onslaught from the goblins. Even lesser factions, such as the enigmatic sorcerer Najef, whose background was shrouded in complexity, posed a significant threat in these times. Venturing out without a reliable foundation would inevitably lead to trouble, sooner or later. The cost of such folly would have to be paid, as the saying goes. Political power grows from the barrel of a gun. Given that Luo Zhengdao had staked his life and fortune on this private militia, taking risks was a necessity. After overcoming numerous obstacles, he finally resolved the situation in Cheongzhou and turned his gaze forward once more, towards his destination, Xiangjiang. From a geographical perspective, Xiangjiang port was situated on the fringes of the mainland, an unremarkable island among countless others. Although it possessed decent natural harbor conditions, numerous islands nearby exhibited similar hydrological features, making it difficult to discern what set this renowned trading port apart. If Xiangjiang Island were truly devoid of unique attributes, it would not have been collectively marked on navigational charts by ambitious pirates in contrast to Cheongzhou Island, which remained undeveloped amidst inland rainforests. The relatively small Xiangjiang Island emerged as a central hub for numerous trade routes, arguably serving as the primary transshipment point on the outer edge of the mainland. The port of Xiangjiang bustled with activity year-round, with vessels of all sizes constantly arriving and departing. The docks and harbors used for loading and unloading goods were perpetually ablaze with lights, rendering the description of Xiangjiang port as a city that never sleeps entirely accurate. Since the Goblin Second Empire dismantled the Radiant Dynasty, the affluent merchants of Xiangjiang had entered their golden age, rather than cowering under the threat of foreign military might. They capitalized on their trade acumen. Through a series of intricate commercial maneuvers and bribes, the Xiangjiang Merchant Consortium cleverly established connections with certain prominent figures in the Goblin Elder Council, securing the privilege of keeping the Goblin army from occupying Xiangjiang. To this day, this enchanting commercial metropolis has maintained a quasi-independent status, thriving even as humanity on the mainland has been reduced to slavery. Instead of declining following the fall of the Radiant Dynasty, it absorbed a significant influx of human refugees and their wealth, resulting in a grotesque prosperity that attests to the extraordinary power of money to transform decay into wonder in all matters. Profit begets action, and every situation possesses inherent rationality. Retaining Xiangjiang as a free port is undoubtedly advantageous for the goblins, Otherwise, why would they allow this port to remain beyond their control? In the New World, the strategic resources essential for maintaining a naval fleet are primarily magical fabric, sea floatwood, and lycopodium spores, three indispensable treasures. Magical fabric, crafted from high-quality silk produced on the mainland and enchanted through a specialized loom, is a product of alchemy. Due to the sensitivity of the silkworms in the New World, which resemble eight-legged beetles and are particularly fond of mulberry trees, raising them outside the mainland necessitates airtight artificial silkworm chambers to ensure success. Simultaneously, vast plantations of mulberry trees must be cultivated, as this plant also shuns environments with high concentrations of mana particles, making the cultivation process arduous. Meeting both of these conditions is akin to a pipe dream for most offshore cultivators. To put it bluntly, attempting to produce magical fabric outside the mainland results in prohibitive costs and selling prices, rendering the final product utterly uncompetitive in the market, a mere exercise in futility. Providing buoyancy to vessels to prevent them from sinking into the depths of the ethereal sea is the role of sea floatwood, a slow-growing tropical tree resembling palms and coconuts, while its wood is resilient. It does not compare to premium shipbuilding materials such as oak or mahogany. Sea floatwood rarely flowers or bears fruit, typically propagating through the natural shedding of buds from the tree's apex. As these budding saplings detach from the mother tree, they are carried by ocean currents towards the boundless seven seas. It can be said that wild sea floatwood can be found to varying degrees on nearly all offshore islands. As this tree possesses remarkable vitality, nevertheless, its primary production areas remain concentrated in the Starry Sea, where the scattered offshore islands exhibit the most favorable climate and precipitation conditions for its growth. Sea floatwood of the same age from the Starry Sea boasts superior quality and diameter compared to that from other regions in the New World. Lycopodium spores have replaced gunpowder as a vital material. Lycopodium, a large fern native to the islands of the Stormy Sea, presents an enigma. Despite appearing unremarkable, it is a truly extraordinary plant. Its reproductive capabilities are remarkably strong, and it has a wide distribution. Yet it only thrives in the Stormy Sea. When transplanted elsewhere, it can survive, but fails to produce spores. It is well known that the great powers of the New World are incapable of controlling the circulation and trade of these three strategic resources. Therefore, they must maintain a relatively stable and reliable trading mechanism to ensure their naval fleets operate smoothly. Perhaps it is due to the realization that severing such trade would yield no benefits that the Goblin Elder Council has chosen to facilitate a foreign trade window in Xionjiang, allowing both legitimate and illicit underground transactions to proceed without obstruction, preventing a situation where all parties become locked in a destructive stalemate. Following the upheaval on Cheongzhou Island, where a death row inmate was forcibly rescued, and the fragile stability of society was further compromised by Luo Jingdao's meetings with the resistance organization, the morale of the rebels surged, leading to a series of increasingly disruptive actions. At the same time, nearly all misfortunes were attributed to the goblins. Would they willingly accept defeat? The term failure seemingly has no place in the goblin lexicon. Their motto is, "This is a test on the road to success. We shall undoubtedly prevail through the trials of adversity and achieve even greater victories." Regardless of whether this seemingly absurd assertion can withstand scrutiny, it certainly highlights the goblin's unwavering tenacity. To some extent, it is only the obsessive that can achieve success. Perhaps this is an unappealing yet universal truth. Having returned to their home port to regroup after their unsuccessful pursuit of Luo Jingdao, Commanders Moto Heishui and Judi Baishan received simultaneous reports of the unrest in Cheongzhou. The New World's scientific and technological advancements are underdeveloped, with many industries, including metallurgy, barely able to compare to those of the pre-industrial revolution Old World. And in many respects, they fall short, perhaps a consequence of distorted development. While magic and alchemy can provide efficient long-distance communication services, the initial economic investment required is prohibitively high, and the corresponding level of accessibility remains low. This advanced technology is thus largely disconnected from the lives of ordinary people, accessible only to state-level users and the elite technocrats. Although magical communication surpasses satellite and optical cable communication in terms of speed and confidentiality of information transmission, it is hampered by the lack of national-level financial backing. The extravagant expenditure associated with magical communication can deplete wealth at an alarming rate, averaging the annihilation of a wealthy merchant's fortune daily. Nevertheless, once the state machinery decides to mobilize all its resources and invest recklessly, The national adversaries of the New World find themselves in a perilous situation far more dire than that of the Old World. This time, we cannot afford to fail. Commander Moto Heishui stood resolutely in the chart room, clad in full regalia, addressing his subordinates with palpable resentment and frustration. If it were not for previous strokes of bad luck, he would have long since presented the head of Wolnidum as a trophy, rather than enduring the sight of his arrogant display at this moment. The goblin lieutenant interjected. Commander, we have completed the positioning. This is the chart marked by the great shaman's prophecy. Upon hearing this, Moto Heishui gritted his teeth, quickly regaining his composure and the demeanor of a seasoned general that he nodded and declared, We shall set off immediately. We must present Wolnidum's head to His Majesty. Naturally, Jidi Baishan also received this invaluable intelligence, particularly upon learning that his old rival, Moto Heishui, had secured the shaman's assistance first. Eagerly, he announced the expedition, and the goblin soldiers, stationed at a distance near the port, could hear the bellowing of the massive commander, exclaiming, We cannot allow that scoundrel to get ahead of us. Leave behind any unrefurbished ships. The remaining warships shall set sail at once. There was no need to speculate about the causes and instigators of the recent turmoil. Moto Heishui was convinced from the outset that the widespread unrest in Xiongzhou was intricately linked to Luo Jingdao. Those in the know understood that the hereditary fiefdom of the Earl of Fulibor was primarily located on Xiongzhou Island, where Luo Jingdao's adoptive father had organized the last regular army of the Bright Dynasty to make a desperate stand. This feeble human army mounted a futile resistance akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, ultimately being crushed by Moto Heishui and his fellow goblin commanders, nailing the coffin of the defunct Bright Dynasty shut. Thus, when Moto Heishui heard the familiar name of Xiongzhou once more, he instinctively thought of the elusive Wolnidum. Not long ago, Jidi Baishan's pursuit of Luo Jingdao had ended in failure, a result that did not surprise the Earth Goblin commander. Luo Jingdao had repeatedly escaped from his clutches, earning a reputation as an expert in evasion that was not that Moto Heishui looked down upon the clumsy Jidi Baishan, whose muscles clearly outweighed his brains. How could he possibly capture such a cunning human? As the two goblin fleets raced southward to the waters of Xiongzhou, preparing to search for the instigator of the rebellion, Luo Jingdao, the orchestrator of the series of events on Xiongzhou Island, leisurely strolled through the bustling markets of Xianjiang. Since the day he traversed into this new world, such tranquil and serene days had become a luxury for him, where every moment free from anxiety was indeed a precious gift. If he were to count on his fingers, he would scarcely find a handful of peaceful days. Regardless of how resilient the spirit or how seasoned the warrior, no one could maintain a state of perpetual tension for years on end. It was only natural for Luo Jingdao to indulge in these fleeting moments of bliss, using this shameless excuse to explain his behavior to Vina Dubov, walking slowly through the streets of Xianjiang. He observed the shop signs, the most numerous of which belonged to pawn shops, an industry undoubtedly introduced to the New World by a predecessor. After a millennium of development and localization, aside from the large character abstractly depicted as a gold coin at the shop's entrance, Luo Jingdao could hardly see any connection between these resplendent stone edifices and the pawn shops of the old world. Upon noticing Luo Jingdao and the half-elf beauty Vina Dubov entering, a shop attendant was preparing to greet them, while the owner, puffing on a hookah, discerned that these two patrons were of peculiar bearing, particularly with the strikingly attractive Vina Dubov accompanying Luo Jingdao. The saying, a 3-year-old child brandishing gold parades through the streets, aptly depicted those without sufficient strength to safeguard their rights, regardless of whether their possessions were acquired legitimately, whether immense wealth or stunning beauty. Both could invite peril. The ability to securely hold on to such covetable possessions implied an equal measure of strength for self-defense. Immediately, the silver-haired owner rose, gestured for the attendant to step back, and with a beaming smile, approached the guests, saying, Hee, are you two planning to pawn something, or merely browsing? In response, Luo Jingdao, glancing at the owner while surveying his surroundings, narrowed his eyes and replied, Indeed, we have some items we do not presently need. May we discuss this in a more private setting? The principle of a pawn shop is to acquire others' urgently sold possessions at the lowest price, regardless of their intrinsic value, ensuring they can later sell them at a higher price. The shop owner, having encountered many down-and-out individuals from the mainland, perceived Luo Jingdao, whose common tongue bore a slight southern accent, as just another rustic bumpkin, and thus donned a professional smile, inviting, Ha ha ha, of course. Please, come right in. I'll have some tea brought in. In times of peace, antiques are treasures. In times of chaos, gold is king. The exchange of a gold ring for a flatbread is a common occurrence during wartime. Although profiting from disaster is often condemned on moral grounds, the temptation for exorbitant profits is irresistible to merchants. No one would refuse to earn money simply because it was too hot to handle. Influenced by the recent turbulence in the external situation, the pawn shop business in Xiangjiang had flourished remarkably over the past few years, reaching a fever pitch as the goblin army celebrated successive victories on the mainland. Affluent humans, sensing impending doom, fled with their treasures, and waves of refugees surged forth, not to mention those attempting to smuggle themselves overseas to evade capture by the goblin army. Most people could not carry much cash when fleeing their homes, let alone cumbersome belongings. At most, they took the most valuable jewelry or small items of worth. Once these refugees found some stability in their lives in Xiangjiang, their expenses for food, clothing, and shelter became considerable. Yet suitable buyers for these small items were hard to come by. They had no choice but to pawn these possessions at low prices to obtain meager cash for their survival, which had become the livelihood of many refugee families. Sitting calmly on the sofa in the parlor, Luo Zhengdao turned to admire the refreshing mint tea in his cup, as he seemed to catch a whiff of the rich aroma resulting from the added spices. The walls of the room were adorned with exquisite cashmere tapestries depicting mythological themes, showcasing the owner's substantial economic prowess and exceptional social standing. After a few casual exchanges to ease the atmosphere, the shop owner, sporting a tufted goatee, leaned forward, his eyes wide with anticipation, and inquired, "What items does the guest wish to part with? Please take a look." Although Luo Zhengdao could not acquire the treasures plundered by the goblins from Cheongzhou Island, he was not entirely empty-handed. Brando Fian was a shrewd individual. Despite his obsession with wealth, he was not as blindly reckless as rumors suggested. The treasure within Haikao was designated for the Empire. While the vault in Haiju City housed the private funds of the Redstone Brigade, the reconstruction of the Goblins' Second Empire was recent, and the lingering effects of the fragmentation of Goblin forces on the mainland over the past millennia could not be rectified overnight. The existence of numerous factions within the Goblin community was an undeniable reality. For instance, the Redstone Brigade stationed in Cheongzhou was formed by drawing troops from the Redstone tribe and the Goblins, who valued collective action and consistency, while possessing far less selfishness than humans, were not immune to the normal behavior of siphoning some benefits for themselves. Recently, the Goblin army launched a large-scale economic plunder of newly conquered territories. An organized and planned act of robbery. It was entirely reasonable for the Redstone Brigade to seize an opportunity to bolster their coffers. In Haiju City, Luo Zhengdao had effectively hit the jackpot, as these spoils included a considerable quantity of precious items easily convertible into cash, along with some private collections that would be difficult for untrained eyes to assess. At present, Luo Zhengdao was eager to liquidate this batch of goods. Now, with an ample supply of human resources at his disposal to implement the established strategy for expanding his pirate fleet, it remains that whether the pirates accept remuneration, dock midway for supplies, or commission warships in the territories of the Yaling and the Elves, Luo Zhengdao must pay in gold coins. The valuation of these items is a tricky matter, even knowing that a small trinket holds considerable value. It cannot be utilized as cash. At this moment, observing Luo Zhengdao meticulously retrieving items from his spatial pouch and inspecting the quality of these contraband goods, the pawnshop owner could not help but beam, declaring 6,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao's brow immediately furrowed. The figure was significantly below his expectations. He retorted, "Surely, you jest. That is far too little. It is quite normal for a goblin emerging from a remote mountain hollow to lack the discernment of value. However, would the family that originally collected these treasures be so ignorant? That would indeed be a rather absurd jest. Regardless of who made the choice, it is certain that the most precious items would be stored within the family treasury. The plundered goods acquired by the goblins are precisely the legacy amassed over hundreds of years by the affluent families of Cheongzhou. Had Luo Zhengdao not been in urgent need of funds, he would have been reluctant to part with them so soon. Who knows how many priceless treasures lie within? A mere 6,000 gold coins may seem substantial to an ordinary person, a fortune that could sustain a lavish lifestyle for a lifetime. Yet for Luo Zhengdao, who needs to support a fleet, this sum is hardly sufficient. Prior to this, he had spent over 6,000 gold coins purchasing the second-hand Yaling warship. The Yangwei and further technical modifications had cost him a considerable amount. Thus, the pawnshop owner's offer was utterly outrageous. Hearing Luo Zhengdao's dissent, the pawnshop owner maintained his professional, genial demeanor, calmly explaining, "My dear friend, I cannot display these items on the counter for sale. It poses a significant risk." However, the sentimental remarks failed to sway Luo Zhengdao, who resolutely shook his head and countered, "That is still far too little." Haggling is an essential skill in the mercantile world, although Luo Zhengdao was quite displeased with the merchants' unscrupulous pricing tactics. He refrained from escalating the situation and continued to negotiate. After a lengthy exchange, failing to gain the upper hand verbally, the pawnshop owner was compelled to soften his stance, saying, "Very well, what price would you propose?" "A firm price of 20,000 gold coins." This somewhat excessive demand elicited a reaction from the pawnshop owner akin to that of one mourning the loss of their parents, as he fervently shook his head, saying, No, I can offer at most 7,000. 18,000. How about 7,500? Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao was thoroughly incensed. An increase of 500 was a blatant mockery. He immediately stood, his expression darkening, and exclaimed, "Such a statement lacks sincerity." As the negotiation appeared on the brink of collapse, the pawnshop owner, unwilling to forfeit the opportunity, recognized the significant value of the items Luo Zhengdao had brought. Accepting them would guarantee a profit. The question merely being how much. He then squinted thoughtfully for a moment before a smile crept across his face, stating, "All right, my friend, I will make an offer. If you find it acceptable, we can finalize this deal." Recognizing that selling his contraband in Xiangjiang would indeed be challenging to fetch a reasonable price, Luo Zhengdao gradually adjusted his expectations and nodded in agreement. The pawnshop owner extended a finger, declaring, 10,000 gold coins. Although Luo Zhengdao shook his head in discontent at this figure, he understood he had limited options and replied, "Fine. 10,000 it is." Chapter 56. The Blossoming of Daisies in Turbulent Times. Sir, please buy a flower for this beautiful lady. Just 2 copper coins. As Luo Zhengdao and Vina Duboff emerged from the pawnshop, concluding their contentious transaction, a timid, delicate voice suddenly reached them from the side that a frail little girl, trembling, held up a dewy, vibrant rose. Upon hearing her, Luo Zhengdao turned to look at the small girl, cautiously smiling as she offered her flowers. Her frame was so slight that it seemed a mere gust of wind could topple her. The pallor of her complexion accentuated her large, expressive eyes, reminiscent of a starving kitten pitifully begging for scraps from passers-by. Moved by compassion, having just completed a lucrative deal, Luo Zhengdao produced a silver coin and handed it to her, saying, "Very well, I shall take all your flowers." He then placed the silver coin into the little girl's hand, passing the basket of flowers to the half-elf beauty, saying, "In gratitude for your care, Vina, these flowers are for you." The little girl, astonished by her unexpected fortune, flushed with excitement, deeply bowing to Luo Zhengdao and exclaiming, "Thank you, sir. My brother and sister will finally have white bread to eat." As he watched the joyful girl scamper away, Luo Zhengdao fell silent, realizing this scene was not an isolated incident but rather a reflection of the times. Those human immigrants fleeing to Xiangjiang had escaped the goblins' blades and enslavement, yet they had descended to the lowest rungs of society. Struggling for their daily sustenance in the old world, Luo Zhengdao was not a paragon of virtue. He was merely an ordinary member of society, yet the sight of this flower-selling girl suddenly reminded him of the fable of the little match girl. After purchasing all the flowers, he inwardly questioned, "Do you truly possess the right to pity the suffering of others?" Of course, such profoundly philosophical inquiries will never yield a definitive answer. Only one's heart can provide insight. For everyone, the answer remains the same. Do not heed what others proclaim. Place your hand upon your heart and ask it. It will reveal the true answer to you. Vina Duboff, delighted by the basket of flowers, followed Luo Zhengdao's gaze and, understanding his sense of helplessness, remarked, "It is so pitiful that such a young child has to work." Struggling to maintain his own well-being, Luo Zhengdao shook his head, seemingly attempting to dispel these thoughts from his mind, and said, "Let us go. There are many places we need to explore today." In an ancient era, so far back that the timeline itself cannot be traced, the demise of the chaotic behemoths gave birth to the rudimentary form of a new world. The remains of these chaotic giants transformed into floating islands and mountain ranges within the Ether Sea. Subsequently, the ancient Fae, who dominated for an entire generation, met their end at the hands of the giant race. Later, the scheming dragon kin overthrew the giants, but found themselves ensnared by the hidden machinations of the eldritch gods. Many powerful dragons fell into madness, afflicted by the degenerative curse of the eldritch gods, causing the once mighty reptilian race to plummet from their position of supremacy. Numerous dragons became little more than beasts, governed solely by instinct, and those fortunate enough to survive found breeding increasingly arduous. The dragons could no longer withstand the toll of large-scale warfare, leading to a decline in their race's vitality. When the external magic civilization emerged, having thrived for over 10,000 years in the material realm, it ultimately birthed the transcendent profession of card mages, being so powerful they could rewrite the very laws of existence. Once regarded as demigods, the cataclysmic battle between card mages and the eldritch gods resulted in both sides delivering a final blow to their adversaries, effectively removing themselves from the annals of history. Following a chaotic period of disorder, the diminutive yet cunning goblins ascended to become the new rulers of the world, wielding their alchemical prowess to dominate the realm, thus establishing the illustrious First Goblin Empire. The civilizations belonging to the card mages and the goblin alchemical civilization represent two entirely divergent paths, with no technological common ground. Consequently, the magical cards imbued with peculiar powers were regarded merely as rare curiosities with no practical utility. Scattered throughout the New World for many years, after countless cycles of time, Luo Zhengdao now seeks to acquire a magical card, with the odds of success akin to winning a lottery jackpot, rather than a search. It feels more like a series of fortunate encounters, adopting a relaxed attitude of, why not give it a try? Luo Zhengdao and Vina Dubov casually pushed open the door to a magical goods shop. Upon meeting the shopkeeper, he promptly stated, I wish to see all the magical curiosities you have in your store. A human nobleman collecting cards would likely raise suspicions of ulterior motives, and indeed, Luo Zhengdao was determined to avoid such a perception. Even though the era of the card mages, who once looked down upon the world, has long since faded away, numerous legendary tales continue to circulate among the populace. Those minstrels, reliant on peddling such mystical tales for their livelihoods, find their trade thriving. While there may be few listeners who genuinely believe in the authenticity of these ancient legends, delving deeper into them could certainly lead to a considerable amount of trouble, something Luo Zhengdao would prefer to avoid. Since his arrival in this realm, he had come to understand the illustrious history of card mages through subtle inquiries with a half-elf beauty, and thus he had resigned himself to the futility of openly collecting magical cards. His decision to abandon the public pursuit of such cards did not imply that he no longer required them. Rather, he would ensure that every purchase of these cards was accompanied by the acquisition of other items for the sake of subterfuge. As otherwise, such an act would be akin to a fool waving a flag of foolishness. In the old world, a saying goes, a shopkeeper fears not a portly man. With his considerable wealth, Luo Zhengdao found himself under the watchful eyes of local merchants in Hong Kong, who were all too eager to engage him, whether to sell their wares or to conspire against him. Standing before the counter, he held a magnifying glass with a handle intricately adorned with natural crystals. Meticulously examining the array of goods laid out before him, uttering not a word, his stoic demeanor created an atmosphere of discomfort for the merchants. Most customers made impulsive purchase decisions driven by fleeting emotions, and such an overly chilly environment could very well leave the sellers empty-handed. Seeing this, the anxious shopkeeper quickly approached, warmly greeting Luo Zhengdao. Please take a look. This is a magical weapon from the era of the Ziyuan dynasty. Not only is it remarkably sharp, but it also holds great collectible value. The half-elf beauty, observing the exchange of wits between buyer and seller, felt rather bored and interjected, don't waste money on useless trinkets. In response, Luo Zhengdao did not lift his gaze, confidently asserting, rest assured, I am no fool. After a cursory inspection of the shop's entire inventory, Luo Zhengdao straightened his posture and pointed at the table, declaring, this one, and this one, I'll take them all. What's the price? Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's face instantly brightened with a professional smile, rubbing his hands together. Your discerning eye is commendable. These are indeed the most valuable antiques in our store. Such flattery was child's play for Luo Zhengdao, who had seen through the superficiality of television promotions that boasted items for just $9.98. He was entirely immune to such trivialities. Feigning impatience, he tapped the counter with his fingers, stating, if the price is reasonable, I'll buy them. If not, You may keep them. The shopkeeper, wary of Luo Jingdao's potential volatility, quickly replied with a smile. How about 2,500 gold coins? Without hesitation, Luo Jingdao turned to leave, calling out, Vina, let us go. Apologies for the disturbance, dear shopkeeper. Farewell. Wait, please stay. The price is negotiable. Don't leave. The art of haggling is often a tedious tug-of-war, yet ultimately, both parties reached a consensus on the price. To any onlooker, it was evident that Luo Jingdao had elevated the art of extravagant spending, embodying the quintessential traits of a noble spendthrift. In this antique shop, he expended a total of 1,000 gold coins, purchasing a bronze shield adorned with intricate carvings from an ancient dynasty, a silver wine jug said to be from royal courts, 2 exquisitely woven cashmere tapestries, and a camel hair carpet. However, the crux of this transaction lay in the 3 seemingly unremarkable magical cards. Magical cards possess a thread of inherent power, capable of creating an insurmountable divide between them and mundane objects, even if that power is exceedingly faint. Consequently, the wear and tear commonly observed in ordinary antiquities, such as fading or patina, would never manifest in magical cards. Unactivated magical cards invariably appear in a dull, sealed state. Even employing magical appraisal or divine techniques yields only vague conclusions. To borrow a phrase often found in classic supernatural tales, one might describe them as divine artifacts obscured, those who have not inherited the legacy of card mages. Regardless of their innate talent, or even if they possess the traits of a protagonist equipped with extraordinary powers, could never glean any benefits from magical cards. This explains why, despite the passage of countless years since the age of card mages, no one in the New World has yet uncovered the true nature of these peculiar cards. Indeed, it is the very nature of the magical cards themselves, as described in legends, that dictates this obscurity. Upon Luo Jingdao's return to the dock, he encountered the military supply officer, Heir, who had also just returned from procurement. As they met on the pier, Luo Jingdao inquired, Heir, have you secured all the items on the list? Yes, Captain. All goods are ready. Would you like to take a look? Luo Jingdao, wishing to avoid any unnecessary delays, shook his head. No need. The fleet is set to sail, and I fear those green-skinned creatures may soon catch wind of our presence. They are surely en route now. So let us not tarry. As Luo Jingdao and his entourage boarded the ship, 2 furtive figures conversed in a secluded corner near the dock, stacking wooden crates and barrels. One remarked, Do you think the incident in Xiongzhou was the work of these people? The other, with a derisive chuckle, replied, Let us not concern ourselves with such trivial matters. Just relay the information and leave the rest to us. Chapter 57. A scheme of scapegoating. Captain, we have spotted flames on the sea ahead. The dual-masted brig, Chao Yong, having undergone a significant overhaul, had transformed into a makeshift 3-masted vessel produced by Luo's workshop. While its speed could rival the newly outfitted ship, Yongwei, in terms of cruising speed, it still fell short of matching the latter's top speed. At this moment, both pirate ships were sailing outward toward the open sea. Having concluded nearly all matters on the Hong Kong side, Luo Jingdao was eager to distance himself from the influence of the goblin fleet. The principle of a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall resonated with him. He had no interest in becoming a target at the doorstep of the goblins, especially after committing such a provocatively antagonistic act. It was wise to make a swift exit. Upon hearing the sailor's warning, Luo Jingdao raised his spyglass and soon discerned a small boat and the flickering flames through the mist. Recognizing the identity of the vessels, he felt relieved and instructed. No need for concern. Those are the goblin patrol boats. Do not engage. Proceed through this area at full speed. Understood. The philosophy of detect and destroy was a point of pride for the old world's dominant power, the bald eagle. The efficacy of this tactic lay in the ability of the party that held the initiative and air superiority to strike at will, often without fear of reprisal. Provided that a significant power disparity existed. In light of this, the potential adversaries of the bald eagle were left in despair, compelled to learn the cunning tactics of burrowing animals like groundhogs and pangolins, diligently honing their skills in digging deep holes, stuffing anything that could fit into those holes. In a world where magical power reigned supreme, mystical arts such as prophecy effectively replaced the roles of scouts, reconnaissance planes, and surveillance satellites, tools that relied on stealth for their sustenance. As long as those seemingly enigmatic seers drew a circle on the map, marking a time, they could ensure the enemy would be caught at the appointed hour. Whether one could secure victory over the opponent at that moment was another matter entirely. After all, efforts yield results. The dual-masted, flat-bottomed armed sailboats were a recent addition to the Goblin Navy. Mass-produced as cost-effective patrol vessels, primarily intended to sever smuggling and escape routes between the mainland and the vast seas. Typically, their appearances were not singular. Fleets of 10 to 20 vessels would scour the waters in search of targets. Report. Commander, we have spotted 2 suspicious vessels to the northeast. The lookout aboard the leading armed sailboat had observed the wake left by the Yang Wei and Chao Yong, affirming the accuracy of the shaman's prophecies. The commanding goblin officer grinned maliciously upon hearing this, declaring, "Send out the signal. We have found our prey." "Yes, Commander." Day, as several goblin rockets soared into the sky, trailing conspicuous flames, luminous red smoke erupted in bursts at high altitude. This was the prearranged signal for enemy engagement. Upon seeing the signal flares, Madhua Heishui impatiently pounded the command platform, shouting, "All forces, advance. Do not let that scoundrel escape. You lot have already wasted far too much of my time." It is evident that the long-standing conflict between the earth elemental Modo Heishui and the bear goblin Jidi Baishan has reached an impasse. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that, despite Modo Heishui's intense obsession being potent enough to ignite a small universe, Luo Jingdao, as his adversary, is under no obligation to acquiesce. The goblin's overt displays of aggression are so blatant that even the blind could perceive the ominous tide. Luo Jingdao, lowering his telescope, gestured to the newly appointed first mate, Brando Fian, and commanded, "Do not waste time. We must break through at full speed." The ship, Yang Wei, laden with sails, moved with such velocity that the sailors aboard could hardly suppress their trepidation at such an extraordinary speed. The risk of colliding with a reef or another vessel meant that even a warship of the highest caliber would inevitably shatter into pieces. The sailors aboard Yang Wei, gritting their teeth, complied with the orders, working together to hoist the enchanted sails, truly risking their lives in the process. The ship following closely behind, Chao Yong, also received the command, and Captain Fuer Xiaobang similarly maintained the speed at its utmost limit. The 2 3-masted vessels cleaved through the waves, navigating a curved path to completely evade the intercepting goblin patrol boats, as these pirate ships sped towards the open sea. "Captain, those green-skinned creatures have not given up. They continue their pursuit," reported the bosun. Luo Zhengdao nodded, about to respond, when Vina Dabov approached his side and said, "Chao Yong signaled that their hull cannot withstand the high-speed sailing and is beginning to tremble violently. They request to disengage from the formation." Indeed, Chao Yong, a later modified clipper, was merely a makeshift vessel. Its hull and keel could not be replaced and had to suffice as they were, while it was typically a leisure activity to sail at high speeds. Maintaining maximum velocity for an extended period posed a serious risk of disintegration. Aware of the stakes, Luo Jingdao could no longer contain his anxiety. Raising an eyebrow, he declared, "No, tell Fuer to hold on. Zola, reduce our speed to 16 knots. Upon hearing this, Zola Hagel hesitated, saying, "But if we do that, we will be caught. The goblins may not be as fast as us, but they are not limited to a single route of pursuit. If they find a shortcut to intercept us, it would spell significant trouble." Listening to this, Luo Jingdao turned to observe the relentless goblin fleet and inquired, "How long until they catch up? If we begin to slow down now?" "Within a day or 2 at most, the goblins splitting their forces will be able to intercept you at this moment." Luo Jingdao lowered his head in contemplation before suddenly asking, "Is there a nearby area with complex terrain that we could use to shake off our pursuers?" In response, the seasoned Zola Hagel narrowed his eyes and said, "There is. To the east lies the Sahua Fishman Kingdom, a den of pirates that dares to plunder anyone who ventures near." Luo Jingdao, feeling a surge of excitement, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Excellent. Let us take refuge among the Sahua Fishmen. Hopefully, they will appreciate having goblins as neighbors, with a staggering population of 7 billion confined to a minuscule rocky planet. The cosmos of the old world, though seemingly boundless, remains a mere fantasy for humanity to gaze upon. In comparison to Earth's cramped living conditions, the expanse of the new world is overwhelmingly vast. Excluding the endless seas, the main continent alone, not factoring in the subterranean cave systems, encompasses land comparable to the total area of 2 Earths. Beyond the main continent, the ether sea stretches infinitely into the void. its boundaries remaining an enigma to all who have ventured forth. Undoubtedly, such an immense and unfathomable material world is capable of exhausting the ambitions and lifespans of even the most astute rulers, ultimately leading them to rely on the solace of spiritual victories. Regardless of the era or the intelligent species that rises, none possess the capacity to dominate the entirety of the new world. Perhaps it could be posited that any race capable of asserting dominance over the main continent may claim the title of world sovereign, despite the vast chasm between this somewhat presumptuous title and its genuine merit. Like humans and goblins, the Sahwa fishmen are among the many intelligent races inhabiting this new world. Even though their individual intelligence and level of civilization might appear pitifully low in comparison to humanity, most Sahwa fishmen are only marginally better than the mentally impaired among humans. Races such as the Yaling and Elves, who hold themselves in high regard, disdain to lower their status to engage with the Sahwa fishmen. While humans are primarily concerned with potential gains, even if they harbor contempt for the Sahwa fishmen, it does not hinder their willingness to conduct business with them. The scorn of outsiders does not affect the Sahwa fishmen's authority in their own territory, at the very least. They wield absolute power within their domain, and that suffices. Suddenly, as the two sailing warships approached, the three Sahwa fishmen stationed at the reef lookout became flustered, the largest among them, with a shrill voice, shouted, "Wawu! Invasion! Enemies are invading!" The initial chaos triggered by the discovery of the enemy lasted a few minutes, until several fishmen snapped out of their stupor, reminding each other, "Ah! Wah! Sound the bell! Ding dong ding dong!" The clear, prolonged alarm echoed, carried by the mana winds, swiftly relaying the news of the invasion to the highest authority of the kingdom. However, such rudimentary alarm signals served merely as a doorbell. One could not expect a group of illiterate fishmen to produce a Morse code effect with musical instruments. Articulating the general idea was an accomplishment in itself. The Sahwa fishmen are currently in a transitional phase, evolving from a primitive tribal society to a civilized nation, striving to emulate other intelligent races in establishing their own governmental system. Nonetheless, this so-called Sahwa fisherman kingdom bears greater resemblance to the earlier tribal confederations. Even so, the combined strength of the entire Sahwa fisherman race far surpasses that of the previously independent tribes merely summed together. Now, the crudely crafted and primitively designed crown and scepter have passed down to the fourth generation of Fishman King, Yakalu Fernando IV. He is not only the supreme ruler of this nascent nation but also the mightiest warrior among the fishmen. Otherwise, he would not have triumphed over his 100 or so brothers to ascend to the throne. As the pirate ships Yangwei and Chao Yong successively traversed the warning line set by the Sahwa Fishman Kingdom, Luo Zhengdao felt a measure of relaxation and remarked to his subordinates, "Look, those green-skinned creatures have indeed come after us." Chapter 58. Profiting from turmoil in accordance with the fundamental laws of nature, opposites attract while like repels. This seems to resonate with the goblins of the Second Empire, who, perceived as savage and uncivilized by other races, harbor an even greater disdain for the Sahwa fishmen and other regressive species. This phenomenon can perhaps be aptly explained as an excessive inferiority complex morphing into extreme arrogance. The goblins' prevalent haughty demeanor hinders their ability to make sound judgments. Moto Heishui fails to consider that recklessly intruding into another's territory necessitates peaceful negotiations with the indigenous Sahwa fishmen to secure their understanding before proceeding with military actions, or at least persuading them to assist in capturing Luo Jingdao. Like rabid dogs, the goblin fleet relentlessly trails the pirate ships, utterly disregarding that they have already entered the waters ruled by the Sahwa fishmen. Exhibiting an audacious attitude as if they were in uncharted territory, initially adopting a spectator-esque mindset, when King Yakalu learned of the goblin's arrogance, the green scales of his skin momentarily flushed a peculiar shade of purplish red, a manifestation of his extreme fury. Gritting his teeth, Yakalu commanded, "Summon the warriors, let us show those green-skinned fiends a lesson." Boom, 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 boom. The deep, resonant sound of war drums reverberated from all directions. Luo Zhengdao and Moto Heishui engaged in a relentless pursuit in the shallow waters. Their thoughts on the Sahwa fishermen's impending involvement diverged, yet they were compelled to consider the potential disruption posed by this unpredictable third party, having long dominated a crucial trade route across the stars and seas. The Sahwa fishmen, known for their piratical exploits, frequently raid the nearby island territories, establishing themselves as a notable local pirate force. Their penchant for longboat leapfrog tactics and long-range incendiary assaults have become haunting memories for many islanders of the Starry Seas. In this generation, King Yakalu Fernando IV is a quintessential fisherman warrior, muscular and fearsome in appearance, reminiscent of the water demons from ancient Chinese mythology. However, his intellect is far more nuanced than that of his kin. Having spent several years as a mercenary and subsequently laboring aboard pirate ships, he has seen much of the world. Upon returning to his homeland, he vanquished his brethren to seize the throne. Having long ago concluded that clinging to the antiquated traditions of his kin held little promise for the future, following his ascension, Emperor Yakuru IV meticulously revised the customary laws upheld by the Showa fishmen. Aligning military organization with that of the great powers, the types of warships employed by the Showa fishmen evolved from mere swift longboats to a diverse array of vessels, after years of diligent effort. Although the maritime forces of the Showa fishmen could not compare to the regular navies of the vast empires, they were nonetheless a formidable presence that could not be disregarded by Madwa Heishue's special fleet. With a menacing grin, King Yakuru signaled a downward, cleaving gesture, and his military commander promptly grasped the intent, shouting, "Fire, the crossbows!" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The crossbow triggers, as large as a fist, were struck forcefully by wooden mallets. Instantly, a multitude of crossbow bolts, resembling comets traversing the dusky sky, ignited as they soared through the air, trailing vividly colored smoke in their wake. The hollow-headed projectiles were filled with the viscous oils extracted from fish by the Showa fishmen. And upon striking the goblin warships, they erupted into fierce flames. The ensuing sparks mercilessly ignited the sails and planks of the goblin vessels, while the scalding oil splashed onto goblin sailors, eliciting cries of anguish. The commotion caught the attention of the two pirate ships under Luo Zhengdao's command, who realized that the goblins were in considerable trouble. The pirates, seizing the opportunity to shift blame, were filled with a sense of glee. As Zola Hygil laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Captain, they have begun to fight." Observing this, Luo Zhengdao maintained a composed demeanor, responding calmly, "Excellent. Change course immediately. We must assist the fishmen." Upon hearing this, the half-elf beauty Vina Dubov inquired with confusion, "Is it truly necessary? The Showa fishmen would hardly see us as benevolent allies." To this, Luo Zhengdao offered no further explanation and stated plainly, "I am the captain. Follow the orders." "Very well. You are the captain." In the struggle between the clam and the heron, the fisherman stands to gain. As Luo Zhengdao commanded the warship to alter its course toward the territory of the Showa fishmen, he anticipated the explosive battle that would ensue. He harbored no desire to merely spectate. Instead, he ordered his ship to engage in the fray. It was a surefire way to invite enmity, to have bystanders idly watching while his forces fought valiantly. A human noble in exile. Luo Zhengdao was fated to harbor a deep-seated animosity toward the Goblin's Second Empire. Regardless of his personal views on the Showa fishmen, the shared existence of a common enemy could not be denied. In international politics, the age-old truth remains: the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Should the adversary be formidable enough, it forges an unbreakable alliance that no external force can dismantle. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, stone projectiles landing near Madwa Heishue's flagship sent towering columns of water erupting into the air. Naval battles occurring in coastal waters proved far more perilous than those on the ethereal seas. A damaged vessel, inundated with water, would quickly become a target for concentrated enemy fire. Is that a human ship? Those damned hairless apes. Madwa Heishue's curses could not alter the grim reality of the goblin fleet being besieged from both flanks. Gripping a rope to steady himself against the swaying ship, the goblin lieutenant shouted, "Commander, we are being flanked. Please make a decision." Hearing this, the enraged Madwa Heishue glared with bloodshot eyes, raising his fist to roar, "The glory of the Empire shall not be tarnished. Raise the black flag and eliminate these bastards." Indeed, Madwa Heishue had powerful backing in the Senate. Despite suffering heavy losses while pursuing Luo Zhengdao, he returned to receive full repairs and reinforcements from the military. Not only had there been no repercussions for his previous failures, but the forces under his command had been significantly bolstered. Currently, he commanded an unprecedented fleet of over 60 ships, and even after excluding those merely for show, there were still 4 battleships of level 6 or higher, rivaling a regional fleet of the Yaling Navy. Among them, his flagship, the Phoenix, was a formidable Tier 3 battleship equipped with 4 masts, 3 decks of artillery, and a total of 106 light and heavy cannons, the largest of which was a 32-pound long-barreled cannon. Had it not been for the 2 exceptionally fast pirate vessels under Luo Zhengdao's command, which boasted remarkable acceleration, Madhua Heishui would have been able to exploit both the firepower and numerical superiority of his fleet, had they not managed to escape from the waters near the main continent. Those 2 pirate ships would have been crushed to mere remnants by the goblin fleet. Observing the goblins adopting a do-or-die approach, Luo Zhengdao felt uncertain about a complete retreat and promptly commanded, "Hoist the signal flags. Inform the super courage to withdraw from the line of battle, and we shall accelerate to maximum speed." Throughout the lengthy history of the Old World, various peculiar weapons and bizarre military theories have emerged, prior to the practical application of military aircraft in the 20th century. Sturdy ships and powerful cannons were the foundation of naval forces. Fast ships and rapid-fire cannons were not necessarily misguided. Depending on the strategy employed against the adversary, weapons and tactics must be complementary, sending a poorly equipped battlecruiser into the Jutland battle to pit it against a heavily armored battleship, as exemplified by John Bull's ill-fated decision, resulted in catastrophic losses. It is akin to forcing the hunters of Mount Yamaguchi to abandon kite flying in favor of directly confronting bosses with brute strength. Failure in such endeavors is to be expected, as Luo Zhengdao ordered the Super Courage, a cumbersome liability, to be left behind. The vanguard surged forward to a staggering 22 knots, seizing the advantageous attack position before the goblin fleet could complete its turn. Prepare the short, heavy cannons. Fire. Having diligently studied the classics, Luo Zhengdao had acquired a solid grasp of naval warfare through countless battles. He knew precisely when to act without needing reminders. With a thunderous roar, 100 or so shot pellets erupted from the cannon, ignited by the golden flames of the ignited stone pine spores, followed quickly by a chorus of other cannons joining the fray. These round projectiles swept across the upper deck of the goblin flagship, the Phoenix, creating a veritable sea of blood while also puncturing the vulnerable sides. In close quarters, the goblin gunners and crossbowmen on the upper deck, along with the infantry preparing for boarding, suffered grievous casualties. The previously orderly barrage from the Phoenix fell silent. A moment later, the goblins managed to regroup their fire, but it was a disorganized response from the lower decks, as the upper deck's gunners had been decimated and rendered combat ineffective. "Don't hold me back. Ram them, sink them." Ignoring the repeated warnings from his first mate and the bosun, Commander Madhua Heishui resembled a desperate gambler who had lost everything at the card table, forcefully seizing the wheel. The Phoenix broke away from the goblin fleet's line, charging at the vanguard like a bull seeing red, embodying a do-or-die mentality. Witnessing this, Luo Zhengdao felt a twinge of surprise, but his disdain quickly morphed into a cold laugh. If desperation could turn the tables, why had everyone gone through such elaborate schemes? Why not simply see who could out-crazy the other? Soon, Luo Zhengdao composed himself and remarked, "Accelerate immediately to shake off these greenskins." Chapter 59. The perfect alliance of interests. Having not secured a ship of his own command, Captain Brando Flame temporarily took on the role of first mate aboard the Vanguard, alleviating the persistent issue of a lack of capable personnel for this position. Upon hearing Luo Zhengdao's orders, Brando's joy was palpable as he grinned widely, giving a thumbs up. "Rest assured, those greenskins could only dream of catching up to us. They won't even be able to keep up with the heat of their own excrement." Brando Flame harbored a deep-seated resentment toward the Goblin Empire. Having narrowly escaped being hanged and dried like a human sausage, this moment, he exerted his strength, rapidly turning the wheel. Before accelerating, First Mate Flame ensured that the right side, which had yet to fire, was aimed squarely at the Phoenix. To be fair, the temporary gunner Vina Dubov's marksmanship could only be deemed passable. However, with the distance closing, if she couldn't hit her target now, it would be best for her to drown herself in a bowl of milk. Target, straight ahead, 110 yards, 5 degrees. All cannons fire at 1-second intervals. Ignite. Boom, boom. With a resounding thud, the delicate yet commanding voice of Vina issued the artillery orders, prompting the gunners aboard the ship, Yangwei, to spring into action without delay. Each man, in accordance with the sequence of cannon positions, inserted the glowing iron rods into the fire ports. The series of cannon blasts echoed sharply, and a dense, almost tangible veil of white smoke enveloped the cerulean waters. Luo Zhengdao harbored the desire to launch a bold assault to reduce the relentless goblin fleet to mere fragments. But the harsh reality of his own limitations weighed heavily upon him. With only 2 warships and a few hundred men under his command, he lacked the resources to recklessly confront the goblins, who sought dominion over the mainland. Even if he were to expend all his resources today to vanquish Modo Heishui's pursuing fleet, the Goblin Empire, with its vast resources, could effortlessly construct 10 or even 20 new fleets. With meager stakes at play, Luo Zhengdao wished to emerge victorious but feared the prospect of defeat. Hence, rather than risking everything in a gamble, it would be wiser to retreat while the tide remained favorable. Having come to this conclusion, Luo Zhengdao, with a somber expression, addressed his first mate, Brandy Fian. Lead them in circles, but exercise caution. Do not let them bite our tail. Rest assured, this trivial matter is in capable hands, replied Brandier, his colorful feathered hat swaying in the breeze as he thumped his chest and gave a thumbs up, flashing a bright smile that revealed a set of pearly whites fit for a toothpaste commercial. Embodying the carefree charm of a roguish charmer, as the Yongwei began its deliberate evasive maneuvers. The goblins sensed a shift in the wind that a goblin officer approached Modo Heishui, tentatively advising, "Commander, the number of Sahua fishermen's ships is increasing. Should we withdraw to the open sea to regroup?" Retaining many primitive tribal customs and known for their ferocity and bloodthirst, the Sahua fishermen were not easily outmatched in individual combat by the earth goblins. Particularly in the chaotic coastal waters where they thrived in disorder, the Sahua warriors were often more adept than the goblin infantry, who relied heavily on organized formations to unleash their full potential. The battlefield serves as the ultimate crucible for an army. Those goblin leaders who understood nothing but brute force had long since met their demise. Modo Heishui surveyed the battlefield with an impassive gaze. Revealing no hint of trepidation, yet his judgment was clear, he uttered softly, "Let us retreat. We shall return." In the aftermath of a brutal clash marked by blood, fire, and tumultuous seas, the kingdom of the Sahua fishmen received a most unwelcome delegation. Convening within the temporary palace of the Fishman King, this tent, grand enough to rival a palace, was impressively outfitted, its outer layer shielded against rain and wind with oilcloth, the middle layer insulated with thick felt, and the inner silk layer exuding understated opulence. Inside, an array of weapons and spoils from past battles adorned the space, alongside fearsome sea beasts preserved as trophies, all exuding an air of ostentatious wealth. With bulging, fish-like eyes, the current Fishman King, Yakalu Fernando IV, sat regally upon his throne, his gaze cold as he surveyed the visitors, addressing them in a calm yet piercing tone, "Humans, who are you? What brings you to my kingdom?" In response, Luo Zhengdao placed a hand over his heart and bowed respectfully. "I am Count Falu of the Bright Dynasty, here in your Majesty's realm to seek collaboration." The robust Fishman King erupted into laughter. Before smirking, "Humans have looked down upon a Sahua fishman. Do you seek to deceive me? The enemy of my enemy can become a friend, despite his disdain for the fishmen, reeking of fishy odors." Luo Zhengdao was in dire need of their strength to counter the goblin fleet. Thus, undeterred by the king's mockery, he replied with an unflinching smile, "Humans are not all alike. I can only represent my own position. Others' opinions do not concern me, do they?" At that moment, an elderly Sahua fishman, seated beside the throne, spoke with halting abyssal, "My king, these smooth-talking humans are not to be trusted. They are all deceivers." Hearing this, the burly Fishman King shot a disdainful glance at the old advisor, chastising, "Silence, old fishhead. Did I seek your counsel?" The conversation faltered momentarily due to this minor disruption, before the boisterous Fishman King turned back to Luo Zhengdao with a chuckle. Continuing in a less than precise common tongue, "Very well, human, what is it that you seek? Your Majesty harbors no fondness for goblins, nor do I. This is a foundation upon which we can collaborate." While the rationale was sound, Yakalu Fernando felt a sense of being exploited, leading him to respond with palpable dissatisfaction. "And why should I ally with you? Based on your 2 small ships." Anticipating such skepticism, Luo Zhengdao smiled subtly, asserting, "The goblins are your enemies, and they are likewise my foes. Why then can we not become friends?" A glimmer of intrigue flickered in the Fish King's serpentine eyes as he pondered, "What do you mean by friends? Without harming each other's interests. We engage in equitable trade, offer necessary assistance, and exchange intelligence regarding goblin activities. Though the Bright Dynasty had crumbled, its influence in the New World remained significant, and the human race was an undeniable force that those residing near the mainland could not overlook. Even as the goblins sought to enslave all humans and hunted down the fugitives, an ominous prophecy lingered, hinting that a resurgence of humanity was not beyond the realm of possibility. After a brief silence, the Fishman King Yakalu slowly nodded, stating, "This proposal merits serious consideration. Very well, I shall agree to this for the time being, but I will keep a close watch on you humans. Do not attempt any tricks." In response, Luo Zhengdao smiled in earnest, declaring, "We shall become trustworthy allies, of that I am confident." If one were to inquire what benefits Luo Zhengdao hoped to derive from the Sahua Fishmen, he himself had not yet formulated a clear intention. For now, he regarded it as a strategic move, for more friends yield more avenues, and the wisdom of his ancestors rang true. What, then, constitutes a law? This seemingly simple question eludes a straightforward answer. The sun rises and sets. The seasons shift, and the cycle of life unfolds. Everything existing in the world, whether beautiful or grotesque, embodies a certain law. For instance, natural phenomena occur around us. Water freezes into solid ice when cold, and evaporates into vapor when heated. While these occurrences appear simple on the surface, even children can grasp the concept of temperature changes. Probing deeper into the why reveals the complexities of natural laws, leaving even the wisest among us to ponder in uncertainty. Indeed, such matters can baffle humanity's collective intellect, leading to the resigned conclusion that perhaps only the heavens hold the answers. As individuals seek answers to profound questions, they may unwittingly wander into philosophical quandaries, quickly realizing the futility of their quest. Yet, it is only the stubbornly inquisitive who persist, asking, "What is the purpose of it all?" In comparison to ordinary individuals, the card mages are a group of obstinate and single-minded beings, striving to comprehend the workings of natural laws and the elements that constitute these principles, questioning whether such laws can indeed be rewritten. The means by which these card mages embark on their profound and ultimate quest for truth remains shrouded in mystery. Yet the final outcome is unequivocally inscribed within the ancient, dust-laden parchment of forgotten scrolls. The emergence of the card, a phenomenon defying the very essence of nature itself. Chapter 60. The useless evidence of supremacy. The card, appearing as thin and unassuming as a standard playing card, possesses an astonishingly enigmatic power, an extraordinary existence impervious to external forces. Perhaps this stems from the intrinsic relationship of the card to the very fabric of the laws themselves. No one can exist beneath these laws and simultaneously transcend them, much like an individual, no matter how strong, cannot lift themselves by their own hair off the ground. It is not merely a matter of strength, but rather a dictate of the laws themselves. This very moment, emerging from a hazy dreamscape back into the eternal library, Luo Zhengdao paused amidst towering bookshelves that reached for the heavens, involuntarily inhaling deeply. Those predecessors, endowed with such formidable power that they could vanquish deities, perished beneath the curse of the wild god. Could he, a mere novice, hope to escape such a fate? Each recollection of this chilling tragic destiny left Luo Zhengdao feeling utterly overwhelmed, often likening himself to a hapless white mouse ensnared in a labyrinth, aimlessly traversing countless erroneous paths, exhausting all means yet failing to unearth and escape. As he approached the mouth of truth, Luo Zhengdao steadied himself and gazed at the towering wall in silence for a prolonged moment before speaking. "I wish to know, how can one lift the curse of the wild god? Can you provide me with the answer?" In that instant, he sensed a faint chuckle, the voice of truth resonating in his ear, imbued with a languid tone, replying, "The card mages have left behind research materials. You may seek them out yourself." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao felt utterly despondent, managing a bitter smile as he confessed, "I'm afraid I cannot read." Indeed, he had managed to navigate the language barrier of this new world through fragmented memories and daily practice. Yet the intricacies of written language, which required prolonged study to master, remained a mystery to him. He struggled even with the English of the old world, let alone the complex and ever-changing phonetic systems of the new world, rendering him utterly powerless. Furthermore, the script employed by the card mages was not a universal language, nor did it correspond to any known tongue. Admitting to being illiterate was undoubtedly a source of embarrassment for a traveler. and feigning knowledge would hardly be prudent. Fortunately, the next words from the mouth of truth provided him with immense solace. The knowledge of the card mages does not necessitate written language. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao was filled with delight and hastily inquired, where should I go to find it? Turn left, proceed down the passage between the 9th and 10th bookshelves, and once you arrive, you will understand. Luo Zhengdao harbored doubts about the vague directions offered by the mouth of truth. Yet, having come this far, he could not remain idle. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward in pursuit of knowledge. Navigating around the towering bookshelves, he soon found himself before a luminescent orb of milky white light. Suspended in midair, emanating an oppressive aura of desolation and solitude, evoking the notion of eternal existence. Were it not for Luo Zhengdao's certainty that he stood within the eternal library established by the card mages, he might have believed himself ensnared in the realm of a deity. Who could conjure such an imposing sight, so reminiscent of otherworldly designs? It was evident that the power of the wild goddess curse, however formidable, could not have extinguished the lives of all card mages in an instant. Those who witnessed their comrades perish in bizarre circumstances, suffering under the relentless torment of the curse, undoubtedly conducted extensive reverse research in hopes of uncovering a means to dispel it. The ultimate outcome of this conflict was the complete annihilation of the card mages, seemingly corroborating the futility of their attempts. Nevertheless, the diligent efforts of their predecessors left behind valuable insights for future generations. The reality was apparent. The curse of the wild god wielded the power of the laws, and any force bound by these laws could not disrupt the curse, while the card mages possessed the ability to modify the laws. They could not ascertain the specific law upon which the curse relied. To permanently alter the foundational laws governing the world was an endeavor of monumental proportions. Its complexity, cost, and duration were such that even the might of the card mages would be rendered powerless in the face of such an undertaking. Having comprehended the information imparted by the orb of light into his mind, Luo Zhengdao felt an overwhelming sense of despair, murmuring, "Why? Is there truly no way to resolve this? I refuse to believe it." His voice echoed with the lament of a defeated creature. Unfamiliar with the nature of curses in this new world, he nonetheless found familiarity with the curses of the old world through his extensive reading. By comparing the two, he discerned certain commonalities that could be leveraged. The rich tapestry of Chinese civilization spans 5 millennia, accumulating both wisdom and folly in abundance. In the land of the 9 provinces, the practice of witchcraft and sorcery has long been a staple of history, with occurrences documented across countless dynasties. Within traditional Chinese medicine, a specific branch known as Zhu Yuku specializes in addressing curses and other enigmatic ailments. The successful execution of a curse typically hinges on 2 essential components: the source of power and the precise targeting of the curse. It is crucial to remember that both elements are indispensable. The power source of a curse is generally driven by negative energies, such as resentment or the souls of the departed. Aiming for the utmost in malevolent precision. Ideally, a fatal blow is the goal, yet if that is unattainable, ensnaring the target in perpetual misery will suffice. The wild goddess curse, employing such advanced methodologies rooted in the laws, would have undoubtedly sealed the fates of the card mages. Moreover, a significant prerequisite for a curse's establishment lies in the accurate identification of its target. This is a highly technical and challenging aspect. Traditional practices of spirit binding in China often necessitate the heir and birth dates of the cursed individual to be effective. According to Luo Zhengdao's personal interpretation, this step is akin to aiming a rifle at a target, should this connection be absent. Even the most potent curse would fail to pinpoint the correct target. Undoubtedly, the indiscriminate dispersal of negative energies could cause a multitude of individuals to collectively sneeze, an impressive feat in itself. However, a curse that lacks focus, no matter how powerful, will yield no effect. Much like distributing a cup of water to 1 billion people merely quenches thirst, if that water were instead concentrated into one individual, the outcome would be fatal. The dichotomy of concentration versus dispersion posed a significant quandary. In a moment of sudden clarity, Luo Zhengdao struck his right fist against his left palm, exclaiming, "Identity. Yes, the curse can only target card mages by locking onto a specific identity. How can I cease to be a card mage?" Embracing the expansive and creative thought patterns of a deluded mind, he allowed the myriad of intricate ideas to swirl through his consciousness, ultimately confronting the harsh truth he should have grasped long ago. He had yet to comprehend how to become a mage, let alone extricate himself from the identity of a card mage. Was it possible that this seemingly singular opportunity for salvation was, in fact, a blind alley? After much contemplation, he found himself at an impasse, muttering to himself, "Well, where there's a will, there's a way. Surely there must be a solution. Could wish magic work?" With a newfound idea, Luo Zhengdao regained his composure, meticulously weighing the feasibility of this concept. The predecessors were not devoid of intellect. It was improbable that the card mages had not considered employing this method to counteract the curse. Evidently, this seemingly viable avenue was also fraught with obstacles. It appeared that hope placed in wish magic was ultimately an illusion, unless some force could directly amend the effects of the curse at the level of the laws. Otherwise, any further discussion would be moot. Thoughts swirled in his mind, causing a dull ache to emerge. Luo Zhengdao returned to the wall adorned with the mouth of truth and inquired, "Mouth of truth, is there a force in this world capable of directly amending the laws or removing the curse of the wild god?" The mouth of truth, an extraordinary creation left by the card mages, in Luo Zhengdao's understanding, was akin to a form of AI. One could not expect it to provide innovative suggestions, yet it could be relied upon for mere information retrieval. Perhaps there is. According to legend, the ancient pirate king Vantien Gula migrated from another world, bringing with him the ultimate wish-granting artifact known as the evidence of supremacy. It is said that only the most outstanding and exceptional pirate king in this world can be recognized by the evidence of supremacy. Should it fall into the hands of one unworthy, it would be rendered utterly useless. Upon hearing the words, Luo Zhengdao could not suppress a surge of overwhelming joy within his heart. It felt like the faint glimmer of hope visible in the darkness. However, he soon furrowed his brow and inquired, "How exactly is greatness and distinction defined?" "It is merely mentioned in legends that one must dominate the seven seas." The exceedingly brief response from Jinji left Luo Zhengdao momentarily speechless. And after a considerable pause, he murmured, "Must one defeat all adversaries into submission for it to count?" The difficulty of accomplishing such a feat is no small matter. Since traversing into this new world, Luo Zhengdao's understanding of this realm of magic and swordsmanship had deepened significantly, granting him a more intuitive grasp of the complexities at play. He did not consider himself akin to the likes of Long Outyin, Xianyuan Wudi, or the formidable figures like Chairman Wan and Chairman Qin, who could resolve issues with a mere display of their might, attracting throngs of foolish followers and enchanting beauties without a second thought. Such narratives typically unfolded within the confines of simplistic tales. The New World was a genuine realm of intricate power dynamics and entangled interests, where the notion of dominating the seven seas seemed deceptively simple. A moment's reflection would reveal the terrifying challenges that lay ahead. In this new world, to speak of conquering the seven seas was indeed a grandiose ambition. Considering the vast expanse and the convoluted situations, it transcended mere military strength, presenting an immense challenge to one's organizational prowess and governance. It must be noted that within the boundless Starry Sea, there existed no less than 20 or 30 local tyrant factions of similar scale to the Sahua Fishman Kingdom. The areas of the other 6 seas were no less extensive than the Starry Sea. And even without factoring in the formidable powers like the Goblin Empire and the Yaling Empire, the Elven Federation stood as an immovable behemoth. Merely managing the unruly local despots would be enough to drive one to despair. If establishing a personal order over the 7 seas equated to true dominance, Luo Zhengdao's lifetime would scarcely suffice to make any tangible progress. Such aspirations were patently unrealistic. In other words, the endeavor to obtain the proof of supremacy to lift the curse of the wild god was an undertaking far more perilous than vanquishing the goblins' second empire. If toppling the goblins was akin to scaling a mountain, then dominating the 7 seas was undoubtedly a challenge akin to reaching the heavens. Before Luo Zhengdao could fully contemplate the implications, the voice of the Grand Library's administrator suddenly resonated in his ears, calmly stating, "It is time for you to return. Remember that the glory of the Magi card master must not be tarnished." Taken aback by these words, Luo Zhengdao retorted, "Hey, what do you mean by that?" In a blink, he felt as though he had been unceremoniously ejected from the eternal Grand Library. When he finally awoke from his slumber and opened his eyes, he found himself still lying on the grand bed in his chamber. He exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice transitioning from a low murmur to a thunderous roar. "The glory of the Magi card master must not be tarnished. What does that even mean? Damn it, the thing I detest most in this life is riddles." With a resounding boom, a fiery blast akin to the rising sun illuminated the surroundings, the deep rumble of the explosion mingling with the sound of bricks and stones collapsing, creating a spectacle that surpassed any Hollywood blockbuster's claim to visual and auditory wonder. Those present, caught in the chaos, had no time to gaze about. They were solely focused on fleeing for their lives. The city has fallen. Judy quickly shut the door. In the port town of Huaiyang, located along the eastern coastline of the mainland, a majestic tower reminiscent of the ancient East crumbled in an instant. The thunderous noise, comparable to an earthquake, sent the terrified residents into a frenzy, each household hastily locking doors and windows, fearing that a moment's delay would see them targeted by the invading outsiders. Since the outbreak of the Cheongzhou incident, several pursuing fleets of the Goblin Second Empire had their attention drawn to the warmer southeastern waters, leaving the northeastern coastal defenses somewhat vulnerable. Seizing this opportune moment, Luo Zhengdao commanded his pirate fleet to set sail, making a grand detour across the Starry Sea before abruptly turning towards the northern port city of Huaiyang. Strategically, this maneuver was referred to as striking at the weak points while avoiding the strong, colloquially. It was simply known as storming through an open door. Officially, the Goblin Empire had supplanted the Radiant dynasty in ruling the mainland, and few dared openly challenge their authority. However, due to their insufficient population base, the goblins could not swiftly displace humanity's dominance. Among the various bloodlines left by the First Goblin Empire, the most prolific were the ordinary goblins, or as they were colloquially termed, the little goblins. Their individual combat abilities were slightly inferior to those of human militia who had never seen battle. Yet despite their fierce temperament, their frail physiques limited them to reconnaissance roles, making them ill-suited for other tasks. Those brutish goblins, whose very heads seemed to be composed of muscle, were relegated to menial labor. And no matter how numerous they were, they provided little practical benefit to the empire's ruling machinery. Thus, within the majority of cities left by the Radiant dynasty, large units of goblins were stationed in the inner cities, tasked with overseeing those humans who had yet to be converted into serfs and laborers. It was not that they wished to expel all humans and enslave them. Without this labor force and consumer base, the economy of the mainland would teeter on the brink of collapse. Even those who were not well versed in the complexities of economics could see the devastating consequences of desolation in the fields and stagnation in the markets. Consequently, in regions where the goblins could not yet impose direct tyrannical rule, they temporarily employed puppet armies and traitorous humans to assist in local governance. The humans, now relegated to the status of the oppressed, could only adopt a resigned attitude, living in trepidation on lands that once belonged to them, uncertain of when they might be entirely relegated to slave camps, forced to endure a life worse than that of beasts. One wall bordered the eastern sea, while the other walls of Huaiyang followed the natural course of the river, evoking the picturesque landscapes of the ancient world's Jiangnan water towns. That a large detachment of goblins stationed locally was obliterated under the ferocious bombardment unleashed by the Yang flagship. A handful of fortunate soldiers who managed to escape the onslaught fled towards the inland gates, their morale shattered. It was true that the goblins were fearlessly tenacious, but this did not imply they sought death. Any battle deemed unwinnable was naturally one they would abandon. Undoubtedly, upon learning of the attack on Huaiyang, the Goblin Second Empire would retaliate with fervor, and the Goblin army could arrive at any moment to reclaim lost territory. Luo Zhengdao could only make a quick profit and depart. The notion of establishing a long-term foothold on the mainland while battling the goblins was a mere pipe dream, given his current capabilities. As he treaded upon the rubble of the collapsed wall, the pirates, armed with an array of weapons, surged into the city. They wielded their preferred curved sabers, short spears, and hand axes. The first mate, Zola Hagel, stood atop the city walls, bellowing, "Act swiftly. Leave nothing behind for the greenskin ones in the warehouses. Dallin, take a team and bring all humans who have collaborated with the goblins. The captain has use for them." At this moment, Luo Zhengdao, concealed beneath the shadow of his hooded cloak, had almost vanished from existence, while the half-elf beauty beside him inquired with trepidation, "Will, are you instructing Zola to capture those who collaborated with the goblins for public execution?" In response, a hint of sardonic amusement flickered across Luo Zhengdao's partially obscured face as he replied nonchalantly, "Execution? There is no need for that. Why should I dirty my hands dealing with such people? The goblins require traitors to collaborate with them. Such fools will always emerge, and we cannot kill them all." The social phenomenon of traitorous individuals akin to the two devils, and the rise of petty men is a universal truth in any nation subjected to foreign invasion. Just as society can tolerate the rise of opportunistic rats during peacetime, in times of war, they readily turn against their compatriots to serve foreign conquerors. For instance, in the annals of history from the Old World. During the Second World War, millions of traitorous soldiers and prominent figures openly defected, a shameful reality that evokes embarrassment. Yet, there is no need for one to belittle themselves. Such despicable traitors are not unique to any one nation but are a repugnant reality found everywhere, rendering it unnecessary to resort to reverse nationalism to diminish one's own worth. The South Korean nationalists, known for their staunch nationalism, similarly fostered a host of collaborators during the Japanese occupation, only to switch allegiance to the Americans when the time came. Where, then, is their integrity? Alas, is there any need for such a concept? Many of the renowned South Korean conglomerates and political families trace their origins back to the profits amassed during their collaboration with the Japanese invaders. In contrast, the Northern forces executed a more thorough reckoning of the Korean traitors, retaining only a scant number of officials from the former colonial regime. This disparity served as one of the catalysts that entangled dozens of nations in the post-World War II turmoil, leading to what has been dubbed a miniature Third World War on the Korean peninsula. As the saying goes, some will profit from the execution business, while no one engages in a losing venture. The two-faced traitors, devoid of shame and ancestral ties, sought to amass wealth with reckless abandon. No matter how terrifying the threats of death may be, they do not deter certain individuals from indulging in opportunistic schemes, believing they can sever heads and solve their problems. Indeed, Luo Jingdao, astute in practical learning, was fully aware of this. Before long, those individuals, trembling uncontrollably, found themselves brought before the pirates. They knelt in a neat row before Luo Jingdao, with gleaming blades and axes prepared beside them, creating an atmosphere where it seemed a mere command from Luo Jingdao would result in their heads rolling. Cold sweat poured from them, soaking their garments, as these traitors dared not lift their heads, fearing that the pirate chief might choose them as the first to be executed, without waiting for them to deliberate on who among them deserved death. A cold voice pierced the air. "You are all traitors." Luo Jingdao understood the situation, yet that did not compel him to reveal his true thoughts. These individuals, bound like Zongzi, quaked beneath the sharp blades. Upon hearing Luo Jingdao's sudden proclamation, their faces shifted from pale to green, and one audacious soul dared to steal a glance at the enigmatic pirate chief, exclaiming, "My lord, I was left with no choice. I beg for your mercy." There is no shortage of clever individuals, and soon the cries of desperation filled the air. Luo Jingdao, with visible impatience, waved his hand and declared, "Take them away and confine them separately. I wish to speak with each of them individually." Thanks to the trend of espionage dramas, Luo Jingdao had spent considerable time watching those domestic spy thrillers with his parents over the past 2 years. Despite the fact that most were absurdly poor-quality productions, they contained some informative elements, such as interrogation techniques and methods of extracting confessions. Upon receiving Luo Jingdao's orders, his subordinates cheerfully led the captives away for questioning. When it came to tormenting individuals, the pirates were quite professional in the New World, employing methods such as forcing captives to walk the plank or subjecting them to the nine-tailed cat experience, a thrilling ordeal that would leave any normal person exhilarated beyond measure. Chapter 62. Instigating discord is not difficult after a thorough and soul-stirring education of lashings. The weeping traitors willingly divulged all their secrets. Initially, people believed these individuals were doomed, yet to their astonishment, Luo Jingdao, armed with a plethora of charges and evidence, chose to release the traitors without laying a finger on them. The contrast was so striking that it left onlookers dumbfounded. This unexpected move elicited disbelief from the half-elf Vina, who stared at Luo Jingdao in astonishment, unable to comprehend why he, who typically despised traitors, would act thus. Unable to contain her curiosity, Vina Dubov cautiously inquired, "Will, is it truly wise to proceed this way?" In response, Luo Jingdao maintained an air of nonchalance, as if it were self-evident, stating, "Of course, the goblins will no longer trust these individuals, and they suspect one another may have secretly allied with us. Just wait and see." Such reasoning lacked a solid foundation and was scarcely convincing. Confusion etched on her face, Vina Dubov shook her head, remarking, "The goblin shaman can perceive the truth of the heart. Surely they can discern whether these claims are genuine or false?" At this, The serene smile on Luo Zhengdao's face transformed into uproarious laughter as he leaned forward, chuckling. Have you ever heard of a master wasting time pondering what his dog thinks? Wouldn't it be easier to eliminate them all? Upon hearing this, the half-elf beauty stood in stunned silence for a moment before sighing. Will, from whom did you learn such manipulation of human nature? I never taught you these schemes. Having grown accustomed to attributing any inexplicable matters to amnesia, Luo Zhengdao feigned seriousness, claiming, I can't recall. Perhaps I learned a bit in the past. This excuse, suggesting some mysterious magical ritual had harmed his soul, allowed Luo Zhengdao to deflect any pressing inquiries. Once people believed he had forgotten the details, they ceased their probing. Move quickly, you lot. Load all the spoils onto the ship. Hood, you lazy rascal. Must I whip you to make you hurry? The brusque Zola Hagel was a stern and unyielding figure among the pirate fleet, embodying the archetype of a ruthless tyrant. Under his bellowing commands, the pirates loaded their cargo onto the ship, while the supplies list compiled by Elder Heir was handed to Luo Zhengdao. Glancing over the list, Luo Zhengdao was astonished by the high returns, recalling the adage about the swift profits of robbery compared to the slow gains of honest labor. His previous concerns about whether this venture would yield enough for dividends seemed misplaced. After all, Zola and his crew had not seen a decent income for some time, and the sight of valuable items made their eyes gleam with avarice. Looking back, Luo Zhengdao realized his worries stemmed from his inexperience in the business. The bounty from this raid on Huaiyang was so substantial that not only would dividends be a trivial matter, but he would also be grateful to escape being caught and dismembered by the enraged goblins due to overloading. Setting aside the supplies list, Luo Zhengdao instructed Zola Hagel, who was overseeing the loading of the spoils. Once all the goods are loaded, we set sail immediately. Distribute any cumbersome items we cannot take to the locals. We shall not keep them. The pirates, like ants bustling about, continued to load vast amounts of spoils onto the ship. The phrase gold and silver aptly encapsulated the wealth of their haul, as they prioritized lightweight, high-value treasures such as precious metals and silk. In contrast, bulky and less valuable items like furniture, coarse cloth, and grain were generously offered to the local residents after Luo Zhengdao assured them they would count towards their share. The pirates, half threatening and half coaxing, compelled the locals to accept these hot potatoes of stolen goods. Having conducted 2 profitable raids in Qiongzhou and Huaiyang, the pirates found their coffers swelling like balloons, and this newfound wealth made them eager to escape the perilous waters of the Starry Sea. Seeking a safe haven to indulge and enjoy life, soon, the ships Yangwei and Chaoyong set sail towards the open sea, with plans to liquidate their loot and find a secure port to revel in their newfound riches. According to Luo Zhengdao's previously devised expansion plan 2.0, he would soon need to visit the Yaling Empire to address the issue of new warships, as he could no longer tolerate the myriad troubles posed by subpar vessels. Since the privateer fleet could not compete with the goblin fleet in numbers, it was imperative to seize the high ground in terms of quality, a realization that Luo Zhengdao had come to accept regarding his own unfavorable position. Feeling content, Luo Zhengdao stood on the deck, relishing the refreshing manna breeze that enveloped him. Suddenly, memories of the curse of the wild god and the relentless pursuit of his enemies flooded back, causing him a renewed headache. Such a grim existence, when placed upon a transmigrator, elicits nothing but a sigh. Life is indeed arduous. The fierce manna wind fluttered the command flag atop the mast of the Yangwei, producing a rustling sound. This flag bore a unique design, the black field adorned with a golden crow emblem, a symbol that had been used by the Count of Fulibor since the era of the Radiant Emperor for nearly a millennium. Now, Luo Zhengdao had no choice but to use it as a pirate flag, leading the charge down the gangplank. The first mate Zola Hagel could hardly conceal his excitement, rubbing his hands together as he paced back and forth, exclaiming, "Ha! This is the pirate market, our true paradise. Only those pirates who understand the rules can find this place. Captain, we are fortunate to arrive during peak trading hours. It's quite convenient to sell our goods, though the prices might be slightly depressed." Upon hearing the sound, Luo Zhengdao nodded. Before he could utter a word, a portly merchant, who had been lurking nearby, approached with a sly demeanor. With a beaming smile, he rushed forth to embrace Zola Hagel, exclaiming with exuberance, "Oh, my old friend, look who it is, the famed Zola. It has been far too long. My brother, how have you fared of late?" Despite the warm welcome, Zola Hagel's typically stern visage remained as unyielding as an iceberg, showing no signs of thawing. Instead, he pushed the overly familiar merchant away with a dismissive hand and coldly replied, "This gentleman is my new captain. His Excellency will need him." The rotund merchant, whose eyebrows vanished into his wide grin, turned to Luo Jingdao and bowed deeply, saying, "Ah, I have long heard of my old friend's acquisition of a new vessel. It is a pleasure to meet you, Your Excellency. Have you heard the latest rumors? A goblin is hunting down a fugitive human nobleman who is taken to piracy. Ha ha ha. Is that not utterly amusing?" A noble pirate. Listening intently, Luo Zhengdao revealed an enigmatic smile, slowly responding, "It is a distinct honor to make the acquaintance of a new friend. It appears you are already familiar with my tale. So allow me to introduce myself formally. I am Will Needham, the Earl of Fortune from the Radiant Dynasty. You may simply call me Will." At this revelation, the merchant's forehead beaded with cold sweat, and he hastily apologized, stammering, "Heir, my lord, I meant no disrespect. I was merely the Radiant Dynasty, established by humans, has endured for a millennium in the New World, and the foreign culture introduced by the ancient traveler has left a profound and lasting influence. Ignoring the existence of such a colossal entity is nearly impossible, even in this present age of decay. The Radiant Dynasty, despite its current state, remains an awe-inspiring backdrop. Individuals like Luo Jingdao, who hail from the esteemed lineage of the Radiant Dynasty, often evoke envy rather than contempt from those who might jest about them. This phenomenon is akin to the indignation expressed online toward the offspring of the affluent and powerful in the old world, while some are genuinely outraged. Many harbor jealousy and resentment. With a slight smile, Luo Zhengdao gestured for the merchant to cease his ramblings, asserting with an air of authority, "Now, let us discuss business. I have a shipment ready for sale." And Zola informed me that the pirate market is an excellent venue for transactions. As you are his friend, I trust you would be willing to assist us in this endeavor. In both the new and old worlds, people hold a deep appreciation for precious metals and rare gemstones. However, the actual value of gold, silver, and expensive jewels can be difficult to ascertain due to variations in minting time, location, and purity standards. The challenge of determining the true content of gold and silver coins complicates transactions, making them cumbersome. The price of gemstones is often inflated by aesthetic desires and the allure of luxury, rendering them somewhat akin to consumables in the realms of alchemy and enchantment. Thus, agreeing upon a fair price for such items is no simple task. Chapter 63. A glimpse into the pirate market without a unified standard of value. Global trade cannot be established. Even the most primitive barter systems require a mutually recognized industry standard. Consequently, the realm of trade in the New World saw the creation of the first standardized gold coins during the era of the Goldfinch dynasty, which were produced by a select few large workshops under government oversight. These widely circulated coins became a model for later generations to emulate, despite having a more extensive history of minting. Older entities, lacking a unified standard, ultimately found themselves compelled to learn from the Goldfinch dynasty's successful practices. Elves, humans of subsequent dynasties, and others eventually adopted this currency standard, with each coin weighing approximately 4.5 grams and having a gold content of around 95%, known as the universal gold coin, serving as a benchmark currency for international trade, akin to a lingua franca, considering the importance of defining trading standards. Merchants in the New World default to using Goldfinch gold coins as the standard unit of payment unless otherwise specified. Payments made with other types of coins must be converted according to this standard. Adhering to the principle of exact change to this juncture, having thoroughly examined the list of goods and samples presented by Luo Jingdao, the merchant donned a professional smile and extended his chubby fingers. Resembling carrots, as he declared, a flat price of 20,000 gold coins. Before Luo Jingdao could counteroffer, Zola Hagel's expression soured dramatically, realizing that this unscrupulous merchant intended to swindle them, forgetting that this transaction involved both Luo Jingdao and himself. Zola, incensed and protective of his interests, scoffed, "Are you suggesting that a fine silk should only be worth 2 silver coins? You jest, you fat swine. Undoubtedly, according to the pirate's code, all spoils are to be shared. And Zola Hagel's portion is no exception. Even if Luo Jingdao were to accept such a paltry offer, the others would not stand idly by." Realizing he had overstepped, the merchant quickly backtracked, saying, "Ah, please do not misunderstand. The price is negotiable. Witnessing this turn of events, Luo Zhengdao smiled knowingly, confident that Zola Hagel would soon impart a lesson in the importance of fair accounting to his old friend as the majestic warships sailed in formation against the sunset. Cutting through the azure sea, the grandeur of the scene was akin to a masterful oil painting, inspiring awe. Yet, as with any military endeavor, logistical support is paramount. Establishing a navy is fundamentally a costly affair. The resources, food, pay, supplies, weapons, ammunition, and even necessities for health, are crucial components of a military's combat effectiveness. Many great military leaders have succumbed not to enemy forces, but rather to the consequences of poor logistical management. Among the most notorious examples is the military genius Napoleon Bonaparte. The diminutive giant from Corsica met his demise at Waterloo, in part due to bad luck, but the catastrophic Moscow fire during his campaign against Russia was an undeniable failure. Following that inexplicable conflagration, the starving and freezing French forces were forced into a hasty retreat, resulting in a staggering number of soldiers lost to the elements or enemy attacks, more than those who had initially launched the assault. This disastrous winter nearly obliterated Napoleon's Grand Army, stripping the French Empire of its elite forces, many of whom perished during this harrowing withdrawal. Consequently, in the subsequent Battle of Waterloo, the French could not recover from the tremendous loss of their once mighty troops. At that time, the majority of the French army under Napoleon was composed of newly formed troops. Although they were not lacking in courage, their tactical skills and combat experience paled in comparison to their predecessors. It could be said that the devastating defeat at the Battle of Waterloo had already tilted the scales of war before the fighting even began. Ultimately, these examples merely serve to validate the adage that an army's victory hinges upon its logistics. All disasters can be traced back to poor management of military supply lines. Apologies. Please hold on a moment. I am also quite interested in this transaction. Just as Luo Jingdao's mind began to wander, a melodious voice interrupted him. The androgynous timbre of the voice evoked thoughts of Chun Gu and Zheng Gu, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Suddenly, a buyer emerged from the side, and although Luo Zhengdao felt a chill run down his spine, the figure exuded an air of mystery, cloaked in a heavy hooded cape much like his own. Onlookers could only catch a glimpse of a pale, smooth chin and lips. Before Luo Jingdao could respond, Vina Duboff leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "He is an elf." Having his business disrupted midway felt akin to a small rooster being offended. The stout merchant, furious, turned around and seized the intruder's collar with both hands, shouting, "Hey kid, don't you understand the rules? Do you know who I am? Let me tell you." As he spoke, the stout merchant's voice suddenly trailed off, and he abruptly halted his actions. His seemingly simple exterior belied a cunning nature. His eyes widened as he fixated on the inconspicuous embroidery on the collar of the cloak. His teeth began to chatter uncontrollably, and with a trembling voice, he stammered, "The emblem of bloody hands. My apologies. Please feel free." Upon hearing this, the mysterious visitor revealed a smile that mingled disdain with confidence. Straightening his slightly wrinkled cloak, he approached Luo Jingdao, placing a hand over his chest, and said, "It is an honor to meet you, Count Fulop." This uninvited guest, whose true identity remained concealed, displayed a demeanor more reminiscent of an aristocrat than Luo Zhengdao. The time traveler, however, the visitor's warm smile did not elicit a reciprocal response. Under Vina Duboff's guidance, Luo Zhengdao remained vigilant, scrutinizing the stranger with a rather unfriendly tone, stating, "Oh, I believe that success in business is built upon adherence to rules. Relying on cunning will not lead to greatness. Those who misuse their privileges shall inevitably meet their downfall. Wouldn't you agree?" "Ha ha ha. Thank you very much for your guidance. However, I am indeed in urgent need of this batch of goods. I hope you can excuse my impudence. Might we sit down calmly and discuss this business? In this world, no one harbors enmity towards money. This adage holds true in both old and new worlds alike, regardless of Luo Jingdao's personal sentiments. He had to yield to the realities of profit, lest he appear foolish. Thus, he suppressed his irritation and nodded, indicating for the other party to continue. It is said that in an ancient era, so distant that its details are beyond verification, the ancestors of the gnomes cohabited with the likes of the Yaelings and elves, a time referred to as the age of ancient fairy civilization. However, due to certain events, these fairy races became independent, and their relations deteriorated to the level of bitter enemies. By the time of the First Gnome Empire, numerous unpleasant incidents had occurred between them and their distant relatives. Scholars studying history generally believe that the decline of the First Gnome Empire was intricately linked to the covert machinations of the Yaelings and Elves, influenced by historical grievances, even to this day. Interactions among these races are invariably tinged with emotional factors. Thus, the trade of strategic materials, such as stone pine powder from the Storm Sea and magical patterned cloth from the mainland, cannot merely be regarded as a commercial transaction. Underhanded tactics and sabotage are the norm. A facade of cordiality is but a dream. The magical patterned cloth necessary for crafting warship sails requires the finest long silks sourced from the mainland for further processing. Otherwise, it results in a pile of worthless rags fit only for wiping. Long silk meeting this highest standard constitutes merely about 1/10 of the total raw silk production in the silk-producing regions of the mainland. Ever since the Gnome Empire took control of foreign trade from the mainland, they have strictly limited the export of raw silk, making it increasingly difficult for outsiders to obtain high-quality long silk suitable for producing magical patterned cloth. Even when exporting finished silk products, the gnomes do not hesitate to limit the length and width of the fabric, preferring to sell high-quality long silk at a reduced price rather than allowing competitors to purchase it for reweaving into magical patterned cloth. The Yaelings and Elves are equally troubled by this predicament. Without warhorses, there can be no cavalry, and it is easy to imagine that without magical patterned cloth, there can be no navy. Even if the Yaelings and Elves leverage the export quotas of stone pine powder as a bargaining chip, the gnomes remain unyielding, resulting in a stalemate that seems impossible to break. This is why the unique status of Xiangjiang port arose, where all parties, under an unspoken agreement, obtained what they needed, avoiding the necessity of resolving issues through warfare. Chapter 64. A fateful encounter. Luo Zhengdao led a band of pirates in pillaging cities on the mainland. Disregarding any prohibitions, anything that could be moved was almost certainly loaded onto their ship. The rare high-quality long silk, including special patterned silk made from long silk, was also on the list of goods being shipped out. Inadvertently catching a big fish with this enticing bait, the once mighty human kingdoms ruling the mainland for millennia were in decline, although the Yaelings and Elves did not openly express their sentiments. They surely welcomed the news, as the removal of one competitor was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. The current issue was that the new dominant power was the old enemy, the Gnome Empire, which was far from delightful for them. To counter the geopolitical pressure brought on by the rapid rise of the Second Gnome Empire, there were plans to support exiled human nobles in their attempts to restore their rule, as well as to incite chaos in the gnomes' backyard. Such concrete plans were undoubtedly laid out on the desks of high-ranking decision-makers in both nations. It is hard to imagine how the intelligence personnel of both countries could be so incompetent as to be unfamiliar with the current Count Fulop. We'll need him. Even the lowest-ranking spies should be well-versed in the details of such a crucial figure to avoid making unforgivable mistakes. Observing Luo Zhengdao's disingenuous smile, the elven spy, feigning ignorance, let out an awkward chuckle from beneath his hood and said, "Your Excellency, Count, I am interested in the goods you possess. Please name your price." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao cast a sidelong glance at the stout merchant, who was sweating profusely, and calmly replied, "This seems rather against the rules." "Doesn't it?" Perhaps taken aback by Luo Zhengdao's righteous stance, the elf's concealed cheeks seemed to twitch slightly before he quickly regained composure. He turned to the astonished stout merchant and said, "Sir, do you mind if I purchase these goods from you?" Engaging in the business of acquiring stolen goods at a pirate market is undoubtedly a highly lucrative endeavor. However, without sharp insight or strong backing, one could easily find themselves out of business. At this moment, the stout merchant cautiously assessed both parties involved in the transaction, weighing his own worth, and with a mournful expression said, Your Excellency, Count, I believe it would be best for you to trade with this gentleman. I have no objections." Truly, seeing that he had received the approval of a third party, the elven merchant smiled and turned back to Luo Zhengdao, continuing the negotiation. "Your Excellency, Count, now that we've reached an understanding, shall we proceed?" In light of this development, Luo Zhengdao rolled his eyes, intertwining his fingers as he stated, "Very well. Sir, what price are you willing to offer?" 50,000 gold coins for all the goods, came the reply. Hearing this offer, Luo Zhengdao stroked his chin in contemplation, a malicious smile suddenly appearing on his face as he tilted his head toward the first mate, Zola. "What do you think?" The incident where the stout merchant had attempted to pressure the price infuriated Zola Hagel. This venture was about selling stolen goods, not plundering, and there was no need to overly concern themselves with the pirate code. Naturally, The higher the price, the better. These spoils were hard-earned money for the pirates, each coin stained with their blood and sweat. And Zola Hagel would never complain about a high price. Without hesitation, he replied, "Captain, that price is acceptable." Sensing Zola's inclination, Luo Zhengdao nodded and then addressed the faceless elven merchant, saying, "All right then, we shall finalize the deal at that price. Pleasure doing business. Furthermore, we hope that Your Excellency, the Count, will visit us at an appropriate time. The doors of the Elven Federation are always open to friends." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao waved his hand nonchalantly, smiling as he said, "Oh, I will consider this suggestion. The specific timing will depend on how the situation unfolds. In a new world brimming with magic and swords, the lives of pirates are considerably more favorable than those of their counterparts in the old world. Yet they remain fraught with myriad crises and suffering. Most often, the so-called romance of the sea, embodied by the so-called men of the ocean, is nothing more than a fabrication crafted by bards striving to embellish their literary works. Exemplary tales of pirate crews being recruited as regular soldiers by a nation, or of them amassing sufficient wealth to disband and become affluent landowners, are exceedingly rare. The majority of pirates do not perish in fierce and bloody battles. Rather, they find themselves hanged in some port as a public spectacle. Should they escape these grim fates, they may succumb silently to diseases such as scurvy, plague, or yellow fever during their long voyages. Their corpses wrapped in white cloth and weighted with stones, cast into the ethereal sea for a watery grave, drifting with the currents of the ether for eternity. Others, less fortunate, may suffer severe injuries that render them incapable of continuing their piratical careers, spending their remaining days begging on street corners of some city, ultimately meeting a tragic demise and destitution. In summary, the profession of piracy is a fleeting glory forged from countless blood and bones, and its dangers are hardly less than those faced on the battlefield. Undoubtedly, the bountiful rewards are directly proportional to the immense risks involved. This precarious life fosters in pirates a hedonistic tendency to consume with abandon. For none can predict the day of their demise. Perhaps in the next moment, an errant bullet could extinguish all their ambitions and dreams. Aware of this, they resolve to seize each day and savor it fully. All hands on deck. It's time for the share distribution. It is difficult for an outsider to imagine that these disheveled and filthy figures, with their coarse language and brutal demeanor, actually constitute a remarkably democratic collective. Such a notion is rife with contradictions, leaving one at a loss for where to begin. According to the unwritten rules of the pirate profession, the captain, quartermaster, and chief mate are typically elected openly by the crew, which allows them to claim a greater portion of the spoils within their respective responsibilities. Unlike a military hierarchy with clearly defined ranks, such structures are seldom found among conventional pirate crews. The fleet under Luo Zhengdao's command diverges significantly from traditional pirate groups. The two principal ships, the Super Brave Anyangwei, are privately owned by him. A stark contrast to the makeshift bands of pirates who pool their resources to purchase a ship for their ventures. Thus, when it comes time for the pirates to divide their shares, the first order of business is to deduct Luo Zhengdao's portion of the profits. Moreover, he has decided to grant equal shares to those Cheongzhou sailors and technicians who voluntarily accompany him, thereby preventing any artificial divisions within the organization. Should his enterprise grow too large in the future, making it impossible to maintain such a simple and crude management style, he will only address the matter when conflicts escalate to an irreconcilable point, necessitating reform. In truth, Luo Zhengdao has never entertained the fanciful notion of establishing a timeless and immortal institution. As a time traveler, such a naive thought is both ludicrous and absurd. If someone who achieved nothing in their previous life suddenly becomes wise and formidable upon crossing over, then who has truly crossed over? Have they been possessed by a great politician? Failure often has its randomness, while success is devoid of luck. A successful individual must possess certain extraordinary qualities and characteristics before discussing how to stand out. For instance, a so-called self-made billionaire like Bill Gates would not disclose to his admirers that the Blue Giant awarded a lucrative contract to his small company because his mother was, in fact, an executive at IBM. And his family background was quite substantial, with his first fortune stemming from related transactions. It is easy to imagine that a naive youth unaware of the circumstances could be reborn in the same era, even if they were to create software as good as or better than Gates. Their attempts to negotiate with the Blue Giant would likely result in being dismissed as a lunatic by security personnel, revealing the harsh reality stripped of any legendary allure. Success is not easily attained by anyone. Ha ha. We must go have a drink and find a buxom waitress to console poor little Jack. Hey, Jack, it's time to forget that Rose girl. You two are not cut from the same cloth. Order a barrel of rum, and you'll soon forget all your troubles and woes. Ha ha ha. With pockets full of silver coins, the jubilant pirates set off to revel in life, while Luo Zhengdao, with less leisure, promptly followed a group of professionals to the pirate market docks to select goods. Long accustomed to the harsh life at sea, pirates are indiscriminate in their plundering, taking both ships and cargo without hesitation. Their appetites are insatiable, and they seldom discriminate between the bountiful and the meager. When encountering less scrupulous pirate crews, it is not uncommon for them to seize everything, including crew and passengers, to sell them into slavery. Any vessels deemed unnecessary by the pirates ultimately find their way to markets like the Pirate Bazaar, where they are sold at prices vastly inferior to those of new ships. However, discerning the hidden gems amidst these offerings requires great skill in both perception and negotiation. After successfully negotiating a lucrative deal with an elven merchant, Luo Zhengdao granted his crew a generous break, allowing them to indulge in revelry at the Pirate Bazaar with their shares, whether through excessive drinking, gambling, or other indulgences. Meanwhile, Luo Zhengdao meandered through the diverse throngs of various races, intent on finding a suitable warship to bolster his fleet's strength, when he was suddenly tugged by the arm by the half-elf. Vina, Will, don't you think that fellow looks remarkably familiar? Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao followed Vina's gaze to a group of cloaked figures approximately 50 meters away, where one had removed his hood from the side. His facial features indeed sparked a sense of familiarity within Luo Zhengdao. Straining to unearth relevant memories, he soon exclaimed, "Ah, it's that sorcerer, Najef." Compared to enemies, people often harbor a greater disdain for traitors, in Vina Dubov's eyes. Najef, who had once used sweet words to deceive the old count into granting him support, epitomized betrayal. Upon sighting this scoundrel, she could no longer contain her anger and instinctively reached for her bow and arrows. Chapter 65. Fleet Preparations and Their Troubles. Vina, do not breach the rules. No fighting here that we can discuss this once we leave. Seeing her ire, Luo Zhengdao swiftly embraced Vina Dubov, preventing her from taking any impulsive action, thus averting the half-elf beauty from brandishing her weapon in public. Realizing the inappropriateness of the situation, Vina hesitated, then suddenly became aware of her impropriety, her cheeks flushing slightly as she discreetly extricated herself from Luo Zhengdao's embrace. The Pirate Bazaar is not a place where one can afford to make enemies. Minor scuffles after too much drink are inconsequential, but escalating matters could easily attract numerous adversaries. As the saying goes, a good memory is no match for a poor pen. Since his arrival in this world, Luo Zhengdao has feigned amnesia, inquiring about the local customs and gossip throughout various regions, meticulously categorizing this information in an ancestral little black book, which he reviews during his leisure time. Regarding the Pirate Bazaar, Luo Zhengdao is well versed in its intricacies and rumors. Thus he wisely intervened to prevent Vina from attacking the sorcerer Najef, an evil sorcerer with extraordinary mental acuity. Even a hint of malicious intent could provoke their vigilance. When Najef's gaze shifted to Luo Zhengdao and Vina, a fleeting expression of surprise was quickly replaced by a smile brimming with malice as he taunted, "Oh, is that not the esteemed Count Falu? You seem to be in fine spirits. You must be sleeping well and eating heartily lately. Get lost, you scoundrel." Luo Zhengdao understood that this was not the right moment to settle old scores. According to the rules, anyone who dared to engage in violence at the Pirate Bazaar would face judgment under pirate law, and such fools typically met a grim fate, often ending up hanging from the mast. Since overt hostility was out of the question, Luo Zhengdao had no inclination to engage in a battle of wits with his adversary. There is always a proper way to resolve matters. An old proverb states that the invention of the cannon replaced crude insults, allowing us to become civilized beings. Luo Zhengdao prepared to settle their new and old grievances with Najef in a civilized manner. Mere words would not suffice to resolve their dispute, let alone settle a long-standing grudge. Better to wait for the opportunity to speak with cannons. Clearly, Sorcerer Najef was a duplicitous villain, but he was not so shameless as to provoke Luo Zhengdao further. After exchanging a few cold laughs, he turned and walked away. Encountering his nemesis, Luo Zhengdao felt an overwhelming urge to confront him, yet he found himself needing to soothe Vina Dubov instead. Expressing his frustration, Alas, we must prioritize our business. We will settle this account with that scoundrel once we are outside. The unfortunate encounter with Najef extinguished Luo Zhengdao's desire to continue wandering, leading him to drag the half-elf directly to a stall selling warships. Although the actual vessels were not visible, the image crystals provided a vivid three-dimensional representation of the wares on offer. After meticulously perusing the parchment catalog and the schematic of warships, Luo Zhengdao pointed to one of the vessels and remarked to Vina Duboff, "Vina, what do you think of this ship?" The half-elf beauty, her mind now composed, possessed a wealth of experience and a judgment as keen as that of a hawk. After scrutinizing the image of the warship, she shook her head and replied, "Will, you have been deceived. This ship must have undergone significant refurbishment not long ago. If you do not believe me, check the hold during the inspection later. The hull planks are likely in a deplorable state." Conversations among pirates invariably revolve around two central themes: the pursuit of plunder and reconnaissance preparations. Naturally, discussions about which taverns boast fine wines and beautiful women are also perennial topics, as those lacking dedication and passion for their profession often find themselves languishing in some nameless port. Spending his days amidst such company, Luo Zhengdao, who was already quite studious, could hardly be considered a novice, even if one were inclined to be lazy, nodding in silent acknowledgement of Vina's assessment. He continued to sift through the catalog until his attention was suddenly captured by a remarkable find: a Tier 3 battleship. How did this come to be? The reason Luo Zhengdao refrained from questioning how the ship was captured and instead inquired about its acquisition was due to the classification standards for Tier 3 battleships in the New World, which indicated that this vessel could accommodate over 1,000 sailors and was armed with no fewer than 120 cannons. Capturing such a substantial ship during a naval engagement between two nations was no trivial matter. The pirate merchant selling the warships, upon hearing this, revealed a mouthful of gold teeth, grinning as he exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Zhengdao. "This is the flagship of the Gujarat local fleet, reported as damaged by the newly appointed commander, and is now being sold for a handsome price." The catalog for the sale of the warship contained detailed annotations, indicating that due to the original user's size being vastly different from that of other intelligent races, the intermediary responsible for reselling the warship had undertaken extensive modifications to meet the needs of most potential buyers. The Gujarat local entity, situated within the realm of the Yogyakarta Kingdom, is a political entity akin to the Sawa Fishman Kingdom. Located in an archipelago neighboring the main continent, in this enigmatic land of Yogyakarta, the dominant race is the Giants, along with their vassals, the Cyclopes, who are further stratified into various castes. This peculiar foreign land, where customs are quite eccentric, sees the powerful giant race occupying the highest echelon, idly praying to their ancestral titans year-round, leaving one to wonder what exactly they beseech their forebears for. The second tier consists of the Cyclopes, who function as the martial and noble class, wielding actual state power and comprising a distinguished group of craftsmen. The next level down includes the dwarves. It is rather astonishing to fathom that these dwarves, whose stature is even less than that of humans, share some form of kinship with the giants. Perhaps due to this connection, the dwarves rank third, fulfilling roles as craftsmen, farmers, and woodcutters, while the fourth tier comprises humans. These humans occupy a lowly social status, existing as slaves, laboring under grueling conditions, and subsisting on meager rations barely sufficient to sustain life. It is said that these humans are descendants of a treacherous faction from the original human dynasty, having fled from the main continent to the Starry Sea, ultimately becoming slaves to foreign races. Consequently, the human kingdoms on the main continent maintain a dispassionate attitude towards the plight of these oppressed souls. For who would concern themselves with the fates of the progeny of traitors? Luo Zhengdao humbly sought counsel from the well-educated Vina Duboff regarding the situation in the Yogyakarta Kingdom, aiming to equip himself with knowledge. He then turned to the exotic merchant with the red cloth turban, smiling as he inquired, "How much for this ship?" "Thank you for your patronage. It is priced at 120,000 gold coins." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao, who had just made a tidy profit from the elf, could not help but grimace and shake his head, exclaiming, "Too expensive, far too expensive." The smuggler, specializing in second-hand vessels, appeared unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. "If this battleship were not worth the price, it would have been snatched up long ago. Would you even have the chance to inquire?" Just as Luo Zhengdao found himself in a quandary, the half-elf beauty leaned closer, whispering in his ear, Will? Look over there. Following her gaze, Luo Jingdao glanced up to see the sorcerer Najef observing him and his companions with a cold stare from a nearby apothecary stall, realizing that his clandestine actions had been uncovered. The malevolent sorcerer smirked, raising his right hand to gesture a throat-cutting motion before turning on his heel and departing, as if he had come solely to sow enmity, fearing that Luo Jingdao might succumb to the urge to retaliate. Vina wrapped her arms around his, speaking urgently. Do not act rashly. This man surely harbors some sinister plot. Luo Jingdao was far from naive. He would not be easily provoked by a mere taunt. Although he held considerable confidence in his abilities, he understood that acting in a manner chosen by an adversary was not bravery, but rather foolishness. Gently extricating himself from the half-elf's embrace, he smiled and changed the subject, asking, "Shall we rest overnight at the market tonight?" Hearing this, Brando Fian, who accompanied them, interjected, "Yes, my lord, we have arranged to convene tomorrow at noon. The sailors have been cooped up at sea for quite some time. If we do not allow them to unwind, it could lead to serious trouble." Luo Jingdao was well aware of the urgency of the situation. Once a decision had been made, it was unwise to alter it lightly. Constantly changing orders is a grave mistake for any organization. Since he had issued a command for all to rest, no matter how dire the circumstances, it was impossible to call back those who were currently indulging in debauchery to prepare for battle. Even with his profound enmity towards Najef, all he could do was silently reassure himself that there would be future opportunities. The age of exploration in the New World shares a certain spiritual essence with that of the Old World. Not only do the pirates lead lives of debauchery, but the regular naval fleets are hardly better, and in some respects, they may even exceed the former, due to the meager wages paid to sailors in the New World, which are grossly disproportionate to the arduous work they must endure. The living conditions aboard ships are horrendous. Many smaller nations struggle to recruit sufficient personnel, and even several larger nations face similar challenges. Resourceful naval officers often resort to abduction, forcibly conscripting individuals from coastal villages to serve aboard their ships. Such brutal practices in the New World come as no surprise, as the Old World's John Bull also employed similar methods for a long time, openly raiding villages to forcibly conscript landlubbers into naval service. It is evident that, if such actions were revealed hundreds of years later, they would undoubtedly be regarded as a scandal of epic proportions, a nation relying on the kidnapping of its own citizens to assemble an army for national defense. How outrageous! How contrary to universal values. To avoid criticism, the best strategy is to cultivate a few public intellectuals. When someone speaks out against your lack of humanitarianism, simply unleash these intellectuals to attack, and all will be well. Chapter 66. A hot topic not to be celebrated at IT. Is easy to imagine that soldiers conscripted in such a manner would possess a loyalty level in the negative spectrum to prevent these forcibly recruited sailors from seizing opportunities to escape. Every time the John Bull Navy docked for repairs, the noble officers would keep a vigilant watch, deploying fully armed Marines to guard the exits. Anyone attempting to leave the warship without a pass would be ruthlessly shot down by the guards. Assuming these deserters could outrun bullets, they might have a slim chance of regaining their freedom. The sailors, restricted in their personal freedoms, also had to address their physiological needs. A multitude of single men could hardly find solace in the company of little A, and the Navy did not encourage them to engage in mutual comfort. These unfortunate souls could only long for the services of courtesans when docked at port, fully aware of the situation. Whenever officers encountered courtesans brazenly proclaiming, "I have a husband aboard your ship," they adopted a surprisingly tolerant attitude. Even at the risk of exposing their crew to syphilis or gonorrhea, they had little choice, as they could not dare to allow their sailors ashore. First Mate Brando Fian, having known Luo Jingdao for only a short time, expressed disdain for Najef's character after subtly inquiring about the sorcerer's misdeeds. "My lord, Najef will not easily relent, will he? Should we prepare in advance?" Luo Jingdao had grown accustomed to the influx of unwelcome guests, responding with a calm smile, "No worries. Let us proceed according to plan and not disturb everyone's well-deserved respite. My strength is not what it once was, and Najef may well seek external aid to deal with me. Just exercise caution." The half-elf Vina Duboff, having overheard this, seemed to recall something of significance, anxiously interjecting, "Will, are you suggesting that Najef might conspire with the goblins?" With a blink, the smile on Luo Jingdao's face deepened as he shrugged and remarked, "Perhaps, Those green-skinned fiends are likely still scouring the coastal regions of the mainland for our whereabouts. I doubt it's the goblins. That Najef is indeed a nuisance, but hardly a significant one. Leaving behind such an ambiguous statement, Luo Zhengdao turned and strode forward. After all, something had to be done. Since his traversal into this realm, he had not experienced a single day of leisure. For Luo Zhengdao, encountering trouble upon venturing out was entirely normal and hardly worthy of alarm. That as the saying goes, a multitude of lice does not itch, and a plethora of debts does not trouble the mind. With the numerous vexations one encounters along this path, one inevitably becomes desensitized. On the following morning, after paying a sum for nocturnal passage to dismiss the voluptuous barmaid at his side, Luo Zhengdao took advantage of his limited free time before the assembly to wander the streets once more. This time, he wisely brought along guards, and the sight of a large entourage following him akin to a black market lord was undeniably impressive. These guards were all sailors hailing from Cheongzhou, who, upon hearing news of the sorcerer Najef's appearance the previous day, volunteered to protect Luo Zhengdao from potential assassination, fearing that the hopes of the Earl of Filobo's family would be irrevocably dashed. In stark contrast, the pirates under Luo Zhengdao's command appeared indifferent, with not a single extra figure in sight. Having drifted in the ethereal sea for over half a year, they had finally seized an opportunity to revel for a night. So it was only reasonable that they could not rise early the following day. Luo Zhengdao understood the sailor's lethargy, yet he sensed an odd atmosphere. The usually bustling pirate market felt eerily subdued today as he passed. An inexplicable silence enveloped the surroundings, with many idlers clutching wooden cups covertly glancing at him while whispering amongst themselves. Observing this scene, even the most oblivious individual would come to a realization that something peculiar had transpired, and it was likely of a negative nature. Consequently, Luo Zhengdao's expression darkened. Brando Fian, well versed in the ways of gathering intelligence, discreetly approached Luo Zhengdao from behind after surveying the streets. Lowering his voice, he said, "My lord, that scoundrel Najef has placed a bounty of 20,000 gold coins on your head, promising immediate payment upon delivery." 20,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this figure, Luo Zhengdao could not help but scoff. For the itinerant and impoverished pirates, such a sum could afford 100 individuals a lavish life back home, indulging as local gentry. Recognizing the precariousness of his situation, he wiped the smile from his face and remarked, "Humph. Najef is quite astute, spending little to achieve great results. It seems the last beating he received was not in vain. He has indeed learned his lesson. Brando, rally the crew and get them aboard immediately." Dealing with Najef's threat did not seem overly daunting to Luo Zhengdao. Within the realm of spellcasters, mages were the genuine leaders, whereas sorcerers, who relied solely on innate talent, were merely subordinate companions. Najef's idea of placing a bounty was indeed a cunning maneuver. A multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. The formidable pirate ship, the Yongwei, with its superlative capabilities, would not easily withstand the assault of numerous armed skiffs in the treacherous coastal waters. Although the pirate market had rules against violence, there was no stipulation against engaging in combat beyond its borders. Shortly after Luo Zhengdao's party boarded the ship, armed skiffs began to circle the anchorage, awaiting the Yongwei and the Chao Yong to venture beyond the customary 3-mile safety zone from the pirate market, at which point they would pounce like a pack of famished wolves in winter, ready to tear them to shreds. The pirates returning from their leave gradually boarded the vessel, still yawning from fatigue. The boatswain, Zola Hagel, wielding his whip and shouting curses, quickly helped them shake off the lethargy of their indulgent holiday. As the warship began to unfurl its sails and move slowly, Luo Zhengdao pulled the cork from the communication pipe on the command platform and shouted to the lower deck, "I am Captain Wilnidum. Immediately jettison 100 barrels of ballast." Due to the subtle variations in the density of ether particles across different regions, ships navigating the ethereal sea in the New World must adjust their ballast weight to control their sailing height. Generally, maintaining a natural height at sea level is the ideal cruising state. Should the vessel rise above sea level, aided by the powerful mana winds, its speed could indeed increase. However, it would also be susceptible to sudden surges of mana winds, which could easily snap masts or even cause the entire ship to splinter apart. Luo Zhengdao's decision to jettison ballast clearly indicated his desperation. This was a gamble with his life. Nearby sailors stole glances at the ashen-faced Luo Zhengdao pacing on the command platform. Whispering among themselves, Bosun Zola, brandishing his 9-tailed whip made of rhinoceros hide, strode across the deck, loudly admonishing, "Stay on task, and don't provoke the captain. Can't you see he is furious? You lot, don't you want to be sent to scrub the keel? Bosun, the captain wouldn't he be planning to lead us to our demise, would he? Shut your mouth. Is your life worth more than the captainess?" Upon hearing this, Sailor A, squatting nearby while scrubbing the deck, empathized as he felt the rapid depletion of his wallet after a day of indulgence, stating bluntly, "That's right. If the captain's life is worth so much and he dares to risk it, what do I have to fear as a penniless wretch?" The immense sails, white as snow, gradually unfurled in the caress of the mana winds, and as the Yangwei reduced its ballast, its sailing height ascended, swiftly revealing its dark yellow hull encased in a thick layer of copper. Witnessing this, the nearby skiffs became flustered, initially prepared to employ fire and close-quarters combat to subdue this plump target. They were taken aback by the sudden elevation of the Yangwei. The overwhelming number of scrappy pirates was rendered speechless. With no reserve buoyancy to speak of, the skiffs lacked ballast configurations, and their mortars, designed for land assaults, were ill-equipped for naval engagements. Even if they had prepared mortars, their accuracy would be laughable. Were they truly to watch the Yangwei escape from their grasp, it was as if a roast duck could fly away. Suddenly, a burly man with a dark complexion stood up in one of the skiffs, brandishing a gleaming curved blade as he shouted, "That ship behind us. Everyone, let us go intercept it." Upon hearing this, the pirates snapped back to reality. The Yangwei ahead was beyond their reach, but the trailing Chow Yong was still within striking distance. Was there any need for courtesy now? Boom, 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 Weavy hooked it, hurry. Grab hold. With a series of explosive sounds, iron hooks and chains launched from the armed skiffs towards the Chow Yong, some snagging the ship's sides, others ensnaring the rigging, effectively rendering it immobile. Although the Chow Yong had undergone technical modifications, it was ultimately not a dedicated warship, and its ballast capacity was limited, preventing it from employing the height advantage strategy that would leave foes utterly despondent. Now shifting their offensive focus, the pirates unleashed grappling hooks and chains from their crossbows and eagle cannons onto various parts of the Chow Yong, subsequently launching their climbing and assault maneuvers. This boarding battle, having escalated to a fever pitch from the outset, was so intense it felt suffocating, with the Chow Yong resembling a plump caterpillar besieged by a swarm of ants. Perilously close to disaster, not far from this scene, Luo Zhengdao observed everything with clarity. After a brief moment of hesitation, his wavering gaze grew resolute once more, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He declared, "Brando, turn around. We're going back." Brando Fian, gripping the helm, wore a look of utter astonishment. He incredulously responded, "My lord, please reconsider. There are too many enemies. Returning will not save the Chow Yong. It will only lead to our demise." Luo Zhengdao let out a cold laugh, fixing a fierce gaze upon Brando Fian. "My dear first mate, do my eyes deceive me? Can you not see those enemies? Answer me, Lord Fian. Are you afraid? Are you truly prepared to flee before a pack of beggar-like, impoverished pirates?" Chapter 67. The blood-drenched baptism of combat. Undoubtedly, piracy is a perilous profession that demands immense courage and tenacity. Dancing with death is commonplace, and within this fraternity that venerates valor above all, cowardice is naturally regarded as one of the most despised traits. In comparison, traits such as cruelty, greed, stinginess, indulgence, and tyranny, often perceived as significant flaws in character, are far superior to cowardice in the eyes of the common man. Most pirates can tolerate a brutal, bloodthirsty, and insatiably greedy leader, yet they would never allow themselves to serve under a spineless individual. Indeed, no one would hold a coward in esteem, let alone follow their commands. The battlefield lies in the waters surrounding the pirate market, where countless eyes are fixated on the unfolding events. Should anyone be seen fleeing in a state of panic, it is likely that within 6 months, tales mocking the cowardice of certain individuals will circulate across the 7 seas, perhaps even immortalized in the songs of wandering bards, bringing eternal disgrace. Although Luo Zhengdao's time in this new world has been short, his experiences are abundant, granting him a perspective shaped by 2 worlds. He grasps the very essence of the pirate spirit with remarkable precision. There is no retreat in this battle. Likewise, even though Brando Fian is fully aware that Luo Zhengdao is employing a provocation tactic, he cannot resist the bait. The consequences of being labeled a coward are far too severe, even more terrifying than the threat of death. Cornered by Luo Zhengdao's words, The usually flamboyant Defying cast a sidelong glance at him, seemingly seeking to discern the intent behind his statement. Their gazes locked in a standoff. Brando ultimately capitulated, exclaiming despondently, "Why should I fear those blokes? Am I afraid they'll bite my bird? What a joke." Observing this, Luo Zhengdao burst into hearty laughter, stepping forward to clap the first mate on the shoulder exuberantly, proclaiming, that is an excellent response, my dear first mate. I implore you to turn back at once. We cannot abandon our comrades. We are all in the same boat and must support one another. If we forsake them in the face of danger today, who shall we abandon tomorrow?" As he spoke, the already successfully retreating ship, the Yangwei, executed a sharp turn to head towards its supporting vessels. The bosun, Zora Hagel, leaped onto the ship's railing, wielding a patterned steel cutlass in one hand and a flintlock pistol in the other, shouting, "From this moment forth, fire at every moving target within your sights. All hands, free to shoot." Luo Zhengdao had entrusted the command of this battle to the experienced bosun, as his limited naval combat experience stemmed from playing a cat-and-mouse game with goblin hunting fleets. Ill-suited for a chaotic battlefield where friend and foe are indistinguishable. Amidst the vast expanse of battle, it was challenging to identify high-value targets worthy of concentrated fire from the Yangwei. Small skiffs and speedboats were scattered everywhere. At Zora Hagel's command, the gunners and crossbowmen aboard the Yangwei began to search for targets as the distance closed to where they could clearly discern one another's features. If they could not hit their mark now, it would indeed be a severe case of astigmatism. Luo Zhengdao, having accepted the inevitability of this battle being a contest of mediocrity, saw no harm in throwing themselves into the fray wholeheartedly. As the Yangwei approached the Super Courage, first mate Defying bellowed, "Hey, adjust the ballast in the hold, lower the bow, and let me steer this ship to crush those scoundrels." Typically appearing lethargic and half asleep, save for his enthusiasm for drinking and women, Defying was unusually animated today, veins bulging in his neck as he shouted through the communication pipe for the hold crew to redistribute the ballast. Crack. Snap. Soon, the pirate ship lowered its bow as desired by the first mate. Beneath the swiftly advancing Yangwei, the sound of crunching akin to the breaking of biscuits echoed, signifying the destruction of the pirate skiffs below. This revitalized ailing warship was bulldozing through the battlefield with an aggressive might, leaving devastation in the wake of its colossal shadow. It must be said, the efficiency of this novel tactic in slaughter was astonishing. The half-elf beauty patrolled the sides of the ship with her bow and arrows, occasionally loosing arrows at pirate skiffs attempting to retaliate. After a circuit, she returned to the aft deck and addressed Luo Zhengdao. "Will, have you found that scoundrel Najef?" Hearing this, Luo Zhengdao shook his head regretfully, sighing, "The chaos is too overwhelming. There is no time to confirm targets. God knows where that son of a dog is hiding. Will, be careful." Bang. Suddenly, the half-elf beauty's expression shifted dramatically as she leaped toward Luo Zhengdao, seemingly intent on knocking him to the deck at the same time. A specialized spindled stone projectile fired through the dense white smoke created by stone pine powder, shot towards Luo Zhengdao with uncanny precision. As Luo Zhengdao instinctively evaded, he felt the danger still looming, as if ensnared by some mysterious force. Thud. Just as he was about to be pinned down, Vina Dabov exerted all her strength to shield him, her body lurching forward as she fell in disbelief. Luo Zhengdao caught the half-elf beauty, only to feel a warm, wet flow seep through his fingers, blood gushing from her wound. Looking down at the shocking crimson liquid, his heart raced with dread. Could Vina die? Vina! At that moment, Luo Zhengdao's anguished cry surpassed even the pain of his own injury, as if something within him had shattered, overwhelming him with an inexplicable sorrow and regret. Sorry, couldn't hit the target. Over 100 yards away beneath the Yangwei, a seemingly unremarkable armed skiff bore a sniper who offered a half-hearted apology to his employer. Regardless of how forgettable the sniper's ordinary face was, his large, feline-like eyes, glimmering with iridescent brilliance, were unforgettable. This peculiar-eyed marksman turned to the sorcerer standing beside him, reporting the outcome of his attack with an air of nonchalance. The sorcerer Najef, whose vision was far less acute than his companions, could not contain his fury, shouting in exasperation, "Didn't you claim to be a sharpshooter? Oh, there are always exceptions. How was I to know someone would suddenly leap in to block the shot? Having believed this operation was foolproof, Najef was at a loss for words, his anger boiling over at the sniper's laid-back demeanor. The meticulously crafted assassination plan had unexpectedly derailed. It was nothing short of a farce. "Ah, it's you again, Najef." Rushing to retrieve a first aid kit to staunch Vina Dubov's bleeding, Luo Jingdao, whose mind was blank, quickly sought the sniper's position. Despite having been a pirate for so long, calculating the trajectory of bullets remained a complex skill for him. He could manage to discern the general direction from which the shot had originated. Upon peering over the ship's railing, he immediately spotted the familiar face on the skiff. His teeth clenched in rage. If they were any closer, he might have considered leaping overboard to bite Najef to death. Luo Zhengdao never considered himself a passive do-gooder, yet he had never felt such a desperate urge for someone's demise as he did in this moment, responding to the tumult of emotions surging within him. The long sword in Luo Zhengdao's hand erupted with a myriad of eerie blue sparks, as if it had condensed countless bolts of lightning upon its blade. "Will, hurry, don't waste time." Rage did not cloud Luo Zhengdao's judgment. Upon hearing Vina Dubov's faint call, he took a few steps back, inhaling deeply, temporarily setting aside thoughts of the sorcerer Najef. He began to call out to his crew, "Brando, turn the ship away immediately. Zora, signal the super courage to retreat. Drake, where are you?" Amidst the chaos of battle, the short, plump ship's doctor appeared breathlessly. Luo Zhengdao pressed down on Vina Dubov's back wound, observing the alarming amount of blood seeping through the bandages, making him question how long she could endure. Drake King quickly assessed the half-elf beauty's gunshot wound and looked up at Luo Zhengdao, stating, "Miss Vina's injuries are severe. I need to stop the bleeding first, and then perform surgery to extract the bullet." "Then do it." "Why are you looking at me?" Hearing this, Luo Zhengdao snapped at the doctor, his frustration mounting. In the New World, only clerics and paladins could cast healing spells. Shamans had healing totems, and other less common classes possessed varying degrees of healing abilities. It is only reasonable to expect that a master of cards should possess complementary healing abilities. Beings of their caliber, akin to deities, ought not to neglect such a significant shortcoming. The true issue lies with Luo Zhengdao, who possesses not even a single healing card that a skilled artisan cannot craft without materials. And at this moment, he can only fret over Vina Dubov's injuries. His misplaced ire towards the unfortunate Drake King merely illustrates Luo Zhengdao's lack of inner strength. A true warrior would not shift the blame for his own inadequacies onto others. "Captain, the courageous has successfully broken through." Upon hearing the call from the bosun, Luo Zhengdao felt a slight easing of his taut nerves. This was one of the few pieces of good news he had received thus far. He then glared with bloodshot eyes and murmured, "Let us depart. This time, we have let Najef off easy, but next time, I shall." Chapter 68. Days of Drifting. From an aerial perspective, the New World resembles an oversized pizza, composed of diverse races and civilizations, a magical realm that shifts like a kaleidoscope, far richer and more colorful than the old world of singular human factions. The rise of human dynasties is a mere 4,000 or 5,000 years old, especially when compared to ancient civilizations whose ruins have withstood the ravages of time for tens of thousands of years. Humanity, as an intelligent race, has emerged in a remarkably brief span. Prior to the era of the Light Dynasty, human kingdoms largely adhered to a feudal system, where both human nobles and tribes under human dominion were issued certificates by the imperial government. Although a stable hierarchy was established, with lords and vassals fulfilling limited obligations and rights, those nobles who felt diminished in the presence of the emperor returned to their fiefs as absolute sovereigns, wielding administrative, judicial, military, and financial power without restraint. This state of affairs persisted until the arrival of a certain time-traveling predecessor who, through sheer perseverance, founded the Light Empire. Hailing from the culturally unified sphere of Huaxia, this emperor found the local feudal system intolerable, especially given its marginalization after the Qin and Han dynasties. Upon his ascension, he swiftly set about implementing a centralized authority, aiming to diminish the power of local nobility. This energetic time traveler devoted his life to establishing a novel governance model that would allow the emperor to directly oversee every town. It is without question that unprecedented innovations invite fierce opposition from vested interests. Such a radical overhaul of a nation's governance structure would be met with resistance not only from former enemies, but also from dissenting voices within his own ranks. After countless brutal confrontations and a tumultuous struggle for interests, the beleaguered emperor ultimately quelled the backlash from various factions, successfully relocating all human noble fiefs to the periphery of the main continent, particularly to remote islands like Qiangzhou. The alien tribes that had previously occupied the interior of the mainland remained indifferent to this relocation, as their territories were often inhospitable, rendering military campaigns against them a futile endeavor. Having finally subdued the human nobility, the aging emperor lacked the vigor to undertake further monumental changes, and thus reluctantly allowed races like the goblins to persist. Little did he foresee that this act of weakness would sow the seeds of the Light Dynasty's downfall. Perhaps a fitting illustration of the adage that even the wisest may overlook a critical detail, sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a vibrant glow throughout the cabin, mingling with the unique scent of herbs that lingered in the air. Still somewhat overwhelming despite being tempered by incense. "Vina, how is your injury? Do you feel any better today?" Luo Jingdao, with a radiant smile, drew back the silk curtains to let in fresh air and placed a bouquet of flowers into the glass vase beside the half-elf beauty lying in bed. Despite her pallid complexion, Vina Duboff retained an air of intellectual elegance. The severe gunshot wound had resulted in significant blood loss, a condition that would have been fatal for a human, had it not been for her mixed heritage, which endowed her with slightly better resilience than a pure-blooded human. Luo Jingdao feared he might be laying flowers at her grave rather than visiting her bedside. "Thank you, I feel much better." "I appreciate your concern, my lord, and the flowers you brought," she replied, glancing at the bouquet of violets in the wall-mounted vase with a playful wink, though her delicate features bore signs of exhaustion. Noticing this, Luo Jingdao, still burdened by gloom, nodded and took a seat. "Rest assured, I will settle the score with that scoundrel Najev. If you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know. To assist with your care. I have hired 2 maids at the port ahead. They will heed your instructions." With that, he snapped his fingers, calling out, "You may come in." 2 robust middle-aged maids entered the room, and Luo Jingdao pointed to the bedridden Vina Duboff, instructing, "From this moment on, your sole duty is to care for Lady Duboff. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. If anyone says or does anything you deem inappropriate, inform me immediately." "Understood." "Yes, my lord." According to the unspoken rules generally upheld by pirate crews, children and women are not permitted aboard during voyages. Any violations would result in the offender being unceremoniously tossed overboard. The magical forces of the New World have significantly diminished the negative impact of gender differences on individual combat prowess, yet the cramped quarters aboard ships maintain fundamentally similar drawbacks to those of the Old World. To put it simply, the living conditions aboard a sailing vessel are quite dire, particularly in the lower decks where ventilation is abysmal, leading to stifling heat and humidity. Sailors in the hold often wear nothing but undergarments. Drenched in sweat, while cohabiting with both men and women creates an environment ripe for indiscretion. Imagine, after laboring on deck all day, finally lying in a hammock at night, only to be disturbed by the raucous sounds of debauchery emanating from a dark corner of the cabin. The air thick with the briny scent of the seafood market. Who could possibly sleep soundly under such circumstances? Inequity breeds discontent. Why should one revel in nightly escapades while another is left to endure solitary confinement with a mere companion? Jealousy, rumors, and provocations. Various disputes arising from relationships between men and women are inevitable. Of course, instances of same-sex encounters also occur. One common punishment for such a severe breach of pirate ethics is a soul-purging experience involving a saltwater-soaked cat o' nine tails. Previously, the half-elf beauty had remained aboard the warship as a professional, but now, due to her injuries, she required extensive bed rest, rendering her daily activities nearly impossible. Without assistance, it was evident that entrusting such care to burly sailors would pose significant issues, prompting Luo Jingdao to make an exception by hiring 2 maids specifically to tend to Vina Duboff. This decision stemmed from his increasing investment in the privateering fleet and the respect commanded by the mysterious powers of the card magic, which afforded him considerable authority within the crew. Even the notoriously cantankerous Zola Hagel dared not provoke Luo Jingdao lightly, and the attitudes of others were even more compliant, allowing Luo Jingdao's unorthodox actions to go unchallenged. After visiting Vina, Luo Jingdao ascended to the deck once more. Upon spotting the bosun patrolling, he exchanged a knowing glance, and the 2 made their way to a secluded corner at the ship's stern. "Zola, have you conveyed the message?" "Rest assured, Captain, no one dares to speak out of turn." Luo Jingdao shook his head slightly, responding, "Better to be cautious. I have no desire to personally execute any fool who cannot control himself." Just then, a sailor shouted from the side of the ship, "Hey, we've spotted some debris on the water ahead." Encountering flotsam in nearshore waters is not unusual. However, It is rare to see anything floating on the ethereal sea. Save for splintered driftwood, Luo Zhengdao dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand, instructing, Zola, please take care of it. The stern-faced bosun approached the ship's edge, commanding his subordinates, you lot, lower the boat and investigate the situation. Aye. The pirates swiftly lowered the lifeboat and made their way towards the mass of debris. Soon calling out to the ship, bosun, there is a woman here. Deep within the souls of every mariner lies an inevitable reverence for the capricious sea, intertwined with a primal fear of their own potential demise amidst the waves. Regardless of the vessel's formidable capabilities, even those colossal warships, akin to mountains in their grandeur, may find themselves brought low by the unforgiving hand of nature. Instances of encountering survivors at sea, only to neglect their plight, are deemed reprehensible even by the most ruthless of pirates who, while forcing their victims to walk the plank, might feign nonchalance. Yet, should they encounter a drowning soul and fail to lend aid, it constitutes a grave taboo in the life of the sea. The rationale is deceptively simple. If you do not rescue others today, do not expect assistance tomorrow when it is you in peril. This fatalistic dread, tinged with an inescapable sense of destiny, cannot be evaded by mere virtue. Even the most nefarious individuals harbor a profound respect for fate. A.S. Luo Zhengdao stood on the deck, momentarily lost in thought. He exchanged a glance of resignation with Zola. He then leaned over the ship's railing and called out, all right, bring her aboard, and do not waste any time. The woman salvaged from the waters bore an unremarkable appearance in Luo Zhengdao's initial assessment. She was the kind of face that, if cast adrift in the streets of the old world, would vanish from memory within seconds, an utterly common visage, making her an ideal candidate for a covert operative. For reasons unbeknownst to him, as he scrutinized her features, an unsettling sense of disquiet began to stir within him. Cautiously, he inquired, where do you hail from? What is your name? The woman, trembling, responded, my name is Aisha. I escaped from danger. At her words, Luo Zhengdao momentarily halted, glancing at the vast, empty sea. As an unsettling feeling grew more pronounced, after a moment of silence, he pressed on. How did your ship meet its fate? I do not know, she stammered. I heard chaos outside. And then the ship capsized. I lost all awareness. Indeed, her responses were shrouded in mystery. Luo Zhengdao's suspicions began to swell. It appeared as though she had rehearsed her answers, responding effortlessly to each query. While her seemingly timid stutter felt overly contrived. Chapter 69. The pirate's daily life. This woman, who had fallen overboard, aroused considerable suspicion. However, despite his doubts, Luo Zhengdao's character would not allow him to act with ruthless decisiveness merely due to his discontent. After a moment of contemplation, he feigned nonchalance and stated, well, you may stay on my ship for the time being, and disembark when we reach port. Thank you, my lord, for your kindness. Labeling her as exceedingly suspicious in his mind, Luo Zhengdao appraised her with a cool demeanor, remarking, very well, during your time aboard, consider yourself the ship's laundress. Yes, captain. Throughout Luo Zhengdao's dialogue with Aisha, Zola Hagel remained nearby, and once a sailor escorted Aisha to the laundry room. The first mate interjected, Captain, this woman is highly suspicious. There are no viable shipping routes in this vicinity. What a coincidence. At this, Luo Zhengdao nodded in agreement, responding, indeed, I share your sentiments. This area is not a typical merchant shipping lane, and the likelihood of a survivor drifting here from another maritime disaster is quite low that we cannot simply cast her aside due to our suspicions. For now, let us proceed with caution. Ensure she avoids contact with the crew, and do not grant her access to sensitive areas. If any unusual behavior arises, do not hesitate to act as necessary. Zola Hagel, adept in the art of self-preservation, although having distanced himself from such a lifestyle, possessed his own criteria for assessing a person's honesty and reliability. Upon hearing Luo Zhengdao's orders, he smirked and replied, understood, I know exactly what to do. The discovery of flotsam at sea, followed by the unexpected retrieval of a woman, was merely a minor episode in the pirate's lengthy voyage. Not long prior, after a fierce struggle to escape the pirate market, Luo Zhengdao had refrained from heading directly into open waters. Acquiring a warship was undeniably urgent. However, his finances were severely lacking. The modest savings Luo Zhengdao had amassed were not insignificant. Yet, the essence of financial matters is often misleading. The critical factor lies in the intended use of those funds, which ultimately determines their sufficiency. Indeed, a fortune of gold crowns could sustain a comfortable retirement for 1,000 years, provided one chooses the right locale. However, when it comes to procuring a warship, the scenario shifts dramatically. For instance, the third-rate battleship from the Javanese kingdom, despite being second-hand, was priced at a staggering 12,000 gold coins. Thus, it was evident that the costs associated with commissioning a new warship from the Yaling Empire or the Elven Federation would be even more exorbitant. Consequently, Luo Zhengdao found himself grappling with the pressing issue of insufficient funds, making the pursuit of wealth his immediate priority. In a stroke of serendipity, Zola Hagel had come across a treasure map during his time at the pirate market, claiming to reveal the hidden cache of a certain pirate captain. Such tales of legendary treasures, accompanied by dubious maps, were commonplace among pirates, akin to the stories spun in the antiquities market of the Old World. Most were mere fabrications. Aware of the slim chances of finding treasure, Luo Zhengdao nonetheless accepted Zola's proposal, instructing the privateering fleet to alter their course and seek their fortune in the area marked by the map. Deep within the ether sea, the currents of ether particles gradually lift objects submerged beneath the surface, continuously transporting them to regions of higher particle concentration. Over millions of years, this accumulation leads to the formation of island outcroppings. Although unpredictable, islands and reefs may manifest anywhere, provided the conditions favor the aggregation of ether-laden materials. The somber and desolate island that emerged before them sparked collective unease among the pirates. The land bore no signs of flora or fauna. All that lay in sight was a suffocating silence. And the surrounding azure waters revealed no signs of fish. To make matters worse, a thin veil of mist hovered around the island, casting an eerie pallor over everything, as if they were ensnared in an unending nightmare. Indeed, the island's peculiar atmosphere was so unsettling that it could easily serve as a backdrop for a horror film, saving a significant budget on special effects. Faced with such a treacherous and enigmatic landscape, Luo Zhengdao paced the deck, seemingly unperturbed as he stretched his limbs. Once sufficiently warmed up, he gestured. "Well then, we have arrived. Surely we cannot simply return without taking action. Why are we dawdling? Prepare to disembark." The sailors, feeling the weight of Luo Zhengdao's words, set to work, and soon several small boats were lowered into the water, with rowers enthusiastically calling out as they paddled toward the shore, having already devised a plan. Zola Hagel divided the sailors into groups upon landing, dispatching them to search the area. Given the island's modest size, the pirates swiftly returned to the landing point for regrouping. This barren outcropping was starkly devoid of vegetation. A mere glance revealed its openness, thus sparing the searchers considerable effort. As Luo Zhengdao awaited reconnaissance reports by the campfire, he inquired, "Did you locate the treasure site indicated on the map?" In response, the leader of one group reported, "Captain, we discovered the entrance to a cave nearby, but it is exceedingly deep. Unprepared, we did not dare to venture further and retreated. Cave exploration is fraught with peril, especially in the lairs of pirates, which are often laden with traps and hazards. Collapse, flooding, and falling debris are all potential harbingers of death, capable of claiming the lives of the unwary." Zola Hagel produced the tattered, stained treasure map, riddled with holes from insect damage, and meticulously cross-referenced it with the sailors' descriptions of the cave. That a smile spread across his face as he declared, "Indeed, this must be the location of the treasure. Captain, observe this mark. It aligns with the cave entrance." Having come this far, they would make the most of their circumstances. Luo Zhengdao clung steadfastly to the belief that a thief never departs empty-handed. He was resolute in his quest for treasure, with his financial situation dire. A man on the brink of destitution does not dwell excessively on the inherent risks of adventure. Luo Zhengdao was not without awareness. Each day in the New World necessitated a delicate balancing act on the edge of a blade. Rather than hide pitifully in some shadowy corner, beseeching the heavens for deliverance from his plight, he was unafraid to embrace challenges that appeared insurmountable, even if he were to lie inert in bed each day. The curse of the wasteland god would insidiously spread and take root. Aware of this, he pondered, whether he ventured forth or retreated, the outcome would remain the same. Thus, why adopt a cowardly demeanor that would invite mockery? "My lord, Count, this place feels ominous. Are we truly to proceed?" The foreboding entrance shrouded in dark mist elicited unease. The initiator of this treasure-hunting expedition, the helmsman Zola's expression was also far from favorable after personally surveying the cave's mouth. He voiced his dissent to Luo Zhengdao, There was no compelling reason for Luo Zhengdao to dismiss such valid concerns. He nodded and replied, "Very well. Zola, inform the others to unload 2 eagle cannons from the ship. I believe such firepower should suffice." Upon hearing Luo Zhengdao's words, Zola weighed the pros and cons and silently nodded, turning towards the landing point. This minor task was easily within his capabilities. Before long, a contingent of sailors appeared, pushing 2 wooden artillery carts to the cave's entrance. The eagle cannons weighed just over 200 kilograms, and with the weight of the gun carriages, they remained within the realm of human capability to maneuver. If they had to unload the 24-pound long-barreled cannons, merely shifting them on land without the aid of beasts of burden would leave the sailors exhausted and breathless. With the firepower reinforced, there was little for the helmsman to critique, and the group promptly began their exploration into the cave. Within the pirates' path, the uneven walls of the cave bore no signs of human excavation, appearing as if they were formed by nature itself. After stumbling along for several minutes, Zola Hagel suddenly halted. Crouching as if struck by an electric jolt, and raised his right hand to signal the others to stop, he whispered, "Halt! It seems there's a sound of flowing water ahead." At this, Luo Zhengdao snapped his fingers and called out, "Scouting team, advance." As the number of underground caverns increased, Luo Zhengdao deemed it unnecessary to send scouts out continuously. There were simply too many paths for the available manpower. This mobile scouting unit consisted of 5 agile pirates skilled in combat and stealth. They ventured into the depths of the dark cave, returning after about 10 minutes with a report. "Captain, the cave ahead opens up into a vast underground lake." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao glanced at the helmsman, who immediately understood and added, "I suggest we send 2 more groups to scout along the lake's shore." Maintaining his cautious approach, Luo Zhengdao replied, "Very well, Deputy Fian, select another group." After thoroughly surveying the cave's depths and finding no anomalies, the main body of pirates, dragging the cannon, slowly advanced until they reached the vicinity of the underground lake. The shores remained tranquil, seemingly dispelling Luo Zhengdao's earlier sense of foreboding. Thus far, Luo Zhengdao had witnessed his fair share of storms. Yet, this eerie calm heightened his sense of impending doom. The stillness mirrored the moment before a tempest strikes the ethereal sea, a silence pregnant with foreboding. Just as Luo Zhengdao's doubts began to swell, the ominous premonition materialized. The placid surface of the lake suddenly erupted into terrifying, tumultuous waves. Toot, 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 toot. A deep horn sounded from afar, sending a shiver down Luo Zhengdao's spine as he urgently inquired, "What is that sound?" Helmsman Zola Hagel, well acquainted with the subterranean world, swiftly unsheathed his curved blade and, with a fierce expression, commanded, "Prepare for battle, everyone. That is the battle horn of the Kotao mermen. They are upon us." If the Shah mermen, with whom Luo Zhengdao had previously interacted, represented a semi-civilized barbaric race capable of rational discourse, then the Kotao mermen, bearing a striking resemblance to their predecessors, were wholly uncivilized savages. Their only means of communication with other races was through violence and bloodshed. Damn it. Set up the cannons and prepare to fire. Zola Hagel assumed the role of battlefield commander, vociferously directing the pirates to follow his orders. Having spent considerable time together, Zola had developed a fair understanding of Luo Zhengdao. The pure-blooded noble, when it came to strategic matters, discounted the fortune and felicity was no novice. He often cut to the heart of the matter, perhaps a testament to the nobility of his lineage. However, in practical tactical situations, Luo Zhengdao lacked the requisite combat experience to make swift decisions. His fanciful ideas often diverged from reality, and in the tumult of such unforeseen circumstances, it was more likely that the Kotao mermen would succumb to collective misfortune than that Luo Zhengdao would command the chaos with ease. Meanwhile, the Kotao mermen, chattering in their strange tongue, created a cacophony of echoes in the vast underground space, further unsettling the pirates. Fire! Fire! The expedition team was equipped with numerous crossbows and firearms, and under Zola's command, the pirates engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the mermen, who had suddenly surged from the lake to launch their assault. While striving to suppress the enemy's ranged fire, the pirates had to remain particularly vigilant of the few Kotao mermen overseers among their ranks. Those wielding crossbows posed a far greater threat with their superior range and lethality compared to the crude harpoons of their comrades. And a moment's inattention could render the pirates mere targets. Temporarily stabilizing our front lines to prevent collapse, Zola Hagel, having had considerable dealings with the underground world and those neighbors exuding the stench of fish in his youth, turned to Dao and shouted, "Captain, the tribe of Kotao fishmen boasts at least 100 warriors, and their numbers continue to swell. Should we not retreat?" Upon hearing this, Dao, who had been keenly observing the battlefield, squinted and replied, "Wait a moment longer. Our cannons are nearly set up that we must hold the line a little longer. These creatures, with the upper bodies of fish and the lower bodies of men, their hook-like fangs protruding grotesquely from their lips, were so repulsive that they could only be described as half-human, half-fish abominations, far more loathsome than their close relatives, the Sahwa fishmen. Most unsettling was the madness lurking within them, a frenzy that could erupt at any moment to annihilate both their enemies and themselves. In simple terms, the Kotao fishmen were akin to severely mentally ill individuals on the brink of a violent outbreak, and encountering such lunatics would be a nightmare for any sane person. "Zola, can you decipher what they are shouting?" Dao, meticulously protected by his crew, had ample time to ponder the potential intentions of his adversaries. His confusion stemmed not from understanding their goals, but from their frenzied, uncontrollable state, which starkly contrasted with the battlefield's tone of life and death. These Kotao fishmen seemed to be engaged in a wild celebration. What joy is there to be had? Responding to the cacophony, Zola Hagel, who had a rudimentary grasp of their strange tongue, listened intently, and his expression darkened further as he replied, "They are chanting for a sacrifice. Captain, I have a foreboding feeling." Just then, as Dao's conversation with the bosun had scarcely concluded, a thunderous roar akin to surging tides filled the air, and illuminated by the faint glow of luminescent moss atop the cavern, a colossal creature emerged from the depths of the lake. Its body was enveloped in an ethereal blue-purple slime, with 4 tentacles, 2 long and 2 short, undulating in the air like serpents. Its deep, inscrutable eyes seemed to possess an incomprehensible, eerie allure, surrounded by servants. This abyssal monster ascended slowly from the blood-red underground lake. Upon witnessing this behemoth, the pirates, who rarely knew fear, collectively gasped. This monstrous being was far more formidable than the ragtag Kotao fishmen. "Good heavens! What manner of beast is this? Help! I'm ensnared! Fire! Fire now!" Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, the pirates lost their composure, and had it not been for their meager support, they would likely have crumbled under the pressure. Fortunately, at this critical moment, several cannon crews, having toiled for what felt like eternity, finally managed to position their artillery. The first mate, Defying, who had been temporarily assigned to command them, shouted, "The cannons are ready." Hearing this encouraging news, Dao, who had just impaled a Kotao fishman through the throat with his sword, felt a surge of joy and turned to urge, "What are we waiting for? Fire!" Boom, 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 with a downward sweep of his hand, Defying signaled, and the cannons positioned at the rear of the line unleashed torrents of golden flames. The stone projectiles, the size of fists, shot forth with lightning speed, hurtling toward the massive abyssal fish. If such a sizable target could not be hit from such close range, then Zola Hagel would have indeed wasted his efforts training the crew. Nigulu, the abyssal fish, resembling a tropical catfish, was no pushover. It emitted a strange, indistinct sound as it retaliated, swinging its 4 tentacles violently at the pirates who stood at the forefront. The Kotao fishmen held the advantage in numbers, while the abyssal fish boasted superior quality. The combination of countless foot soldiers fighting desperately alongside a powerful boss at the center posed a threat that was far greater than mere addition. Perceiving the mounting pressure on their front lines, even as the pirates exerted every ounce of strength and utilized all manner of firearms, they felt the pressure intensifying, and the already tenuous line was on the verge of collapse. At this critical juncture, the dire trend in the battle was evident even to the blind. Defying, amidst reloading his flintlock pistol, shouted to Dao, "Captain, we cannot hold much longer." Zola Hagel, with his extensive experience in the underground world, displayed remarkable resolve and decisiveness at that moment. He bellowed to the sailors, "Withdraw 1 from every 3, prepare the grenades." Chapter 71. Encounter with the abyssal fish. Exhausted from fending off the relentless, suicidal charges of the Kotao fishmen, the pirates, reminded by the bosun, suddenly recalled that they had entire crates of grenades stowed behind them, untouched. Subsequently, about a third of the pirates, under the cover of their comrades' fire, awkwardly retreated from the front line. As they pried open the wooden crates and hastily distributed the grenades, which were already fitted with fuses, the line they had so desperately maintained was now compressed by several dozen yards toward the lake shore. The fuses of these grenades were crafted from a waterproof plant resin mixed with lycopodium powder and twisted into coarse linen thread. Igniting them required an open flame. Fortunately, in the underground cave, while many things were scarce, torches for illumination were certainly in abundance. Listen to my command. Ignite together. 3, 2, 1. Ignite. Throw. Boom, boom, boom. Under Zola Hagel's loud commands, hundreds of grenades were hurled by the pirates toward the gravel-strewn shores of the lake, followed by a cacophony of explosions reverberating through the underground space. The grenades, thrown with great force, detonated as their fuses burned out, showering the Kotao fishmen with sharp debris and shockwaves, causing blood and flesh to scatter, transforming the once clear waters into a bizarre blue-gray HUEAS. If caught in a state of religious fervor, the Kotao fishmen retaliated with double the ferocity, and the pressure on the pirates grew steadily, teetering on the brink of collapse, threatening to erupt into utter chaos at any moment, a situation that would be irretrievable. Fall back. Witnessing his painstakingly trained crew fall one by one, Ro Jingdao could no longer contain himself. The deadly threat of the curse of the wild god was cast aside as he gripped a blank magic card in his left hand, which instilled him with confidence to conquer the monster. Target locked. Seal. No sooner had he spoken than the blank card in his palm shattered into countless milky white points of light, which danced through the air like fireflies, momentarily sketching a standard pentagram magic array. To scrutinize its structure was to invite confusion. The intricate patterns and gossamer lines would bewilder anyone attempting to comprehend its transformation, a challenge to both human physiology and mental limits. Ding! The melodious chime resonated like the plucking of harp strings, and sensing the impending danger, the abyssal fish, poised to plunge into the lake's depths, was silently enveloped by the descending pentagram array. The milky white points of light swiftly converged inward, rapidly forming a net that engulfed the abyssal fish. Within mere seconds, the gigantic creature and its entourage vanished without a trace, leaving behind a card that emitted a faint blue glow, which fell into Ro Jingdao's hands. Giggly, the sudden demise of their steadfast ally sent the Kotao fishmen into a frenzy that exceeded their limited capacity for comprehension. They erupted into a cacophony of chaotic shouts, their voices now devoid of bloodlust and madness, instead filled with confusion and terror. Suddenly bereft of their mainstay, the Kotao fishermen's inherent madness broke free, and they began to scatter in all directions without regard. Even as a handful of whips and overseers attempted to quell the disorder, the tide had already turned, and no amount of effort could salvage the situation. Exhausted, the pirates watched as the Kotao fishmen, in disarray, disappeared into the labyrinthine depths of the underground cavern, the once tumultuous lake regaining its former tranquility. Were it not for the blood-soaked earth and severed limbs serving as grim reminders, one might have believed that nothing had ever transpired. Oh no! Help! He needs bandaging. Hurry, someone! My leg is broken. The echoes of moans and cries for help reverberated through the cavern, amplifying the horror of the pirates' plight. It was evident that the aftermath of such a brutal clash, marked by bloodshed and carnage, necessitated the grim tasks of burying the dead and tending to the wounded, significantly delaying Ro Jingdao's expedition. Some severely injured sailors would require manpower to be carried back to the ship on stretchers for further treatment, ensuring that the number of accompanying guards could not be too sparse. Having finally completed the myriad of trivial yet intricate matters, Luo Jingdao found a moment of respite amidst the sailors' mixed gazes of admiration and trepidation. He resumed his analysis of the treasure map with several pirate leaders. After expending a 5-star blank magic card to deal with the bottom-dwelling magical fish, he pondered whether the endeavor was worthwhile. The answer remained ambiguous. As long as he deemed it valuable, that sufficed for him. However, the primary goal of their expedition, the treasure, was still elusive, leaving no trace behind. Having already paid a steep price, Luo Jingdao was reluctant to abandon the treasure hunt, feeling a pang of regret. He was unconcerned about potentially revealing his identity as a magic card master, for among the pirates, there were neither scholars nor mages, the favored children of the magical world. Their limited understanding made it improbable for them to connect Luo Jingdao's extraordinary techniques with his identity as a magic card master. Captain, please take a look. The marked treasure location lies within this vicinity. I believe there will be clues nearby, insisted the first mate, Zola Hagel, as he pointed to the circular symbol representing the treasure on the map. His tone resolute, Luo Jingdao nodded in acknowledgement, while Brando Fian scanned the lake's surface with vigilance. Suddenly, he interjected, "Isn't that human-shaped stone by the lake particularly conspicuous?" At his words, Luo Zhengdao turned to follow the direction indicated by the first mate. After glancing back at the treasure map, he made a decisive call: prepare to dive. It was a rare occurrence for those who made a living by the sea to be unskilled in swimming. Such incompetence was typically reserved for the remnants of a fallen dynasty. The pirates were industriously working for themselves, without the need for any charlatans among them. Soon, groups of pirates plunged into the water, repeatedly diving near the human-shaped stone to explore the underwater conditions. Before long, a diving sailor resurfaced for air, waving his hand and shouting, "I found it." Now that they had pinpointed the location, any remaining obstacles could be overcome. In a short time, a chest, almost completely buried in silt, was confirmed by the pirates. After years of sediment accumulation, only the lid of the chest was accessible by hand. The sailors spent over half an hour clearing away the debris and silt covering the chest, securing ropes to it. Upon receiving the signal that all was ready, Zola Hagel on the shore called out, "Pull with all your might. Heave, heave, heave." The synchronized shouts echoed in the underground cavern as the chest was finally dragged from the water. Revealing its true form, the surface was encrusted with numerous black freshwater mussels. Had it not been for its recognizable outline, one might mistake it for an ordinary rock. Witnessing this, Luo Zhengdao couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. It was remarkable that the diving sailor could distinguish the chest from common reef stones. Such keen perception was extraordinary. Could he possibly have some foreign blood? As the chest was securely brought to the sandy shore, Luo Zhengdao urged, "Everyone, clean it thoroughly, and be careful not to damage it." A dozen burly sailors approached with various tools, hammering away at the chest, which stood 1.5 meters high and over 3 meters long, gradually revealing its true identity. At that moment, Luo Zhengdao leaned in for a closer look and immediately recognized that the chest was forged from pure lead. No wonder it felt so unbearably heavy when pulled from the water. It had required the collective effort of over 100 men to operate the winch for its retrieval. In stark contrast to the old world, where metal products were ubiquitous and taken for granted during the post-industrial era, the New World faced a relative scarcity of metals. Even lead, with its limited applications, commanded a significant price. To have crafted a chest from metal specifically for storing items suggested that its contents would not be trivial. After a long day of treasure hunting, as the pirates prepared to open the chest, anticipation filled the air, and breaths were held in eager expectation of unveiling the mystery. With a heavy sigh, the lead lid of the chest slowly creaked open, eliciting a chorus of disappointed exclamations from the crowd. Inside lay a basket, a bag, and a candle. Truly, the promised treasures of gold and silver were nowhere to be found. This makes no sense. Luo Zhengdao found himself scratching his head in confusion at the sight of these mundane items. What had gone amiss? The saying, "buying the box while discarding the pearl," came to mind, warning against the folly of allowing the packaging to exceed the value of its contents. Surely, the original treasure creator would not have gone to such lengths to craft an expensive lead chest only to fill it with mere household items as a jest for future seekers. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Luo Zhengdao leaned closer to the chest, inspecting the 3 items one by one. Soon, he began to understand, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, it is just as I thought." Sensing Luo Zhengdao had unraveled some insight, the impatient Zola Hagel pressed, "Captain, what have you discerned?" With a smile, Luo Zhengdao set the items down, clapped his hands, and replied, "These 3 items must be magical artifacts. We are not mistaken. This chest contains the treasure." While he was aware of this, Luo Zhengdao was a magic card master, not an archmage, and assessing the nature of these artifacts was not his forte. Likewise, the well-read Zola Hagel could not identify the types of these magical curiosities. After examining the spoils, he shook his head in frustration. Another peculiar trinket from a mage. Regardless, they had secured the items, and this treasure hunt had not been in vain. Given the average success rate of treasure hunting based on maps was barely over 20%. This outcome was already quite favorable. In high spirits, Luo Zhengdao beamed. "Well, our efforts were not in vain. Instruct everyone to gather their gear. We're heading back." Chapter 72. The wonders of magic cards. Rare treasures are indeed charming, but the cost of acquiring them is not to be underestimated. Among the 200-plus pirates involved in this treasure hunt, a total of 46 had perished, and the wounded numbered well over 100. Given that the current total of the privateer fleet was only around 800, such casualties were indeed significant. With the treasure secured, There was little worth lingering over on this desolate island enclave. After hastily organizing their belongings, the two pirate ships set sail. In a relaxed demeanor, Luo Jingdao hummed a tune while calculating the journey time to the nearby islands using a pair of dividers on the nautical chart. Suddenly, he inquired, "Where is the nearest supply port? We should take the time to rest, and we need to expedite recruiting sailors. Our losses in this treasure hunt were considerable." Brando Fian, seasoned and worldly, smiled casually at Luo Jingdao's request and replied, "Yes. My lord, the recent activities of the goblin fleet have diminished significantly. I've heard that the pirates around Mal have become active again. We can resupply and recruit sailors there." Upon hearing this plausible suggestion, Luo Jingdao quickly pinpointed Mal's location on the chart. He then examined the nearby maritime intelligence annotations, nodding in agreement. "Very well, you are more familiar with that area. Please inform Zola that we will rest at Mal for a few days." "Understood. My lord, I shall take my leave," Brando replied before departing. With the door closing behind him, the quiet chart room was left with only Luo Jingdao. He then retrieved all the magic cards he possessed from his spatial pouch and laid them out on the table, counting them like a miser counting his gold coins. "I've unknowingly amassed over 30 cards. Time flies." As he savored this unique sense of timelessness, Luo Jingdao kept himself occupied, categorizing his treasured magic cards on the table. One must maintain a sense of perspective. A novice magic card master like Luo Jingdao, who had lingered in the New World for quite some time, without even assembling a basic deck of 40 cards, was hardly comparable to the legendary masters whose prowess far exceeded the epic level. Thankfully, this was precisely why he only faced hardships whenever the curse of the wild god struck, as it was a stroke of luck that he had not lost his life on those occasions. In the Eternal Grand Library, the phrase warning that the stronger one became, the closer they drew to death resonated in Luo Jingdao's mind, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. This profound sense of dread, akin to the sword of Damocles hanging overhead, was not easily borne. His peripheral vision caught sight of a particular card, stirring something within him that he reached out, extracting it from the collection to examine it more closely. This 2-star card belongs to the realm of magic, aptly named Omni Manifestation. Its purpose is rather singular. It can only be employed to detect unidentified targets, utilizing a fragment of the arcane techniques passed down among magicians. It can extend to unveil the true name and function of the target. Prior to this moment, Luo Jingdao had never contemplated its application beyond the battlefield. Now, however, he deemed it worth a try. In yesterday's skirmish, he had just activated his magic card, and although the round of the God of Desolation's curse had yet to commence, it was likely just a matter of time. Unfazed by the impending curse, Luo Jingdao boldly declared, "Omni Manifestation, analyze." Bang! Following a barely perceptible sound akin to a muted explosion, Luo Jingdao gently pressed his finger down, and a plume of silvery light erupted from the identified object, manifesting before him as lines of textual information. Fortunately, the text was rendered in his mother tongue, requiring no strenuous deciphering. After all, he only recognized a mere 500 words in the universal language of the New World. And as a semi-literate transmigrator, he truly found it taxing. An extraordinary endless basket, capable of providing sufficient food and water for 100 individuals over the course of a day and night. Ah, what a splendid item! The seemingly dilapidated basket possessed such remarkable functionality that Luo Jingdao could hardly suppress a laugh. With renewed hope, he pointed his finger at another wondrous object and proclaimed, "Omni Manifestation, analyze." Bang! A ghostly convenience bag, able to store 3,000 pounds or 300 cubic feet of items, with a weight that remains constant at 0. Luo Jingdao withdrew his finger from the drab, faded fabric of the bag, nodding in satisfaction. After taking a moment to compose himself, he extended his finger once more, uttering, "Omni Manifestation, analyze." Bang! A sacred ritual candle. This purple candle inscribed with mysterious runes will never extinguish if lit before the commencement of a magical ritual. It will grant a higher probability of success. Regardless of the outcome of the ritual, the candle will extinguish automatically, only to be restored to usable condition the following day. In the New World, the significance of magic, or the arcane, holds an absolute dominion akin to that of science in the Old World. Unlike the contemporary arcane system that pervades the New World, the path pursued by magicians in their quest for truth is far more profound and distant. Although the pursuit of truth ultimately leads to similar conclusions, the question remains, Who traverses the path more swiftly? This is where the nuances lie. Anything associated with the profession of a magician transcends the realm of the mundane. As the old adage goes, artifacts are deemed divine not merely due to their noble origins, but because they serve as tools wielded by deities. Similarly, magic cards themselves embody a material manifestation directly linked to the laws of the universe. In other words, the magic card currently in Luo Jingdao's possession employs a scanning function equivalent to harnessing the power of the laws to analyze an unknown artifact, unless the object's mystery and tier exceed that of the law's power. Or it does not belong to this world and cannot be recognized by its laws. There is no reason to lack an answer. Having concluded the analysis of the enigmatic magical artifact, Luo Jingdao, feeling thoroughly satisfied, stowed away the magic card. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Adopting a contemplative demeanor. It was essential to acknowledge that the three peculiar items acquired during the treasure hunt were immensely beneficial to Luo Jingdao. The first two items could resolve the logistical challenges of long-distance naval voyages, whether it be the basket capable of supplying food for 100 individuals daily or the convenience bag with 3 times the capacity of his ancestral space bag. Both were far from ordinary commodities available for purchase on the street. The final item, the ritual candle, had a relatively narrow application, yet tools associated with magic in the new world were never inexpensive. In truth, even in the old world, dabbling in high technology was similarly arduous. Despite the exorbitant profits garnered from trendy tech products like the iPhone, the foundational research that preceded their development was an insatiable black hole of expenses. A quintessential example of this was the large pharmaceutical companies of the old world, which required years of time investment to develop a new drug to treat ailments. From theoretical design to laboratory production, from testing on mice to clinical trials, followed by the approval process, the entire procedure averaged a cost of $300 to $500 million. Should luck not favor the pharmaceutical company, and a new drug be deemed ineffective, as was the case when a certain disreputable beer company invested in developing a hepatitis B vaccine only to find its efficacy equivalent to that of a placebo, the substantial initial investment would vanish without a trace. Consequently, the price of a newly launched drug was often exorbitantly high, as it not only needed to recoup its costs, but also to compensate for the significant research expenses incurred by its less fortunate counterparts. Understanding the high risks associated with foundational research, many unambitious companies in the old world opted to forego establishing their own research departments, choosing instead to endlessly replicate others' innovations. They preferred to be content with the scraps left over from subcontracting rather than risk bankruptcy in the pursuit of technological advancement. The magical research in the new world shares many characteristics with scientific endeavors in the old world. Those known as wizards or sorcerers do not rise to prominence merely by hurling fireballs or ice projectiles. A competent spellcaster must comprehend the structural patterns of magic, employing mental energy to construct spells in their mind to ensure the precise release of mana particles. The entire process of arcane casting resembles the use of an archaic firearm, despite the simplicity of pulling the trigger. The preparatory work is intricate enough to drive one to distraction. Once a spellcaster exhausts their reserve of spells, they must hastily refresh their memory, akin to students cramming for an exam with their spell books serving a similar purpose. Although players often jest about how only mages are favored by Blizzard, the reality in the new world reveals that mages endure considerable hardships. Nevertheless, mages remain a formidable force among the professionals of the new world. In the old world, there exists a playful saying, "Scientists who know martial arts cannot be stopped." And indeed, the arcane practitioners possess a certain robust charm reminiscent of scholarly rogues. After the pirates' successful treasure hunt, it was customary to convene and discuss the various means of realizing profits. Later, during a break, Luo Jingdao summoned the high-ranking officers for a meeting, addressing the chief sailor directly. "Zora, I have appraised these 3 peculiar items. Together they are worth approximately 5,000 to 8,000 gold coins. Please discuss with the quartermaster how to allocate this profit." In the interest of fair valuation, Luo Jingdao shared his appraisal findings with the chief sailor and laid the spoils on the table, detailing their uses and estimated values, while the specifics of their disposition would require gradual negotiation. Chapter 73. The subtlety of strategy. Having served as the quartermaster in the privateer fleet, the venerable Halepop was undoubtedly a seasoned and affable figure. It was due to his integrity that the notoriously suspicious pirates, who often harbored the worst assumptions about others, elected Hale to oversee the crucial position of quartermaster, one rife with potential economic pitfalls. At this moment, the quartermaster, with his grizzled beard and bronze-hued complexion, glanced at the three magical artifacts and remarked, "Zora, I suspect it may be challenging to liquidate these treasures." In response, the chief sailor stroked his freshly shaven chin and thoughtfully replied, "Well, it is not too difficult, but achieving a good price will indeed require finding a suitable buyer." Hail Pop chuckled, turning to Luo Jingdao, and said, "Captain, why not offer to purchase them? We can appraise them at a base price of 5,000 gold coins. After deducting the fixed 30% share in your portion, you would only need to contribute 3,500 gold coins." Upon hearing the quartermaster's suggestion, Luo Jingdao did not feign reluctance. These magical artifacts would serve him well, and with ample funds at his disposal, he readily nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, I shall purchase them." With that, Luo Jingdao stowed the other two artifacts into his space bag, securing the non-overlapping bag on the opposite side of his waist. Subsequently, he gathered the senior officers of the fleet onto the deck of the Glorious Victory, ringing the bell to summon the sailors, and publicly announced the latest distribution plan for the spoils. Upon hearing this long-awaited news, the pirates, who had suffered heavy casualties during the treasure hunt in the subterranean caves, erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Their spirits lifted as they smiled broadly, each secretly calculating how much gold they would ultimately receive. Zola Hagel flashed a wide grin, revealing a mouthful of dazzling white teeth, and boisterously exclaimed, "Everyone, please line up to collect your money from Uncle Heir. Approach in the order of your numbers. Do not jostle, or you'll be at risk of a whipping." Matters as trivial as distributing money hardly warranted the personal involvement of Luo Jingdao. He delegated the distribution of gold coins to the quartermaster, who would handle it accordingly, while he seized the opportunity to visit the ailing Vina Duboff in her hospital room. The guilt that lingered in Luo Jingdao's heart regarding the fact that the half-elf beauty had taken a bullet for him weighed heavily upon him, leaving him at a loss as to how he could adequately repay her kindness. In a bid to express his utmost sincerity, he arranged for Vina to be accommodated in a spacious room adjacent to the captain's quarters. A special privilege indeed. The air within the room circulated splendidly, and one could hardly feel confined in the stifling cabin. A refreshing breeze, tinged with a hint of salt from the sea, wafted through the porthole, invigorating the spirit. "Vina, do you feel any better today?" he inquired as she reclined against a stack of plush-down pillows, her lips still bearing a pallid hue, a lingering consequence of her recent loss of blood. Fortunately, her spirits appeared relatively bright as she smiled and replied, "Thank you. I feel much improved. It's just that my wound itches a bit." Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao smiled gently, jesting, "Haha, that is a good sign. It means you are healing well." In terms of racial physiology, the mid-lived elves undoubtedly surpass the short-lived humans, much like one cannot fathom how an ordinary human's physicality could rival that of a dragon. As a half-elf, Vina possessed the dual traits of rapid human growth and the slow aging characteristic of elves. Regardless of their gender, half-elves typically exhibit a slender and graceful physique, which does not hinder their robust physical capabilities. Humans possess a recovery rate far inferior to that of elves. The very foundation of their innate attributes is distinct. The healing prowess of half-elves aligns more closely with that of elves. Creatures such as dragons, classified among the long-lived, are said to have lifespans that can nearly extend indefinitely, provided they do not perish due to unforeseen circumstances. Ancient dragons are among the largest known creatures, rumored to grow ever larger as long as they remain alive. A question arises as to how immense they can truly become. After exchanging pleasantries, Vina Duboff glanced toward the doorway and lowered her voice. "By the way, Will, what is the deal with that Yasha?" At the mention of this issue, Luo Jingdao's smile took on an odd quality as he replied, "Oh, we fished her out of the sea a few days ago. Isn't convenient to have a woman aboard, and we certainly can't just toss her back into the ocean." Vina did not express skepticism towards Luo Jingdao's explanation. Rather, she felt a tinge of suspicion regarding the mysterious Yasha's identity. Even if one were to act preemptively out of caution, it would be far from Vina's nature to be a ruthless figure. Neither Will Needham, who had succeeded him, nor Luo Jingdao himself could bring themselves to commit such an act. It is a universal truth that normal individuals refrain from inflicting harm unless provoked. The capacity to shamelessly harm others without a shred of remorse is a trait reserved for the successful few. After a moment of contemplation, Vina Duboff toyed with a flower petal, stating, "I've encountered Yasha. There is something distinctly peculiar about her. Luo Zhengdao paused, reflecting on the limited interactions he had with this enigmatic woman since she was rescued. What connection could a captain possibly have with a laundress? Even when laundry needed to be done, it was typically handled by a crewman who would carry a basket full of dirty clothes to the laundry room. Surely, Luo Zhengdao would not engage in such menial tasks himself. As he recalled Yasha's rather unremarkable visage, he slowly inquired, "Oh, you find her strange. What precisely seems strange?" Vina, with her keen intuition honed through countless brushes with death during her adventures, suddenly met Luo Zhengdao's gaze and said, "It felt as if there were insects crawling on the back of my hand, which left me perplexed, as very few people have ever left me with such a dreadful impression." Upon hearing her words, Luo Zhengdao became convinced that the half-elf beauty was not merely speculating. However, lacking concrete evidence, he could not bring himself to terminate a life. Contemplating this, he sighed ruefully and spread his hands, saying, "Do not worry. I shall handle this matter. Perhaps you've just been lying in bed too long. Once we dock at port, we'll have someone assist you in taking a stroll to avoid being cooped up in here." Character shapes destiny, and one's origins dictate their perspective. Luo Zhengdao thrived in the New World, owing much to the education he received in the Old World, a precious gift from his past. When he initially enrolled in university, he aimed for the popular major of international trade, but unfortunately, that year coincided with the outbreak of the subprime mortgage crisis, leading to a swift decline in foreign trade as the economic crisis known as the Great Recession loomed. The job prospects for international trade graduates dimmed, prompting Luo Zhengdao to submit a request to switch majors during his sophomore year to the less popular field of classical Western political science. His father bore no surname of Li, nor did he hold a military title. He lacked the connections to propel Luo Zhengdao into a political career. After graduating, Luo Zhengdao found no opportunity to write for a research institution. However, this did not render his 4 years of university education futile. The knowledge he acquired served as vital capital in navigating the treacherous landscape of the New World. Lost in thought, Luo Zhengdao returned to the captain's quarters. As was his custom, to sit at his desk in an air of solemnity. To be frank, he was not a prodigious genius, merely someone who had to exert extra effort to avoid making fatal errors. Thus far, the environment surrounding the privateering fleet had been relatively favorable. He did not need to fret over fundraising, and the volunteers recruited from Cheongzhou helped mitigate the disarray of the pirate faction. The path to reform would depend on Luo Zhengdao's ability to balance the competing interests. After deliberating for a while, he resolved to take action. Leaning over his desk, he began to write fervently, emulating the protagonist of Robinson Crusoe as he delineated the strategic objectives between himself and the goblins, aiming to discern the focal points of their conflicts and distinguish between primary and secondary contradictions, an exercise that would prove invaluable in assessing the current situation. Identifying who constituted their enemies and allies was no simple task. Undoubtedly, the primary ambition of the Second Goblin Empire was to seize territory, control strategic locations, establish an empire, and maintain regional hegemony as they occupied the main continent. The goblins' aggression was gradually waning. In simpler terms, they had gorged themselves and, until they digested their bounty, their aspirations for further territorial expansion would have to be temporarily shelved. Nevertheless, their intention to strengthen their ruling apparatus remained evident, particularly towards the human exiled nobility viewed as potential threats, as their efforts to hunt them down had never waned. Presently, the Second Goblin Empire sought to ensure control over the entire main continent, suppress various opposing forces, and simultaneously vie with the external Elven Federation and the Yaling Empire for control over trade routes and navigational passages, striving to establish a relatively stable regional hegemony. Luo Zhengdao's primary strategic objectives were national liberation and unification, the protection of his kin, the establishment of a government and claims to the throne, as well as the maintenance of the future new nation's existence. The historical lessons of the Old World had distilled into the adage that interests dictate all, encapsulated in the notion that there are no eternal enemies or friends, only eternal interests. While this political maxim may evoke distaste, it accurately describes the operational principles of the objective world, a powerful truth that strikes at the heart of the matter. The reality of the world does not shift according to the subjective desires of individuals or organizations. Regardless of whether Luo Zhengdao harbored ambitions of kingship or any delusions of grandeur, he had not succumbed to such thoughts since his high school graduation. The current circumstances were undeniably dire. Chapter 74. Locking in Strategic Objectives to This Day. As a human exile noble, Luo Zhengdao found himself at odds with the Second Goblin Empire, compelled to traverse this arduous and seemingly endless path for survival. Fully aware of the thorns that lay ahead, he had no choice but to persist. Should he halt, it would signify his own demise. All those who followed Luo Zhengdao were gathered for the purpose of achieving one of the aforementioned goals. If he dared to proclaim that he would abandon his duties as the Earl of Fulub and cease striving for the revival of the Radiant Dynasty, the inevitable outcome would be the disillusionment of his followers. At that point, the goblins could easily issue a bounty on the solitary Luo Zhengdao's life. Even with the trump card of being a mage card master in his possession, his remaining days would be spent in relentless pursuit and turmoil. It is unnecessary to mince words. This life of exile, fraught with anxiety and trepidation, is far from comfortable. Luo Zhengdao, whose wits have yet to dull, is acutely aware that making such a foolish choice is merely an act of self-sabotage. In light of this, to fulfill the desires and demands of his followers, Luo Zhengdao must adeptly assume the role of a competent exiled noble. He ought to be of noble birth, possessing grand aspirations and embodying the qualities of a wise and virtuous ruler. His actions should reflect both benevolence and resoluteness. Only then will the people believe that their sacrifices and efforts hold value. The phrase "the buttocks dictate the head" may be crude, yet it is undeniably accurate. Truth is often simple and stark. Even brutally so. Young children, lacking the ability to disguise their desires, often exclaim that they wish to grow up to amass wealth and attract many beautiful women, only to be admonished by adults who fear they are learning the wrong lessons. When the impeccably dressed adults declare their pursuit of career success and fulfilling love, they are naturally seen as ambitious youths. But is there truly a distinction? No, there is none. The aphorism "to embellish the facts" serves as a protective charm for those lacking sincerity. As long as one can rephrase the same essence, it can be transformed into something noble and righteous. Reality is indeed hypocritical at this moment. Luo Zhengdao, seated at his desk and writing fervently, paused to ponder. He meticulously listed the interests and demands of the Yaling Empire and the Elf Federation alongside his own and the goblins. Recognizing that these so-called allies are by no means innocuous, there exists no friendship between nations. Only stark self-interest prevails. So-called allies are merely tools for betrayal, and so-called friends are commodities to be sold. Without this awareness, one should refrain from engaging in politics, lest they find themselves without a grave. In the old world, the dominant power, the White Eagle, was well versed in this truth, to the extent that being its ally proved more perilous than being its foe. A quick recount of its betrayed allies reveals a ruthless history of treachery. The intensity of conflict in the New World rivals, if not surpasses, that of the Old World, as the latter had the ultimate deterrent of nuclear power, which kept many conflicts from being openly addressed. Particularly when it comes to armed clashes between two nuclear powers, each skirmish teeters on the edge of catastrophe, with each side engaging in mutual intimidation while delicately upholding the unspoken rules of engagement. Presently, the Yaling Empire, which dominates the Seven Seas, holds a relative naval supremacy, with its strategic objectives being to maintain a balance of power, control strategic locations, protect shipping and commercial interests, and ensure the safety of its colonies. In contrast, the Elf Federation places greater emphasis on tangible, immediate benefits, targeting the protection of commercial interests, shipping, resources, and colonial competition. Luo Zhengdao compiled a detailed directory and analyzed the 4 primary players in this contest. As he reviewed the clearly outlined terms, he became acutely aware of certain previously overlooked issues. The fundamental conflict between Luo Zhengdao and the goblins lies in the establishment of an empire, since the goblins seek to create a second empire to revive past glory. The realization of this goal can only be founded upon the ruins of the Radiant Dynasty. Luo Zhengdao's aspirations for national liberation and unity, even the reconstruction of the Radiant Dynasty, can only be achieved over the corpses of the goblins. It appears that the conflict between the two parties has escalated to an irreconcilable level. The discord between the Elf Federation and the Goblin Empire centers on colonial competition and the obstruction of commercial interests, with historical grievances serving as an influencing factor. However, overall, the animosity between elves and goblins is not particularly deep, and the possibility of clandestine reconciliation should not be underestimated. The Yaling Empire's initial motivation is to uphold regional power balance. As the foremost naval power in the New World, Yaling is particularly wary of any continental nation completely dominating the mainland and subsequently leveraging that dominance to contest naval supremacy or impose a reverse trade blockade. Thus, at the height of the Radiant Dynasty's prosperity, Yaling covertly instigated a series of armed rebellions among the inland tribes of the mainland, aimed at depleting the military and financial resources of the human monarchies. Now, with the goblins having thoroughly eclipsed the human kingdoms in their dominion over the mainland, this too runs counter to Yaling's interest that if viewed through this lens, it is evident that Yaling will not easily turn against Luo Jingdao until he has decisively defeated the Goblin Second Empire. From a cautious perspective of objectively analyzing potential partners, the Yaling Empire proves to be far more reliable than the Elf Federation. At the very least, Yaling is unlikely to casually strike a deal with the goblins to betray Luo Jingdao, which is a crucial prerequisite. Weighing the pros and cons with the meticulousness of a miser counting coins, Luo Jingdao arrived at a rather peculiar conclusion. The Elf Federation is merely a tool to be utilized, but not a reliable partner for deep cooperation, whereas the Yaling Empire emerges as the logical choice for an ally. Thus, his options have effectively dwindled to one: the Yaling Empire. Gently placing down his quill, Luo Jingdao rubbed his brow and exhaled a sigh of relief. Previously caught between two potential allies, he had been oscillating back and forth, pondering how to make the correct choice. Balancing this seesaw game was no easy feat, but now he finally felt liberated. Recognizing that the Elf Federation is fundamentally untrustworthy, Luo Jingdao naturally inclined towards accepting the support of the Yaling Empire, and clarifying this point early on would save him from much unnecessary hardship. Bang! Bang bang! What is it? The voice from outside the door was familiar to Luo Jingdao. It was one of the guards accompanying him, now loudly announcing through the door, "My lord, the ship is arriving at port." Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao rose and donned his coat, responding, "Yes, understood, I shall be there shortly." Even though Luo Jingdao's role as captain was more akin to that of a good luck charm than a commander, it was still customary for him to appear at the helm when docking, a mere formality rather than a matter of practical effect. Why is the port so eerily quiet, could it be? Ahead, the picturesque tropical island displayed its pristine white sands and azure skies as usual. Mail, the largest island among the archipelago, boasts a permanent population of just over 5,000, while it may not bustle like certain commercial ports, where the streets teem with life and lights burn through the night. The sheer absence of any human presence at dawn seemed excessively languid. As the sailor Zola surveyed the streets of Mail from the bow, he muttered a remark, which immediately sparked his alertness as he shouted, "Do not drop the anchor chain. Assess the situation first." Zola, what is happening?" Luo Jingdao had just slipped one arm into his coat sleeve as he stepped onto the stern deck to command. This time, he managed to act promptly, witnessing an extraordinary scene that seemed conjured by supernatural forces. Upon noticing the bizarre spectacle onshore, his eyes widened in disbelief. Was this an outbreak of some otherworldly version of a biological crisis? At this moment, hordes of undead creatures surged from the shadows, roaring as they lunged toward the living. From a distance, they appeared as a mass of ants clinging to bones, sending chills down one's spine. "Leave. We must depart immediately." Faced with this scene, the seasoned sailor Zola Hagel's expression twisted into a ghastly grimace as he vigorously waved his arm, issuing an urgent retreat order. The pirates were not in the business of running a holy inquisition. Among them were neither priests nor paladins, nor mages, and to confront such a multitude of undead creatures with mere human strength would be akin to butting one's head against a wall. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zola Hagel swiftly commanded a hasty exit. It was not until the two warships had distanced themselves from Mailport, like startled beasts, that they dared to turn back and gaze upon the land filled with the stench of death and clamorous chaos. Leaving the pirates still rattled, bewildered by the incredible events unfolding before them, Luo Jingdao rubbed his nose and remarked, "How could Mailport have transformed so suddenly?" Woo! Before Luo Jingdao could finish his thought, a thunderous roar from the nearby sea interrupted his musings. The helmsman, First Mate Brando Hagen, jumped as if struck by lightning, flailing and shouting, "The horn! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Often, when a situation begins to feel ominous, the most perilous moment has already arrived, and this instance was no exception. Accompanied by the resounding sound of the horn echoing across the water, a massive bolt, engulfed in flames and measuring at least 3 meters in length, whistled through the air, effortlessly piercing the hull of the Allied ship, the Super Brave. Subsequently, the bolt released an incendiary alchemical concoction, causing flames to rapidly spread throughout the ship's interior. Amidst the catastrophic assault on the valiant ship, the sailors could no longer afford to concern themselves with anything else that in a state of panic. They hastily grabbed buckets and sand in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames. Regrettably, their efforts were mere feeble resistance against the ferocious inferno, which raged with an intensity beyond comprehension. The initial strike from the yet unrevealed perilous foe had utterly incapacitated the vessel of Captain Luo Zhengdao. Chapter 75. A crisis of dual peril. Nazov, that wretched scoundrel again. Good things never come his way, yet he always appears when misfortune strikes. On the opposite deck, bustling with soldiers, a vaguely familiar figure came into view. Upon confirming his vision was clear, Luo Zhengdao erupted in furious exclamation, confessing he had never harbored such disdain for a soul in his life. Amidst the relentless pursuit of the goblin hunting fleet, Luo felt a surge of anger, yet upon reflection, he deemed the situation not worthy of excessive alarm. As the saying goes, those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Moreover, with fundamental interests at odds, it was a matter of mutual slaughter, each vying for supremacy on the battlefield, where life and death hung in the balance. Regardless of the victor, there would be no grounds for complaint. If one lacked capability, one should refrain from making a fool of oneself. However, the actions of the human sorcerer Nazov had pushed Luo Zhengdao to the brink of intolerance. According to the description provided by the half-elf beauty, Nazov had feigned cooperation when Count Old Fulub recruited personnel to defend Cheongzhou Island, all the while acting as a spy for the goblin forces, engaging in treachery from within. Had it not been for this scoundrel's underhanded tactics against Count Old Fulub, the human resistance, relying on the complex rainforest terrain of Cheongzhou Island, might have held out longer. Though the eventual downfall of the island would have been inevitable, yet Luo's adoptive father was not destined to perish in this battle. It could be said that throughout this affair, Nazov played a most disgraceful role as the antagonist. The subsequent chain of events was equally clear-cut. Nazov, seeking to evade retribution, resorted to desperate measures, designating Luo Zhengdao as his mortal enemy and employing a series of schemes against him, a clear indication of his desire for vengeance. Faced with such a despicable and shameless traitor, one could imagine that even the most enlightened of beings would struggle to maintain their composure. Return fire. As the warship Yongwei repositioned itself, the cannons on the starboard side quickly entered firing range. Luo ordered an immediate barrage, eager to swallow up the detestable Nazov without any condiments or accompaniments, for his hatred for the man had reached its zenith. The enemy's vessels, equipped primarily with antiquated crossbows and light artillery, unleashed a relentless volley of bolts, rivaling the thunderous roar of cannon fire in comparison to the old world, where missiles had usurped the artillery's position as the king of warfare. The new world's cannons, though somewhat lacking in performance, remained the most formidable naval weaponry available thus far. If the ancient crossbows were indeed more practical and reliable than the cannons, the great powers of the New World would not have discarded them for artillery. In the heat of the fierce exchange, even though Luo Zhengdao could not precisely discern the deficiencies of the enemy's crossbows, he could grasp the simple truth that his racing heart began to calm slightly. Boom! 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 The deafening cannon fire reverberated across the surface of the sea, as Nazov's ship, adorned with a crimson flag, was struck repeatedly by stone projectiles, sending splinters and sparks flying by the time Yongwei concluded its barrage. No second volley of crossbow bolts had been seen from the enemy. Witnessing the lopsided battlefield, Luo could not suppress his strong suspicions. The sorcerer Nazov, with his abominable character and despicable tactics, was no fool. Having engaged in multiple encounters prior, Nazov must surely be aware of the Yongwei's formidable might. If he had no confidence in victory, what folly compelled him to come forth today? As his thoughts shifted abruptly, Luo Zhengdao sensed something was amiss. His expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "This is bad," and formed the lookout to scout the surrounding waters. Minutes later, the first mate, Zola Hagel, approached the command deck to report, "Captain, we have spotted 3 medium-sized enemy ships to the southeast, with an unknown number of small craft. Additionally, 2 large enemy vessels have been sighted to the northwest, with their small craft also unaccounted for. We are surrounded." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao's mouth fell agape in astonishment. struggling to fathom the dark and twisted psyche that could compel such a malevolent sorcerer to relentlessly pursue him. Well then, it seemed that every encounter with Nazov inevitably spiraled into a fierce conflict. This insufferable nuisance, akin to a tenacious adhesive, stirred a profound loathing within Luo, who longed for an opportunity to serve the nefarious sorcerer as just desserts. If Luo could make a wish to the divine, he would implore for this scoundrel to be cast into the deepest abyss of hell, never to find redemption. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo's face turned ashen as he declared, "Very well, steer the ship closer. We must eliminate Nazov once and for all. Let us conclude this matter today." Before he could finish his resolute statement, a sudden wave of dizziness struck him. His complexion turned pallid as he struggled to steady himself against the railing, gasping for breath as he stammered, "Brando, assist Zola in commanding the battle that I am feeling unwell and require." A moment's rest. Fate, a chaotic and unpredictable tapestry, had conspired against him at the most inopportune moment. Even a sip of cool water seemed to choke him. Luo Jingdao could never have anticipated that the curse of the wild god would manifest just as he was about to engage his sworn enemy. Enduring excruciating pain that felt akin to 1,000 blades tearing at his being, he experienced a sensation as though every bone and muscle yearned for independence. He staggered towards the entrance of the captain's quarters. He summoned the last vestiges of his strength to push the door open, collapsing before he could even close it behind him. Luo's body convulsed as if gripped by a seizure, his once clear eyes now clouded and lifeless. Appearing barely more animated than a corpse. That moment, as Luo Jingdao lay incapacitated at the threshold of the captain's quarters, a shadowy figure emerged stealthily from a nearby corner. The mysterious woman, Aisha, who had claimed to have survived a shipwreck, crept along the wall, raising her hand to draw forth a hair ornament from her head. This seemingly innocuous trinket, which should have gleamed with the luster of cheap metal, now emitted a dim green glow, reminiscent of the cold, slithering gaze of a venomous serpent. Aisha approached the unconscious Luo. A spectral werewolf emerged from his form, towering larger than an ordinary man. The werewolf opened its maw, releasing a roar that was both eerily silent yet echoed with thunderous force. Its blood-red tongue and gleaming fangs appeared poised to devour, fixating its bulbous eyes upon Aisha. Though Luo had indeed lost consciousness, it did not imply he had forfeited his capacity for self-defense. Consider the power of a card master capable of battling to a standstill against a wild god. Such strength would certainly not be limited to merely hurling projectiles from a safe distance. In truth, as a card master ascended in rank, the inherent power within their cards would gradually permeate their very being, allowing them to conjure the low-level cards etched in their minds without relying on the physical cards themselves. Thus, even a novice like Luo Jingdao could enjoy round-the-clock protection from the powers of his cards, a capability unaffected by his conscious state. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Just as the ominous signs of danger manifested from Luo, Aisha, sensing the potential for unforeseen complications, hesitated. Just then, a sharp voice called out from behind her. The one-eyed captain, Folky Chopin, bellowed in fury, having been unable to control the raging flames aboard the makeshift ship. The valiant vessel ultimately succumbed to the inferno, forcing Captain Folky to abandon ship and seek an audience with Luo Jingdao to apologize. However, upon nearing the captain's quarters, he chanced upon Aisha's furtive figure and the looming werewolf apparition above Luo, causing him to gasp in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned all his strength and shouted, "Forgive me. I am merely a laundry worker who has lost my way." The hair ornament in Aisha's grasp vanished in an instant as she turned, feigning innocence with a delicate demeanor and a timid voice that seemed fitting for a damsel in distress. Observing the scene, Folky Chopin, taken aback, began to question his own sensitivity. Yet, the safety of Luo Jingdao was paramount, and he could not dismiss any potential threat. At that moment, Folky Chopin tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife, assuming a stance ready for confrontation. After a silent standoff, Aisha appeared as a pitiful little woman, utterly devoid of any threatening demeanor. Folky Chopin, however, hesitated to take a life so casually. Despite his skepticism towards her words and lack of intent to delve deeper, his priority was to ensure the safety of Luo Jingdao. Regardless of whether this woman was an enemy, allowing her to remain near Luo Jingdao was an unwise and reckless decision, and any accountability could be addressed later. Upon coming to this realization, Folky Chopin narrowed his eyes and gestured towards Aisha, reprimanding her. "Enough. This is not your concern. Leave at once." "Yes, my lord." Watching Asha's figure disappear down the corridor, false Chopin, who had remained vigilant throughout, finally called out for a squad of sailors and his longtime companion, the ship's doctor, Drake King. Even as the fierce battle outside raged on, with the Valor engaged in a heated confrontation with the ragtag forces led by Najef, false Chopin insisted on personally guarding the door to Luo Zhengdao's quarters, additionally stationing 3 times the usual number of sentries along the corridor leading to the captain's cabin, forbidding anyone from approaching the unconscious Luo Zhengdao without permission. Chapter 76. Once again on the brink of death, Drake. Please examine the Count's condition. All right, no need to rush. Drake King, the stout ship's doctor, had no reason to refuse his old partner's request. Nodding readily, he retrieved a stethoscope and timer from his medical kit and meticulously conducted a health examination on Luo Zhengdao. False Chopin's greatest concern was Luo Zhengdao's health, as those in the fleet's upper echelons were well aware that his frequent fainting spells were the result of some mysterious curse. Nevertheless, the expertise of an excellent physician could certainly help alleviate some of Luo Zhengdao's suffering. Or so false Chopin hoped as he silently prayed for his master nearby. Exercising his medical skills, Drake King's proficiency was worthy of the title of the Count's personal physician. The number of patients requiring his treatment within the pirate fleet was minimal, as he was only called upon when other doctors were at a loss. Therefore, the ship's doctor held significant sway among the pirate crew, someone no one dared to offend lightly, even though there existed priestly roles like healers in the New World. The number of high-ranking nobles who could afford to have professional attendants was exceedingly rare. A wandering noble like Luo Zhengdao, akin to a stray dog, certainly had no standing to demand such luxuries. It was a poignant testament to parental care that the Count had appointed a medical expert to look after his son before he fled on board, restlessly pacing in the captain's cabin. False Chopin glanced at the ship's doctor squatting on the floor examining Luo Zhengdao and inquired, "Old friend, how is the Count faring?" Setting down the wooden stethoscope resembling a small horn, Drake King smiled broadly. He stood, patting the one-eyed captain on the shoulder, and reassured him, "Do not worry, Dai Ti is the same as before. The curse has struck again. Come, let us lift the Count onto the bed." After carefully settling the unconscious Luo Zhengdao, false Chopin's expression darkened as he remarked, "That woman I just saw, what was her name? Asha, right? She is undoubtedly suspicious. I swear on my life that she is a dangerous individual." In response, as he tidied his medical instruments, Drake King interjected, "Well then, if you deem her a threat, it is wise to reinforce the guards around the Count. We must not allow any mistakes. For the loyal retainers who would serve the Fall family for generations, their fates were irrevocably intertwined with the rise and fall of the Count's house, just as false Chopin would not tolerate any malicious schemes against his master. For Drake, such behavior would also be deemed an act of treachery. Even if it was not the right time to eliminate internal threats, preventive measures must not be neglected. Meanwhile, there were no signs of respite in the battle at sea. Zora Hagel, wielding a curved blade to deflect arrows, bellowed to the gunners, "Listen up, lads, prepare for close-range cannon fire. This time, load double the buckshot. Let us give those fools a surprise and send them to hell." At the urging of their leader, the pirates shouted in unison, quickly reporting, "Ready, loaded." In the tumultuous coastal waters, both sides engaged in a fierce exchange of fire, the difficulty of hitting a target akin to tossing a ping-pong ball through the window of a fast-moving car from another speeding vehicle 5 meters away. Thus, the closer they drew, the higher the probability of hitting their mark, a tactic well understood by the pirates, with Zora Hagel being a master of the art. When the distance to the enemy vessel shrank to less than 100 yards, he raised his curved blade high and shouted, "Boys, the time has come. Fire!" Boom, boom, boom. With a single command, thousands of small stones, akin to grape seeds, along with the explosive powder, roared forth. These hard, brittle projectiles rushed towards the enemy ship, the once pristine white sails transforming into a net-like structure, leaving the vast deck devoid of anyone daring to stand. The opposing ship was undoubtedly filled with the agonizing moans and cries of the mortally wounded. "Zora, something's off. Fall back immediately. We must retreat." Realizing the dire situation, the helmsman, Brandofian, shouted in alarm as he strained to turn the helm of the Valor. Consequently, the massive ailing battleship altered its course, forming an almost 30-degree angle with the enemy vessel, shifting from a parallel position to one where the bow of the Valor pointed directly at the foe. Boom! In an instant, A powerful shockwave emanated from the explosion, expanding outward from the enemy warship. The force was so strong that the light blue airwaves became visibly discernible. As the Valor endured the brunt of the explosion, the ship, primarily constructed of resilient oak and sturdy mahogany, tilted severely outward. At an angle precarious enough to suggest imminent capsizing, the hull of the Valor emitted a series of creaking noises, as if it were on the verge of disassembling under the intense shaking. Fortunately, such a catastrophe did not materialize. Just moments before the explosion, thanks to Brando Fien's acute sense of danger, he instinctively turned the helm sharply to the left, allowing the Valor to narrowly evade the epicenter of the blast, suffering only the residual shockwave. Even so, amidst the tumultuous ride akin to a roller coaster, the pirates could not shake the feeling that the end of the world was upon them, a profound fear enveloping their hearts. With their ears ringing to the point of muffling their own speech, Brando Fien gestured frantically to the ships made a few steps away, shouting, "Gather the crew from the courage and let us leave this place." Terrified by Najef's ruthless tactics, the pirates fled in a nearly panicked haste, seizing the opportunity to carve a bloody path back to the sea as the enemy ship's self-destruct trap failed to ensnare them. The Valor, now clad in true magic-patterned cloth, boasted impressive speed, a remarkable advantage even the original ailing battleship could scarcely match, proving most beneficial in their escape. Once the chaos subsided and the senior crew members regained their composure, they gathered to check on Luo Jingdao's condition. Faced with the unconscious Count, they felt a sense of uncertainty about the future. Although Luo Jingdao often seemed to be a carefree figure, not appearing to be an indispensable core leader, his incapacitation revealed to the pirates just how much they relied on his guidance. The fleet was originally forged by Luo Jingdao, comprising various factions and demonstrating internal divisions. After some negotiation, the external pirate faction led by Zora Hagel and the local faction represented by Fall Chopin both expressed a desire to maintain their earlier cooperative relationship, each making concessions. Dividing now would serve no one's interests. The phrase, "we're all in the same boat," held truth, for should the ships sink, none would reap the benefits. Yet, a palpable sense of estrangement lingered among them. What ailment has the captain contracted? When will he recover? Can you even treat him? In response to the persistent inquiries and doubts from his companions, the beleaguered ship's doctor, Drake King, felt utterly at a loss. With a resigned gesture, he spread his hands in self-defense and proclaimed, "The esteemed Count has been plagued by a relentless fever. I have attempted both herbal concoctions and bloodletting. Yet these remedies have proven ineffective. For now, we must rely on alcohol to sponge his body and reduce his temperature. May our ancestors and deities protect the Count, guiding him away from the calamities and sufferings of this world." At that moment, Vina Duboff, pale and weary from her own ailments, dragged her frail body from the adjacent room to visit Luo Jingdao. She appeared more like an invalid than the one she sought to see. Her delicate features drained of color, needing to pause after every few steps. With assistance, she settled beside Luo Jingdao's bed, her gaze fixated on the unresponsive student, observing this scene. For Chopin sensed a peculiar tension in the atmosphere and, clearing his throat, remarked, "Miss Vina, please take care of your health as well." Upon hearing this, Vina, seemingly grasping the underlying implication, underwent a series of emotional shifts before nodding in agreement, saying, "I will." As ever, Luo Jingdao found himself adrift in a bizarre realm of dreams. Having lost all sense of autonomy in the outside world, this time, he could not even locate the eternal Grand Library. All around him lay a shroud of gray mist, engulfing the expanse between heaven and earth in an endless chaos. A piercing, cacophonous voice echoed near his ear, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are, human? What authority do you possess to dictate the fate of others? You, the impostor, the shameless pirate, the brutal and coarse executioner, are guilty." Initially, Luo Jingdao had no intention of engaging with this voice, but as the clamor grew irksome, he retorted, "All I desire is to survive. Did I ask that too much to ask? If you wish not to live, then who is questioning me?" Much like the spring sun melting snow, the tumultuous noise dissipated from his ears, leaving only a deathly silence in its wake. Pondering blankly, he decided that if no exit was to be found, he would patiently await a change in this inexplicable state. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he observed the shifting mists around him, biding his time for a new development in this enigmatic circumstance. Chapter 77. The Awakening Amidst the Flames of War. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. "Ah, my Lord Count, you have awakened. Splendid." Upon hearing the sudden sharp intake of breath from the comatose Luo Jingdao, the portly and beleaguered ship's doctor. Drake King jolted awake. When he confirmed that the sight of Luo Jingdao's opened eyes was not a mere illusion, he erupted in jubilant exclamations. Luo Jingdao, weakened and in a state of utter fatigue, found himself unable to bear Drake's boisterous voice. With great effort, he raised a hand to shield his ears and, with half-closed eyes, inquired, "Drake, how long have I been unconscious?" "My lord Count, it has been 3 days." At this revelation, Luo Jingdao exhaled deeply, his mind drifting back to the dire circumstances preceding the outbreak of the curse of the wild god. With concern, he murmured, "That Negev." Drake, with reddened eyes and a choked voice, recounted the events of the previous day's skirmish in brief. "He has been shaken off. For the time being, safety is assured. Everyone is deeply worried about your health." In response, Luo Jingdao displayed a bemused yet weary expression. Closing his eyes as if to take a brief respite, perhaps contemplating, he then murmured softly, "Rest assured, I am fine. A mere trifling ailment cannot claim my life." The intricacies surrounding the curse of the wild god were matters Luo Jingdao would rather keep to himself. Not uttering a single word to others. In many respects, it was not a matter of trust, but rather an unnecessary consideration, as the issue was insolvable for mortals. In this new world, the once powerful warlocks and the wild gods were akin to two prehistoric behemoths engaged in a bloody struggle for dominion over this territory. The pitiful mortal races merely cowered beneath the shadows of these colossal creatures, akin to mice and insects, trembling in their burrows and grass, praying to remain untouched by the chaos of the titanic battles that could easily render them into indistinguishable heaps of flesh. To expect that mere mice could resolve the conflicts between titans was truly laughable. Even if the truth were revealed, Luo Jingdao doubted that these ordinary individuals possessed the capability to mitigate the perils of the curse of the wild god. Despite the extreme manifestations of symptoms during each outbreak, his warlock powers would eventually mend the damage inflicted upon him, creating a repetitive tug-of-war scenario. Yet, the experience of being on the battlefield was far from pleasant. Less than half an hour after Luo Jingdao regained consciousness, he shrugged off the support of others, insisting on walking unaided. After considerable effort, he rose from the bed, appearing rather frail as he donned a cloak and made his way to the deck. He surveyed the remnants of damage lingering on the ship's structure, the harrowing memories of the recent battle vividly replaying in his mind. A flicker of rage crossed his gaze as he addressed the first mate. "Where did that scoundrel Negev escape to?" In response, Zola Hagel shrugged and replied, "Uncertain, but as long as that fellow remains obstinate, we shall inevitably cross paths again." Regarding the nefarious sorcerer's tenacity, Luo Jingdao had no disagreements. He too yearned to eliminate Negev, who equally wished to see him dead. He harbored no fear that Negev would spare him. Opportunities for confrontation would surely arise. Smiling, he then asked, "Zola, have there been any new developments during my unconsciousness?" "Indeed. We encountered a merchant fleet from the Elven Federation, from whom we received a fresh bounty notice." As he spoke, the first mate handed Luo Jingdao a rough piece of papyrus, among the various writing materials in this new world, such as expensive parchment made from sheep or cow hide, which were reserved for the affluent nobles, temples, and mages. Papyrus was the common man's writing medium. However, its quality left much to be desired. It crumbled easily in hand and was too coarse for even the most rudimentary of uses. Luo Jingdao accepted the notice, squinting to discern the few familiar words inscribed upon it. Soon, he could not suppress a cold laugh, exclaiming, "The goblins have placed a bounty of 50,000 gold coins on my head. They certainly hold me in high regard." In the previous day's battle, the sorcerer Negev had succeeded in his schemes, causing Luo Jingdao to lose the super valor the ship passed down from his late father. Now, the privateer fleet had been reduced to a single warship. Intensifying his desire for a new vessel, through numerous real-world experiences, Luo Jingdao had gained a clear understanding of the type of ship he needed. In naval warfare within this new world, only sturdy ships and powerful cannons could secure victory. The traditional pirate preference for nimble, swift vessels was misguided, wholly unsuitable for the complex circumstances he faced and the ever-increasing intensity of combat. The lost super valor, even after significant technical modifications, had been a formidable pirate ship. Yet it had succumbed to powerful enemy assaults. Turning to ash, Luo Jingdao had no intention of repeating that mistake. Moreover, he had to remain vigilant, not only against theft, but also against being ensnared in traps set by others. with the goblins placing a bounty of 50,000 gold coins. Such a sum represented a considerable fortune, and wealth indeed could incite treachery. Watching Luo Zhengdao with keen interest, Zola Hagel chuckled mischievously, eager to stir the pot. It's not just the goblins' bounty. I've heard that many bounty hunters have set their sights on you. Congratulations, Captain. You have now become somewhat of a celebrity. In response, Luo Zhengdao could not help but roll his eyes, scoffing, "Oh, even those mangy dogs are after me. They regard me as prime meat. This is an utter insult." As the two conversed, for Chopin rushed in upon hearing the news, and upon seeing Luo Zhengdao unharmed. His weathered face broke into a wide grin. He immediately bowed and greeted, "My Lord Count, I have heard of your recovery. This is indeed splendid news." With a weary smile, Luo Zhengdao sighed, "For you two have come. By the way, how did the fire on the Super Valor escalate so uncontrollably?" Upon hearing this, the one-eyed captain's expression darkened, still haunted by the loss of a warship. After a moment of contemplation, he answered, "My Lord Count, the flames from that bolt would not extinguish. When we doused it with water, it evaporated almost instantly. We lacked sufficient sand to smother the fire, and no one dared to approach it. That infernal bolt struck the mast space, causing the flames to spread to the lower deck. Such ill fortune." While listening to the report and nodding in acknowledgement, Luo Zhengdao comforted Lao Fuer in return, saying, "Do not be disheartened. There will always be new warships." Were there significant casualties among the crew? The evacuation was timely. The sailors suffered minimal losses, though a few were burnt while extinguishing the fire. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao felt a sense of satisfaction. This was a meticulously laid trap by Najef, and the fact that he could withdraw unscathed was a testament to both his character and capabilities. It would be unreasonable to desire too much, so he nodded and remarked, "Fuer, well done. Preserving lives is paramount. We can procure warships again, but lives once lost cannot be reclaimed, whether in the old world or the new world. Be it the age of sailing ships dominating the seas or the era of ironclad battleships, aircraft, missiles, aircraft carriers, and satellites wielding comprehensive control over maritime supremacy, the Navy has invariably been a noble force characterized by both technological and financial intensity. Unlike the Army, where one could tolerate a certain number of inept individuals or even those merely occupying positions without contribution, those who ascend to high ranks within the Navy are unlikely to be mere dregs. They must possess specialized skills to ensure they are not dismissed. Space aboard a warship is too constrained to accommodate idle individuals. A basic requirement is that each role must be filled by a competent individual. Positions such as captain, first mate, second mate, supply officer, gunner, bosun, navigator, carpenter, and ship's doctor all necessitate familiarity with specific professional skills. Cases like Luo Zhengdao, who became captain purely through investment and social standing, are indeed exceptional anomalies. When the senior crew members aboard the Yangwei heard the news of Luo Zhengdao's awakening, they set aside their tasks to visit him on deck. The severe consequences of losing the vital bonds within the privateering fleet had become palpable to anyone with a modicum of intelligence over the past few days. They certainly did not wish to be part of a disintegrating organization. After some idle chatter upon meeting, Luo Zhengdao got straight to the point. "The most pressing matter now is to locate a supply port. We must prepare to make a trip to the Yaling Empire. We can no longer delay the acquisition of warships." Upon hearing this, the audience hesitated. Luo Zhengdao had constantly lamented about insufficient funds, and indeed, that was the prevailing sentiment among the people. Why, then, did it suddenly seem that the funds were now sufficient? "My lord, may I inquire if the funds for procuring warships have been gathered?" Zola Hagel, with the least reservations, was the first to voice the group's confusion. Faced with the doubts, Luo Zhengdao presented a frank demeanor, thumping his chest as he declared, "I initially planned to acquire several Tier 3 and Tier 4 battleships, so that the enemy could no longer rely on numerical superiority to overwhelm us. Unfortunately, it appears circumstances do not permit that. We must lower our standards for the time being. If I can secure a few Tier 6 ships, that should suffice for a while, so the funds I have gathered are about adequate." The one-eyed Fuer Chopin was an experienced sailor, although he too had a fondness for grand ships and heavy artillery. He understood all too well that the Navy was a voracious beast that devoured gold. He spoke up, "My lord, should we not consider purchasing a few second-hand warships first? The expenses for ordering new ones are exorbitant, and the timeline is simply unfeasible." Chapter 78. Traversing the Dragon's Gorge. In truth, Luo Jingdao was not particularly concerned about the expenditure. He could not even ascertain whether he might one day perish under the curse of the wild god. Why, then, should he hoard wealth? Was he to become a miser, saving gold coins as if they were funeral funds? At this moment, Luo Jingdao shook his finger at his subordinates, speaking with conviction. I have made a final decision on this matter. So do not press the issue further. The tragedy of the Chao Yong has occurred once already. It is sufficient. We shall purchase the largest ship our funds allow, and if money were not an issue, I would not consent to lowering our standards. Rebuffed in his suggestion, Fuer Chopin recalled the dubious scene he had witnessed that day, and with lingering trepidation, he cautioned Luo Jingdao, My lord, on the day you collapsed. The mysterious laundress, Aisha, was acting suspiciously. She likely harbored ulterior motives against you. She could very well be a spy or an assassin. Upon hearing this, Luo Jingdao shook his head and chuckled bitterly. Did he not recognize how perilous it was to harbor an unknown woman aboard his ship? Yet, as a leader, one could not approach every situation with a mindset grounded solely in personal conviction. Those who casually severed others' heads often met similar fates themselves. While this may not have been a direct consequence of their brutality, history serves as a guide for discerning gains and losses. It is prudent to avoid such occurrences in one's own life. Aisha was indeed a figure of suspicion, yet Luo Jingdao could not simply cast her overboard. This issue required a proper resolution. After pondering for a while, rubbing his temples in distress, Luo Jingdao finally said, I had originally planned to disembark her in Mal, but it seems we will send her off at the next port. Regardless of Aisha's origins or intentions, it is acceptable to part ways. We cannot execute someone merely on the basis of suspicion. Fuer Chopin felt that Luo Jingdao's decision bordered on condoning criminal behavior. Yet for those in positions of authority, magnanimity is undoubtedly a virtue. No-one relishes the thought of their superior being a volatile executioner. Thus, he could only bow in agreement, saying, As you wish, my lord. Having quelled the internal dispute, Luo Jingdao then turned to the bosun and inquired, Zola, how far is the nearest supply port? The bosun's navigational experience far surpassed that of first mate Brando Fian. Without hesitation, he replied, Socotra, if the winds are favorable. We shall arrive in 5 days. Luo Jingdao recalled the harrowing moment at Mal port and sighed. Let us hope all goes smoothly. Very well. I ask everyone to exert a little more effort over the next few days and keep a vigilant eye on the ship's affairs. We must avoid any further disruptions. Yes, Captain. Boom. The small craft, with a hull thickness of merely 1.5 inches, met its fate as a 12-pound explosive shell struck it directly, a scenario no guesswork was needed for, the instant the shell detonated. Igniting the ammunition stored within the small boat's hold, it transformed into a dazzling display of golden flames, the thunderous roar audible for several nautical miles. Captain, the enemy vessels have been repelled. Zola Hagel, adept in commanding small-scale naval engagements, could maneuver effectively even without comprehensive knowledge of artillery. His years of accumulated experience enabled him to disorient the enemy. Hearing this, Luo Jingdao, unable to muster a smile, sighed repeatedly, resting a hand on his forehead. Alas, when the next wave of enemies will arrive is uncertain. Have these fellows lost their wits? They dare to chase any reward. For days on end, he had been wearied by the relentless assaults of bounty hunters, forcing him to acknowledge a harsh truth. In a world imbued with prophetic magic, living as a fugitive was far from a comfortable existence, just like the incessant bounty hunters that appeared along the Yangwei's route. Launching wave after wave against the lucrative bounty of 50,000 gold coins, they resembled a horde of vultures and hyenas circling a decaying carcass. Although the Tier 6 Yaling battleship, Yangwei, boasted a robust structure, formidable firepower, and impressive speed, the sailors' stamina was ultimately limited. They could not withstand such ceaseless harassment, especially since most bounty hunters approached with the tenacity of a toad clinging to a foot, irritating even if they did not bite. Hearing Luo Jingdao's soft lament, Zola Hagel's face darkened, and he said to himself, Captain, to shake them off, we must take some risks and navigate a shortcut. The farthest journey in this world is often the shortcut. Upon hearing the bosun's suggestion, Luo Jingdao felt an involuntary twitch in his eyelids. Regaining his composure, he cautiously inquired, Zola, where do you mean? Producing a simplified nautical chart from his pocket, Zola Hagel pointed to an area shaded in black with a skull drawn in white, and spoke somberly, here, the Dragon's Gorge. Located in the particle-rich zone of the ethereal sea, this area is fraught with unidentifiable floating debris. with larger objects forming isolated islands and somewhat smaller ones becoming reefs. Situated between the two extremes, neither island nor reef, the solid accumulations often manifest as a myriad of uniquely shaped geographical wonders at the sea level of the ether ocean, with the Dragon's Canyon, characterized by its rugged cliffs and peaks, being one such marveled eye in this peculiar maritime expanse. Nestled between the starry sea and the luminous waves, one can observe a scattering of rocks, pebbles, and clumps of mud, resembling an asteroid belt from the bygone world. These floating materials engage in a chaotic Brownian motion, and no known route can guarantee their existence in months to come, for they drift unpredictably, transforming any thoroughfare into a dead end at any moment. The relentless change and movement remain the only constants in this uncanny place. Zola, are you certain that by traversing the Dragon's Canyon, those bounty hunters won't catch up with us? After listening to the bosun's briefing, Luo Zhengdao did not dare to let his guard down. His inquiry did not faze Zola Hagel, who replied with unwavering confidence, "Captain, not even the gods can accurately predict the circumstances within the Dragon's Canyon. Thus, we shall be fine." Hearing this, Luo Zhengdao skeptically glanced at the hazard markings on the nautical chart and inquired, "So aside from the complex terrain, there are no other risks here?" Naturally, as a professional pirate, Zola Hagel was a quintessential daredevil, caring only for the potential gains, dismissing any notion of danger. With a grin, Zola boldly asserted, "Risks? There are many nests of the floating dragons within the canyon, which regularly venture to the luminous sea for sustenance before returning here to slumber. As long as we do not provoke them, the risks are minimal. Circumstances often dictate actions." Although Luo Zhengdao was inclined to oppose the treacherous route through the Dragon's Canyon, he realized that otherwise, the ship, the Daring, would likely have to endure 3 more days of relentless pursuit by bounty hunters. Furthermore, upon reaching a supply port, they could very well find themselves besieged by an even greater number of hunters. At this juncture, no perfect strategy mattered. It was merely a choice between two evils. After weighing the pros and cons, Luo Zhengdao, with a solemn expression, declared, "In that case, let us proceed through the Dragon's Canyon." Thud, thud, thud. As they neared the Dragon's Canyon, Zola Hagel commanded the gunners of the Daring to bombard the bounty hunters, who, like carrion eaters trailing a dying beast, flickered in and out of view. As they endured the relentless fire, those scoundrels began to adapt. They no longer dared to employ the fragile armed skiffs that would perish with a single shot, opting instead for swift single-masted triangular sailboats to harass them. Such vessels boasted remarkable speed. Even though the Daring was equipped with true magic canvas sails, the battleship's tonnage limited its agility, making it difficult to outmaneuver these smaller sailboats, driven by the lure of wealth. The undaunted bounty hunters could intercept from other angles. Even if their feeble firepower could not dent a 6th-tier battleship, the incessant harassment left the pirates aboard the Daring feeling an indescribable weariness. Holding a cup of tea, Luo Zhengdao approached the bosun and remarked, "Zola, conserve some ammunition. We cannot kill them all." Zola Hagel understood this logic well. His intent was to maintain morale among the pirates, preventing them from becoming desensitized to the ongoing harassment. Should the bounty hunters catch on, it could spell disaster. "My lord, look ahead. It is magnificent." Blando Fian, at the helm, suddenly alerted Luo Zhengdao, together with the bosun. They turned their gaze toward the bow, where an extraordinary sight unfolded. An enormous creature, comparable in size to a 1st-tier battleship, glided gracefully above the ether ocean, akin to an eagle soaring through the azure sky. This imposing floating dragon, a variant of the dragon species, differed from its kin, the azure dragon, dwelling in the luminous sea. Its broad, paddle-like limbs propelled it through the ether particles, generating both lift and thrust, allowing it to navigate with a grace reminiscent of fish frolicking in water. Despite its seemingly clumsy bulk, this colossal entity reveled in the freedom of the ether ocean, though the floating dragon appeared to move at a leisurely pace. Any discerning observer would quickly recognize the terrifying swiftness with which it could navigate, given its immense body exceeding 100 meters in length. Chapter 79. Memories of Peril with the Dragon. Listen closely. Lower the topsail, reduce speed, and be wary of reefs, lookouts. Remain vigilant and observe the surroundings. Having witnessed the massive floating dragon up close, the bosun, Zola, snapped back to reality and shouted commands to the crew. Soon after, as the Daring, with its partially unfurled sails, cautiously entered the Dragon's Canyon, The scenery transformed from the expansive depths of the ether ocean to a convoluted terrain of jagged boulders and mud. One must admit, navigating through such unpredictable narrow passages generated an acute sense of tension, akin to walking on thin ice. Even a battleship with a sturdy hull could easily become a pile of kindling and toothpicks upon grazing these mountainous rock formations. After inspecting the deck, Zola Hagel returned to the stern and informed Luo Zhengdao, "Captain, it seems the bounty hunters have given up the chase. They have turned back." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao closed his eyes in contemplation, shook his head, and sighed. "No, I believe those ruffians have merely retreated temporarily. They will return eventually." In this new world, where individuals were accustomed to acting in a naked manner, the understanding of the hidden greed and darkness within human nature paled in comparison to the profound insights of the old world. Only those like Luo Zhengdao, who had experienced the chilling depths of such darkness, could objectively analyze the spiritual characteristics of an era from a transcendent perspective. Nevertheless, he remained convinced that humanity's intrinsic vices would not change. The new world was no better than the old. The difference lay solely in the old world's tendency to cloak evil and filth beneath a facade of positive energy, while the new world shamelessly laid bare these negative aspects. If one were to compare darkness, it was akin to a crow alighting upon a pig. None could ridicule the other's shadowy essence. Lookout reports a situation ahead on the surface of the sea. Upon receiving the news, Luo Zhengdao immediately extended his bronze-gilded monocular toward the bow, his face darkening as he lowered the telescope and addressed the bosun. Zola, do you know of any alternate routes we could take?" The enormous floating dragon obstructing their path was clearly visible even without the telescope. Zola Hagel, devoid of any trace of anger, replied with a grim countenance, "I'm afraid not. This is the only route. Other paths carry greater risks. However, it seems we might be able to pass through the gap alongside it. Shall we give it a try?" At this point, Luo Zhengdao could think of no other options and reluctantly resolved to attempt this precarious idea. After much contemplation, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Having exhausted his objections, the first mate, Blandofian, had no choice but to follow Luo Zhengdao's command. Cautiously gripping the helm as the Daring crept forward at a sluggish pace of 5 knots, seeking a gap between the uneven rocks and the massive floating dragon. If the slender azure dragon could be likened to a sea serpent, then the floating dragon's stocky form resembled an ancient whale that as the pirate ship advanced slowly. The details of the floating dragon's immense body became increasingly pronounced. The pirates gazed up in awe, even able to discern the intricate scale patterns on its skin. For those dedicated to unraveling the mysteries of the world, such a rare opportunity to observe the floating dragon up close would undoubtedly evoke unbridled joy, as it represented an invaluable chance to comprehend the creature's way of life. However, Luo Zhengdao, thrust into this precarious situation, wished for no such fortune, preferring to avoid any intimate encounters with prehistoric behemoths. A faint rustling sound emerged, and Luo Zhengdao, alert, inquired, "What is that sound?" The seasoned bosun, Zola, instinctively sensed an unsettling trend in the current situation, drawing his curved blade slowly from its sheath, readying himself for combat. At that moment, a series of piercing screams echoed from the bow of the ship, followed by a frantic shout. Jumping worms! It's the jumping worms! Hurry, someone, eliminate these disgusting creatures!" Boom! Roar, as the old adage goes. Misfortunes never come singly. When the jumping worms unleashed chaos aboard the Yangwei, it inadvertently triggered a fully loaded eagle cannon on the upper deck, and the cannonball shot forth, striking the slumbering floating dragon that was indulging in a feast. The colossal beast immediately erupted in fury, its thunderous roar creating an overwhelming pressure that made one feel as though their very blood was freezing. "Quick, full speed ahead!" The anxious Luo Zhengdao shouted recklessly at the deck, then dashed towards the BOW to secure the home front. The jumping worms had to be dealt with swiftly. Who could predict the chaos that might ensue if they lingered among the wildlife of the old world? The seemingly gentle and sluggish African elephant, once provoked, could send even the apex predators like lion prides fleeing. Just imagine, provoking a supermonster like the floating dragon would certainly lead to dire consequences. Not far off, a floating rock, several dozen meters in diameter, was smashed into smithereens by the enraged floating dragon, its debris scattering in all directions, with some fragments striking the hull of the Yangwei. The cacophony of impacts was akin to a heavy machine gun fire. Had it not been for the robust construction of the Yangwei, the occupants within would surely have been reduced to mere colanders. Faced with an imminent threat, the pirates paid no heed to the peril of colliding with reefs at high speed at Luo Jingdao's command. They unfurled all sails and embarked on a reckless escape. It goes without saying that sailing with full sails granted this former, yailing warship an unparalleled speed, causing the terrified passengers to feel as though the ship had been kicked hard from behind. Propelling them forward. Speeding carries risks. Drive with caution applies just as aptly in the New World. As the Yangwei recklessly careened through the Dragon's Gorge, a rocky reef of merely 5 meters emerged ahead. The pirates, oblivious to its presence, could only brace themselves for the inevitable tragedy. Thud, creak, the sounds of collision and the unsettling crack of splintering would echo behind them as the Yangwei's foremast was snapped in two upon impact, causing a significant drop in the ship's speed. In this critical moment, with the frenzied floating dragon in relentless pursuit, Luo Jingdao, pale and shaken, revealed a bitter smile that he reached into his spatial pouch, knowing that the costs of using a magic card, no matter how severe, were far better than being crushed into pulp by a colossal beast. Activate Radiant Hull. In response, countless shafts of light shot forth from the void, the brilliance so intense that it was blinding. To be fair, for Luo Jingdao, resorting to the boundless power of magic cards at the first sign of trouble was as hopelessly addictive as a drug addict relying on substances to feel invigorated. There existed a direct correlation between the curse of the wild god and the use of magic cards. The more he utilized them, the greater the peril. This costly advantage was akin to a self-destructive act of drinking poison to quench thirst, a clear harbinger of doom. Nevertheless, while onlookers could lament and criticize his choices, for Luo Jingdao, there was no alternative. Aware of the dangers of using magic cards, he could not afford to ignore the pressing demands of reality, whether he extended his neck or retracted it. He was bound to suffer either way. He sought merely for the magic cards to assist him in overcoming this immediate crisis, leaving the consequences of his choices to be dealt with later. Too often, individuals are not faced with a simple choice between good and evil, but are compelled to select from the options of bad and exceedingly worse. Having traversed into the new world, the powers of the magic cards had never failed Luo Jingdao, save for the insurmountable issue of the wild goddess curse. The Radiant Hull, a 3-star magic card, indeed exerted a decisive effect, as Luo Jingdao had hoped, pinning the floating dragon in midair with countless bright white arrows, creating a vivid tableau of a hungry tiger ready to pounce, a scene steeped in dramatic tension, before this magic card could expire. The floating dragon was rendered incapable of further aggression, effectively frozen in a temporal rift, unable to attack or be attacked. Witnessing this spectacle, the pirates, after a moment of stunned silence, erupted into cheers. Such a miraculous turn of events was indeed thrilling. Against the backdrop of his crew's jubilance, Luo Jingdao stood on the command platform, a wry smile gracing his lips, though a shadow of worry loomed in his eyes. The magic card had functioned as expected. Yet the price was surely to follow. Without possessing the divine ability to turn the tides at will, how could mere mortals, the magic card users, compel the wild god into a corner? Observing the stunning scene he had conjured, Luo Jingdao felt a tumult of emotions within. He had only just risen from his sickbed a few days prior, and it seemed he might soon be destined to return there. Truly, one cannot outmatch fate. Noticing this, the first mate Zora cast a deep glance at Luo Jingdao. As if relieved, she sheathed her curved dagger and urged First Officer Brando. Hurry, set sail. What are you waiting for? Having never truly witnessed the extraordinary prowess inherited from the magic card users, Brando Fian was only stirred to action when prompted, quickly turning the helm to depart. Consequently, the Yangwei, with its damaged and ragged foremast, hastened away from the perilous Dragon's Gorge. Chapter 8, Competitors surface having survived the harrowing encounter with the floating dragon. The Yangwei, with its sails lowered, anchored in a cove of a deserted island, beyond the sandy beach shaded by coconut palms. A scene of bustling activity unfolded behind the sand dunes formed by lapping waves. From the hastily erected temporary shelters, the sounds of sawing would echoed, while on the docked warship, hammers and nails created a lively symphony of clinks and clatters, a veritable cacophony. For the pirates, repairing their warships was a commonplace affair, whether from damage sustained in battle or unfortunate encounters with storms. Maintaining their vessels was an essential skill for sailors of the sail era. Even merchant sailors were expected to possess such practical knowledge. To claim one was incapable of carpentry was as amusing as declaring one couldn't tie knots. Prior to the onset of industrialization, the repair and maintenance of wooden ships did not require specialized skills. Even with the Yangwei's mast broken and the damage relatively severe, under the guidance of a few skilled carpenters aboard, the pirates could manage to restore the warship to a level of functionality without significant hindrance. Copper strips and iron plates, forged to appropriate sizes in the furnace, were being used to splice the broken mast back together, securely fastening it anew. Provided they did not encounter stormy weather, such repairs could typically ensure the ship remained seaworthy. For a permanent solution, however, they would need to dry dock the warship and completely replace the unfortunate foremast. "Captain, the lookout has spotted 3 unidentified warships approaching us," reported Zora Hagel, the first mate, bringing bad news to Luo Jingdao. Caught off guard, Luo Jingdao, whose curse had yet to manifest, momentarily paused, then gazed intently toward the open sea. Instructing, "Sound the alarm, prepare for battle." Dong dong dong. Soon, the 3 unidentified warships spread out in formation, one of which, the largest by tonnage, continued to advance toward the island's coastal waters, while the other 2 lowered their sails and waited in the offshore area, seemingly indicating a lack of hostile intent. In the perilous life of a pirate, where countless schemes and deceptions could arise, no one would easily trust a mere expression of goodwill. After conferring with several senior crew members, Luo Jingdao decided to adopt a battle-ready stance to greet the visitors. Any moment of negligence could spell death. "Hello, do you need assistance?" The guest, having just disembarked from a small boat and climbed the rope ladder onto the deck of the Yangwei, greeted them with an enthusiastic call, appearing outwardly friendly at the very least, having been tempered by the bloody storms of the New World that had obliterated his last vestiges of innocence. Luo Jingdao calmly scrutinized the visitor from head to toe. The stranger, robust as a bear and clad in armor that shone brightly like a lighthouse, gave no sense of danger to Luo Jingdao. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously replied, "May I ask who you are? Do we know each other?" Upon hearing this, the unexpected guest laughed heartily, seemingly surprised that he had not been recognized. "Greetings, I am Goder Nidam, the current Baron Ningqi. Behold, this is my crest." To establish trust, the man, identifying himself as Baron Goder Nidam, extended his left hand, inviting Luo Jingdao to inspect the intricately crafted crest ring adorning his middle finger. He then activated the ring's verification function, and the secret silver ring, adorned with fine golden filigree, immediately radiated a soft, ethereal glow. Under the meticulously enforced hierarchy of the Radiant Dynasty, the delineation of noble status is governed by an exceedingly stringent set of verification criteria. Particularly, items like heraldic rings serve as specialized tokens to signify one's noble identity, and their magical authentication features can only be activated through a specific bloodline heritage. This anti-counterfeiting measure acts as a lethal weapon to prevent those not of the family lineage from usurping titles. Although illegitimate offspring with the appropriate lineage might have some chance of slipping through, the notion that an outsider could impersonate a noble is utterly ludicrous. The craftsmanship involved in creating these heraldic rings, along with the accompanying bloodline verification magic, is shrouded in secrecy, known only to a select few elite artisans and royal alchemists. Nobles must obtain the emperor's approval and undergo inspection by the Royal Heraldry Institute before any such ring can be produced. Each ring possesses its own unique identification number and archival documentation, a painstakingly intricate and costly process that has become a relic since the fall of the Radiant Dynasty. To this day, not only is the technology for crafting these rings far too advanced to replicate, but for anyone unfamiliar with the underlying principles, even creating a mere facsimile would be an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, the extravagant cost of such an item far outweighs its limited utility. Upon realizing that the formidable Goden item is a fellow human exile with an identical noble status, Luo Jingdao felt a slight easing of tension and nodded noncommittally. He began to reassess the imposing figure of Baron Goden item, who, at first glance, resembled a professional wrestler more than a scion of nobility. After exchanging glances for a moment, Luo Jingdao finally broke into a smile and introduced himself, stating, "Greetings, I am Wolnidam, the current Count of Fortune." Out of courtesy and to prevent being overshadowed by Gode's imposing presence, Luo Jingdao activated his own heraldic ring, thereby affirming his legitimate noble identity. Upon witnessing the unmistakable, irrefutable glow emanating from the ring, Gode let out a hearty laugh and approached, clapping Luo Jingdao on the shoulder, seemingly oblivious to the pained expression that accompanied the gesture. Gode greeted Luo Jingdao with the warmth of an old friend, exclaiming, "Ha! I've heard of you. We met once before, but alas, The timing was not right for a proper conversation. At this, Luo Zhengdao furrowed his brow and inquired, "We have met. When was that?" Goad Nidam flashed a broad, perfectly aligned smile, reminiscent of an advertisement model, and replied, "Oh, it was during the ambush by Najef. I happened to be passing by, and before I could intervene, that fellow was scared off." Recalling this incident from his past, Luo Zhengdao nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Baron Goad, for your assistance. So, you are acquainted with Najef?" Goad Nidam's initial surprise quickly gave way to childlike laughter as he gasped, "Do you think I've been living on a deserted island? That scoundrel Najef is notorious among the exiled nobility." Luo Zhengdao felt a sense of astonishment. Hadn't the human exiled nobility been extinct? Confused, he tentatively asked, "I don't understand. Why would Najef seek to oppose me?" As the conversation turned serious, Goad, who had initially come across as boisterous, lost his jovial demeanor and sneered. "Why? Humph. What other reason could there be? Najef is hell-bent on claiming the throne for himself, and every surviving noble of the Radiant dynasty is a potential rival. If he eliminates us all, he can ascend to the throne with legitimacy. Do you understand now?" Good heavens, what kind of twisted logic is this? Luo Zhengdao felt utterly confounded, and after a prolonged silence, he incredulously retorted, "But the Goblin Empire rules over the entire mainland. All of us exiled nobles are dead, and Najef cannot become emperor either. Will the goblins return the mainland to him? What is an emperor without territory and subjects?" Goad Nidam clearly held no positive view of Najef's intellect. Scoffing, "Humph, who knows what that madman is thinking? You see, those sorcerers have an affinity for dealing with negativity, demons, and devils. Many, including myself, believe Najef has long since lost his mind. Otherwise, how could he be so utterly deranged?" While Luo Zhengdao felt that Najef might not be quite as mad as Goad suggested, he had no desire to defend his enemy, and, feeling rather helpless, shook his head, saying, "So, Baron Goad, what brings you here today?" At this, Goad's eyes ignited with fervent passion as he raised his massive fist and proclaimed, "The revival of the Radiant dynasty requires a strong leader. And I am the best candidate. That I will restore the glory of the Radiant dynasty, and I hope, Count, you will support me." Caught off guard by such an unreasonable request, Luo Zhengdao found himself at a loss for words. Rendered speechless by Goad's excessive self-assurance, lowering his head in thought, he responded as diplomatically as possible, "I am truly sorry, Baron Goad, but I only wish to fulfill my own responsibilities. Such lofty ambitions as restoring the Radiant dynasty are not achievable in the short term. It is too early to discuss this matter." A shared understanding that did not align led to a swift conclusion of their unsatisfactory and informal meeting. Luo Zhengdao sighed in resignation. As he reflected upon the recent events, he stepped into the adjacent single-patient room beside the captain's quarters. He had been diligently visiting Vina Duboff, the half-elf beauty. During her recovery, her injuries were healing well, though she could not yet resume a normal routine, necessitating that Luo Zhengdao adapt to her schedule for visits. "Thank you for the flowers. Well, I heard that Baron Goad just left," Vina remarked. With her closest confidant, there was no need for pretense. Luo Zhengdao bypassed the mundane pleasantries and recounted the details of their meeting and ensuing conflict, his expression one of distress as he inquired, "Vina, do you know about Goad's past?" Of course, Baron Goad was once a renowned adventurer. After Baron Ningqi's fief fell, he led a heavily armored cavalry squad through the encirclement of the goblin army. Displaying strength that hardly seemed human, Luo Zhengdao was taken aback, his astonishment evident as he mused, "Oh, is that so? No wonder he is so confident. That proud rooster certainly has the right to be proud." At his jest comparing Goad to a rooster, Vina could not help but chuckle, only to be reminded of her back injury and cough, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of red. Upon witnessing the situation, Luo Zhengdao promptly handed over a cup of water. After a few sips, Wena's breathing gradually steadied. With a knowing smile that hovered between amusement and mockery, she gazed at her student and remarked, "Well, your metaphor is quite dubious, but there is no grave error in it." Faced with Wena's playful jest, Luo Zhengdao found himself at a loss for words. That he shook his head, diverting the conversation. "All right, take your time to rest, and I must return to supervising the ship repairs. If anything arises, have someone notify me immediately." "Yes. Go ahead with your tasks. Hey, hurry up. Don't just stand there idly. Jack down below. Toss the hammer up here." The clanging and clattering of ship repairs continued unabated. After some rudimentary fixes, the pirates focused their efforts on resolving the significant issue of the broken foremast. The repairs to the hull were proceeding systematically. To put it bluntly, pirates are merely a group of impoverished individuals who band together to engage in plunder. If one were to speak of robbing the rich to aid the poor, it is merely a case of stealing from others' wealth to alleviate their own poverty. Unlike the regular navy, which operates with the logistical support of an entire nation behind them, those who venture out to sea for a living must be versatile. Choosing the profession of piracy means one cannot rely on others for assistance in times of trouble. Thus, skills such as ship repair, essential for mariners, are almost universally acquired, with variations only in individual proficiency. Generally speaking, if one can restore a storm-damaged warship under the guidance of a skilled carpenter, their repair capabilities are deemed satisfactory. The warship, Yangwei, had been severely battered in the Battle of Dragon's Canyon. But fortunately, the keel and other primary structures remained intact. After reinforcing and mending the broken foremast, it posed no significant issues. The sounds of hammering and repairs seemed to yield promising results, at least from an exterior perspective. The ship appeared to be in good shape. Soon after, the Yangwei set sail once more, this time heading towards Torres Island. Perhaps in accordance with the old adage, after hardship comes ease, the journey was smooth sailing. Approaching Torres Island, the pirates unexpectedly captured a convoy of merchant ships that in an era where the goblin hunting fleets ran rampant. Daring to brave the seas for profit was a gamble few would take. The merchants caught in this ambush were smuggling dairy products from the outer seas to several small nations near the mainland. As a result, Luo Jingdao's fleet seized a bountiful haul of 3 ships laden with powdered milk and cheese, apart from transferring some dairy products to the Yangwei to enhance the sailors' rations. The remaining goods were intended for sale on Torres Island, providing a slight boost to Luo Jingdao's dwindling finances. I sincerely apologize, but the local trading post has already closed that we are no longer conducting business here. The pirates, having been rebuffed, rudely smashed through the door. The trading post owner, with a woeful expression, attempted to explain his unavoidable predicament to the group of pirates, resembling a laborer seeking payment. His goat-like beard trembled uncontrollably as the bosun held onto his collar, and he spoke with a quavering voice. Yet, Zola Hagel showed no hint of sympathy. Instead, he aggressively pressed the owner. "Hey, what do you mean by saying you're not doing business anymore?" Stricken with fear at the bosun's stern interrogation, the trading post owner stammered. "The Goblin fleet has warned us that anyone who trades with merchants from the outer sea will have the entire island's population slaughtered, regardless of their race. Not a single living soul will be spared." Torres Island lies on the fringes of the Goblin fleet's regular patrol routes. And such outlying islands, which are barely within their grasp yet difficult to control fully, are like a thorn in the Goblin side, clearly aggravating them, due to the Goblin fleet's earlier military actions against these overseas colonies. Tensions and armed skirmishes between the Goblin Empire and the Yaling Empire, as well as the Elven Federation, have been on the rise, not wishing to create too many enemies at this moment. The Goblins were reluctant to stoke further conflict. The Yaling fleet had engaged the Goblin fleet multiple times in the inner seas, with both sides claiming victories, though the Goblins suffered more significantly, expending considerable effort while the Yaling side utilized only a fraction of their strength. The Elven Federation, already displeased by the Goblins' occupation of their colonies, had issued a thick stack of stern diplomatic notes. And the Goblins, wishing to avoid provoking 2 powerful adversaries simultaneously, opted for intimidation rather than a more straightforward and brutish display of force. Luo Jingdao, who had remained silent until now, could not help but shake his head upon hearing this. Forel Shobang and Brando Fian broke into a furious tirade, exclaiming, "Those damned greenskins, the filthy scum of the swamp, the toads with rotting skin." The trading post owner, lacking the courage to engage in this business of disposing of the pirates' loot, found the value of the dairy products insufficient to warrant a trip to a pirate supply port or market. Zola Hagel, feeling disheartened, lamented, "What shall we do then? Should we venture out to sell the dairy products for those smugglers? That would certainly become a joke among our peers." Hearing this, and unable to devise a better plan, Luo Jingdao stepped forward to reassure his comrades, stating, "Do not fret. We will inevitably find a solution." The 3 ships of dairy products seized the previous day posed no significant news for the pirates. It was said that a hapless predecessor had once managed to capture an entire shipload of toilet paper, only to find himself unable to sell it for 3 long years, ultimately burning it in a fit of rage. For this folly, he was ridiculed for 30 years, and even long after he retired from piracy, the tale of his embarrassment was still recounted as a joke. In contrast, Luo Zhengdao and his crew had been rather fortunate. Even if they could not sell the spoils, they could always keep them for themselves, as cheese has a long shelf life and would likely last for 3 years at least. Ah, you say Asha has vanished. Tell me, how can one suddenly disappear from a ship? Didn't I instruct you to keep a close watch on her movements? Just as Luo Jingdao and his companions returned to the dock, feeling dejected, he received yet another piece of bad news. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he erupted in frustration. This was not merely due to his crew's failure to monitor the enigmatic woman, Asha, but rather because his plan to trace the mastermind behind her presence had fallen through. That said, the bosun on duty was equally aggrieved, fervently defending himself. My lord, I spoke to everyone on duty. Since we docked this morning, no one has seen that woman. She must have fled early on, in the bloody struggles of the New World. A sharpened intuition honed by slaughter and peril told Luo Jingdao that Asha's disappearance was far from a simple matter. The identity of this mysteriously vanished woman was highly suspect, and her sudden absence could very well be a prelude to a larger conspiracy. However, there was no point in further anger now. Once Luo Jingdao calmed down, he thought it prudent to reassure his anxious subordinates. With a feigned air of nonchalance, he waved his hand, saying, "Well, perhaps she simply wished to leave without saying goodbye." Nonetheless, the essential tasks still awaited completion. The damage to the Yangwei required thorough inspection, for Luo Jingdao was not one to settle for anything less than perfection, while the shipyard on Torres Island lacked shipbuilding capabilities. Its repair standards were acceptable. Zola, the bosun overseeing the repairs, soon returned to the dock, eagerly reporting to Luo Jingdao. "Captain, we have replaced the mast, and all other minor issues have been resolved. Shall we head out for a trial run?" Luo Jingdao, troubled by Asha's mysterious disappearance and disinterested in lingering on Torres Island where he could not sell the goods, shook his head, replying, "No need for that. We shall set sail immediately. Let us not linger in the shimmering sea for too long. Those greenskins and bounty hunters have noses as keen as hounds and could catch up to us at any moment." Zola Hagel understood this reasoning well. He flashed a radiant smile, revealing 2 rows of pristine teeth, and said, "Very well. I shall gather the crew and prepare for departure." Chapter 82. The Crisis of the Diverging Path. Unbeknownst to them, it was already noon at the empty and tranquil docks of Torres Island. The gangplank leading to the Yangwei stood in stark contrast to the surrounding serenity, bustling with activity akin to a busy marketplace. The sailors were busily transporting supplies onto the ship and returning empty-handed to the shore. Barrels of food and fresh water, beer, rum, wine, and distilled spirits were being loaded onto the ship with the fervor of ants at work, securely stowed within the thick sand layers of the warship's hold. This measure served 2 purposes: to prevent the barrels from colliding with the hull during turbulent seas, and to ensure that the cargo remained stable, maintaining the ship's balance and preventing capsizing. The assortment of provisions destined for the ship is vast and varied, encompassing not only long-lasting hardtack and salted beef, but also perishables such as beer and bread, alongside the indispensable fresh water, beans, and dried fruits like raisins and apricots to tantalize the sailors' palates. These essential supplies are the cornerstone of sustenance for long voyages, and it is prudent to stockpile as much stone shot and stone powder as possible for unforeseen circumstances. Such military necessities are critical resources for pirates. Although Luo Jingdao sincerely hopes that no further complications arise before reaching the Yaling Empire, the truth remains that no one can guarantee a voyage of such length will be free of issues. Thus, preparing for battle is a matter of wise foresight. Weigh anchor, hoist the sails, prepare to set sail. At the commanding call of the bosun, the foredeck of the ship, now invigorated, came alive as dozens of sailors collectively pushed the massive wooden capstan. The heavy composite anchor was gradually drawn up from the harbor waters, and the pirate warship set forth on yet another journey, having nervously traversed the perilous waters of the Sea of Death without encountering a ghost ship. The pirates felt a sense of relief as they entered the Shadow Sea, yet their spirits remained low. The dimly lit environment of this sea is perpetually unsettling. If the deathly waters are to be avoided by the living, then the natural conditions here are hardly preferable to the legendary underworld. While the Shadow Sea may lack the concentrated negativity of the Death Sea, its murky skies remain a stark emblem of uninhabitability. Even when a sliver of sunlight occasionally pierces through the thick haze, It shines dimly like a waning bulb on the verge of extinguishment. This feeble illumination often leaves sailors disoriented, blurring the lines between day and night, leading to disrupted circadian rhythms, and in severe cases, even hallucinations. Standing at the command platform on the aft deck, Luo Zhengdao tightened the collar of his deep gray wool coat, his gaze sweeping across the ancient, desolate and cold sea. Lost in thought, behind him, the first mate, Brando Fian, suddenly spoke up. "My lord, it seems something is amiss." Startled, Luo Zhengdao quickly inquired, "What is the situation?" The first mate, appearing somewhat disheartened, produced a rudimentary nautical chart from his pocket, which he had been using as a reference for their course, and remarked, "Look, this is the baseline route we established earlier." BY writes, "We should have reached the supply port by now, yet over a day has passed without a trace. I fear we may have lost our way." This chart was drawn based on celestial navigation and markers, which Luo Zhengdao personally adjusted each morning. Upon hearing his words, his expression changed dramatically as he urgently retorted, "Lost? How is that possible? If this meticulously crafted nautical chart has been compromised, the implications are grave, necessitating an investigation into the source of the erroneous information." Shortly thereafter, Luo Zhengdao hastily summoned everyone aboard with even a modicum of magical knowledge to closely examine the celestial globe, as if scrutinizing a piece of embroidery. After some time, the keen-eyed half-elf maiden first noted that the needle indicating their direction seemed to bear signs of tampering, even though the distortion was minuscule and nearly imperceptible without precise instruments. Even the slightest deviation, when magnified by the scale of the chart, could lead to a staggering level of navigational error. Damn it, who meddled with it? Wait, could it be? In a fleeting moment, Luo Zhengdao instinctively thought of the mysteriously vanished woman. Yasha, given the circumstances of sabotage aboard, her suspicion was undeniably paramount at this juncture. Such speculation felt somewhat like hindsight, and Luo Zhengdao swallowed his words, realizing that further discussion was futile. "Report. The lookout has spotted something ahead." Clang! Before the sailor could finish, the ship shuddered violently, sending everyone sprawling like tumbling gourds. As the hull of the Yangwei tilted at an angle exceeding 30 degrees as they clambered back onto the deck. The sight before them left the pirates stunned. The bow of the Yangwei had run aground on a sandy shoal. Witnessing this, Zola Hagel's eyes gleamed with malice, and with veins bulging in his neck. He cursed, "This is bad. We've walked into a trap. I've been here before." Those accursed thorns grow nearby to corroborate the bosun's assessment. Thick green vines, each thicker than a human thigh, began to surge from the depths of the sea. And in a sudden motion, they sprang forth to ensnare the Yangwei's hull, resembling an octopus constricting a crab. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Luo Zhengdao forced himself to regain his composure and squinted, asking, "Who is plotting against me?" "Captain, the lookout has spotted a fleet bearing the banner of the Drow elves rapidly approaching." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to the bosun, though Zola seldom spoke of his past. His dark complexion hinted at a complex relationship with the Drow. Living under the matriarchal governance of the spider goddess Lolth, the Drow are markedly different from other intelligent races in the New World. With power firmly held by women, male Drow, no matter how well they fare, remain second-class citizens, and their standing alongside Drow women is a mark of great fortune. They exist merely as adornments and vassals in this matriarchal society. Luo Zhengdao keenly observed Zola Hagel's dark purple-tinged visage, easily discerning that the bosun was far from tranquil, and it was evident that his memories of this homeland were not particularly pleasant. "Zola, you are familiar with the Shadow Sea. Please inform us of the situation. It is said that heroes do not dwell on past glories, and Zola Hagel had no such glorious deeds to recount." His expression shifted multiple times before he stammered, "We have veered off course into the Shadow region, which is under the control of the Drow. We must leave at once, or we will suffer the consequences." Damn! Before the bosun could finish, a goblin rocket soared from the shore, and those familiar with such weaponry recognized this as an initial test shot, heralding a forthcoming barrage of rockets. The pirates felt a surge of anxiety. Luo Zhengdao raised his hand to calm his crew, decisively shouting, "Stay calm. Regardless of the Drow's intentions, we are ensnared by these vines and cannot flee. Prepare for battle. Annihilate those wretched, useless humans." At this moment, the pirates could faintly hear the shouts of their adversaries, and Zola Hagel's face twitched violently, as though he had been struck. Drawing his curved blade, he bellowed, "Return fire." In ancient lore, both drow and elves, like the Yaling, share origins in the Feywild. Today, the drow reside in the lightless depths of the Shadow Sea, living a life akin to that of moles. Despite their less than favorable circumstances, the drow are fiercely proud, considering themselves the chosen people and looking down upon other intelligent races. Even closely related races like the Yaling and elves are deemed inferior. Not to mention ephemeral beings like humans. At this moment, hundreds of drow were driving a rabble of minotaurs, gray dwarfs, sword spiders, and stone-blind brutes, an army of various races, into the fray. Luo Zhengdao observed the cacophony of the charge, reluctantly acknowledging the magnitude of the armed conflict, which could be classified as a full-scale battle. Boom, 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 boom. Even when caught in an enemy's trap, the Yangwei is no soft-shelled crab to be trifled with. As long as they could establish a firing range, all manner of artillery began to unleash a barrage upon the shore, with stone projectiles launched from the ship rebounding off the ground and tearing bloody paths through the advancing throng of slaves. The enemy is closing in. Prepare to load grape shot. With arrangements made for crew members to deal with the thorny vines, Luo Zhengdao stood behind the bosun, observing him as he commanded the pirates in battle. Engaging in a fight while immobilized felt incredibly stifling. The battleground was dictated by the enemy, and the pirates had no choice but to respond. Any grievances could wait until they had escaped. For now, their only option was to fight to the bitter end. Left broadside ready. Fire. Boom, 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 boom. Following the initial chaos, a systematic barrage of fire constructed a wall of flames between the Yangwei and the shore. However, despite the ferocity of their onslaught, the drow continued to press forward, driving their slave soldiers ever closer. As the situation grew increasingly dire for his side, the pirates, who prided themselves on their audacity and disdain for authority, began to feel the tremors of fear as an overwhelming tide of enemies surged toward them. The once unshakable resolve of many started to falter, and the efficiency of their cannon crews in loading ammunition noticeably declined. Observing the disarray among his comrades, Luo Zhengdao furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to rally his men. Soon, however, a cunning smile graced his lips as he deliberately raised his voice. "First mate, I have heard that the drow enjoy using captives for blood sacrifices." Upon hearing this, Zola Hagel, who had grown accustomed to Luo Zhengdao's style, immediately grasped the captain's intent and chuckled knowingly. Brandishing his curved blade with a flourish, he ominously declared, "Did you fools hear that? You dimwits, if you wish to avoid being dragged off by the drow to be slaughtered like fattened pigs for their dark rituals, you better fight with all your might. Hank, why are your hands trembling?" Chapter 83. A day of encounter with the drow. Under the banter between Luo Zhengdao and the first mate, the dread of being captured and sacrificed to the Spider Queen by the drow loomed over them like an unyielding mountain, overshadowing their fear of the superior enemy forces. In an instant, the pirates' previously stiff bodies were infused with newfound vigor, sweat pouring as they hastened to load ammunition, their instinctive fear of the approaching foes eclipsed by a greater terror. To encapsulate their mindset with a phrase from the old world, one might say, desperation breeds creativity. The tactic of overwhelming numbers was an eternal truth, unlike the fleeting fads of warfare that faded into obscurity within mere decades. The timeless strategy of sheer numbers stood as the ultimate trump card across eras, ensuring that a force greater in strength than its adversary would invariably attract the favor of the goddess of war. A brute force assault, leveraging overwhelming numerical superiority, would ultimately drive the opponent to despair and collapse. In the face of quantity overwhelming quality, the human wave tactic remained infallible, with victory hinging on the commander's judicious application of this fundamental principle. The ship, the Yangwei, found itself ensnared in the shallow sands of the coast, unable to extricate itself, further entangled by the local malevolent flora known as the Twisted Vines. This once mighty, ailing warship's mobility plummeted to zero, with the meager propulsion provided by its arcane sails barely managing to turn the vessel in place. Rather than the drow choosing this moment to attack, it seemed more likely that unseen forces had orchestrated events. With the drow merely a pawn in a larger game, it was evident that, irrespective of the sacrifices incurred in a direct assault, the costs paled in comparison to engaging in a prolonged chase across the vast ether sea against superior pirate vessels. Strangely, as he watched the drow employ their slave troops in their human wave tactic, Luo Zhengdao found himself lost in thought. Was it possible that these sharp-eared, dark-skinned drow had suddenly gained wisdom? Capable of comprehending such profound strategies, the notion was utterly astonishing. Engaging in a battle of flesh against cannon, regardless of the tactical success or failure, would inevitably exact a heavy toll, in the wake of relentless waves of assault. Grotesque scenes of carnage unfolded, as the drow, devoid of any sense of compassion or pity, found themselves momentarily struck by a sense of shared grief. "Matron, our sisters have suffered heavy casualties. Should we withdraw and regroup before launching another assault?" A voluptuous drow priestess voiced her concerns to the commanding matron. Despite the front line comprising primarily of slaves, the drow were compelled to send a contingent of overseers to ensure the slaves held their ground, for without them, the latter would not have endured this far. Those drow who ventured within the range of the pirates' cannons faced the same merciless fate, as projectiles indiscriminately crushed both master and servant alike, leaving behind a landscape of blood and mangled flesh. In the face of death, all were rendered equal. "Silence. This is the divine will of the Spider Queen. Those greenskins have been compensated. Do you dare defy her command?" The fierce rebuke fell like a bucket of cold water, leaving the drow priestess pale and trembling, her voice quaking as she uttered, "I dare not. All shall comply with the Spider Queen's decrees." Once a deity ascends to their throne, direct interference in the material realm becomes exceedingly difficult, as the forces of repulsion are immense. However, the souls of the faithful inevitably journey to the divine realm upon their deaths, and thus, they dare not disregard their God's will. For instance, a skeptic like Luo Jingdao, who lived without belief in the gods, would likely find himself nailed to the walls of the underworld, awaiting the ravages of time, or dragged into the lower planes by some devil or demon unless his soul possessed sufficient strength to resist the laws of death in this new world, akin to those archmages who transformed themselves into liches. Straddling the line between life and death, the drow, devout followers of the Spider Queen, Lolth, recognized her as a genuine deity, albeit one whose actions could only be categorized among the ranks of malevolent gods. In truth, Lolth thrived on instilling fear to garner worship, distinguishing her from the more benevolent deities who spread faith through compassion. The gifts bestowed upon her followers were fear and suffering. The inherently submissive drow were particularly susceptible to this. Believing themselves to be the chosen people destined to dominate other races, a minority among the drow sought to resist this oppressive theocratic rule, yet they found themselves powerless to alter the entrenched beliefs of their kin. Their only recourse was to flee the Underdark, evading the daggers and poisoned arrows of their fellow drow. As Zola Hagel, the first mate, demonstrated, those who would not conform must seek refuge elsewhere. The so-called rebellion among the drow was merely a shadow of defiance. On the immobilized deck of the Yangwei, the increasingly fierce first mate showed no inclination to reminisce about his past life, instead roaring commands infused with lethal intent. Zola Hagel focused all his energy on countering the tide of drow forces. Bellowing to the pirates, "Archers, fall back 10 paces. Grenadiers, prepare for battle." The drow army had breached the shallow waters and was advancing, with the nearest wave of slave soldiers barely 150 yards away. Seeing this, Luo Jingdao could no longer contain himself. Despite bearing the threat of the wild god's curse yet to manifest, he resolved to take action. Summon the Flame Sparrow, arcane technique, multiplicity, as his voice rang out across the deck. His fingers danced with remarkable dexterity, tracing elegant arcs through the art of the onlookers. This spectacle possessed an indescribable rhythm, even a certain eerie beauty. Simultaneously, the Flame Sparrow, initially summoned by the magic card, began to shimmer in and out of visibility. Its diminutive form flickering in tandem with Luo Zhengdao's gestures, as his fingers twisted and folded in a mesmerizing dance. It appeared as if an invisible hand of creation was meticulously duplicating this small summoned creature. The moment Luo Zhengdao's fingers stilled, the once murky sky became populated with countless flame sparrows soaring aloft. The faint glow that had emanated from them now coalesced into a brilliant radiance, piercing through the eternal twilight of the Shadow Sea, akin to a blazing sun casting its fervent light across the land. Even a novice magic card master like Luo Zhengdao wielded a power that, while modest compared to that of seasoned mages, was nonetheless formidable. Those who underestimated a magic card master as an easy target would find themselves perilously close to the edge of oblivion. For races like the drow, who spent the majority of their existence in the shadows, exposure to intense light was far from a blessing. The slaves, also accustomed to dim environments, were were caught off guard by the blinding brilliance, shielding their eyes in anguish as they toppled into the waist-deep waters. In that chaotic battlefield, the cacophony of curses against the harsh light and the wails of suffering rose and fell in a dissonant symphony. Today, in the face of formidable foes, Luo Zhangdao had indeed exhausted his repertoire, unveiling his most hidden skills. This technique, reminiscent of the arcane tricks of seasoned mages, had been imparted to him by the eternal Grand Library. Yet, the chasm between knowing how to execute it and actually performing it was as vast as the gulf between an amateur watching a master painter and attempting to wield a brush themselves. While the master effortlessly conjured strokes of ink, the novice's efforts resulted in chaos, a reality not easily bridged by mere words of affirmation. In summary, the labor Luo Zhengdao invested was invisible to others. The fleeting moment of glory in front of an audience belied the solitude and monotony of the countless hours spent in preparation. Flame sparrows. Charge. With a breath akin to a whisper, his fingers unfurled like the petals of a blooming flower, parting and reuniting in a manner that exuded an air of enigmatic mastery. Yet, within the depths of Luo Zhengdao's experience, he bore the additional strain imposed by the high-difficulty supermagic technique, his mind taut like a string instrument, each rapid pluck ringing sharp notes that suggested the imminent snapping of its string. His heartbeat quickened, a staccato rhythm echoing in his chest, fierce enough to threaten escape from his lips. Enduring a multitude of discomforts, Luo Zhengdao inhaled deeply, spreading his 10 fingers wide before executing a downward pressing motion, heralding the unveiling of his true, lethal move. Danger! Conceal yourself immediately. The Xiaoyang elves were not blind. They had previously witnessed the spectacle of the blazing phoenixes summoned by Luo Zhengdao, their intense orange-red brilliance disorienting. The wealth of combat experience urged the Xiaoyang elves to recognize that regardless of the enemy's tricks, they would ultimately manifest as formidable assaults, and the vigilant had already sounded the alarm. However, trapped in an open expanse, with murky waters lapping at their waists and the fiery phoenixes descending rapidly above, where could they possibly hide? Boom, 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 boom. Summoning a single phoenix was merely a one-star summon, its self-destruction equating to the power of a hand grenade, hardly a formidable weapon. Yet, when faced with a multitude of phoenixes eager to detonate, the devastation was incomparable. In an instant, the entire world transformed into a fiery battleground reminiscent of a cataclysmic explosion. An overwhelming spectacle that would be etched in the memories of all witnesses. The haunting wails of despair mingled with the thunderous explosions as the shallow waters transformed into steam, a dense, milky white vapor enveloping the surface, accompanied by the lingering aroma of barbecued flesh, a scene that could rival the very depths of hell. Chapter 84. The Fierce Assault of Luo Zhengdao. Witnessing the brutal slaughter he orchestrated unfold before his eyes, Luo Zhengdao remained indifferent to the grievous losses suffered by the Xiaoyang elves. Since his arrival in this new world, he had encountered death and carnage far too often, desensitized by an overwhelming barrage of sensory stimuli. At that moment, the cascade of fiery lights descending from above prompted him to hum a familiar melody of accompanying you to see the meteor shower. Indeed, appreciating a meteor shower was a simple pleasure for a spectator. But when the meteor shower rained down upon you, the situation became dire. The Xiaoyang elves, currently enduring the relentless bombardment, were undoubtedly the ones most qualified to speak on the terrifying destructive power of such beauty. As the flaming meteors fell, explosions erupted on the beach and in the waters, a manufactured spectacle that demanded a price in lives to behold. The deafening explosions seemed endless, and the shallow waters appeared profoundly shaken by this destructive force. On the distant shore, successive detonations illuminated the night, brilliant orange lights accompanied by shock waves. The flames surged forth like fountains of energy, their intense heat warping the air around them, as the sailors aboard the Yangwei felt the searing winds stinging their skin, as if they were trapped in a legendary inferno of eternal sulfur. Ah, damn those humans. Let the light shine upon you at all costs. Annihilate the enemy. This is the will of the Spider Queen. Attack. The matriarch of the Xiaoyang elves, equipped with several costly magical artifacts, narrowly escaped disaster. Upon witnessing the carnage among her slave soldiers and the overseeing Xiaoyang elves, her indifference to the deaths of the commoners evaporated, replaced by unrestrained fury as she unleashed a torrent of curses, constrained by the dismal agricultural yield of their dark domain. The Xiaoyang elves lacked the population to sustain a standing army. relying primarily on slave soldiers and summoned creatures as cannon fodder in battle. Just as Luo Zhengdao was about to shift the battlefield's dynamics, he unleashed the super magic technique, Phoenix Assault, an indisputable area-clearing skill. Comparable in scope and destructive capability to the firepower tactics of the old world, whether it was the cheap cannon fodder on the front lines or the Xiaoyang elves hiding in relative safety. The experience of facing indiscriminate aerial assaults was one of helplessness. Even the limited damage inflicted by a single phoenix's self-detonation resulted in unprecedented losses for the Xiaoyang elves at this moment. Fewer than 200 Xiaoyang elves remained capable of continuing the fight, indicating that over 4/5 of their ranks had fallen as victims to Luo Zhengdao's overwhelming onslaught or lay gravely injured. Unable to rise again, the Xiaoyang elves, a proud and haughty race, could hardly accept such a grievous defeat at the hands of Luo Zhengdao, especially since they had entered battle under the auspices of the Spider Queen. Even if the matriarch wished to conclude hostilities, she would first need to inquire whether the Spider Queen would consent. With the command to eradicate Luo Zhengdao at any cost issued, the surviving Xiaoyang elites raised their magical shields and launched a wave of desperate assaults toward the Yangwei. Judgment of Rose. Wrath of Rose. Cloud of Darkness. The formidable and ruthless nature of this enemy awakened the Xiaoyang elves' own ferocity. They feared the wrath of the Spider Queen far more than death itself. For the consequences of failure were severe and could not be resolved by mere death. In the midst of the chaos wrought by Luo Zhengdao's phoenixes, the surviving female Xiaoyang priestesses targeted their own injured comrades, resolutely activating the sacrificial skill Wrath of Rose. Heartlessly sacrificing the unfortunate Xiaoyang elves, they summoned swarms of ghostly spiders to join the fray, these eight-legged creatures wielding formidable biting power and unleashing frenzied, suicidal assaults that effortlessly tore through the first line of defense established by Luo Zhengdao's summoned entities. The Xiaoyang elves advanced rapidly with their elite forces toward the beached Yangwei. The atmosphere on the ship's deck grew palpably tense. Regardless of how amiable Luo Zhengdao usually appeared, rarely embroiled in disputes and maintaining a gentle demeanor, he was no pushover, firmly holding to principles and limits that should not be crossed. Kindness towards others was predicated on not provoking his ire, as the saying goes. An old house burns faster, and once an honest person turns hostile, they become a fearsome adversary. Luo Zhengdao's guiding principle was to show mercy without restraint and strike without mercy. If one initiated an attack, they would deliver it with utmost ferocity. When he chose to retaliate, he did so with ruthless resolve, embodying the ferocity of a different persona. In this regard, he bore a resemblance to the infamous Crusher Gajama from the old world. After all, a dog that bites does not bark. Summon Abyssal Fish. At his command, the 5-star magic card shattered in his palm, releasing a burst of blue-white mist into the air. The torment of the cursed wilderness had become commonplace for him. Each curse's flare-up left him in agony. Though there was a buffer of sorts, should the Xiaoyang elves close in on him, it was likely that he would soon be added to the list of sacrificial offerings for the Spider Queen. Completing the summoning ritual without a moment's respite, Luo Zhengdao swiftly produced another magic card, exclaiming, "Activate, hexagram formation." Brilliant blue light illuminated the murky waters, as the dark sky and deep sea seemed to merge into one. With a flick of his finger, he directed the awaiting abyssal fish, which emitted a chilling, mournful howl before charging forward like a heavy tank, leading its minions into battle against the Xiaoyang elves. The monstrous creature, with its slimy tentacles, clashed amidst a throng of strikingly attired dark-skinned, white-haired beauties. This scene, reminiscent of the hidden directories of his computer's D drive, evoked nostalgic memories of old-world peculiarities. However, this brief distraction did not impede Luo Zhengdao's combat effectiveness. He quickly refocused his attention on the battlefield. With the abyssal fish serving as a frontline tank, he felt reassured and had the luxury to contemplate other matters. The continuous use of magic cards had drained some of his mental energy, and he felt a dull ache in his head. Covering his forehead, he turned to the first mate, Zola, and inquired, "Why are the Xiaoyang elves attacking the Yangwei?" In response, Zola's face contorted with barely concealed disdain as he spat. "It must be the whim of that wretched Spider Queen. There's no need to bite off more than we can chew. We aren't exactly a plump target. They should have known better than to launch a frontal assault." Hearing Zola's insight into the situation, Luo Zhengdao glanced around the battlefield, then at Zola Hagel's face, which was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and remarked, "Are you suggesting that the Spider Queen is interested in the Yangwei?" What could possibly draw her attention to us? A malevolent smile concealed an inscrutable meaning as the first mate cast a fleeting glance at Luo Jingdao and remarked, "Indeed, Captain, I believe he must have some interest in you." "Ha ha ha. I have no interest in old women," Luo Jingdao retorted, deliberately misinterpreting Zola Hagel's words. His smile was markedly unnatural, as if he were intentionally hiding something, possessing both the traits of a time traveler and a card master. The exposure of either secret identity could render Luo Jingdao a target in the New World. Perhaps the attention of Spider Queen Rose was merely a coincidence, or perhaps there were other unknown factors at play. Nevertheless, Luo Jingdao dared not entrust his life to such fickle fortune. It seemed he must take decisive action, although the deities of the New World found it challenging to directly intervene in the material realm. It did not imply they could not descend at all. Should they risk the destruction of a saint to walk among mortals, they could indeed confront Luo Jingdao directly. He urgently needed to devise a plausible explanation for his unique abilities. For the consequences of inaction were dire. Under the lethal threat of the curse of the wild god, Luo Jingdao, with his life hanging by a thread, was less concerned about long-term risks and more focused on addressing the immediate troubles at hand. Compared to the nearly insurmountable curse of the wild god, the drow elves were hardly formidable. The pressing issue was that even the weakest could seize an opportunity to kill. The drow's desperate charge had drawn perilously close, and even the most inept archer could strike Luo Jingdao's position, turning him into a freshly minted porcupine if he faltered. Was this threat trivial? First Mate Zola Hagel was well aware of the capabilities of his kin. He pointed his curved blade towards the shore and bellowed, "Grenadiers, prepare to attack." Moments ago, Luo Jingdao had stolen the spotlight with his summoned flame sparrow, and now the delay in their regular assault was set into motion. The pirate grenadiers, armed with spherical stone grenades, gathered at the ship's bulwark. These grenades were hollow, filled with stone for spore powder, and coated in wax for waterproofing. The leather straps were bound in a way that left two longer strands for ease of throwing. Despite their crude construction and considerable weight, each weighing no less than 5 or 6 kilograms, their explosive power was formidable. The main flaw lay in accurately throwing the grenades beyond their lethal radius after igniting the fuse. A task not suited for the average person. Only those of extraordinary strength and rigorous training could fulfill the role of a grenadier. Thus, in the armies of the New World, the term grenadier connoted the most elite and formidable soldiers. Chapter 85. The chilling edge of the blade. Recently, the flagship Yagwei had taken on a considerable number of sailors from the sunk escort ship Chaoyang, now boasting over 600 crew members. An unprecedented surplus. Among such a multitude of candidates, only about 40 sailors emerged after rigorous selection to become grenadiers, an impressive 1-in-10 ratio that indeed qualified them to call themselves the most elite assault squad. At this moment, witnessing the first mate raise his curved blade high, the grenadiers lined up on the inner deck seemed eager to ACT as Zola Hagel pointed towards the location of the drow elves. He shouted, "Fire! Throw!" At the command, the grenadiers uniformly ignited their fuses, and with the grace of athletes from the old world, they utilized their core and leg strength to assist in their throws. In an instant, grenades, each the size of a coconut, were hurled with great force, tracing a beautiful parabolic arc before plunging into the murky waters of the shallows below, reaching depths that barely covered the chest. Boom! Bang! Boom! Kaboom! The first round of bombardment concluded, and the restless pirate musketeers seized the opportunity while their grenadiers fell back, rushing to the side of the bulwark facing the shore to unleash a fierce volley of gunfire. Suppressing the enemy's advance, the cacophony of gunfire erupted like popping beans, intertwined with the distant explosions of grenades. Though lacking the overwhelming grandeur of the old world's gunpowder warfare, this fiery scene was nonetheless spectacular. Witnesses were convinced that no one could safely traverse the hail of fire. Yet, on any battlefield, where the unexpected was the only certainty, an unforeseen event was bound to occur. A male drow had stealthily approached beneath the Yangwei, his enchanted spider-walking boots allowing him to scale the warship, now more than 10 meters above the water's surface. As his gaze locked onto his primary target, Luo Jingdao, this agile drow swordsman unfurled a scroll and, drawing his sword, charged directly at his assassination target. Cloud of darkness. The moment the magic took effect, Zola Hagel, having spent his youth in the shadowy realms, instantly recognized the spell and shouted, "Quick, kill him." Swoosh. Upon hearing the sharp sound of something slicing through the air behind him, Luo Jingdao, trained in swordsmanship for years, instinctively leaned back at a sharp angle before he even realized the danger. The cold blade narrowly grazed his nose, sending a shiver down his spine. This brush with death left him in shock. And Luo Zhengdao silently cursed, "Damn it. I almost wet myself. Where did this bastard come from?" At this point, further words would be futile. Sharp retorts would not resolve the pressing predicament. At that moment, the drow swordsman hidden within the swirling clouds of darkness wielded his blade with the speed of the wind. A strike intended for a precise throat cut missed its mark, and the second blade followed, aimed at Luo Zhengdao's chest. Knowing his own capabilities, Luo Zhengdao realized that his earlier evasion had been sheer luck. Now, with his body completely off balance, he could not move to dodge the second strike. Instead of passively absorbing the blow, he decided to seize the moment to counterattack. With this thought in mind, Luo Zhengdao steeled himself and thrust his left arm forward as a makeshift shield against his chest, while his right hand grasped a magic card, shouting, "Summon, Howling Moon Silver Wolf." Howl! A wild roar erupted before Luo Zhengdao, as a massive silver wolf materialized before him. It is well known that canines possess poor vision but an extraordinary sense of smell, allowing the Howling Moon Silver Wolf to detect the approaching enemy despite the obscured sight caused by the cloud of darkness. It immediately lunged toward the skilled drow swordsman with a low growl. Facing a life-threatening attack, the male drow had no choice but to prioritize his own safety, unleashing a fierce gust of sword wind as his shimmering blade clashed against the wolf's sharp claws, sending sparks flying. Before Luo Zhengdao could catch his breath, another green beam shot toward him from the bulwark. The first mate shouted a warning, "Watch out, that's a venomous ray." Oh no, could there be more than one drow nearby? As he dodged the incoming attack, Luo Zhengdao felt a pang of regret. With his abilities, if he weren't trapped in this shallow area, these drow would be of no concern, successfully penetrating the ferocious firepower net projected by the Yongwei. This male drow was clearly not the only fortunate one. Aside from this unidentified drow swordsman, there was at least one drow spider master nearby to support him. The mysterious enemy remained unseen. Luo Zhengdao sensed his situation growing increasingly perilous. In ancient China, there is a saying, "When the ruler is troubled, the subjects are humiliated. When the ruler is humiliated, the subjects perish." The feudal system based on clear hierarchies undoubtedly formed a solid bond of loyalty. To be fair, the pseudo-feudal system of ancient China lacked a certain depth compared to the genuine feudal structures of Western Europe and Japan, where vassals and lords maintained relationships that could span dozens, even hundreds of generations. The loyalty of vassals to their lords often surpassed their sense of duty to the nation. Many times, vassals would hardly remember that they belonged to any state. Their lives and honors were tightly bound to their lords, truly sharing both fortunes and misfortunes. Witnessing Master Luo Zhengdao encounter numerous dangers, with his life hanging by a thread, the one-eyed captain, Fu Chopin, was frantic. He rushed forward, brandishing his shield and axe to protect Luo Zhengdao, embodying the resolve of a warrior who would allow no one to harm the noble lord without first stepping over his own corpse. Even so, old Fu felt it was insufficient. He bellowed, "Someone, protect the noble lord." At the call, a throng of sailors from Cheongzhou Island surged forward, surrounding Luo Zhengdao in a protective barrier. It was improbable for even a couple of assassins to approach him, with so many human shields in front. Not even a cannon could harm Luo Zhengdao. Seeing this scene, Luo Zhengdao felt both touched and somewhat amused. Their actions were absurdly overzealous. Surely, he had not fallen to such depths. As events unfolded, Luo Zhengdao could only passively accept the goodwill of his loyal supporters, believing that he could continue to fight on. Thus, with a swift gesture, he pointed towards the silver giant wolf and murmured, "Transform, werewolf incarnation." Responding to his command, the creature that had once prowled on all fours rapidly shifted into a humanoid form, revealing a beastly visage. Compared to its prior savage and bloodthirsty demeanor, this werewolf, now standing nearly 3 meters tall on the deck, exuded an even greater aura of bloodlust and ferocity. The methods employed by a magic card master to confront foes are far more intricate and bizarre than those of an arcanist, the favored child of the magical realm. The rationale is simple. No matter how powerful and wise the arcanists may be, their spellcasting is always limited by their own resources. This means that a mage must possess a certain degree of strength to unleash that same degree of power. In contrast, a magic card master wields cards to summon the forces of the law, as long as the points accumulated in the elemental pool are not exhausted and their mental capacity can sustain combat. Their potential power is virtually limitless in a sense. One could liken mages to bottled water, their capacity determined by their mental strength, while magic card masters resemble vast reservoirs, harnessing the immense power generated by the world's operations. The disparity in their strength is self-evident. Were it not for the curse of the wild god, Luo Zhengdao could easily have routed the Drow army single-handedly. Unfortunately, one cannot indulge in hypotheticals, faced with a dire situation. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and play his trump cards to alleviate the crisis, all the while hoping that the repercussions of the wild god's curse would not be too severe. Chirp chirp, crack crack, cluck cluck. In order to concentrate their firepower against the Drow elite that had surged onto the ship, the pirates gathered on the upper deck inadvertently relaxed their firepower suppression on the perimeter. Even though the cannon fire from the two lower decks never ceased, their blockade was considerably less effective. At that moment, an odd sound emanated from below the ship, as a half-elf beauty, still not fully recovered from her ailment, appeared and exclaimed, "That sound is from the claw beast." The Drow are adept at taming the apex predators known as claw beasts from the Underdark, utilizing them as shock troops. Sustaining such gluttonous creatures in the food-scarce underground world is no small feat. And they had not squandered their first wave of attack by sending the claw beasts into the fray as mere cannon fodder. Now, with the situation dire, even their Drow masters had to join the fray. And the claw beasts would undoubtedly not remain as mere spectators. Summon, pack of hyenas. With a plethora of magic cards already in play, Luo Zhengdao was indifferent to the addition of one more. Promptly activating a new card, a bizarre red light flickered and vanished. Hundreds of hyenas materialized on the shallow ground below, collectively emitting a cacophony of eerie sounds as they charged towards the claw beasts. Despite their grotesque appearance, hyenas are formidable pack hunters, rivaling the cold-blooded efficiency of wolves. The bite force of an ordinary hyena can crush tin cans, and the hyenas conjured by this magic card could easily hold their own against bears. Although the claw beasts wielded fearsome, hooked arms, their massive size rendered them somewhat clumsy, making it far from easy for them to conquer these agile predators in the shallow terrain. While the arrival of these ferocious hyenas might temporarily halt the Drow's reckless onslaught, it did not guarantee Luo Zhengdao a resounding victory. However, it would undoubtedly buy him some time. Chapter 86. The taste of narrow escapes. As the battlefield situation began to improve, no trace of joy could be seen on Luo Zhengdao's face. The muscles in his cheeks twitched incessantly, making him feel akin to a bean caught in an oil press. Regardless of his reluctance, the immense pressure of survival imposed by the external world compelled him to expend all his resources. Reluctantly playing his remaining trump cards one after another, Luo Zhengdao. This sensation was utterly deplorable. Overwhelmed with anxiety, he rose onto his toes amidst the throng of people, and upon spotting the first mate nearby, he called out loudly, "Zora, has the ship's bottom not been cleared yet?" "Not yet. Those twisting vines are entangled too tightly. No matter how much we chop, they won't budge." Taking a moment to calm his mind, Luo Zhengdao recognized that the enemy's strategy against him was meticulously crafted, leaving him with little choice but to rely on brute force. He muttered softly, "So, it seems we must fight to the bitter end? Damn it, where did it all go wrong?" The concerns plaguing Luo Zhengdao extended beyond the immediate predicament. He was most puzzled by how he had attracted the attention of the Spider Queen. Rose. Could it be that his identity as a magic card master had been exposed? He had gone to great lengths to conceal it, and even the supernatural powers derived from his warlock lineage could barely account for the situation. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. Boom, it moved. The ship can move. With the ship's body shaking violently, Brandyarfian exclaimed with glee, "The warship can now navigate. We are leaving this place." After confirming the news with the first mate, Zora Hagel joined in the jubilant shout. "Captain, we've severed the twisting vines. We can set sail now." The ship, having trembled violently twice, began to right itself slowly and continued moving forward. Upon witnessing this, the pirates erupted in cheers, relieved to hear one of the few pieces of good news on this otherwise ill-fated day. That it goes without saying that as long as the warship could escape the shallow waters where it had been passively enduring attacks, the actual threat posed by the Drow to the pirates would diminish to nearly zero. Although the Drow had long resided in the Dark Sea, they were not entirely inept at sailing, compared to their kin who lived in the subterranean world of the mainland. They were more familiar with the Ether Sea. Nevertheless, even the Drow's sailing skills paled in comparison to those of the specialized pirates. Luo Jingdao understood this well, and with a smile of relief, he instructed, "Prepare to set sail with full sails. Follow my command and lower the barrels. Don't forget to fill them with stone pine powder to give those twisting vines a good blow." Zora Hagel, cracking her knuckles, took up the order and shouted, "What are you standing around for? Didn't you hear the captain's orders? Clear the deck of all remaining enemies. We are leaving." Rumble, rumble. The wind rushed to drive away the approaching or already boarded drow, and the steps to eliminate the twisting vines began in earnest. That a waterproof oak barrel, sealed tight with wax, was kicked off the ship's stern by the first mate. After a brief yet seemingly eternal moment of waiting, a towering column of water erupted into the air, reaching the height of 10 stories, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the explosion. Thanks to the force generated by the stone pine powder explosion, the warship broke free from the relentless grip of the twisting vines. Though the vines had been blasted, their vitality proved remarkably resilient, and the dark green tendrils continued to claw at the ship's hull. Seizing the opportunity to escape, the pirate ship turned without hesitation towards the open sea. The drow, who had previously held the upper hand in battle but failed to seize victory, could only lament from the shore. Despite some unforeseen complications, the pirates managed to extricate themselves from the drow's trap just in time. They had no desire to remain entangled with the drow, even foregoing any retaliatory strikes as they set off on their swift voyage. Having freed the warship from the clutches of the twisting vines, Luo Jingdao saw no reason to continue engaging the drow. After all, what benefit would come from defeating these impoverished foes at this moment? Under the first mate's commands, the pirate ship swiftly departed the battlefield, leaving the drow on the shore to curse in frustration. For Luo Jingdao and his crew, this inexplicable battle yielded no rewards in victory. While defeat would cost them their lives, only a fool would wish to continue fighting. But as he glanced back at the enraged drow on the shore, Luo Jingdao exhaled deeply, his hand resting on his forehead as he said, "All right. The battle is over. Tally the casualties." Each time Luo Jingdao issued the command to compile the casualty report, he was reminded of the old adage that speaks of a general's success resting upon countless fallen soldiers. The heroic struggles of the soldiers, who shed their blood on the battlefield, were reduced to mere cold, lifeless numbers on paper, a thought that inevitably filled him with sorrow. That in the end, he could only utter, "So many have died." Luo Jingdao felt a deeper connection to the concept of death than most, as the powers of a magic card master gradually seeped into his body and soul, granting him extraordinary abilities, even unrelated to changes in combat prowess. These abilities were quite remarkable. For instance, at this moment, he could clearly see the souls of the fallen warriors departing the flagship, either being drawn into the rifts leading to the underworld or lingering, reluctant to leave their deceased bodies. These souls emitted silent wails, swirling around the pirate vessel like moths drawn to a brilliant flame on a dark night. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Jingdao could not help but feel a surge of trepidation, regardless of the wealth one accumulates in life. Death inevitably renders one destitute. Perhaps this is the very reason why humanity harbors such an intense fear of its arrival. Ding! As if sensing Luo Jingdao's tumultuous emotions, a magical card, which he had always regarded as an ordinary land card, automatically sprang forth from the hidden pocket sewn into his sleeve. Observing the unexpected autonomy of the card, amidst his panic, a refreshing realization flowed through Luo Jingdao's mind, making him feel as if he had suddenly grasped something profound. Howling Mountain. The words escaped Luo Jingdao's lips, and he scarcely recognized them as his own. Before him loomed a verdant peak, towering several hundred meters high, its sheer cliffs both formidable and awe-inspiring, materializing in the void. Aside from Luo Jingdao himself, the others remained oblivious to this extraordinary spectacle, as if it transcended their sensory perception at that moment. Only the little sprite Ding Dang, who adored yogurt pudding more than anything, gazed up at the sky with a puzzled expression. Mumbling to herself, this small creature seemed incapable of such profound contemplation, soon becoming engrossed once more in her battle with a lollipop, suddenly realizing that this was a manifestation of the power granted to him as a card master. Luo Jingdao felt a mix of astonishment and joy, calming himself as he closed his eyes to concentrate on the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. After a moment, he opened his eyes, hesitating in disbelief before tentatively proclaiming, "Return, soul." This low, almost inaudible utterance reverberated through the air, causing a halo of light, reminiscent of a solar halo, to rapidly expand outward from the mountain's summit, in an instant. The aura rebounded back to the peak, bringing with it the souls enveloped in vibrant light, and with that, the ethereal mountain vanished, leaving only a card floating above Luo Zhengdao's head, overcome with emotion. Luo Zhengdao trembled as he stepped forward, amidst the skeptical gazes of the sailors. Adopting a pose akin to stretching, he raised his hand to retrieve the inexplicably materialized card. Gasping for breath, he returned to the cabin. Carefully examining the card's face in the flickering light of the ritual candles, to his eyes, it appeared to depict a lush, green mountain, indistinguishable from any other land card. Yet, having witnessed the recent mysterious occurrence, how could Luo Zhengdao possibly believe that this card was merely a simple land card? Perhaps the spectacle he had just witnessed served only to affirm that he was unworthy of uncovering the true secrets concealed within this card. Contemplating this, he felt a wave of disillusionment wash over him. Silently stowing the card away, his heart heavy with myriad sentiments, the depths of the card master's world were far more unfathomable than he had ever imagined. "My lord, I assure you that Yasha is not aboard the ship." Uttering this solemn promise, the one-eyed full Chopin, tasked with the arduous and tedious search, exuded confidence. Only a loyalist such as he would tirelessly devote himself to executing Luo Zhengdao's orders without a hint of complaint. Were Zola Hagel and Brando Fian to undertake this task, they would likely have grumbled incessantly from the outset. Having stumbled twice into the same pitfall, this matter, if shared, would undoubtedly tarnish Luo Zhengdao's reputation. The mysterious woman Yasha had left him with a parting blow before her disappearance, a thought that made his teeth clench in resentment. Thus, he decreed that every corner of the ship must be thoroughly inspected, eliminating all potential hazards until he could ascertain that no risks remained. Even aware that the individual in question was a trusted ally, Luo Zhengdao dared not take this conclusion at face value. The previous lessons had been painfully learned. He spoke slowly. "Can you be 100% certain?" Faced with such a rigorous inquiry, Old Full, though feeling somewhat aggrieved, responded straightforwardly. We searched the entire ship and found no trace of her, nor any signs of tampering. If Yasha is intentionally hiding in some corner, it would be difficult to uncover her." As the former flagship of the Yaling class, the Yangwei ship measured over 60 meters in length, its internal volume far exceeding that of a typical three-room apartment from the old world. Beyond the upper deck, there lay a main deck and a lower deck, with further compartments designated for ballast storage. Although the ship's structural design may seem uncomplicated, this was merely an illusion, when accounting for the maze-like compartments and the haphazardly stored assorted items, as well as the vast supplies of food and water needed for long voyages. Hiding in a corner aboard this warship was akin to searching for a specific bird in a vast forest. Chapter 87. The Mirror Maze of Panic. Thoroughly search the entire ship, leaving no corner unchecked. Everyone must operate in teams, inspecting every cabin, regardless of size. I do not wish to hear of vital navigational instruments being sabotaged again, only to discover the perpetrator remains elusive. These resolute words naturally emanated from Luo Zhengdao. Despite the numerous challenges posed by the directive, his subordinates accepted the command without question, compelled to comply. After all, a ship navigating the boundless sea is guided by the captain's will, a principle that is irrefutable. Even if the crew believed the captain to be mistaken or incompetent, they would first need to vote to remove him from his post. Otherwise, the captain's orders must be executed, an unwritten rule held sacred by sailors. To indulge in dissent would lead to chaos and disaster. At this moment, Full Chopin earnestly addressed Luo Zhengdao. "Yes, my lord, we will ensure the task is completed." Hearing this, Luo Zhengdao said nothing, merely patting the one-eyed man's shoulder before exiting the conference room, perhaps signifying his final stance. Whether one was bustling about frantically or leisurely enjoying life, time inexorably slipped away, moment by moment. The pirate ship Yangwei sailed through the dimly lit, shadowy sea, resembling a solitary ghost ship traversing a desolate realm of death. An image that sent chills down the spines of those who witnessed it. "Captain, fog is beginning to rise over the sea," came the warning from the first mate, dressed in a deep gray woolen military coat produced by the Elven Federation. Luo Zhengdao, patrolling the deck, nodded in acknowledgement, his vigilance heightened. Fog on the sea posed a latent threat to navigation, particularly in these poorly lit waters. A careless collision with a reef could lead to disastrous consequences. Scanning the increasingly indistinct and murky waters, Luo Zhengdao inquired, "Zola, are you familiar with the conditions of the dark sea? Is such fog common?" In the enveloping darkness, only the glimmer of Zola Hagel's eyes and teeth could be seen as he paused before responding, "No. My lord, the lack of light in the dark sea makes it difficult for sufficient heat to accumulate and form fog. This is exceedingly rare. I have only witnessed it once before. Understanding the implication of the first mate's words, Luo Jingdao's lips curled into a slight smile as he narrowed his eyes. Oh, so the origin of this fog is suspect. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his voice. Send for the 2 mage advisors to meet with me. The idea of a pirate captain employing mages may sound absurd. It is well known that pirates are notoriously impoverished, which is precisely why they venture forth to seek fortune to in the New World. Mages are considered a wealthy elite, rendering the 2 groups seemingly incompatible. Magic, or the arcane, is a discipline that delves into the truths of existence. In many ways, magic and science are 2 sides of the same coin. Both propose theories to explain the laws that govern the world and how they interact, ultimately seeking the obscured truths hidden behind those laws or utilizing these theories to guide practical technological development, testing the validity of their hypotheses through real-world applications, just as in the idiom of the blind men and the elephant, where each blind man, having touched different parts of the elephant, arrives at vastly different and erroneous conclusions. So too is it evident that the mages of the New World and the scientists of the Old World share a common passion for the pursuit of truth and are willing to devote their entire lives to the relentless quest for understanding. Those who join this endeavor solely in pursuit of power, wealth, and women are nothing more than pretenders attempting to deceive the unwary. They are fated to never become exceptional mages or scientists, for they have embarked on the wrong path from the very beginning. The existence of the pirate count, Luo Zhengdao, undoubtedly disrupts the perception of social order among the denizens of the New World, as he embodies both a pirate and a noble, thus giving rise to a series of seemingly absurd phenomena. In this new world ruled by magic, mages have traditionally enjoyed a reputation for erudition. Anyone who attains the title of mage must inevitably be a sage of vast knowledge. Though the reverse may not necessarily hold true, the mage's pursuit of natural sciences is not in the slightest inferior to that of their contemporaneous scientists, whom the people of the New World refer to as natural philosophers. Simultaneously, the mages wield extraordinary arcane power, enabling them to indulge in flights of fancy while simultaneously testing the validity of their hypotheses through their own strength. Thus, following an ancient and unwritten tradition, the human aristocracy of the New World would employ 1 or more mages as advisors, whether for agricultural guidance, animal husbandry, industrial endeavors, or even for the organization of armies and the command of warfare. The mages possess a wealth of knowledge and practical experience. The notion of pirates recruiting mages is indeed shocking, yet once the context is understood, it becomes apparent that Luo Jingdao is merely seeking suitable candidates for consultation in the manner typically employed by nobles. Soon, 2 elderly figures clad in mage robes appeared before Luo Jingdao, bowing respectfully as they inquired, "My Lord Count, you have summoned us. What is your wish?" In the preceding battles, advisors Jeff Base and Atlansgard had refrained from engaging, partly because their roles were advisory rather than combative, and partly due to their relatively low mage levels, which were hampered by a lack of practical experience. Recognizing their scant prospects for advancement in arcane studies, they chose to rely on the knowledge accumulated over the years to sustain themselves, while also investing emotionally in Luo Jingdao, a figure of potential, in hopes of securing future favors for their kin and funding for further research projects. Upon hearing their voices, Luo Jingdao courteously reciprocated their bow and stated, "I apologize for disturbing your rest. I would like you to analyze the origins of this mist." "Very well, we will require some time to investigate. Please wait a moment," they replied. Luo Zhengdao nodded in agreement, saying, "No problem. Please provide me with an answer at your earliest convenience. This matter is of utmost importance." The celestial globe in the captain's quarters had already confirmed that it had been tampered with by the enigmatic woman. Aisha, continuing to navigate by it would be tantamount to courting disaster, as the guiding markers must be used in conjunction with the globe to ensure accuracy. The current challenge was that to repair this extraordinary artifact, one would need to reference the constellations to correct its initial orientation. Yet the greatest obstacle lay in navigating the dark seas, a locale shrouded in ominous clouds, where the sight of stars was as unlikely as a widow's dead son, certainly a futile hope. With the navigational instruments aboard the ship malfunctioning and thick fog obscuring visibility, the pirate vessel, the Yangwei, inevitably fell into a perilous state of disorientation. Although this exceptionally capable pirate ship boasted ample supplies, and a significant reserve in Luo Zhengdao's spatial pouch, allowing it to sustain itself in the short term without descending into cannibalistic horror. The bleak outlook still left the sailors feeling uneasy. Pirates are not deterred by formidable foes. It is in their nature to risk everything for wealth and glory. However, to be at the mercy of such mist, which seemed to wield supernatural power, instilled a profound fear akin to plummeting into an abyss. The tea present, Luo Zhengdao relied on his noble status and an array of formidable measures to maintain control, and no one dared openly contest his authority. Yet the pervasive atmosphere of tension and anxiety aboard the ship was palpable, so much so that one could almost smell it. Should the situation continue to fester, it would become increasingly cumbersome for Luo Zhengdao to manage. After all, assuaging the fears of his crew is far more challenging than engaging in a direct confrontation with a band of enemies. Fortunately, a new development soon unfolded, redirecting the sailors' focus. Even if the circumstances did not shift in a favorable direction, for Luo Zhengdao, any change, be it good or bad, was preferable to an indefinite stalemate. My Lord Count, we have the results of our analysis. The two elderly mage advisors, having sequestered themselves in the cabin for days, rushed to Luo Zhengdao, eager to share their findings. Yet, upon observing the youthful visage that still bore traces of innocence, they found only an expression of indifference and calm. Luo Zhengdao raised his hand, gesturing towards the ship's rail, and sighed. There is no need. I see the answer before me. The two mages turned their gaze outward, and they were momentarily rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, Jeff Bass, his beard flecked with white, finally spoke. Is this an illusion? The ship, Yangwei, sailed through waters where the fathomless ether was no longer visible. Surrounding them was a battlefield strewn with corpses. Countless soldiers who had fought to the death alongside shattered weapons filled their field of vision. Crows and vultures circled above the blood-soaked earth, casting a pall of death over the scene. Reminiscent of the legendary Inferno, the arcane scholars possessed mental fortitude far beyond that of ordinary mortals. Even such a visually jarring tableau could only momentarily distract them. Regaining their composure, they conversed. Have we descended into the abyss or hell? It seems unlikely. Based on the concentration of mana particles in the air, we are certainly not in a lower plane. We should still be within the realm of the material world. Following their exchange, the mage advisors proposed new suggestions to Luo Zhengdao, stating, My Lord Count, based on our estimations and observations, we have yet to detect any signs of temporal displacement. Analyzing various data, the most probable scenario is that the Yangwei is spinning in place, and these horrifying scenes are merely illusions conjured by some powerful force. Hearing this, Luo Zhengdao could not help but let out a bitter laugh, saying, Some force? Are you suggesting that only a deity could create such a finely detailed, widespread illusion? Chapter 88. The Residual Thoughts and the Entanglement of the Transcendent. My Lord Count, your wisdom and foresight are truly admirable. Upon hearing this somewhat sycophantic remark from the mage advisors, Luo Zhengdao found himself in a state of bemusement, unable to suppress a sigh as he replied, This is not the time for flattery. So what do you propose I should do? After a brief deliberation filled with whispered exchanges, the two mage advisors spoke in turn. My Lord Count, regardless of the adversary's intentions, prolonging the situation will yield no fruitful outcome. They will inevitably take action. We advise you to patiently await a moment of weakness on their part. Struggling blindly will only deplete our energies. What we need now is patience and a modicum of good fortune. Just as Luo Zhengdao was about to respond, he suddenly felt a jolt, his face draining of color as it turned an ashen hue. Sensing a searing pain engulfing his entire being, he realized the situation was dire. He forced himself to declare, Someone, assist me back to the captain's quarters. In the ensuing chaos, as he stepped into the captain's room, Luo Zhengdao struggled to maintain his balance and urged his subordinates. No one is to enter without my command. All of you. Step back. With great effort, he steadied his faltering body and collapsed onto the bed, slipping into unconsciousness. This sudden turn of events was not entirely unexpected for him. The curse of the wild god was far more troublesome than one might imagine. Each invocation of the magic card master's power significantly increased the intensity and frequency of the curse's resurgence, and it exhibited a tendency to escalate. This was not merely a matter of not courting disaster. The crux of the issue lay in Luo Zhengdao's reliance on the magic card master's abilities to navigate one survival crisis after another, effectively making him a target for those with varied ulterior motives. In contrast, Escaping with the cost of drinking poison to quench thirst seemed an acceptable risk. While this was true, once the curse of the wild god took hold, the excruciating torment and mental disintegration were far beyond what mere grit could endure. It was indeed a harrowing trial, teetering on the precipice of life and death. "Scoundrel, return my body to me. You thief." The voice echoing in Luo Zhengdao's mind was familiar. It was his own, or rather, that of the original owner of this body, will need him, although the voice emanated from the realm of the spirit, sounding markedly different from the tone he normally heard through bone conduction. Luo Zhengdao quickly discerned its origins as one of the parties involved in this body-swapping incident. He was acutely aware of the circumstances, ever since that enigmatic ritual, which could be deemed either a stroke of fortune or misfortune, had taken place. The original owner's soul had been utterly extinguished. If he was not mistaken, his own body left behind in the old world had also been obliterated simultaneously, thus providing the immense energy required to breach the crystal barrier. In truth, the two participants of the ritual each suffered the loss of their respective bodies and souls. Only when their remnants coalesced did the present-day Luo Zhengdao emerge. Simply labeling one as the victim lacks any substantial significance, given that the original soul of this body has been extinguished. Who then is this individual incessantly calling out to Luo Zhengdao in the realm of consciousness? After taking a moment to untangle the logical relationships, a resigned smile graced Luo Zhengdao's face as he murmured to himself, it turns out to be the residual consciousness of will need him. Undoubtedly. For an individual, self-awareness and soul are interrelated elements. However, soul and consciousness are not inseparably fused. The soul is one of the necessary prerequisites that endows a body with intellect. To put it in simpler terms, the human body is akin to the hardware of a computer, while the soul represents the operating system software. That a computer devoid of software has very limited utility. So what, then, is human consciousness? It is only through the union of soul and body that consciousness emerges. Even when both body and soul perish, individual consciousness does not immediately dissipate but rather persists in some form for a time. Analyzing from this perspective, consciousness resembles stored data within a computer system. Although it may not possess intrinsic significance, its objective existence remains a fact. Now, the call that Luo Zhengdao faces emanates from the residual consciousness of the original body. Will need him, pushing back, were it not for the curse imposed by the wild god, which had weakened his consciousness to a near-death state. This fragment of consciousness would hardly stir any turbulence within Luo Zhengdao's mental realm. Upon realizing this, his tumultuous thoughts showed no signs of abating. Deep within, harboring a unique empathy for will need him, Luo Zhengdao spoke with a mix of emotions. The deceased should face their fate with honesty. The dead ought not to burden the living. Should they? The remnants of the deceased's consciousness, akin to a traveler's cries echoing through a desolate valley, lack the capacity for thought and similarly possess no potential for learning or change. They merely carry the unwillingness and anguish that will need him perceived in his final moments before the extinguishing of his soul. Thus, attempting to reason with such residual consciousness would be an exercise in futility. The only viable solution is to obliterate it entirely. Yet, reaching this harsh decision is undeniably challenging for Luo Zhengdao. Far more so than the resolve of two unscrupulous merchants engaging in a battle on a consumer's computer. After a moment of contemplation, within this illusory world of self-awareness, Luo Zhengdao quietly declared, "You wish for me to confront the darkness and fragility within myself. Very well, let us give it a try. Why can you continue to live? You should be like me. I am unwilling to accept this. There is no doubt that human obsession is exceedingly difficult to shatter, especially that of the deceased." Immersed in the flickering shadows of the spiritual world, Luo Zhengdao listened for a while before retorting, "How annoying. I know your death was unfortunate. Am I not a victim as well? Although I lived a rather dull life in that previous world, here I am, constantly pursued and attacked by the green-skinned ones, and that bastard Najef is always looking for trouble that I spend 100 times more time holed up on the ship than on land. That damned wild god's curse has made my existence a torment. Living is hard, and dying is even harder. Since I have come this far, I will not easily give up. I will carry on your life as well. Your life may have ended, but I assure you that will Needham's reputation will endure in this world for eternity. Let that be our personal agreement. Now, dissipate your obsession at once." As he uttered these words, Luo Zhengdao's surging mental energy rapidly expanded, conjuring a brilliant white light that whipped up a tempest of unimaginable proportions in the sea of his consciousness. The residual consciousness of Wolnita manifested as fragmented black debris, which struggled against the nearly tangible white tempest of Luo Zhengdao's furious mental power, and then suddenly shattered into countless minute specks of light, swiftly annihilated in the chaotic whirlpool. Everything faded away like a fleeting dream. In my world, it has been said that those with limited lifespans can achieve 3 forms of immortality: merit, virtue, and words. As an outsider who has inherited your body, I shall strive to immortalize your name, thus we shall be even. The gospel of humanity will spread far and wide under the name of Wolnitum, and future generations will forever remember the name of this great savior. Upon finishing, a glimmer of light sparkled in Luo Zhengdao's eyes, a power emanating from the depths of those who possess awakening within. Any form of power must be intertwined with belief and ideals in order to create miracles. Otherwise, it is merely an instance of violence being misused. In realms beyond human perception, his soul was undergoing a subtle transformation alongside this awakening. If the Luo Zhengdao of yore, who fought solely for his own survival, had a soul laden with impurities, at this moment, his soul resembled a crystal refined through fire and hammer, gradually shedding its burdensome impurities, revealing a pristine and transparent essence. Huff, huff, huff. Struggling to escape the indistinct day from night within the spiritual realm, Luo Zhengdao emerged, regaining his senses. He did not hasten to rise, but rather grimaced as he sat up in bed. Picking up a mirror from the table to inspect his face, fingers brushing against the cracked, bleeding skin, suddenly, a smile crept onto his previously dazed and confused visage, imparting an eerily strange aura. Then, Luo Zhengdao closed his eyes, and like a stone dropped into a pond, ripples emanated from the center of his brow, the wave of mental energy appearing so potent that it was almost visible to the naked eye. Luo Zhengdao had cleared away Wolnitum's residual consciousness from his mental realm, reaping numerous benefits, one of which was a significant advancement in mental power. Found you, Aisha. An inspiration struck as he utilized the sudden surge of mental energy to scan everything within and around the ship, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Few had wronged him to such an extent in any world. Aisha, that seemingly unremarkable woman with a capacity for harm that was anything but negligible, was undoubtedly a lurking threat. Without hesitation, Luo Zhengdao sprang to his feet, summoning the first mate Zola and 20 skilled sailors adept in close-quarters combat, disregarding the lingering aftereffects of the curse on his body, insisting on leading the charge directly toward the lower hold. In the narrow passage between 2 stacks of barrels, Luo Zhengdao halted, turning to the dark corner where the light could not penetrate, and taunted. "Oh, I thought you had long fled. Such a rude act is quite regrettable. I didn't expect you to remain aboard my ship. Dante, you have something to say to me?" Chapter 89. The mysterious trace of Aisha within the narrow gap between the barrels and the lower hold. The even and compact layer of sand suddenly began to writhe violently. As if some creature were about to emerge from beneath. The disturbance of the sand intensified. A female figure gradually stood up from within, the long-absent enigmatic woman Aisha grinning at Luo Zhengdao, softly saying, "Don't get too cocky. Do you really think you can catch me this easily?" As they spoke, Aisha's body began to move peculiarly, her facial features shifting, and her form melting as if wax were exposed to heat. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a swarm of black beetles, which scuttled away in droves toward the ship's drainage hole, disappearing from sight. Upon witnessing this scene, the pirates were stricken with terror, even in a world of magic and swords. Encountering such a phenomenon was not something an ordinary person would experience. The pirates, brave men of the sea, were unafraid of bloody combat. Yet this near sorcery left them utterly bewildered, having observed Aisha slip away from the encirclement with ease. Luo Zhengdao maintained a calm demeanor. As a time traveler, he had encountered far more than the average sailor. If one were to speak of mystery and the incredible, Aisha's transformation into insects was likely surpassed by the myriad tricks of a card master. After calming his emotions, Luo Zhengdao stroked his chin, pondering another matter. Is this a technique of duplication? Or perhaps an illusion? Or could it be that these insects are your true form, Aisha? Although the capture operation did not yield the anticipated success in apprehending the spy Aisha, who had infiltrated the Yongwei to wreak havoc, it did succeed in preventing her from continuing her subversive activities. Luo Zhengdao was then left to contemplate how to deal with the troublesome, mysterious, illusionary world outside. Upon his return to the deck of the warship, the news of his awakening had already spread throughout the vessel. Numerous sailors on duty gathered around like curious spectators eager to catch a glimpse of their esteemed captain. Those of lesser rank felt content merely to spot Luo Jingdao through the throng, while only a select few of higher status had the privilege to greet the esteemed Count in person. "My Lord Count, it is truly wonderful to see you recovering," declared the two accompanying mage advisors, their faces alight with joy as they expressed their loyalty. Had they been afforded the opportunity to advance further in their careers, they would scarcely have wasted their limited time and energy engaging with the nobility. Given their life choices, they often found themselves compelled to display a certain demeanor in public, though privately, such formalities were unnecessary. Etiquette, at its core, was merely for the sake of appearances. Observing this, Luo Zhangdao exchanged pleasantries with the two advisors for a brief moment before he turned serious and inquired, "Well, have you made any further progress in deciphering the illusion during my illness?" "Indeed." "Please take a look," one replied. With a sense of surprise, Luo Zhangdao accepted the parchment, piecing together its contents with a mixture of conjecture and deduction, exclaiming, "What? Is it truly that simple?" "Yes, my Lord Count. Initially, we overcomplicated matters. The illusion was created through optical imaging, sufficient to deceive our visual senses to eye in reality. One can simply choose a general direction, using a guiding marker, and maintain a straight course to escape the confines of this illusion." Virtual imagery, optical imaging. It's akin to a film, is it not? Luo Zhangdao, now enlightened by the analysis provided by the two mage advisors, realized that the anxiety and sleeplessness endured by the entire crew over the past few days amounted to nothing more than being unwittingly treated to an unanticipated 3D spectacle. He found this conclusion both amusing and exasperating. Although unable to intervene directly in the material realm, the methods of the divine truly defied comprehension. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Zhangdao regained his characteristic composure and remarked with a smile, "Excellent. We have identified the cause that let's hasten to the Yaling Empire. We've already squandered too much time on the journey, and I am eager to proceed." "Of course, as you wish." The pirate warship, the Mighty Wind, once again traversed the seven seas towards the stormy sea, enduring numerous trials and tribulations along the way. Similar to their previous voyage, they encountered a myriad of unpredictable dangers. However, after navigating through the treacherous and shadowy waters, the remainder of the journey unexpectedly smoothed out. As if all their misfortunes had been expended in the first half of their passage, the days that followed could only be described as uneventful, devoid of any untoward incidents, other than experiencing the renowned tempestuous waves of the stormy sea. The ship's log recorded no significant events worth mentioning. After a long voyage spanning 4.5 months, Luo Jingdao and his companions finally set foot on the direct territory of the Yaling Empire. As the soul of their predecessor, Wilneedham, had long since dissipated during the Mage Card Master inheritance ceremony, Luo Zhengdao inherited none of his memories. He had been living a life of turmoil and flight since arriving in this new world, leaving him entirely oblivious to the former glory of the Bright Dynasty. The metropolis of Zaylon, belonging to the Yaling Empire, stood apart from the chaos of war and brutal slaughter, representing the closest resemblance to a city from the old world that Luo Zhengdao had encountered since his arrival in this new realm. After disembarking, the streets and alleys were lined with various workshops, pubs, theaters, and baths, while the closely packed houses lent the city an air of bustling overcrowding, despite apparent shortcomings in urban planning. The cleanliness of Zaylon made a profound impression on the rough-and-tumble pirates, as the white stone-paved streets were regularly washed with fresh water, appearing remarkably pristine. The streetlights, trash bins, and other municipal facilities lining the roads were impressively complete, with wooden benches placed every few hundred meters for weary passers-by to rest. The pedestrians on the streets of Zaylon exhibited relaxed expressions and leisurely gaits, their conversations imbued with the gentle rhythm of a comfortable life. This was in stark contrast to the anxious and jittery refugees Luo Zhengdao had witnessed elsewhere in the New World, where even the sound of a falling pin could send them into a panic. Although Luo Zhengdao's understanding of the Yaling Empire was limited, he could sense an atmosphere of burgeoning prosperity, one that was not merely a fade crafted for show. Accompanied by local officials, Luo Zhengdao's party arrived at the governor's residence in Zaylon. Upon their arrival, the welcoming officials greeted Luo Zhengdao with great enthusiasm, saying, "It is our utmost honor to host your visit, my Lord Count. The governor has arranged a banquet in the dining hall, and there is still some time before it begins. Would you care to freshen up and change your attire?" Nobles were required to don formal evening wear for such events, and Luo Zhengdao had received impromptu guidance from a half-elf beauty during the journey to this moment. He gracefully bowed in response, saying, "Very well, I shall attend the governor's banquet punctually. For now, I bid you farewell." The scholarly-looking Yaling official returned the gesture, remarking, "I hope your stay in our country is as enjoyable as in your homeland. Until this evening." With that, another Yaling official stepped forward to guide Luo Zhengdao and his companions to their temporary lodgings. With several hours remaining before sunset, it would be remiss to leave the guests waiting idly in accordance with the administrative divisions of the Yaling Empire, excluding overseas colonies and special administrative regions. The mainland was divided into 12 major districts, each centered around a significant city. The highest administrative and military officer in each district was the governor, whose actual standing was only subordinate to the prime minister and cabinet ministers. According to social hierarchy, these governors of the Yaling Empire were not necessarily all noble, but their status was certainly no lower than that of any hereditary grand noble. The governor of Ceylon, in particular, had arranged this welcoming banquet to honor Luo Zhengdao, a human refugee noble, demonstrating the Yaling Empire's fervent desire to recruit this agent, even going so far as to extend extraordinary courtesy to him. The one-eyed pirate, Fal Shoban, displayed little interest in the Yaling official's attitudes. Upon entering the hotel room, he promptly closed the door and remarked, "My Lord Count, you will need to bring a companion to the banquet. Is Ms. Duboff's condition satisfactory?" Luo Zhengdao had anticipated that the Yaling Empire would persist in their dealings with the goblins, so he harbored no concerns about their commitment to collaboration. With a relaxed smile, he replied, "Ha ha ha, do not worry. Teacher Vina has already gone to prepare her attire and accessories. There should be no unforeseen issues." Fal Shoban, carefully surveying the room with his good eye, responded with a note of caution, "That is good to hear. Please ensure your safety. The goblin bounty is a tempting lure for those deranged bounty hunters who would do anything for money." In response, Luo Zhengdao remained unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. "It is of no concern. The Yaling Empire is quite vigilant regarding my safety. Just take a look outside, and you shall see." Skeptical of Luo Zhengdao's assurance, Fal Shoban drew back the curtain slightly to peer outside. Indeed, he was met with the sight of numerous armored Yaling soldiers populating the elegantly manicured gardens adorned with lush greenery. They appeared as numerous as wildflowers dotting the expansive prairie, and elite cavalrymen on solid-colored steeds patrolled the hotel vicinity. Even in concealed spots, one could glimpse the presence of light artillery, a scene that could easily be described as every 3 steps a guard, every 5 steps a sentry. Under such stringent security measures, an assassin would find it nearly impossible to infiltrate and eliminate Luo Zhengdao unless they were a demigod-level threat. Even the most legendary figures might hesitate to act under such formidable circumstances. This was a direct confrontation with the Yaling Empire's state apparatus, a level of confidence not commonly possessed by ordinary individuals. Given this context, Fal Shoban's concerns about safety seemed excessively alarmist. In Luo Zhengdao's view, the Yaling Empire would not tolerate a trump card left to rot in their hands. Even if they might one day sever ties, the bridge had yet to be built, so why discuss its demolition? Chapter 90. The initial experience of the Ceylon banquet half-elves are the offspring of unions between humans and elves, inheriting the strengths of both lineages. They possess the elves' tenacious vitality and the humans' vigorous energy, resulting in generally good recovery abilities. Having already recuperated for 2 to 3 months during the voyage, Vina Duboff's gunshot wound had healed substantially as Luo Zhengdao prepared to head to the guest lounge for a bath and change. She had already ventured out to the commercial district of Ceylon for an extensive shopping spree. The weary half-elf beauty finally gathered the necessary items for the banquet. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the grand architecture of the governor's residence, transforming it into a resplendent tapestry of varied hues, reminiscent of a vibrant impressionist painting. Once everything was in order, Luo Zhengdao arrived at the governor's residence, ensconced in a lavish 4-wheeled carriage, flanked by a retinue of elegant armored cavalry. Guided by the reception staff, he strolled into the banquet hall, linking arms with Vina Duboff. "Your Majesty," exclaimed Luo Zhengdao, taken aback by the presence of the beautifully adorned and poised elven queen, whom he had never encountered before. Yet, it was evident even to him, with but a fleeting thought, that in the Elven Empire, there could be no other woman worthy of commanding such deference from the governor of Zealand and several high-ranking officials clad in the uniforms of the Elven Navy. For someone of Luo Zhengdao's experience, discerning the true identity of this enigmatic guest posed no challenge. merely a logical conclusion. To underestimate the authority and profound influence of the elven monarchy in state affairs would be a grave miscalculation. As this queen was far from a mere decorative political figure, perhaps owing to his preconceived notions, when Luo Zhengdao scrutinized the queen's visage, he perceived a subtle contradiction in her warm smile, one that radiated feminine allure intertwined with the steely resolve of a stateswoman. Faced with the prospect of engaging with such a remarkably gifted foreign sovereign, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Regaining his composure, he bowed respectfully and remarked, "I am truly honored to encounter your majesty here." The elven queen, whose actual age was indeterminate but whose youthful visage and slender figure resembled that of a human maiden in her prime, partially concealed her face behind a white feather fan. With a knowing smile, she remarked, "My dear Count, your surprise at my presence is quite evident, is it not?" After a moment of contemplation, Luo Zhengdao responded, "I was unaware of your majesty's presence in Zealand and regret not being able to pay my respects sooner. I apologize for my rudeness." "Ah, Count, you possess a delightful sense of humor. The welcome banquet is about to commence, so please, take your seat." With the queen fostering a warm and inviting atmosphere, Luo Zhengdao, donning a professional smile, had no reason to decline and replied, "I am grateful for your gracious hospitality and shall not impose." The Elven Empire, vast in territory with its aquatic expanses far surpassing its land, embraced seafood alongside the essential fruits and vegetables in their cuisine. The welcome banquet, hosted by the Elven Queen, offered a diverse array of dishes rivaling the long-vanished splendor of the Bright Dynasty's imperial banquets, influenced by the Elven palate's preference for subtle flavors. The culinary techniques mirrored the Old World's Cantonese cuisine, emphasizing freshness and natural essence. Specific dishes incorporated unique spices appealing to elven tastes and aesthetics, contrasting with traditional methods that favored unadulterated sweetness. Despite the banquet's opulence, the guests remained preoccupied, their appetites dulled, as their focus shifted to the hushed exchanges between the Elven Queen and Count Philoi. In any world, court banquets prioritize ambience over culinary delight. The attendees merely needed to sample each dish and sip a few glasses of wine to deem the meal complete. The true essence of the gathering lay in the negotiations regarding future profits. Understanding that he was not there merely to dine, Luo Zhengdao sampled a few of the elven delicacies before setting aside his crystal glass filled with sparkling wine. With a slight smile, he addressed the Elven Queen. "I have a fair idea of what your nation seeks from me. Might I inquire if you are equally aware of my needs?" In the realm of political negotiation, where lofty ideals often mask ulterior motives, Luo Zhengdao recognized the parallels between the high-stakes discussions among powerful leaders and the dealings of nefarious figures. The age-old doctrines of virtue and inviolability were mere platitudes for the uninitiated, without the give and take of negotiation. The very act of discussion would be meaningless. While Luo Zhengdao had studied classical political theory, he was acutely aware of the artifice involved in such dealings. The Elven Queen maintained her radiant smile. Even in response to Luo Zhengdao's somewhat blunt inquiry, she gracefully asserted, "Count, your decision to abandon the dignity and honor of your nobility for the life of a pirate suggests a resolute commitment to restoring your nation. Resources such as money, weapons, and food are vital strategic assets, and our nation is eager to extend its assistance to a friend." "What price must I pay?" Luo Zhengdao asked, his tone serious and unwavering. Despite his lack of emotional ties to the Bright Dynasty, he understood the importance of discretion. A misstep could lead to ruin, and he was determined to avoid the ignominy that befell many historical figures who had sold their nations for a pittance. The Elven Queen's smile remained radiant as she softly elaborated. "If the Bright Dynasty successfully reclaims its former glory, we hope to see the main continent open to free trade, abolishing the existing restrictions to only 5 ports. Furthermore, all limitations on the export of specialty products must be rescinded, ensuring that our merchants' rights and freedoms on the main continent are firmly protected." Upon hearing these terms, Luo Zhengdao's smile took on a peculiar quality. Momentarily puzzling onlookers, he swiftly composed himself and gravely stated, "I understand the supplementary conditions. Please, Your Majesty, let us get to the crux of the matter." At his urging, the Elven Queen exchanged glances with her advisors, her expression shifting slightly. Before she responded, "In order for you to receive our assistance, Count, it is imperative that you accept a title of nobility from our nation. This is a prerequisite. In the world of ambitious powers, competition is both comprehensive and enduring, a marathon rather than a sprint. Strategic planning may span decades, yet the true measure of statecraft is evaluated over centuries. rendering the phrase long-term planning overly common and often dismissed. The price set by the Elven Queen fell well within Luo Zhengdao's expectations. His background in politics afforded him insight, albeit not the guile of seasoned practitioners. However, experience gleaned from observing historical upheavals equipped him with a keen understanding of the stakes involved. Luo Zhengdao, embodying the spirit of a time traveler, could not allow himself to be equated with unsavory figures of history. Reflecting on his own dignity, he pondered the implications of such a decision. The Elven Queen's smile remained radiant as she gently stated, "If the Bright Dynasty is restored, we anticipate a commitment to open trade on the mainland, with protections for our merchants' rights." In the ensuing silence, Luo Zhengdao, well-versed in the doctrine of power dynamics, prepared himself for the eventuality of reneging on any promises made. Finally, he nodded and affirmed, "Very well, I accept." "Excellent," the Elven Queen replied. "Our nation will do its utmost to support your endeavors to restore the Bright Dynasty." Luo Zhengdao concealed all his cunning thoughts. Raising his glass with a charming smile, he stood and proclaimed aloud, "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Her Majesty the Empress for her generous hospitality. Your friendship shall be eternally cherished by humanity. And you have earned my loyalty and respect. Esteemed guests, let us toast to the prosperity of the Yaling Empire and the health and beauty of Her Majesty the Queen." Upon hearing the latter part of the toast, the guests present also rose to their feet, draining their cups in unison. This extravagant banquet truly lived up to the notion of a harmonious gathering. Chapter 91. The Art of Deceit after this political banquet, rife with pretense and intrigue, concluded. Luo Zhengdao sat in silence during the carriage ride back to their temporary residence. His heavy demeanor aroused the suspicions of Vina Duboff, who was at a loss as to how to address it. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Will, what troubles you?" As he shifted from his introspective state back to reality upon hearing her question, Luo Zhengdao lifted his gaze to the half-elf beauty, smiled lightly, and replied, "Oh, it's nothing, but I merely sense that the Queen of Yaling has unspoken thoughts, perhaps due to the inopportune timing. After all, this gamble has just begun. They need not wager all their capital, and I am not their sole option. It is entirely expected that they would refrain from placing all their chips on me." At this point, a hint of self-deprecation crept into Luo Zhengdao's smile. Before Vina Duboff could respond, he continued, "Well, regardless, we have largely achieved our objectives in coming to the Yaling Empire, but I hope the forthcoming negotiations proceed smoothly." The leaders from both sides had established a preliminary cooperation intent based on overarching conclusions. However, the specifics, such as the amount of aid to be provided, the timing of delivery, and the payment methods, would require extensive discussions to arrive at a detailed agreement. The negotiation process was inevitably tedious and intricate, far more challenging than resolving broad policy issues in a banquet setting. Without hesitation, Luo Zhengdao presented Queen Yaling with a detailed list of requested aid supplies. The first item on the list being 3 brand-new Yaling-class battleships of level 6 and 1 battleship of level 5. Coupled with some auxiliary vessels, this would be sufficient to form a proper regional fleet. It goes without saying that possessing such a formidable naval force would ensure that even if confronted by the goblin extermination fleet in the future, they could retreat if the situation demanded, thereby largely satisfying Luo Zhengdao's needs. Transforming the negotiation results into precise written language and drafting a watertight agreement was a laborious task, even when both parties had no disputes regarding their ultimate goals. Luo Zhengdao did not personally engage in the negotiations, but coordinated with his subordinates to inquire about the limits of the terms. He remained preoccupied until the completion of this paperwork, which took an entire week, allowing both parties to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Luo Zhengdao's expectations were substantial. These requests were trivial for a political entity backed by national finances. The Yaling Empire would incur a modest cost in exchange for numerous promises, as long as they could ensure that Luo Zhengdao fulfilled his responsibilities as agreed upon in the future. The empire would undoubtedly benefit. Thus, the Yaling Empire swiftly nodded an agreement to meet all his demands. However, this was merely the beginning. Every situation has its pros and cons. There are no perfect solutions. The New World, infused with incredible magical forces, influenced the design of battleships. Both ship designers and ordinary shipbuilders often sought unconventional means, such as magic, to enhance their vessels rather than focusing solely on optimizing hull construction. This was understandable. The marginal benefits derived from changing the sails of a battleship were certainly less significant than inscribing a few magical arrays to enhance propulsion. Clearly, enhancing the durability of a ship through structural improvements could not compare to the convenience of applying alchemical remedies to strengthen the hull directly. Thus, even in Luo Jingdao's eyes, as an enthusiast of the age of exploration, the Yaling battleships, which represented the pinnacle of shipbuilding technology in the New World, fell short of perfection in terms of fundamental structural integrity. Particularly evident in the smaller Level 5 and 6 battleships. Small main vessels lacked the financial backing and ample space for magical enhancements that larger battleships enjoyed, nor did their users have such needs. Consequently, the areas where Luo Jingdao could initiate improvements were rather limited. Concerned about the potential negative impact of advanced shipbuilding technology leaking out, he recognized that allies are not eternal. Only interests remain constant. Thus, Luo Jingdao exercised caution in making his choices. He spent an entire night drafting requirements for ship modifications, focusing on critical structures like the keel that could not be reinforced later. Once he completed this document in the common tongue, albeit with somewhat awkward phrasing, and submitted it to the shipyard manager, he made sure to emphasize, "Please ensure that all the ribs of the battleship are replaced with this type of wood. Industrial creations such as battleships harbor few secrets. A knowledgeable eye can discern their general principles. The key lies in whether one possesses sufficient technological expertise and financial resources to replicate them. Otherwise, merely observing offers little insight. The technological challenges of cross-world endeavors are vastly different than in this proposal." Luo Jingdao specifically stressed the strength of the ribs, demanding that only premium hardwood be used. For an ordinary battleship, such design requirements were indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, the Zealand Royal Shipyard received the order to fulfill all the guests' requests. As this transaction was financed by Her Majesty the Queen, Luo Jingdao was free to indulge in lavish expenditures. Even if he wished to pave his path with gold bricks, it was of no concern to the shipyard. Casting a discreet glance at Luo Jingdao, the shipyard manager of Yaling, momentarily forgetting his cold and noble demeanor, donned the professional smile of a businessman, welcoming him warmly. "Of course, my lord, we shall certainly accommodate your special requests. However, we cannot guarantee the performance of the modified battleships. When discussing the characteristics of bureaucratic systems, nothing exemplifies them better than the tendency to claim credit while deflecting blame. The underlying rule of civil service politics is to evade responsibility as much as possible by not acting. One cannot err. The idiom to hold a position without contributing aptly characterizes their image. As the saying goes, to err is human. Those responsible for specific tasks inevitably make mistakes, since they refuse to undertake actions. They will certainly not err. In the old world, countries employing a civil service system universally display this trait. Bureaucrats, large and small, engage in a game of tactical evasion, much like the humorous depiction in the British TV series Yes, Prime Minister, which satirizes the inherent inertia and flaws of the bureaucratic system. As for the origins of this systemic issue, it is well known that the roots of civil service lie in the Eastern Imperial examination system. Hailing from a mysterious land whose name cannot be mentioned, Luo Jingdao, despite never having held an official position, possessed this basic knowledge. Such half-finished metaphors usually have two interpretations. One is that without offering benefits, one should not expect results. If one were to seek an excuse to extort Luo Jingdao, even with 180 boldness, this individual would not dare to act recklessly. Should Luo Jingdao happen to encounter Queen Yaling and inadvertently offend her, the remaining time in this individual's life would be numbered, and their only hope would be to absolve themselves of responsibility. Observing this, a hint of sarcasm crept into Luo Jingdao's smile as he casually remarked, "Oh, it is of no concern. I shall bear all consequences myself." "Wonderful. Then there shall be no issue, my lord," the shipyard manager replied, this time with a direct order from Queen Yaling. Luo Jingdao's shipbuilding commission naturally became the top priority. Surpassing all other challenges in the real world, the Zealand Royal Shipyard, which had long accumulated high-quality ship materials and canvas, was prepared to work tirelessly around the clock as long as someone was willing to foot the bill. In just a month, the 4 battleships designated as military aid for Luo Jingdao were completed and launched. Unsurprisingly, it was now time for the semi-literate time traveler to exhaust his creativity in naming the vessels. He felt genuinely frustrated. "My lord, here is your new flagship. How do you wish to name this newly launched Level 5 battleship?" The previous 3 vessels had been whimsically named Ziyuan and Jingyuan, but he found himself indecisive regarding this flagship. Naming it Dingyuan or Jinyuan felt inappropriate for the context. After pondering for a while, He suddenly recalled the agreement with the lingering consciousness of Needham from earlier. Luo Jingdao could not help but close his eyes, whispering, "Let us name her the Avenger. We are those who seek vengeance upon the goblins, reclaiming all that once belonged to us. This is our pact." "Will, you have returned, Dada. Please take a look at this invitation." In the small garden of the courtyard outside the window, a cluster of vibrant yellow primroses bloomed splendidly. Luo Jingdao, who had just returned from the Zealand shipyard, pushed open the door of his temporary residence and entered the living room. That a gentle breeze wafted through the room, carrying with it a faint floral fragrance. Upon hearing his footsteps, the half-elf beauty, who was organizing documents for him, spoke up to remind him. According to arrangements made by Yaling, there should have been a vigilant watch outside Luo Jingdao's residence, but he scoffed at such excessive displays of tension. Subsequently, he declined the goodwill offered by the guards dispatched by his retainers, sending a large contingent of soldiers away on the complex battlefield. One could hardly speak. In a state of peace, being a card magician was so precarious that he might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. Picking up the invitation from the table in the living room, he strained to decipher the words inscribed upon it. After 2 minutes of contemplation, Luo Jingdao furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is this an invitation from the Elven Merchants Guild? Does the Elven Federation still hold out hope for me?" Hearing this, Vina Duboff, who was working as his secretary, looked up with a wry smile, her quill poised between her fingers. "The main continent is vast, and it is only natural for the Elven Federation to seek a share of the benefits," she replied. The half-elf beauty, straddling the social divide between humans and elves, possessed a profound understanding of both societies, yet felt a profound lack of belonging. Even with Luo Jingdao's arrogance and pride as a traveler, he could not dismiss her counsel. Sensing Vina's implication, it was clear she disapproved of his current policy of complete disengagement from the Elven Federation. Chapter 92. The unique business of waiting for a price. The reliability of the Elven Federation was one matter. Whether they could be utilized was another. This moment, as Luo Jingdao recognized his previous cognitive bias. He reflected on himself for a moment before thoughtfully glancing at Vina Duboff. "Well, let's convene a meeting with all the officials to discuss this. I look forward to hearing everyone's opinions." A leader who acts unilaterally is destined for a poor outcome. The phrase "a solitary person" serves as a clear testament to this. Soon, news of Luo Jingdao's meeting reached the ears of the pirates, who were relishing the rare leisure of their holiday. These rough men, immersed in indulgence, crawled out from the powder-filled bars and eagerly made their way to the residence where Luo Jingdao resided, fearing they might be left behind. "Gentlemen, I have accepted the exchange conditions proposed by Her Majesty Yaling and secured military assistance from the Yaling Empire, a matter I trust you are all well aware of. Now it seems the Elven Federation also intends to follow suit. What do you think? Should I accept their demands, or is it better to outright refuse their suggestions?" As the expected attendees gathered, Luo Jingdao rose, cleared his throat, and leaned on the table to begin his address. Despite his efforts to maintain the demeanor of a democratic leader, he seldom consulted his subordinates on significant matters regarding future developments or policy directions. Such decisions had always been his prerogative, with others merely following suit. Today, however, he raised such a crucial topic, inevitably igniting heated debates. The pirates, each with their own views and stances, turned the makeshift venue into a cacophony of voices. These boisterous men, if not for the presence of Luo Jingdao, would have likely resorted to physical confrontation with those of opposing opinions. Luo Jingdao observed his subordinates bickering animatedly, sipping his tea leisurely, as if time were of no concern. Embodying the posture of a detached observer, the argument escalated rapidly to a fever pitch, and even Luo Jingdao found it hard to remain aloof. The bosun, Zola Hagel, addressed him. "Captain, Yaling is unreliable, and so are the elves. We cannot trust these fellows. We must rely on ourselves." In the realm of online discourse, one quickly learns that regardless of the correctness of a viewpoint or the sufficiency of supporting arguments, consensus is nearly impossible. Before Zola could finish, the first mate, Brando Fian, shot back. "Hey, this is all about mutual exploitation. What does reliability have to do with it?" "Zola, you old curmudgeon, your brain must be rusting." Zola's face flushed crimson, then deep purple, as he pounded the table with his fist, roaring like a beast. "You scoundrel! How dare you speak to me that way? Do you wish to die?" Luo Jingdao, who had been watching the unfolding drama in silence, suddenly stood up, his voice icy. "Enough, I say. Gentlemen, Arguing will not resolve our issues. You need to tell me one thing. Should we accept the elves' proposal or not? At his words, the previously heated atmosphere in the living room fell eerily silent. As the pirates contemplated how to articulate their positions in a way that would convince Luo Zhengdao, the one-eyed pirate, Full Xiaobang, cleared his throat and said, "My lord, if we can strike a deal with both allies, that would certainly be better than dealing with one and being undercut." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao neither expressed clear approval nor disapproval. His gaze shifted to the half-elf beauty beside him. "Vina, what do you think?" Uncertain of Luo Zhengdao's intentions, Vina Duboff pondered solemnly before responding. "My lord, I concur with Captain Xiaobang's perspective. Having an additional option is certainly not a bad thing." Luo Zhengdao's scrutinizing gaze swept across the faces of those present, and he spoke in a neutral tone. "Well, with that settled, let us conclude today's discussion. My lord, what is your decision?" Regardless of genuine sentiment or mere pretense, his subordinates felt compelled to show respect to their boss at this moment. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Displaying an air of deep contemplation, many in attendance shivered at Luo Zhengdao's cold smile, as he mused aloud. "Very well, I have decided. Tomorrow we shall meet with the representatives of the Elven Merchants Guild. We ought to ascertain what price the Elven Federation is willing to offer, should we not?" The meeting is adjourned. The Elven Federation, staunch believers in mercantilism, though perhaps not explicitly termed as such in the New World, operated similarly. Wherever there were profits to be made, the elves were eager to insert themselves in commercial hubs like Zealand. The influence of the Elven Merchants Guild, while not as deeply entrenched as that of the local Yaling Empire merchants, still held its ground with substantial capital. Before Luo Zhengdao stood a 3-story building, painted entirely white, which served as the residence of the Elven Merchants Guild in Zealand. While the exterior appeared unremarkable, those who entered would soon discover the opulence within. Though lacking the ostentation of gold bricks favored by the affluent, every piece of furniture and each artwork hanging on the walls bore the mark of esteemed artisans, showcasing the economic strength and historical depth of the Elven Merchants Guild, far beyond the ordinary nouveau riche. Had Luo Zhengdao not already considered the Elven Federation's fundamental stance and recognized them as unreliable opportunists with questionable resolve in supporting human exiles, any newcomer would likely be compelled to kneel before the Elven Federation, seeking patronage. Truly, they were a formidable economic power in the New World, claiming the title of the second naval superpower. Upon the initial meeting, after the customary pleasantries and discussions about recent weather and tea flavors, Luo Zhengdao broke the ice, stating without pretense, "What conditions can your country offer me? If your price is too steep, we need not continue this conversation. There are certain truths known beyond the realm of confidentiality." It was evident that the Elven Federation had been apprised of the terms of the agreement between the Yaling Empire and Luo Zhengdao during this period. If they lacked the capability to gather such intelligence, they would hardly qualify as a major power. Given that the series of assistance conditions proposed by Yaling had met Luo Zhengdao's immediate needs, he no longer faced the burdens of material scarcity or financial shortfalls. Any offer the elves might present would merely be the icing on the cake. Even disregarding matters of sincerity, Luo Zhengdao's indifferent demeanor was entirely justified. The disparity in status between the negotiating parties is decidedly disadvantageous. The representative of the Elven Federation, who identifies himself as Aroel Tidor, gracefully yet reservedly smiled and remarked, "Your Excellency, you are not our sole option." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengdao chuckled in response, shaking his finger as he said, "Indeed. During my sojourn upon the Ether Sea, I encountered that esteemed Baron God Nidim Dada, and I believe there was also that scoundrel Najef. Truly, they could serve as patrons for your esteemed nation, and the Elven Federation need not be beholden solely to me. I trust one have interpreted your meaning correctly." "Your Excellency." Unfazed by the revelation of his opponent's hand, Luo Zhengdao maintained an air of indomitable pride, inevitably causing his adversary to suspect that he possessed an even more formidable trump card yet to be played. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Aroel Tidor hastily interjected to clarify, striving to prevent the atmosphere of the discussion from deteriorating. With a charming smile, he stated, "Oh, Your Excellency, please do not misunderstand. Our nation has always regarded you as the most qualified candidate to inherit the throne of the Luminary dynasty, and no other can compare to you." As for the Elven envoy's assertions, Luo Zhengdao paid them little heed. He was sufficiently prepared for such trivial threats, which he deemed to be an affront to his capabilities. Did they truly believe him to be a delicate flower unaccustomed to the tempests of life? Frankly speaking, in an era where nobility is dictated by lineage, it is only natural to leverage one's ancestry in the pursuit of success. In truth, the merits of an individual's character or talent are secondary. What truly matters is whether one possesses an illustrious lineage that commands respect. Otherwise, there is no point in further discourse. One might as well concede defeat. Following the annihilation of the Luminary dynasty's expeditionary forces, the human nobility fled from the impending collapse of the imperial capital and their respective fiefs. The actions of the goblins were remarkably decisive, as their relentless pursuit of the exiled aristocrats commenced without pause. As the saying goes, those who do not court death shall not meet it. Yet the human nobility, in their folly, succumbed to their historical grievances at this crucial juncture. Many of the ancient human houses were uprooted by their erstwhile enemies amidst the chaos, and the notion of betraying their kind to the goblin invaders, an insidious scheme of leveraging one's foes, was a tactic easily conceived by anyone. By the time the tumultuous tide of escape from the mainland settled, few human nobles remained who had eluded the goblins' relentless onslaught. In a certain sense, one might argue that these individuals were simply reaping the consequences of their own misguided actions.